Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Mysterious man who sells ramen. The life of market in the west side of the Zonghai city was lousy and lively as the cars passed through the crowd. Under the twilight sky, a bunch types of foods displayed on the top of various cart while dirty water soaking the environment. The area mixed with different goods and stuff that are being advertised. Sometimes many colored lights shined from the houses of a worker or a student as they arrived home after work or class. The walking mass also felt tired, quickly making the sky even darker. Maybe in an internationally acclaimed city, this zone would be quite the shame, thus many wealthier groups teamed for this filthy zone would disappear. Near a crossing of the street, a spirited-looking man selling a ramen in his stall, wearing a white apron, a black t-shirt, orange jeans and blue slippers. The man smiled brightly, making his face filled with radiant content. And if you matched it with his golden hair, his figure looked extremely handsome. Because this area considered as low and dirty place, not a lot of people try to stop by for eating or buying something, thus in result of his stall rarely had customers come by, yet somehow the man not appeared discouraged at all, as if he didn't care whether his stall was busy or not. The passing girls sometimes glanced toward him but quickly ignored the blonde dude, courtesy of his occupation. Ramen. Ramen. Good and warm ramen. The golden-haired man shouted. Old Lee. Pay up. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded somewhere near his spot. Three delinquent-looking guys about 20 years old slowly walked toward an old man that set up his stall next to the golden-haired man. Old Lee sold a lot bunch of snacks while his situation more or less was the same with him. Now the old man sat there, looking depressed. Why, young master, please understand, the hot weather made me unable to sell. How can I have the money to pay? Bullshit. Lee, you think you can do whatever you want because I am being nice to you? If not for Brother Feng, this stall would be torn down already. Harsh tone punched through an underling's mouth. The guy called Brother Feng seemed to approve this act. He strolled arrogantly toward Old Man Lee. Today you can only pay the fee, old man, if not I'll crush your dirty stall. The old man didn't know what to do since the remaining money he had right now needed for his wife medication. How could he heartlessly sacrifice the woman of his life for these lot of nutsucks? I pay in his stead. The ramen seller closed up to them, bringing forward some crumpled cash and said, I only had this. Mr. Lee is old and needs money, you guys should be more lenient. The delinquent squinted his eyes and laughed, grabbed the cash and gave it to his underling. Naruto, you wanna play hero? Your protection fee not even paid yet. Naruto furrowed his brow and sighed. These bunch of pricks never cared to study, always mess around and play. But since he's not their parent, so it's not up to him to say anything, for not to create any unnecessary trouble, hence he replied with a faint smile, I'll pay tomorrow. Good. I'm not cruel and heartless. So long we all cooperate everything will be fine. I protect your stall, you give me back the fee. It's all business. I'll come back to collect the money tomorrow. Then those delinquents carried on to other stalls. Right now Old Man Lee's eyes reddened, and bitterly looked at Naruto. Naruto, you don't have any reason for helping me pay those dogs. I'm so sorry. What are you saying, Old Lee? When I just arrived here, everything was new and being a foreigner didn't exactly helping my situation, yet you showed me around and lent me your hand. I see you as both a friend and a benefactor. Of course, I have to pay you back somehow. What I've done isn't worth mentioning. Mr. Lee sighed, knowing he couldn't stop Naruto from doing this. Naruto laughed presumptuously. The laughter was soft but also felt honest, as it not affected by the recent cunning act. Old Lee, how's your wife? Old Man Lee replied with indebtedness, thanks to the money you gave us for her surgery, she feels much better now. In few more days she will be at complete recovery. Oh, that's good. I wish for her to recover quickly. Naruto let out a grin, satisfied with the news. Mr. Lee laughed sorrowfully. Naruto, I will definitely repay the money that you give me. If I die before it's done, then my daughter will replace me. With all those money, you should be able to open up a store instead staying here with just small stall and paying fee for those bastard. Naruto pursed his lips, replied, don't worry so much, it's not like I dislike here, it's fine just selling ramen on the small stall. You this kid. The old man seemed upset. You're already 23, at this age even without a college degree, you should have to aim higher. You don't even have a girlfriend, why would you want to keep selling ramen in small stall forever? You might not care about that, but I do. Seeing how Old Lee truly worried about him, Naruto feels warm and bitter. It's not because he agreed with him but because he had long achieved his dream, and until now he didn't have any more things to accomplish aside just wants to have a peaceful life. The night had fallen. Naruto cleaned up his small stall, pushing the cart home to his shabby apartment. Nobody knew when this house was built, but the rent was dirt cheap at only $2 a month since nobody wanted to live here. Naruto was different from other people, he never cared for comfort, so he moved right in when he heard the friendly rental price. Naruto's room mostly decorated with old furnitures that people threw away on the street, a creaky bed, a closet and a small TV that can played some basic channels. Settling his cart somewhere in the back of the house, Naruto looked at the calendar on the wall, he jumped his eyebrows, immediately seemed to remember something and quickly ran toward the bathroom. After getting a quick cold shower, Naruto left the bathroom, displaying his strong-looking skin, perfect curves and firm muscle. If one looked carefully he would see a strong handsome male. Walking toward the old closet next to his bed, Naruto adjusted his short wet hair, looked at the mess inside the closet, grabbed a white jacket, gray jeans and the blue slippers that he always wore. With the fastest speed, Naruto headed right toward the most prosperous zone in the district called the Wine Street. The luxurious and corrupted life during the night time filled with different colors, different skirts and dresses, and reeked of heavy perfumes. The entire environment on the Wine Street completely changed the zone in the area as if it was trying to separate itself from the rest of the city. Naruto was different from other young guys who rolled uncontrollably at the sight of hot girls with long legs and short skirts. He hurriedly walked toward the bar named Rose. The light from the neon sign was not blinding. The bar's design gave off a classic and nostalgia feeling, being surrounded by roses hanging around the flickering sign. Entering the bar, Naruto walked leisurely into a corner of the counter like a habit. Naruto, you finally here? A young bartender in black suit noticed Naruto's figure, then he smiled and gave Naruto a cup of water. You're lucky that coming right at the time, the bartender curled his lips while glancing at the clock on the wall. Naruto let out a small breath and gave sheepish smile while taking a sip from the cup. Yeah. Thank God for that, there will be no end of it if I did. Is she in her room? Nah, Sis Zhongwei was here a few minutes ago, she just have some business to take care. Zhao answered, his eyes seemed to be smiling toward Naruto. Naruto, you have to teach me your skills when you have some spare time. I mean, what trick did you use to my beloved Sis Zhongwei? Countless men in the city lined up trying to court her, which was completely ignored by her. Yet, now, all she did was talking about you then complain that you should have more often visited her. I don't know, maybe my natural charm gets her hooked, you know, something that I born with. Naruto replied with a small grin. Zhao rolled his eye, yeah, my big bro is the most handsome man. Then he started to look like he's sobbing, bro, you're one hell of a man. You were able to tame our goddess of a bar owner that all men wished for. If I was good as you, how many girls will flocking around me now, Why the heaven is unfair. While Zhao kept going on and on with his rambling, a serious yet alluring figure came into view, accompanied by a sweet yet strict voice. Zhao, if you want to keep complaining about your life, please do so, but not while working, okay? Or your salary will be reduced a little bit. Zhao, startled, quickly stood up and pretended to be serving drinks as if he never said anything, but sweat started forming on his forehead, clearly showing that he is truly frightened. The figure clad in a comet-colored cheongsam, her seductive body, chest size, waist, hips were all perfect. Her hair floating in the air, like a flawless angel, appeared in front of Naruto. Naruto smiled and his heart beating faster, then he sincerely said, "You look gorgeous, Zhongwei, happy birthday to you." To Zhongwei's birthday. Hearing the words of praise, Zhongwei started blushing before she let out a smile. Clearly she's pleased but pretended complaining, "Humphrey, you saying I'm beautiful and such, yet you didn't come here often." Facing such attractiveness, Naruto's heart beating faster and the lust that started to fill Naruto's mind is further intensified by the submissiveness in Zhongwei's direct eye contact. But the experienced Naruto quickly subdued these thoughts as he regained his composure. He laughed and said, "At least I'm on time, right? Zhongwei, you know that I don't drink and sometimes busy at the market, then going home already tired." Her expression turned for the better after hearing his reasoning, well, at least he's always on time, but then she snorted, "Don't talk busy with me. I know clearly you not that easy to get tired. Besides, why are you even keep selling ramen there anyway? With one small stall of ramen, you won't be able to make much profit. If you want to, you can work here. With my bar reputation and your ramen crafts, you can gain 1,000 times profit than you're making now." Naruto smiled and said, "Sis Zhongwei, it is not that simple. How many times that I have already say this? Why is it always sis Zhongwei, sis Zhongwei? Do I look that old to you?" Zhongwei glared at him, coquettishly replied. Naruto sighed. Nevertheless, he had to give in. "I'm fine, Zhongwei. Nowadays my income is stable. I'm not looking for future expense at the moment." Zhongwei finally yielded. She continued, "Fine. But just you clearly remember that this place always accept you no matter what. Even if you want the entire bar turn into a ramen restaurant, I will do it in a heartbeat." Naruto was moved by her obvious and sincere care. Feeling the warmth grew inside him, Naruto moved his arm, then softly caressed Zhongwei's black hair. "Thank you, but I'm quite content with my condition, and there are also few good people." Zhongwei blushed upon seeing Naruto action, murmured angrily, "I really want you to become my boyfriend." She didn't know that even if she could not clearly heard the sentence she just said to herself, Naruto could easily pick it up. He just gave a faint smile while continued drinking his water. Even with her visage and figure that were graceful and delicate under the flickering lights of the bar, during the first time Zhongwei showed her face in this bar, nobody dared to look directly at her. Some guests curiously asked around about who the hot young lady was and received this answer: "You should worry about your drinks instead. Don't head towards your death." Zhongwei sat down next to Naruto, poured him a glass of whiskey and then did the same for herself. She looked at him and said, "Well, since today is my birthday, whether you want it or not, like it or not, you have to drink at least a cup with me." Naruto scratched his nose while replied softly, "Fine, for your special day, even if you want me drink the entire bottle, I'm willing." Naruto said sincerely, groomed her smile to appear more brightened as she poured excitedly the whiskey into their cup. Truth to be told, Naruto didn't drink because he's afraid to be drunk. In fact, no matter how much he took the drink, the alcohol effect would quickly diminish inside him, then finally vanished. The reason he hesitated to drink because he had no good impression on it. Drunk people tended to lose reason and they would do much despicable behavior. It's not rare that criminality cases happened due to the perpetrator was in a drunk state, albeit these cases were rare in his homeland. Zhongwei indeed looked refreshed, smiling brightly. In the dim light, her visage radiantly illuminated like a dazzling star. Seeing this, Naruto's soul trembled. Cheers. After toasting, Naruto gulped down the cold alcohol drink. Zhongwei laughed, suddenly moving her body forward and curled into Naruto's chest and wistfully said, "Do you know that I haven't celebrated my birthday for more than 10 years now? Even though today there wasn't any cake or presents, I'm satisfied to have a toast with this womanizer." Facing a woman with such alluring beauty, Naruto felt a jolt of electricity when he noticed a smooth hand caressing his groin, bringing him extreme stimulation. Slightly bending forward, Zhongwei lifted her body to reveal her white thigh between the slit of her cheongsam, then aggressively pushed her delicate curves on Naruto and effectively attacked Naruto's hormones in the process. When a male got close to a female, there would be a certain reaction if he took an interest in the female. Especially when the distance of direct skin contact like this situation, the reaction will be further amplified to straightforwardly display this interest toward the female. At the exact moment, Naruto tried to control his reaction. Zhongwei raised her head, looked at him and laughed. "It's alright, my beloved man, it seems like you packed quite a punch there." Naruto laughed wryly. Obviously, he knew what she meant, but he didn't expect her to notice that while she's sitting next to him. "I already know that you can never sit still. I'll go to greet my guests here. If you don't wish to linger any longer, then go ahead and leave." Zhongwei then stood up as she about to walk toward the guests. "Wait." Naruto stopped her, then pulled something out of his pocket. Zhongwei stopped and turned her face around, facing him with curiosity in her eyes as she wondered what he's up to. Seeing Naruto pulled out a necklace, Zhang Wei eyebrows raised in surprise. Not ever, in her mind, crossed a single thought of Naruto would prepare any gift for her. Well, considering his financial situation and such, who could have a thought that he spared any to buy a gift? Walking slowly toward her, Naruto gave a soft smile, almost forgot. Here's your gift. It's not expensive, but I hope you could accept and like it. Zhang Wei's body trembled when she heard his word, and as if struck by lightning, she just stood there without moving. As if knew that Zhang Wei's reaction would be like this, Naruto shook his head, then walked behind Zhang Wei. I put it around your neck, K? Without awaited for her reply, Naruto brushed her long black hair. Seeing such a smooth slender white neck and smelled a fragrant perfume almost made Naruto leaned in for a kiss, but steeled himself eventually. He wrapped the necklace around the neck. Zhang Wei, who had been so long didn't receive any gift for her birthday, stood in freeze as the situation made her helpless and failed to commence any other activities within her brain. After a while, she felt something wrap around her neck. An icy feeling touched her chest, making her unconsciously traced it with her finger before she declined her head to look at it. How is it? Didn't know when Naruto has arrived in front of her again with a smile on his face. Hearing his question brought back Zhang Wei to reality and shot up looking at his face. Without conveyed any reply, she lunged forward to his embrace and kissed him directly. Feeling the soft touch on his lips stunned Naruto for a moment before started to respond the kiss. Zhang Wei kissed him gradually while her body got tighter as if wanted to melt together with him. After a short touching moment and heated make-out session between them, they finally separated while gasped for air. Zhang Wei's face was bright red while her eyes became droopy as if enchanted by the kiss from before. Seeing this, the guests who were drinking before already silent, and they got mesmerized by glorious beauty of the owner, but they did not dare to be rude. Most of them already more or less knew about the background of this woman. Zhang Wei beautifully smiled and said, "Thank you, this is the best gift I ever had in my life." It didn't matter what content of the gift you received, so long the one who gave it to you is the person you love. Even if it was a poison, you would gladly take it. Naruto smiled and patted her back. Go now, attend to your guest, they are waiting. Zhang Wei nodded, then gave Naruto a last peck on his lips before strolled away cheerfully. Seeing this, Naruto chuckled and shrugged. He felt himself has changed now. The past him would act nervous and didn't know what to do when near a beautiful woman, but now he could smoothly flirt with them. Sometimes he pitied his past self for too busy then ignore anything else. Then he looked around, chatted a while with Zhao before felt he should go home. Finished drinking another cup of water, he promptly left the Rose Bar. Seeing his departure, Zhang Wei's eyes displayed some unwillingness. 3 session with the flatter girl lights from surrounding shops and bars were flickering in the area, many dark spots and dimly corners occupied by couples, embracing each other tightly, making a weird sound and seductive laughter. Naruto walked slowly, bypassing each of the stores while his eyes wandered in the area. Just as he walked near a bar-look-like place, he approached by a girl that stood near the doorstep toward the bar. She's pretty and alluring, with a black dress clung tightly to her body and decent makeup. She resembled a demoness that ready to suck your life dry. Hey there, care about drinking a few cup with me, handsome? Her voice was so pleasant and full of flirtatious sound. Most men would become soft to the bone when hearing her voice, but Naruto, sadly, wasn't most of the men. He knew these kind of people as when he traveled around the world before. His mentor tended to visit the red light district with a reason of searched inspiring idea for his book. Naruto usually got annoyed by this because that sucky mentor of him would steal Naruto's saving money to pay for all of them. The worst of it all, that he sometime had to fetch his mentor who passed out because of the booze. The sudden trip in the memory with his late mentor, Naruto, who usually bright and cheerful, somehow felt sad and gloomy. The girl who invited Naruto to a drink before, saw that he's not answering, instead had a sad look on his face. She thought that this hunk handsome man maybe just broke up with his lover. Feeling pity, she came over toward Naruto. Are you okay? Don't worry, there are still a lot of fish in the sea. Even if you fail to keep one, you bound to get another one, so cheer up. The girl said while her hand turned into a fist and raised it up as if cheering someone on the football. Stunned at her effort to encourage him, Naruto then let out a chuckle. For this kind of girl or woman, Naruto actually never hold disgust toward them, because they are forcing themselves to do this so they could survive the society and lived for tomorrow. This kind of woman didn't have many luxury to choose their fate. I'm fine, thank you for cheer me up. You know what? I suddenly feel like talking with you. Does the offer still on the table? If you had enough money, I can do more than talk with you, she said while throwing coquettish look to Naruto. Nah, just talking this time. I don't know about another time though. Hee, making me your private server cost a lot, you know. Naruto and the black dress girl walk inside the bar. The interior of the bar didn't far off different than Rose's, except for the lighting was dimmer than usual and a lot of exotic girl wearing short skirt and low-cut dress hang around. Either they were accompanied men drinking or they flirting with them. Some even looked like doing ambiguous thing which Naruto didn't even want to think about. Short while later, they arrived at the bartender boss, the usual, 2 cups. Oh my, who's the lucky customer this time? The bartender laughed while preparing the girl's order. The girl sent her glare toward the bartender, then turned around smiling to Naruto. Don't mind him, always talk nonsense. Anyway, please sit, make yourself comfy, don't need to be rush. Naruto felt something off but chose to ignore them. He shrugged then said with gentle smile, you're the expert doc, I hear you. By the way, I'm Naruto. I'm Mai and of course I'm the expert, I had deal with a lot of patients. Mai let out a giggle then proudly said that. Did the patient have the same treatment? More or less, some of them even got more intense one. Well, I wondered which one I get. Humphrey, you said just talking, so you got the most basic and cheapest one. Look at that, lucky me. Even after the bartender finished making their order, Naruto still conversed and joked with Mai as if they already best bud. Mai take a sip from her cup. Alright, enough with the pleasantry, so what's the story here? Naruto took a drink before let out a sorrowful smile, then he started talking about his late mentor with someone he just met. Mai let out a disappointed expression, because she's thought Naruto was just another heartbroken man that need physical comfort, but turned out he feels sad because he missed his long-dead mentor. She let out small breath and thought, oh well, I guess I can't raise the service then, such pity. Before returning her smile then listened to Naruto's storytelling. After listened for a while, Mai who just silent started become active and asked a lot of questions like why Naruto's mentor leave him in the middle of the forest only to come back after a week later, why Naruto's mentor liked to plundering his saving money, why Naruto's mentor became a writer of such an art book, and many other. She giggled when he or Naruto called his mentor Iro-sen. You won't believe the pale look on his face when he took a peek inside my wallet only to see it empty. Humphrey tried to steal my money again, dream on. Ugh, he was so smelly when he drunk, and the worst of it, he threw up on me one day, which the smell had never gone even after I washed my clothes hundreds of times. I still remember that both of us just came back from long journey, our appearance just the same like a hobo. When we were taking a break at the side of the road, a little girl running toward us, handed over me a penny. A penny. Naruto went on about his journey, and surprisingly Mai didn't look bored, instead excitedly hearing them. She laughed together with him when a fun and happy event occurred, she cringed and thrilled when a terrible and scary event began, she cried when a sad event happened. Of course, despite Naruto telling her about his journey, but he mostly only told the normal part. He would not carelessly tell her about another part of his journey which people nowadays hard to believe. After a while of storytelling session, Naruto finally done, and as if not willing it to end, Mai kept swinging Naruto's hand and acted like a spoiled brat asking for more story. That's the end of it. After that long journey, we finally back home, then went on our separate way. Oh, such a pity. It's so cool that you're able to go anywhere and visit many places. I wonder when I will be able to do that. Mai pouted and start dreaming about going anywhere without restraint and free like a bird. Naruto shrugged then said, my mentor once told me that human has a lot of potentials, so long he or she doesn't give up on them, they can be anything they want. Naruto grinning brightly toward Mai, so don't give up. Ever. Seeing his bright smile as if could break any dark thing in the world, making Mai's face suddenly heated up and she couldn't help but turned on. Worked in this kind of line made her had seen many handsome faces even seeing them at close range, but after seeing Naruto's, they all as if fail in comparison. Mai, who started feeling nervous and anxious suddenly didn't say anything, which caught Naruto's attention and couldn't help but ask her. Are you okay, Mai? Whoa, your face is red. Did you catch a cold? Mai startled and became even more red as tomato. Before Naruto had the chance to ask her again, she abruptly stood up and shouted, excuse me. I had to go to the bathroom. She ran away like a chicken. Naruto stayed on his seat, confused about what just happened. He pondered a bit before decided maybe it was just a woman thing. Naruto drank his liquor while felt bored waiting Mai the bartender who observed at their interaction sighed. He silently praised the blonde, since Mai worked here. The only time she ever looked shy like that when she's handling her first customer. After a while, she more like professional and never got flustered again. Smile at Naruto, the bartender came over and offered another drink to him. Naruto rejected it at first, but since the bartender said it's on the house, he felt bad if he not take upon it. While drinking, his eyes started looking around the area before him. It's not long for his eyes to fall into the furthest corner of the area. There's a bunch of men, grouping there with only one woman at their side. Usually in this kind of place, it's not rare for a girl to serve a lot of men to drink, But what caught Naruto's attention was the young woman that surrounded by these men weren't look like that type of women based on her wearing, she looked like that office-type women or business kind of women. Suspicious and curiosity filled Naruto's mind, but he didn't want to create a trouble without reason, so he just stared at them from afar. A short while later, Mai came back from the bathroom. Her complexion seemed turned for the better. Maybe she caught a little cold? Naruto thought. Sorry, it took me a while in the bathroom, Mai said apologetically. No rush. Hey Mai, do you know those guys on the far corner? Which one? Oh, they are Brother Tiger and his gang, the tyrant around here, so you must be careful when around them. Mai said while looking at the group on the corner. Do you know the woman that sit with them? What? Nope, never see her before. Then what do you think about the connection between her and that gang? I don't know or care about it. She's maybe their new woman or just a woman that they want to take advantage. After all, those kind of cases were not rare here, where people want to blow off some steam, and luckily, there were people like to help them. After knowing the situation and circumstances, Naruto got the gist of it. He didn't want to get involved with them, but somehow Naruto felt that he will regret for the rest of his life if he did not disturb them. Finally, Naruto chose the hell with it. Then he stood up, walked toward the group with a steady pace. Naruto, what are you doing? Get back here. Mai anxiously said. Earlier, he almost made her explode from anxiety, and now he was about to do it again. Naruto ignored Mai's warning and just kept going there without a rush on his step. There was no fear on his face. Before long, Naruto appeared in front of the group. There were 8 people of them, while 7 of them circling a man and a woman in the center. They all laughing and grinning like a fool. Hearing something from the man in the center said, while the woman seems unfazed and oblivious with her surrounding. Naruto tapped the most outer man's shoulder and said, Hey pal, mind if I join the group? For a drunk goddess, the shoulder that Naruto touched belonged to a decent-looking guy, not fat or skinny, not too high or short. Neither handsome nor ugly, just sort of okay man. The guy turned around, looking at the person who just tapped his shoulder. Piss off, dude. Look somewhere else, this is a private group. The guy looked annoyed. He twisted his body and gave his back again, ignoring the blonde guy. Of course, the blonde guy was Naruto that just got rejected, but instead looked gloomy or disappointed. Naruto just let out a faint smile. Come on. Let me join, I have some good stuff, you know. Naruto's constant bothering really brought up some flame within the man's guts. He was about to lash out on Naruto, but after hearing he had some good stuff, that guy seized his initial intention. He wrinkled his forehead and suspiciously stared at Naruto. What stuff? Where do you get it? Well, it's the newest stuff that nothing can't even compare. As for where I get it, sorry, I can't tell you yet unless you become a buyer or a dealer like me. Naruto said many kinds of things that could use to entice this guy. The guy looked like refused to believe him at first, but after hearing a bunch of nonsense coming from Naruto's mouth did actually started to make sense for this guy. He, weirdly became excited. Alright, what's this stuff name? Do you have the product? No? The name's actually a secret, but if you manage to let me join your group then I'll maybe tell you. Beside, the man in the center looks like the one who's in charge within the group, and yes, the product currently with me right now. The guy excitedly ran back to his group and told everything that Naruto just did, which even Naruto already forget about. That guy beckoned his hand to Naruto. Brother, come quick. Big bro want to know about your product. Naruto pretended get excited, then jogged quickly to the inner group. Upon gazing this Brother Tiger's figure, Naruto couldn't help but praised him. From the looks of it, this Brother Tiger probably around 180 centimeters tall, brown skin, had a Caesar haircut, a body full of muscle that about to break out from his tight black shirt, and a scary scar on his cheek. This guy totally matched become a ferocious gang leader that ready to tear up many other gangs. After done appraising the gang leader, Naruto swept his eye toward the woman. As if the world's time stopped moving, Naruto's face froze and his brain struck by a deep shock. His innermost soul shook uncontrollably after seeing this drunk-looking woman. Under the dim light, her long, pitch-black hair fell down and touched the floor. Her white figure was covered by a skirt covering her graceful curves like a gentle wave. As he walked closer to her, Naruto smelled a faint fragrance of jasmine and liquor coming from her body. Right now the woman was leaning on the sofa, revealing all of her beautiful curves. Hey, stop staring at daddy's woman. A loud shout broke Naruto awake from his trance and quickly regained his bearing, but he still couldn't help but feeling intoxicated by this woman's appearance alone. How can someone as beautiful as her even exist? She almost like a goddess. Wait, she can't be that rabbit goddess, right? Ah wait, no she's not. I don't feel any chakra from her. Naruto kept thinking and tried to organize his jumbled thought before one of the men suddenly flicking his finger in front of him, waking up Naruto from his deep thought. Big bro Tiger, look at him. After seeing your woman, he looks like a computer that had completely stopped responding. The man threw a mocking laughter. Shut the hell up. As if you know what a computer look like. The leader of the group scolded his underling. This caused everyone who laughing in mocking manner suddenly stopped and situation had gone silent. I heard from 6th, you are selling a good stuff? Well, care to elaborate it to me? Naruto kept his eyes few more seconds toward the woman before moved back to the leader. Seeing the contrast change between a beauty to a beast almost made Naruto's eyes spinning, but then he controlled himself. Naruto curled his lips. Yeah, I do. This stuff that I have is way better than anything else. I can guarantee you will not be disappointed. The leader threw a suspicious look. Can I see the stuff and examine it first? Nope, can't do. I'm sorry, but this stuff made based on a secret recipe from the Land of Fire. No ordinary people can just take a look and examine it. Naruto replied while sneering at the guy. The leader, although never hear about the Land of Fire, he can't completely distrust this guy. After all, this world was so big that maybe this land really exists. Well, I can't buy your stuff without seeing the object first and tested its effect. The leader guy shrugged and gave an attitude, I am not buying it. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not really expecting you to buy it anyway. Least don't you want to know the product's name? Naruto waved his head, making a helpless expression. Alright, what's the name? I mean all of you need to get closer if you want to hear it, because I'm just going to say this once and in a very, very small voice. So troublesome. Most of the underling were complaining but obeyed his instruction in the end, since in the manner of speaking, they also feeling curious toward this mysterious item that Naruto's talking about. After everyone gathered up close, they all bent down since Naruto's still sitting and feared if they in standing position, they still not closer enough to hear it. Alright, you all gather up? I will only mention this once, so make sure to focus your sense of hearing. The name of this item is Demonic Illusion, Cajoli of Glamour. Naruto's sound was so quiet like a breeze of wind, quickly disappeared after a brief showed up. The surrounding area didn't get affected and other people around kept busy with their own thing. After a while, Naruto suddenly stood up and walked toward the woman, picking her up in princess bride style and walked leisurely toward the bar. Seeing all the event that just happened make Mai's inner world shock. 1 second Naruto was talking with them and the next second they all just stood there while Naruto was strolling here with the woman in his arm. Another thing that double up her shocking was the beautiful the woman's visage. Every curve that she had as if carved by the gods themselves. It's unfair, this woman is beyond beautiful. Although Mai was proud with her own figure, when compared to this woman she somehow didn't have any confidence. The woman looked like really drunk because her face smeared in red and she as if didn't care about her surrounding. She started to get really tight to Naruto and scrub her own body to him, like trying to make something itchy go away. Hey bartender, do you have a guest room here that can be used? Naruto asked while enduring this woman touch. It will be very wrong if you ask. Naruto didn't have any reaction to her active behavior. If Naruto didn't have any conscience about the situation here, he already took her home, and they went like a pair of rabbit. There are 2 upstairs. The bartender pointed his thumbs to the 2nd floor. He didn't surprise at all if there were people who can't hold it anymore and just use the bar unoccupied room to do the deeds. So he thought Naruto wanted to take on the woman directly here. When Mai heard that, she somehow feel a little bit sad and jealous, but it changed when she heard Naruto said, take all those gangs to the room, it will be bad if they suddenly collapse here. After said that he approached her, Mai, did you still have space at your place? I want to put her there if you allowed. Don't worry, I live alone, so no scruples to have another tenant. Thanks, Mai. I owe you. Can we leave now? She's getting wilder. Wait, boss, put the drink on my tab. Then Naruto with the lady on his arm and Mai ready to leave. Oh yeah, boss. To move them around you just have to take their hand and guide them. Tomorrow morning they all will wake up and just told them that they had a hangover yesterday. When the bartender heard that he just nodded, following Naruto instruction. On the way to my place, the woman on Naruto's arm is struggling and scrubbing wilder. She even started kissing Naruto's face. If not for his face was turned on the other side, perhaps she already kisses him on the lips. Mai looked at her weirdly before started getting the clue. Naruto, is she? Yeah, she's getting drugged and apparently it's aphrodisiac. Mai's expression darkened. To take an advantage from a drunk woman or man is a common case there, but if drugs are involved then clearly what they want wasn't just taken advantage. Naruto didn't reply, as he looked at the drugged woman with a complex look. Naruto, you know that there's no cure for aphrodisiac, right? Mai asked him with dignified expression. Says who? Naruto curved the corner of his lips. Mai stunned after hearing his response, thinking of what he did to Tiger and other. She thought that Naruto was really mystical. Naruto, back then what did you do? I put them in the illusion where they actually banged her. Hearing his blunt response caught Mai off guard and almost staggered to the road. Illusion? Like hypnotize you mean? Something like that, of course, it's 10 times better than just a normal hypnotize. PFFT, yeah right, Like Genjutsu could compare to those petty tricks. They kept chatting without knowing that they already arrive at my place. 5 Mystical treatment. My lived in an apartment of a 2-story building. The structure looked decent and had a clean neighborhood. When they were entering Mai's place, the decoration was standard but appeared well ordered. Mai directly told Naruto to put the woman on her bed while she went to the kitchen, which apparently joined in one with the living room, and prepared something for Naruto to drink. Naruto strolled toward the pink-colored bed and carefully put the woman on the top of it. She's sleeping right now, but her body's still hot and red since the aphrodisiac still within her system. Naruto brushed strands of hair on her face. Gazing at her pained expression caused a complex emotion rose within Naruto. He didn't know why he saved her back then, clearly not because her beauty, since Naruto only knew it after he got closer to her, also clearly not because some heroic tendencies, because by all means, he's not a hero. After correcting his jumbled thought, Naruto then gently grasped her hand. It was so smooth like a soft cotton, Naruto even thought perhaps there's no bone inside her hand. Naruto closed his eye while gathering natural energy around him, focused on blending it with his chakra. After a while, Naruto then used part of his senjutsu to slowly covering the woman before it entered her body. The senjutsu chakra traveled through her meridian into her entire body, slowly nourishing it and pushed out the impurity, including the toxin of alcohol and aphrodisiac that dwelled inside her. The woman body currently covered with black substances and a pink-colored gas being pumped out of her body. Mai, who already sat near them, felt shock and amazed at what she just seeing. Mai had seen traditional treatment before, but what Naruto did clearly outmatched their level. Mai felt Naruto becoming more and more mystical. This whole scene made her curiosity escalate in high degree. 30 minutes passed. Finally Naruto opened his eyes. If Mai seeing it at close range, she would notice that Naruto pupil had turned into horizontal stripped before going back to normal. Naruto raised his hand and cleaned the sweat from his forehead. He let out a mouthful of breath before grinning at Mai. Look is done. Mai glanced at the bed to take a look at result. Her jaw dropped like a meteor in the instant. Wow, you're right. She looks better now, even prettier and younger. Quick, told this sister how you do it. Mai excitedly asked Naruto. After all, which woman didn't want to look pretty and young? Yeah, if Mai want to get the treatment too, you have to pay for it, you know. Naruto slanted his lips and teased her. Mai grumbled before replied, how can you be so stingy? Humphrey, look how I told her later that you sexually harassed her when she's not conscious. Naruto pretended to be pale and terrified. He pleaded, my elder sister, this one is a gentle and honorable man. How can I sexually harass a woman? Even if I did, I will do it gently and honorably. Mai laughed when hearing his plea and she replied, alright, cut the chatter, quickly do this, sister. Wait, that come out wrong, I mean treat this, sister. Naruto laughed too. Fine, I do it, but you have to clean her first, it will be uncomfortable for her, resting with all that dirt stuck on her body. Mai was so excited that she forgot about the woman, spat out her tongue before she walked toward a bathroom to pick a hot water. Naruto then exited her apartment. He leaned on the wall beside the door while enjoying the stars that decorated the dark sky. After a while, Naruto heard Mai's calling, then came back into the room. He glanced at the woman and being dazed again. Before, in her drunk and messy state, she already beautiful to the extreme. Now after getting clean and neat, her beautifulness doubled if not tripled. In her peaceful sleeping state, she resembled a goddess that awaited to be awakened and shared her grace to the mortals. Mai noticed Naruto's dazed expression and sighed. Even for women like her couldn't help be mesmerized by this goddess, let alone a young man like Naruto. Mai snorted and scolded, hey, enough already. Do you want to be dazed until your feet grow roots? Quick, help this lady become pretty. Naruto snapped back to reality, gave an embarrassed smile to Mai. Alright Mai, do you have a mattress or something to make you comfortable laying down? I have, wait. Mai walked toward the nearby closet and took out a long mattress, laying it beside the main bed, then followed by her pounced on it before she laid on her stomach. She hummed happily, waiting for Naruto to start his treatment. Naruto smiled while shook his head seeing her behavior, then he started doing the same thing to her like he did to the woman. Feeling a warm energy enter her body, a very comfortable feeling wandered in her body systems. She failed to repress a moan. The time it took to purify her body turned out 10 minutes faster than the woman. Naruto nodded his head while thinking that Mai must have a routine exercise, so her body is already fit in the first place. After done with the treatment, Naruto rested a while before getting ready to leave. Mai was taking shower while humming a tune, so Naruto just knocked on her bathroom door and told her that he's going home. Without waiting for her reply, Naruto already went outside, then closed the door. The night was over as the moon set down and the sun rose up. The woman's eyes twitched before they opened slowly. Hearing a sound of birds chirped and spirited tone from the news, told her it's morning already. The woman never a late person, every day she would always awake on time, ate breakfast, then off to work, even on weekends and holidays. She never woke up late. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she sat up and looked around. It took some time for her to notice that she's not at her home. The woman startled and panicked. She touched all the part of her body including the erogenous one, tried to find any different and abnormalities. Feeling nothing and no sign of change made the woman breath out a relief. She realized that her clothes had also been changed, but it seemed like it's a woman pajamas, so she didn't bother on it. Glancing around the room, she noticed a few women's stuff. She let out even more relief. She tried to remember what happened yesterday, but everything seemed a blur to her. While the woman was still on her thought, the front door swung open. A girl younger than her appeared while hugging a basket of clothes. The girl looked pretty and her skin was glowing, making the woman wonder what skincare that she used. The young girl walked into the room, then suddenly let out a yelp of surprise. The commotion broke the woman from her thought and realized the young girl had been staring at her. Mai's feeling great after Naruto treatment last night. She rested up well and be able to wake up early. After did some cleaning, she's going outside to pick up the laundry. Along the way, she's greeted all the neighbor with a bright smile face. While carried her laundry basket, she returned to her room, then saw that woman already wake up, sitting on her bed and look at her with a thoughtful face. Her main bed position situated near the window, so the light that comes from the sun would be brighter around there, thus illuminating this woman present. With a breezing wind that came from the window, her loose hair swayed to side and made her look like a gentle and kind goddess who just awoke from a deep eternal slumber. Mai couldn't help but in daze too, and she swore that if Naruto's still here and witnessed this, he would turn into an idiot. A nervous feeling somehow rose inside her heart at the presence of this goddess. Mai awkwardly greeted, "Hey, you're awake, good morning, eh." The woman seemed to notice the awkward situation, then smiled apologetically, "Good morning, are you the one who takes care of me last night? Sorry for causing trouble." Since the woman already spoke in a friendly tone, then Mai decided not to exaggerate and conversed casually, "Is not trouble. I didn't do much anyway. I'm Lin Ruoxi, what's yours?" "I'm Mai, nice meeting you, Sister Lin, likewise." Don't call me Sister Lin, just call me Ruoxi." "How can? You're older than I, isn't that disrespecting?" "Alright then, just call me the way you want, Mai." After the short introduction, they both went silent. Then Mai remembered that they yet have breakfast, so she offered to make one for her. Lin Ruoxi rejected it first since she already troubled Mai so much, but she kept insisting on making one, so Lin Ruoxi had to give up. "Do you live by yourself?" asked Lin Ruoxi while Mai busied in the kitchen. "I do. My family is in the small village and I don't have any other relative in Zonghai." "Is that so? It must be tough for you." "Well, sometimes, but I manage to struggle, at least I still have a rope, so I don't fall." "Good way to put it." Mai finished making a breakfast and both of them ate it while chatting a lot of things. Mai finally knew that Lin Ruoxi is a successful businesswoman that has a lot of assets, and Lin Ruoxi also knew what Mai's occupation. Feeling pity, she offered a job within her company, but Mai refused it, saying she didn't have any capabilities working in the office. After a while, finally, Lin Ruoxi brought out the important question, "Mai, do you know what happened to me last night?" "I know something happens, but everything is blurry." Mai stopped for a moment. "Well, what's this?" Lin remembered. Lin Ruoxi gave it a thought before replying, "I remembered going home after work, but kinda have a feeling wants to drink, then decided to stroll to the bars. I ordered a few wines then started drinking." Lin Ruoxi paused a while before she shook her head, indicating that's all she's remembered. Mai frowned before she sighed and told Lin Ruoxi what just happened last night. Since she's alright, there's no need for Mai to cover it. 1 thing I hate the most. After hearing what happened from Mai mouth, Lin Ruoxi felt a lot of emotions surged inside her. When she heard that she was drugged and about to get raped by a bunch of hooligans, her whole body trembled from terrified feeling. When she heard that Mai friend who called Naruto bravely helped her getting out from terrible fate, she felt warm and eternal gratitude for the blonde. When she heard that Naruto didn't do anything while she heatedly provoked him, she felt amazed and respected toward this man will and constitution. And lastly, when she heard that Naruto was able to get out the toxin in her system, she felt like dreaming and magical. It took a while for Lin Ruoxi to sort out her thought and heart, then she stared at Mai. "Do you know where Naruto live? Or some sort of way for me to contact him?" Mai shook her head, sadly, "No. When he left my apartment, I was in the bathroom, so I didn't get the chance to ask him anything like his contact or where he lives." Lin Ruoxi frowned, then she let out a sigh. "Oh well, looks like I have to search him through my contacts. Since he's a foreigner, it won't be that hard to find him, right? I mean, how many foreigners come to Zonghai anyway? I think I remembered something about him that maybe can make it easier for you to look for him." Lin Ruoxi face lit up then excitedly look at Mai. "I think his favorite food is ramen. There are not many ramen restaurants and stall in Shanghai, so it shouldn't be too hard before you can find him in one of those. Linroxi really brightened because this was really a good clue. A foreigner who like a ramen. This is clearly scooped out the scale of search. Thank you. My. I'm sure that I would find him quickly. Sure, send my best regard if you do find him. Linroxi nodded her head. There's strong will written on her face. I find you, Naruto, I will aku. At the side of the market area, Naruto already opened up his stall while heating up ramen soup inside a stainless steel gallon. Naruto, are you okay? Did you not sleep well last night? Old Lee with a worried face, asking him. I'm fine, my nose just suddenly feel itchy. Hee, maybe someone just talking about you. Well, I hope they didn't talk about bad things at you. Old Lee laughed out loud and said with a satisfied tone, Jingjing just finished her practice and already went home. She even reminds me of your kind gift. If not for you, I wouldn't have enough money for my wife and enough to let Jingjing go on her practice trip. It's all thanks to you. Li Jingjing was the old couple's daughter who just finished university then immediately went for training job for the last 2 months. Remembering Jingjing, a sincere smile appeared on Naruto's face. He met her many times as she sometimes helped him selling ramen. She's kind and had a delicate figure. Naruto somewhat anticipated their meeting. TCH, old Lee, what gift? Maybe later when I don't have any rice to eat, just let me eat the leftovers for you. Naruto joked, haha, good. Oh, that reminds me. My wife and Jingjing asked me to invite you over for a dinner. You free tonight? This. Thank you, but you have worked hard to feed your family. How could you ask me to eat the hard-earned meal you made? Pretending to be angry, old Lee replied, just a meal of plain food wouldn't cost much. Naruto shouldn't look down on this old man. Naruto helplessly nodded and accepted it as he is unable to convince the stubborn old man. Old Lee's face brightened up with a joy. But at the same moment, the group of delinquents appeared again, and a wicked grin formed on the leader's face as he noticed Naruto with old Lee. Naruto, bring out the money you promised. We want to have breakfast and some drinks, Chen Feng smirked. Old Lee anxiously stepped in front of Naruto and said, Chen Feng, don't bully people too much. Even if your father, Boss Chen, is the boss of the area, what qualifications do you have to collect protection money? Boss Chen already said that the protection money can only be collected in the afternoon. Do you think we don't know about the rules? Chen Feng's father, Chen Dihai, was one of the infamous underworld gang leaders in the Western Zone. If not for that, Chen Feng wouldn't be brazenly collecting protection money everywhere like this. When he heard old man Li threatening him with his father's name, Chen Feng coldly replied, You shitty old man, try to scare me with my dad's name, huh? I think you have grown tired of living. You. Before he's able to continue, Naruto tapped the old man's shoulder. Naruto frowned and scratched his hair, then he pulled old Lee backward and he embarrassingly said to the punk, Chen Feng, right? Sorry, I don't have the money you want right now. How about I treat you all ramen for breakfast? I guarantee that it has the best taste around. All the goons started laughing, while one of them saying, Big bro Feng, does this guy think he's the boss? Does he expect us to actually do what he tells us to do? Chen Feng looked like he's watching the funniest joke in the world, but he is currently enraged by Naruto's line. He then smiled maliciously, Naruto, do you expect us to have your dog food as breakfast? Bleg, just thinking about it makes me want to puke. Just as Chen Feng finished his sentences, the surrounding temperature suddenly went down. Everyone cannot help but felt chill down their spine. Naruto, who wore a smiley face before, suddenly turned frosty. Do you know one type of the people I hate the most? Before Chen Feng managed to reply Naruto answer, he find himself hanging in the midair while feeling a strong grasp on his neck. They are the people who insult my food. Naruto easily lifted up Chen Feng as if he weighed nothing, and the force he used to grasp Chen Feng's neck wasn't a joke. He felt like all the blood rushing into his head, ready to explode at any time. Everyone sucked their breath because the killing intent that leaked out from Naruto. Why you release Brother Feng already? Do you really want to mess with us? Yeah, if you do anything to Brother Feng, we will not let you off. The bunch of delinquents didn't understand what happened, or how Naruto achieved that feat, but since they saw that their leader got caught and almost choked to death, they started throwing off threat and intimidation, hoping Naruto would be scared then release their leader. Naruto didn't bother listening to them as he just briefly stared at them then returned to the choked Chen Feng. He slowly increased his strength of grasp, making Chen Feng really in misery because of the pain on his neck and the lack of the breath. The gang getting more nervous by this action, one of them shouted, Let's just beat him up. I can't believe that he wouldn't release young master when we all attack him. The gang looked at the Chen Feng's head that starts to turn really red. They knew that he didn't have much time, but when they just about to launch an attack, Naruto swept each of their eyes. The gang turned silent while horror could be seen on their face. In the mind of this people, a vision being played and showed their body staked by many hot rods. The hot feeling from the rod felt so real that they felt the pain from their innermost soul. One of the gangs who couldn't bear it fell down and started screaming. The rest of the gang followed his step as they all started screaming. The vision already stopped, yet the scream in their throat relentlessly came out. They only stopped after a few minutes later, laid down on the ground while sweating all over their body. Chang Feng still within Naruto's grasp. When he felt that his life is about to end, Naruto released him. Chang Feng fell to the ground while coughing and gasping hard. Naruto then let them all lay down on the ground, while Old Lee and several people surrounded him let out a breath. When Naruto started to grasp Chang Feng's neck, they really feared that he would kill him because the killing intent he let out wasn't a joke. Looking at the gang, shivered and gasped like fish out from the tank, Old Lee on the other side, who let them provoked such a monster like Naruto. From here and onward they forbid themselves for talk bad about Ramen in front of Naruto, fearing for his wrath. Finally, after a good long time, the gang managed to recover their bearing, but they unable to help but felt fear toward Naruto, especially Chen Feng who's about to die. Bastard! How dare you hurt me, you guys also useless bastard! Didn't even help me at all. Just wait for it, Naruto. I'll make you pay what you just did to me. Chang Feng said while looking very angry but running away nevertheless. His gang followed his tail. Old Lee still let out cold sweat, asked Naruto, Naruto, are you okay? I didn't know you are so strong. Did you study martial arts before? Yes, I'm fine, thank you. And no, I'm not, I didn't know any martial arts. Naruto didn't say much. He's still feeling angry toward Chen Feng who incited his wrath by insulting Ramen. Old Lee did not press further seeing that Naruto's face still annoyed, and he started worrying. Naruto, the situation looks like become worst. After all, you just trying to kill Chen Feng. He'll call his daddy, Chen Dihai, to come. What will you do? He is an important person to Ziming, West Side Meng group, one of the two biggest groups in the West. Nobody dares to annoy him in this area. Ziming, King Meng or whatever group he? I don't care, so long they don't force my hand to act, they should be glad that they can still exist. Naruto coldly thought, before smiling to Old Lee, you hungry? I treat you one bowl. Old Lee gazed at Naruto's indifferent appearance and could only worry for him. Listening to Naruto's offer he did feel a little hungry, then nodded to Naruto. After a slight rest, they started to be busy with work and business. A few moments later, a police car arrived from afar. A police officer wearing a white shirt and two policemen got out and walked to Naruto with a serious face. The police officer coldly asked, are you Naruto? 7 Suspicious background. When the police appeared, the people in the area started whispering each other, talking whether Naruto had a bad luck or not. That's me. Naruto said while frowning. The police officer showed his identification then coldly spoke, I'm Chief Police Officer Feng Biao of the Western area. There were people who reported you as a suspect in a recent murder attempt on a group of young men. Please follow me to the police station to assist in our investigation. Old Lee started to become nervous and was about to try to defend Naruto, but before he could say anything, Naruto stopped him. With a smile, Naruto said, alright, I follow you back. Old Lee, can you take care of my stall for me? If it already at closed hour, then just push it back to my place. Feng Biao sneered while thought, going back? The only place you are going will be a jail, loser. But of course Feng Biao didn't say it out loud. Instead, he nodded then said, good. So long you cooperate, we would not make it hard for you. Old Lee sighed and helplessly witnessed Naruto being apprehended by the policeman. After reaching the police station, Naruto directly being hauled to the interrogation room, then Feng Biao greeted 2 well-built policemen entering the room. He sneered, looking at your relaxed manner, it seems you think you could get away, Humphrey. Let's see if you do not start begging me to release you when I come back later. Then he left while slamming hard the iron door behind him. From being taken until put inside the room, a smile never left Naruto's face, even when these officers glaring at him like hunters caught a sight of their prey. Name? Naruto Uzumaki. Sex? Male. Age? 23. Birthplace? Tokyo, Japan. After a series of easy yet frustrating questions, Naruto still replied in a relaxed manner. Even when he asked why he come to China, he sobbed then started talking about how hard living in Japan, then praised a lot of thing about China. The 2 police officers could only roll their eyes and became speechless at his high-class acting. They stopped kicking around the bushes then started asking about the murder attempt. Why did you try to murder a young man today? Naruto's expression turned confused. Murder? I don't think that I do anything that leads to a murder today. Bullshit. I heard that you grasp a young man's neck until his head ready to explode. Huh? Who was this young man we talking about? Chen Feng. Young Master Feng? Today he came, asking for protection money. I didn't have any, so I offer him a massage instead. Choking people called a massage now? Good, good. My god. Choking? Preposterous. This is slandering me. I just put a pressure on his right side on the neck so his stiff neck can feel better. Say whatever you want, you still being charged for murder attempt. I can't accept this. I want a lawyer, you just a small stall ramen seller, you don't have any qualification to hire one, the black-faced policeman disdainfully murmured. He provided a statement and pointed at the signature box, sign your name here indicating you acknowledge your guilt, and that you will compensate the victim as well. Naruto quickly scanned through the report that contains enough charges to throw him into a prison for half of the year. Naruto smiled lightly. Mr. Police Officer, I believe this is not a legitimate report. How does it contain so many additional charges? The black-faced officer fiercely slammed the table. You are saying that we are falsely accusing you? Do you know where you are sitting in right now? I only speak the truth. Naruto now clearly understood that these two are determined to frame him, and his eyes narrowed into a frosty glare. The two policemen naturally knew that Naruto will not sign this document. Any normal person, as long as they are literate, will never go to jail by himself for no reason at all. The only reason that they used this statement was to anger Naruto, and their attempt was clearly successful. Boy, do you know the consequences of not cooperating with us in this investigation? The bearded officer stood up, slowly walked toward Naruto's back while cracking his knuckles noisily. Naruto sighed, then took a glance at the camera in the room. He checked for the red indicator that marked the recording activity. Since this was under the table operation, they must be turned off the surveillance, so they could do whatever they want to force a crime. Seems like corrupted law enforcement like these exists everywhere in the world. I don't know what consequences I would have to face, but you two, you couldn't possibly imagine the consequences either. You want to die? Seeing that Naruto finally insulted them, the bearded officer raised his hand, planning to grab Naruto's shirt collar while the other hand prepared to beat him up. But at the moment, he seemed to be only grabbing air. Without him noticing, Naruto already stood behind him and put his 2 fingers on the bearded officer's neck. What do you want to do? Naruto laughed evilly. The same thing that I do to that brat, massaging. Then he pushed his fingers toward the bearded man's back neck. The entire body of the bearded officer turned stiff, then fell down into the ground, unconscious. The black-faced officer stood up angrily. You dare to assault a police officer? Then he immediately pulled out his gun and aimed directly at Naruto. But in the blink, Naruto appeared behind the black-faced officer instantaneously and gently touched the man's arm. That arm immediately turned stiff, then shook rapidly as if it is being electrocuted, and the Type 54 pistol quickly fell to the ground. The black-faced policeman hunkered down to the floor while grabbing his shaking hand. He looked at Naruto with a shocked expression. Naruto took the illegal document from the table and curled his lips. This looks like the trick you usually use. What would happen if I released this to the public now? Hearing that Naruto would release the evidence to the public, the black-faced policeman immediately let out tons of cold sweat from his head. You dare? Do you know who you're messing with? This is Big Boss Chin's son. His men can even kill 18 generations of your ancestors. The black-faced policeman roared. Naruto's expression turned cold, again with this Big Boss Chen. I don't know him and I don't care. You guys are policemen who's supposed to protect civilian and upholding justice, yet you guys become someone lapdogs. Finished speaking, he walked forward, and gives the black-faced man a punch, slamming him to the ground while he groaning in pain. Stop. At the same moment, the iron door of the interrogation room was shoved open, and a shadow of a person quickly slipped inside. Stop whatever you're doing. A clear yet firm voice reaches his ear. Naruto slowly turned around. His eyes lighted up as soon as his eyes caught the person's figure. A female police officer with shoulder-length hair stood valiantly in front of him. Her apricot eyes shine like autumn's water, together with her high nose and her light cream-colored lips made her look like a famous actress from Japan or Korea. However, if carefully observed, it was possible to see a majestic aura coming from her, making her look much more attractive than most so-called celebrities out there. But Naruto noticed 2 pips on the police badge on her shoulder, symbolizing her rank as a police inspector. Naruto quickly realized this female officer who looked like a celebrity is the bureau chief of the police department in the western area. She's one of the high-class bureau chiefs working in China's country. Kaiyan was currently in a very bad mood. She just concluded a meeting regarding the recent bank robbery on the west side which brought her many headaches, and now when she just came back, she suddenly heard a suspect beating up police officers in a police interrogation room. Clearly, people are looking down on her authority. Put both of your hands behind your head and face the wall, Kaiyan points at Naruto while shouting. Naruto looked up and down for a moment while thinking to himself that the uniform was such a good idea. No wonder many enterprises had chosen to make their female colleagues wear a uniform while working. He is unable to hide his smile when he heard the bureau chief's command and said, "My beautiful chief inspector, I think it is the best for you to see this first." He then threw the document in his hand to the female officer as he finished his sentence. Kaiyan also not a crude person, otherwise, a person as young as her would not be able to sit on the golden throne of the bureau chief of the police department in the western area. Hence upon seeing the indifferent Naruto, she felt something is off, and doubtfully took a look at the document, scanning through it several times. The beautiful face of the female heroine slowly turned frosty as her green iris eyes mercilessly swept the bearded man lying on the floor. She signaled to the black-face officer with her eyes before asking Naruto with a cold voice, "What's your name?" "Naruto Uzumaki. I am Kaiyan, the chief of the police authorities in the West District. I apologize to you in the place of my subordinates for this error. However, since you have beaten officials during law enforcement, I have to detain you first. You have the right to remain silent and the right to hire an attorney to defend you. If nobody pays your bail, at least 48 hours must pass before we can release you." Without waiting for Naruto to reply, she signaled some officers to bring the two wounded men on the ground outside while looking at Naruto with a complex expression, then she slammed the iron door behind her as she left. Naruto smiled bitterly as he looked at the group of people who just left while he was still kept inside the room. Call a lawyer? Ask for somebody to bail him from the jail? Who would he call and how would he call them when he doesn't even have a cell phone? Seemed like he can freely relax in the cell for another 48 hours. Outside of the cell, Kaiyan looks at the profusely sweating Feng Biao. She furrowed her brow and said, "Chief Feng, I'll report exactly what happened here in my monthly review. Feel free to pray for yourself." Concluding her speech, she ignored Feng Biao, who was standing there with his legs shaking as if there's no tomorrow, and returned to her office. Kaiyan didn't even rest upon entering her own office. Despite only recently joining the police force not too long ago, her keen senses had always helped her find and crack big cases. This time she noticed some abnormal details since she felt an inexplicable pressure from that young man named Naruto. But he had such a gentle smile. What exactly was she scared from him? Kaiyan usually was a very arrogant person. She liked the feeling of grasping absolute control over everything in her hand, thus she immediately began to search all the documents and profiles she had that might connect a relation about Naruto. Quick, Kaiyan find out Naruto's file, but the information was too few to help her figure out anything about him. Born as an orphan, lived at the orphanage before got adopted and was raised by a kind couple, graduated with a master's degree from Harvard University in the US, returned to the country the same year, then showed up in China 6 months ago. Kaiyan finds something about this information a tad disturbing and little not made any senses. After all, someone with a master's degree couldn't find a job in his own country? Even if he didn't, then why went to China and opened up ramen on a small stall? What happened after he's being adopted? Why suddenly jump into university? Kaiyan quickly rotated the gear within her mind. The information bank on the police naturally cannot be edited by a random person, since Naruto's file fell at like circle of loophole, someone on the higher up possibly covered it on a purpose. Kaiyan could only think of two reasons. One, was that Naruto's identity is really special. He might be a secret agent of the country, a spy for example. The other, was that Naruto's identity is also really special, however, the other type of special that the country didn't want commoners to know. Kaiyan quickly ruled out the possibility of the first hypothesis. If he was a secret agent or a spy, then his profile must be meticulously detailed to the extent that nobody would suspect it. Therefore Naruto must belong to the second type, the type that the higher-ups are not willing to touch to make a shield for him, hence the empty profile to cover up his identity. It was undeniable that Kaiyan is not just a strict police officer as well as a stunning beauty, but her curiosity was her most dangerous aspect. Thus naturally she was really interested in this strange existence. With a big imagination inside Kaiyan's mind, the identity of Naruto suddenly turned into a pirate, an internationally wanted terrorist, or even a mad scientist. There was one thing for certain, Chief Kai was really interested in Naruto Uzumaki. While Kaiyan was thinking of a way to investigate the background of this suspicious person, there was a knock on the door from the outside. "Come in." A young white-faced policeman smiled subserviently as he entered the room. "Chief, Attorney Zhang from the Western law firm wishes to pay the bail for a criminal named Naruto. Do you like coffee?" With a confused face, Naruto was brought out of the police station. He was unable to understand why this unfamiliar lawyer was helping him by bailing him out, and from the attitude of the station, it seemed like this lawyer had a lot of influence. At the front door of the police station, the white-haired Attorney Zhang, who was wearing a gold-rimmed eyeglasses, formally shook hands with Kaiyan. "Thank you for your cooperation, Chief Kai. No wonder at such a young age you can be the bureau chief in the area. You definitely are a forgiving person." At this time, Kaiyan still carried an arrogant and strict expression. She smiled stiffly. "Attorney Zhang is the great senior of all the legal workers in Zonghai. As a younger generation we must always treat you with great importance and respect for sure." Then her eyes glanced towards Naruto, who was stretching his body on the other side. Kaiyan couldn't believe that Attorney Zhang would visit and bailed Naruto out. Even though the attorney didn't say who's behind him, she knew that only famous and popular people were able to ask his help. Such a person was unexpectedly helping a small stall ramen seller in the market. It seemed like her own guess was correct that Naruto's background is not normal. Outside the police station, Naruto said to the attorney with a polite smile, then bowed himself, "Thanks for your help. Otherwise, I'll have to sit in the interrogation room for another 2 days. I don't know why you did it, but thanks." Looking at Naruto, who politely bowed to him expressing his gratitude, Attorney Zhang felt somewhat curious as he didn't understand why that person had asked him to bail this young man out, but after seeing him in person, he could clearly see something uncommon from him, the indifference inside the police station, and how he walked out unfazed. This young man had an extraordinary air surrounding him. Attorney Zhang removed the contempt look on his face and smiled, "Mr. Naruto, you're too polite and you shouldn't need to thank me. I work simply to follow other people's requests. The person you should be thanking is right in front of me." Following the direction that the attorney is pointing at, Naruto suddenly saw a red car parking at the other side of the road. But what Naruto focused isn't the well-made Bentley model car that its price could go through 10 million if not hundreds, but a lady that walked back and forth beside it. She wore a pure white one-piece dress. On her head was well-groomed smooth black hair that made her look appear really beautiful, her white skin glowing with a tint of red on them. It seemed she has been outside for a while, thus exposed to the sun. But what made Naruto stunned is not just her beauty, instead, because Naruto knew who this pretty lady. The beauty who walked back and forth looked like finally noticed that Naruto and Attorney Zhang came out of the building. She hastily walked toward them. "Thank God. You're finally out. I was worried if the situation is hard to solve, but everything seems turn out fine." The lady pat her chest, then let out breath of relief. "Ahaha, seems like Miss Lin is doubting my ability. Well then, I am leaving now. Good day, Miss Lin, Mr. Naruto." Then Attorney Zhang headed toward his car while laughing out loud. Naruto, still in his shocking condition, who had the time to respond that old man? Instead he just stared at this lady. Yes. He knew her. She's the woman that he saved last night. Who would have the thought that he would meet with her again? She even looked for people to bail him out. Lenroxie was nervous, very nervous. She'd been used all her time and resource to find information about this man in every ramen shops in Zonghai, although the employees seemed to recognize him, but no one knew where he stayed or had any other clue that might be leading her to him. The base information about him also didn't yield anywhere he lived. In frustration, one of her contacts told her that this morning, someone had been apprehended by the police, and his feature matched the person she's looking for. In a flash, without hesitation, she called the best attorney on Zonghai and requested him to bail Naruto out. After she got Attorney Zhang confirmation, she grabbed her key and quickly drove here, waited for them from outside. Naruto recovered from his shock and realized that he had been staring at her. Quickly he apologized with embarrassed smile. Sorry, I didn't mean to stare. It's just too shocking to see you here. Are you the one who called the attorney?" "Thank you." Hearing Naruto's thank you word, Lenroxie quickly replied, "It's nothing. It can't compare to what you did for me. I should be the one who say thank you. If not for your help last night, I might end up in some dark alley or creepy hotel already. Hey, it's just a coincidence that I'm there. How are you feeling?" "Never been better. Whatever you did to me, it seems great." "That's good then. Take care your health from now. Don't overwork too much." I will." And both of them became silent. When the atmosphere grew awkward, Naruto beat it. "Well, I'm going to leave now. Thank you and take care." As Naruto prepared to leave, Lenroxie then anxiously stopped him. "Wait. Do you have any plan now? I want to invite you to have a lunch." Naruto startled when hearing her invitation. Actually, he wanted to go back and tend to his stall, but since he already asked old Lee to take care of it and feeling that it would be rude to reject her, so he just accepted it with a gentle smile. "Sure, I would love to." Lenroxie can't help but feeling happy and anxious at the same time. Happy because he accepted her invitation, anxious about something else. "We go with my car then, this way." Both of them got into her car. Before Lenroxie started to drive, Naruto raised his hand. "I don't think we have introduced ourselves yet. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and you?" Lenroxie startled, before smiled beautifully and grasped Naruto's hand. "I'm Lenroxie, nice to meet you, Mr. Naruto." "Just call me Naruto, I'm not used with formality." "Then you have to call me Ruoxie." Sure, nice to meet you too, Ruoxie." About 10 minutes later, they arrived in front of the coffee house near the Western District Square. Along the way, they didn't talk at all, while Naruto was enjoying the sight from the window and sometimes took a glance at her. Lenroxie just focused on driving and seems like she's thinking about something. Passing through a giant fountain, Naruto walked after Lenroxie into the place as if it was already reserved. Following the directions of a waiter, they arrived at a secluded corner that appeared to be quiet and beautifully tranquil. "Miss Lin, and this gentleman here. What are your orders?" a well-mannered waiter asked with a smile. Appearing to be a frequent patron, Lin Ruoxi said softly, "Berry chantilly and Blue Mountains, with milk and no sugar." Then she turned at Naruto, said with a smile, "Pick anything you want, my treat." Naruto frowned and thought while turning the menu back and forth, then he laughed widely and said, "I had no single clue about foods in this menu, just recommend me something, but no sweets." Ruoxi pondered for a while before she said, "Then 1 barbecue chicken wings and pea berry coffee." The waiter nodded, then quickly go prepare what they ordered. Then the situation went to silent again, neither Naruto nor Ruoxi spoke. Naruto funnily looked at Ruoxi because she appeared to be nervous about something, then he remembered how wild and passionate she was last night. He couldn't help but grinned. "What are you grinning about?" Lin Ruoxi said. She was thinking about her problem, then saw Naruto grinning to himself. She wrinkled her eyebrows as her curiosity escalated. "Sorry, I can't help but remember how you were last night compare from you today." Lin Ruoxi blushed after hearing him mention about the last night. She felt like to dig a hole and buried her head in it. That's because the drugs. I'm not that kind of woman, please believe me." Yeah, I know, I'm the one who expels it out of your system after all, but gods, the kissing and the touching." Naruto laughing, Lin Ruoxi really red now as tomato while panicky said, "Ah no. Don't say it. Don't say it. If other people know, I'd die in embarrassment." Naruto then stopped laughing. Okay, Ruoxi, I won't." Then he made a zipping gesture out with his hand and mouth, before turned his fingers into an okay sign. Ruoxi laughed seeing his manner. When Naruto saw her laugh, he couldn't help but feeling happy, to be able-made and watched such a beautiful woman like her laugh, it's worth anything. Looking at Naruto gently smiled at her, it made her heart beat faster. Truth to be told, Lin Ruoxi was a woman who always had cold expression on her face and she's very repugnant toward men. People on her peers always called her the Ice Queen or the Cold Queen because of her attitude and behavior. But seeing now that just couple minutes stayed with Naruto, she had a smile and laughed many times more than before she met him. This made her wonder that maybe she really find the right one, the one who would be able to help her problem. Then with a great resolve, her apricot eyes stared at the blonde. "Naruto, I have some matter that I want to discuss with you." Naruto saw Ruoxi now getting serious, also fixed himself, then turned serious. From the look of it, she had some matter that needed his help, and from the scale of the problem, looked like it's not going to be small either. She wouldn't have to worry about what was she going to say to him if it just small one. Naruto didn't directly tell her to carry on because he needed to sort this out first. The reason of him going to Zonghai and just selling ramen on small stall was so that he could have a peaceful and relaxed day. He had a feeling that by involving himself with her, that will be the mark of his peaceful and relaxed day soon would be over. Naruto had long gone silent while Lin Ruoxi patiently stared at him. After a while, Naruto finally let out a sigh before looked back at her and said, "Go on." Lin Ruoxi nodded. "Naruto, I want you to marry me." Nine Fallen Goddess Naruto stared at Ruoxi with a deadpan expression. "What?" "I want you to marry me." Lin Ruoxi's face now turned red. Her previous serious and confidence expression had been long gone. Naruto shocked after truly heard what she said. He had simulated many words in his mind but never the word marry ever crossed his thought. He simply caught unprepared and didn't know what to say. "You're kidding, right?" Although it was a stupid question, Naruto couldn't help but hope that she really just joking. "No. I really want you to marry me." Lin Ruoxi now gazing at him. Although her cheeks still red, but it was clear that she is serious. But why?" "I know that I'm handsome and full of manliness but we just met yesterday, you're not even sober, how could you want me to marry you?" Naruto, who always calm before, had becoming completely agitated. He could not follow this beautiful woman way of think. Seeing Naruto narcissism, Lin Ruoxi became speechless, but she must explain her reason, so she said, "There is a reason of course, but I am sorry that I can't completely tell you. In short, I'm being forced to marry some unknown person whom I hate. I'm not a child. I understand what I'm doing right now. I'm not young anymore, I'm already at the age of marriage, yet I couldn't find any appropriate candidate. You on the other hand, had shown kindness, courage, and sincerity by helping me last night. I couldn't think of any better person to marry except you." After saying that, Lin Ruoxi's face turned to the side as she didn't dare to meet his cerulean blue eyes. Naruto widened his eyes, then smiled bitterly. "So from what you said, the marriage you want with me is just a cover for you. Comparing me with other candidates, obviously, you believe that I wouldn't do anything bad to you, especially wouldn't stab you in the back, am I right?" Lin Ruoxi, who was directly confronted by the facts, becomes unavoidably uncomfortable, but she did not deny it as she nodded. "Naruto, I can guarantee you that if you're willing with me at most 3 years, when my enterprise is secured, we will divide the fortune and you will free to do as you wish. Moreover, I will give you a big reward, much bigger than the amount you could make in your entire life by selling ramen. Ruoxi. Naruto's expression becomes cold, then he smiled and said while pondering, it seems to me that you don't understand something. Although I am poor and only a ramen seller, but that doesn't mean that I will get married to somebody without emotion for money, even if it is a fake one. You may say that I am a liar, a dumbass, or self-thought to be infallible. But I don't have any special temperaments except for my stubbornness. And fake marriage isn't a word in my dictionary. I know. Even Lin Ruoxi already expected what Naruto respond would be. She's still surprised that he didn't get swayed by riches she offered. Naruto looked at the gloomy Lin Ruoxi. He sighed then continued, if you are truly a conservative woman who didn't want her virginity taken by an unknown person, I'm sorry and truly sympathize for you. If you really want to get married with me, then I would court you directly. I believe that there were no men would able to resist your charm including me, but if you want me merely for the sake of being a shield for your enterprise, then I, Naruto, will not accept it. Lin Ruoxi became nervous because, in reality, she really didn't want to get married. She was a full-fledged businesswoman who still wanted to achieve many things, where had the time to play housewife. Seeing Lin Ruoxi just silent, Naruto shook his head. Then he stood up and was about to leave when he heard Lin Ruoxi's shivering voice. 100 million for 3 years. Naruto stopped for a while, then started walking again. 200 for 2 years. Naruto, just keep walking. Lin Ruoxi stood up and shouted desperately. Alright. 300 for 2 years. Naruto didn't stop at all until his figure completely disappeared from her sight. Lin Ruoxi fell back into her chair in a dazed expression, then tears started falling from her eyes as she wept continuously on that chair. Naruto stood in front of the coffee house. His mood currently not very good. Naruto absent-mindedly looked into the sky as he reminiscing about something. You should get married. In the room of the highest floor of the big mansion, there were 2 human figures, one of them standing in front of the desk, while another sitting behind it, looks like preoccupied with all the papers in front of him. I don't have a time. The man behind the desk replied lazily as he signed a paper with his right hand before reading a paper on his left hand. You will if you make it. The man in front of the desk said with a concern in his voice. This man, who seemed like in his late 20s, had a lean body, lazy face, black pupil-eye, and black pineapple-looking hair. Well, then I couldn't make it. The man behind the desk casually replied to him. This man, also in his late 20s, had good-shaped body, handsome face, blue cerulean eye and golden hair. Come on, in our peer, you are the only one left. The golden-haired man wrinkled his brow. Huh? What about her? The black-haired man smiled bitterly. She just got proposed by the main heir of clan. He stopped for a while before continued, and she accepted it. The golden-haired man's eyebrows trembled but quickly came back to normal. That's good for her. The black-haired man snapped and angrily said, it's your fault, you know. She's been waiting you for so long, yet you still didn't do anything. Do you know how bitter she was when she's attending others' wedding? If you just take your time to. Before the black-haired man finished his word, the golden-haired man cut him off and said, enough. Do you know who I am? I'm the head of the village. My responsibility is to protect our village and leading it to dominate the entire land. Where I have a time to play loving family. Then the golden-haired man continued. What was he doing before? The black-haired man just sighed and didn't say anything else. Naruto finally came back to his sense. He remembered that old Lee's family invited him over to his house. Reorganizing his mood, he walked toward his home, but before he managed to go very far. Oh no! What is she doing? Naruto snapped his head toward the one who shouted, and turned his head toward where their gaze were. In the second floor of the coffee house, a silhouette of a person had been seen, standing at the balcony's guard fence. That person seemed slim and the figure outline indicates that person is a woman. Wait, woman? Naruto focused his eyes before he was startled. Ruoxi? Lin Ruoxi was very desperate. She had been pushed by the pressure coming from her life, work, and family disputes. She had been struggling alone, trying to survive as long as she could. She always an optimistic person, she knew that as long as she survived, a way out will appear. But last night, she's at her breaking point. Every road had been closed and she could only accept her fate. Then she met Naruto. She thought that there's still hope, that somehow Naruto will be the answer of her suffering. Alas, it's just a pipe dream. Not only she fell into an abyss, she also hurt the person that was so kind to her. Her eyes looked at the horizon, it filled with renouncement, loathing, pain and sadness, as if her soul is trying to break free from the suffering she was experiencing in this beautiful body. She only wanted this to end. Yes, maybe dead was her solution. No more pain and no more worries. Lin Ruoxi closed her eyes then let her body fell from the balcony. She felt the wind brushing against her skin and it's so cold. Maybe the wind also wanted to hurt her before everything was over, well let it be. But at this moment, the cold wind gone, replaced by a strong heat and masculine aura filled her senses, then she heard it. A sound. No. It's more like a painful groan. Ouch. Bang. Then there's a sound of something hard collide against something harder, because the sound's like a breaking ground but there's no splatting sound. Linroxie slowly opened her eyes, but she's not surprised or startled. She just gazed at the man's face who are twitching in pain. Why did you save me again? The man finally faced her with a worried tone. Shit. It doesn't hurt but it still stung. Ruoxie, you okay? Thank God I still make it on time. Linroxie didn't answer him, instead just closed her eyes and leaning her head against his body, feeling his warmth. Maybe he is the answer. 10 Little Nemo. After the accident, Naruto promised Ruoxie that he would think about it first because he needed time to prepare everything. Ruoxie didn't say anything except showing an agreement. Then they went back to each other home. Although Ruoxie offered to drive him back, Naruto refused and just told her the distance wasn't that far. It's already evening by the time he arrived home. After taking a shower, Naruto once again opened his wooden chest, scanned it and took a pale blue-white striped shirt and a pair of classic white shorts. He stood in front of the mirror while fixing his hair with his hand, then he stared at his own reflection. To think that so many things happened today, from beating up a bunch of children till saving up a falling woman. Naruto thought maybe the peaceful and calm day he now had already over starting from today. He looked at his own palm and couldn't help but remember what happened after he saved Ruoxie. Smack. In the small alley not far from the coffee house, a man and woman sat leaning against the wall. Actually, the man was the one who's sitting against the wall, while the woman... Well, you could say that she laid on her stomach on this man's lap, while the woman's ass was sticking out in the air. Smack. Hiya. Another weird sound could be heard from this small alley, the sound of flesh got hit by something and the sound of a woman who groaned in pain. Humphrey, now you know what mistakes you made? Simply unbelievable, jumping off from the second floor balcony like that. Did you thought that the ground around here is a bungee jump attraction, that will simply bounce you back when you reach the ground? I know my mistakes. Smack. What is your mistakes? I wouldn't jump again? Smack. Ouch. In this small alley, Naruto thoroughly disciplined Ruoxie after harassed behavior at the coffee house. When Naruto saw Ruoxie stood on that trail, he already rushes with his fastest speed toward her. Although it was just 2-story building, the height between the floor was simply too great, so it's the same as small 3-story building. If Ruoxie was really falling from that high, only God knew how she would survive. Luckily he wasn't late as when she jumps, he already only a few meters from her. Leaping into the air, Naruto grabs her and turned her around so she can be on top while Naruto using his back as they landed. After seeing she's alright, Naruto started reprimanding about what she just did but instead looked apologetic and guilty. She just smiled at him while nodding her head. This made the smokes out of the blonde's ears, even some veins started visible on his temple. He grabbed Ruoxie's hand, he dragged her toward the alley in the area then started spanking her. This action startled Ruoxie, of course, because she's not a masochist, she would not happy about this. In her shame, Naruto kept spanking her until she admitted guilty and won't repeat any suicidal attempt again. Old Lee's house was not that far, but without any transport, Naruto had to walk for half an hour before arriving in the area. This was an old residential area in the West region, surrounded by civilians who were too poor to rent an apartment. Generations who lived here have protected the archaic southern flavors of the area. After passing by several small houses, he could already see smokes from the kitchen coming out of the chimney. Naruto then knocked on a very old red wooden door. Very soon after knocking, the wooden door opened. Behind the door was a cherry young face. Big brother Naruto. You're here. Jingjing, long time no see. Naruto smiles. The girl in front of him had changed a lot even only 2 months, this somewhat surprising him. Li Jingjing's face still elegant and refined like usual, with curly eyelashes, a delicate little nose and a petite mouth, typical of the classic southern girl. She wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt, and tight-fitting blue jean shorts, revealing a pair of beautiful white legs. Seeing Naruto's eyes swept up and down with a naughty smile, Li Jingjing feels embarrassed, yet at the same time, she secretly felt delighted. She coquettishly said, Big brother Naruto, stop staring and come in. Naruto laughed and said, Oh, do Jingjing know how to be embarrassed now? Oh, you simply grow up cause this brother feels old now. Do you have any boyfriend yet? What do you mean? I don't have a boyfriend. Li Jingjing immediately denied it while furrowing her brows and looking a little angry. Alright, I'm just kidding. Naruto felt little helpless since he obviously couldn't tell what this girl thinking. Inside old Lee's living room, Old Lee happily welcomed him. Naruto, my child Jingjing was helping her mother cook earlier, but the moment she heard you knock on the door she rushed out like a rabbit. Dad. Stop speaking nonsense. Lee Jingjing acted bashfully while clinging to Old Lee's arm and not letting him say anything more. Naruto laughed and sat with Old Lee. All of the furniture in the house were decades old, with their somewhat withered red paint, yet it also expresses a classic preference. Under the dim light, the summer flies flew around in the house, a breeze blows through the corridor, everything appeared to be very peaceful. Drinking the tea that Lee Jingjing had brought out for him, Naruto suddenly felt a sense of fulfillment that he never experienced before. As he looked out at the night sky, the moon was somehow a little more dazzling. Young man, stop displaying such a disillusioned look, a great future awaits you. Old Lee gently joked while drinking his cup of green tea. Naruto returned to his senses, smiled and said, "You old man, all ladies prefer profound men. Am I doing a good job pretending to look deep?" Hee. Old Lee laughed. Naruto, others might not notice, but I have spent half of this year interacting with you, so I am very clear of your character. You are not pretending, you little brat. If it wasn't because of some event in your past, why would you want to sell ramen in such small stalls for no reason? Naruto is unable to say anything else, as a man like Old Lee, who had experienced hardship, naturally would be able to tell that he was hiding something deep inside. Nonetheless, what Old Lee was imagining of is very far from the truth. Some people are destined to be lonely because nobody can associate with them. Dinner was very luxurious. Old Lee's family specially butchered one of their old hens and makes an exquisite chicken soup. Fish and crab were also brought out, thus to Old Lee's family's financial conditions, this meal was even more luxurious than New Year's. Naruto, you should eat more, although it is a little simple, it is still our family's token of gratitude. Aunt Lee's wrinkled yet happy face affectionately looks at Naruto as if she was looking at her own son. Naruto did not say much during the meal as he continuously gulped down another mouthful of meat. He knew very well that this was the only way to make the couple happy. Jingjing from time to time also gave Naruto more food. She would even secretly peek at Naruto eating while her parents were not paying attention. When she heard that Naruto said the dishes tasted good, she felt as if her heart was being filled with a sweet honey, since most of the dishes were made by her. At first, Naruto didn't plan to drink alcohol, but since Old Lee insisted and this might their last time together, Naruto accepted it. The burning feeling in his stomach was very comfortable. Naruto, if it wasn't for the money you lent us in this half a year, our family would be facing much worse hardship. Now that our Jingjing had found a job, next time you can come to be our guest more often, I would also cook some good food for you. Aunt Lee happily said. Naruto smiled when he heard that and happily asked, "Oh, Jingjing had found a job? What job?" "I've been accepted by Zonghai's Yaizong High School to be an English teacher there. Due to the former teacher being pregnant, I'm now a temporary formal teacher." Lee Jingjing quietly smiled. "Ah. A teacher, very honorable. Our Jingjing really isn't simple, huh?" Naruto nodded satisfyingly. "The wages are also not low. When the time comes, please don't forget about me." The Old Lee couple also proudly laughed. Their late-born daughter had a great future at last. This news naturally made them extremely happy. Jingjing pouted and said bashfully, "Then when you are free, big brother Naruto must come to the school and find me, otherwise how would I remember you?" "Alright, I'll definitely go, although Yaizong is a well-known high school, I've never been there before," Naruto happily replied. After the meal, Old Lee affectionately pulled Naruto to drink tea and play Chinese chess with him. Honestly speaking, Naruto didn't know how to play it, so he just kept losing. In the meantime, Lee Jingjing helps her mother clean up the table. When they still in the midst of the game, Naruto with a doleful expression said to Old Lee, "Old Lee, I probably will not sell again." Old Lee trembled when hearing that. With a shocking expression he looked at Naruto. "What do you mean, Naruto? Did something happen?" Naruto sighed then replied, "Yes, something did and I can't stay at my old place anymore." Old Lee showed sad and concerned face. He knew Naruto wasn't a simple guy that one day he had to leave, but this was too sooner than he expected. After a long silence, Old Lee finally regained his composure. After all, Old Lee was an experienced man, so it didn't take long for him to understand the situation that Naruto must face. Old Lee gave a faint smile and said, "Then I hope all is well, Naruto. I believe that whatever happens, you can withstand it." Naruto nodded and appreciated Old Lee not to ask anymore. Since Old Lee knew tonight was Naruto's last day, he brought out the wine again and started pouring excitedly Naruto's cup. After a while, Naruto felt the urges to go urinate, so he told Old Lee to wait, and run towards the toilet to release it. The toilet was in a different shack, and to reach there, Naruto must went through the small alleyway. Before he reached out the alley exit, someone's voice entered his ear. "Little Nemo, it's been a long time since I feeding you again." Naruto stopped and peeked through the corner of the alley. Near the toiled shack, there was a small pond that filled with a few goldfish and others. On the edge of the pond, Li Jingjing crouched and feeds them some leftover from dinner. Naruto smiled and wanted to greet her, but before he did, her voice resounded again. "Little Nemo, do you know, today Big Brother Naruto come over to our house." Li Jingjing kept feeding the fish while affectionately talked with one of them. "I'm so happy that I couldn't sit still at all. Dad teased me about it, he's so annoying." Naruto, who was standing a few meters away from her, chuckled when he heard that. "You know, when I'm in training camp, I couldn't stop missing him. Every night before asleep, I always thinking how is he today? Did he manages to sell well? Did he get a good sleep? You know, one of the day at training camp, I had fallen sick and had to rest on the bed for the entire day. At that time, the training session was running, so everyone's gone. I am so lonely. One day, back in the home, I also had gotten sick and rested on the bed. No one visited me, so I just slept for the remaining of the day, but at the afternoon, someone knocked on my window. I'm scared because I thought it was a ghost. Turned out it was Big Brother Naruto, who had a pick-up ramen on his hand. He said that if I ate the ramen, I would get better the next day, and guess what? It's real. I had gotten better and could go to the campus again. You know, Big Brother Naruto is such a womanizer. He flirt with his women customer, even asked their number. Humphrey, simply hateful. You know." Jingjing kept talking with her fish while Naruto listened. A curve showed on Naruto's lips as he thought Jingjing was just cute and adorable talking with little fish about their relationship. But soon he frowned because what Jingjing said next. "You know, I heard Big Brother Naruto talked with Dad about leaving. Looks like something happened and Big Brother Naruto cannot stay at his old place." I was sad and hurt. Mom asked me what happened, but I just told her that I have a stomachache and went to the toilet while pick the leftover. Little Nemo, do you think I can't never meet up with Big Brother Naruto again? Little Nemo, I don't want him to leave, but I'm just a nobody. What can I do to make him stay? Little Nemo. Naruto looked at her lonely figure. Suddenly his urge to leak hits gone. Naruto slowly turned around and left. After a talk with Lee's couple for a while, then Naruto asked permission to go home. The couple couldn't make him stay, so they unwillingly let him go. Walking along the riverbank, Naruto purchased some drinks from a convenience store. While looking at the river, he was thinking of the time when he first came here, then remembered the bits and pieces of memories of meeting Li Jingjing and her family, who used to be a silly little girl who suddenly became a youthful pretty lady. He couldn't help but felt how the age of 18 can blossom a girl into a woman, and then he lamented on the world's chaoticness. He remembered on this riverside, he rescued Li Jingjing from being mugged by scoundrels, and later acquainted himself with old Li's family. Perhaps every girl had a hero in their hearts, so despite he himself were being a poor guy, in Li Jingjing's heart, he was special. While thinking about such matters, Naruto unknowingly walked to the river's dock. Under the streetlight's pale illumination, it was exposing a hazy sense of beauty. The summer breeze blew past, bringing whizzing coolness. On the road ahead, a big and tall SUV appeared while he was thinking. There's a tall woman in a black dress stood beside the riverside. Drifting waves roll, the street lamp's light disperses streaks of rosy red, as to shine on a charming pale face. A pair of watery eyes stared at an indistinct yacht far away, expressing a hard-to-notice sorrow. This well-developed figure demonstrates a mature type of charm, ample breasts and a round plump butt, all packed in a black cotton dress, yet still drawing the attention of people's eyes. Under her slender thighs, wrapped inside a pair of beige-colored stockings, is a pair of crystal-shaded high-heel shoes, with a noble and elegant smell spreading out from her body. Naruto only needed one glance to know that she was absolutely one of the best women he had seen. Nice car. Never thought that I could see a limited model of the Land Rover, which only has 40 existing models in the entire country, here at this place. Naruto wryly complimented while he slowly leads on the railings. The beautiful lady's distant-looking eyes are taken aback. She gently turned her head, showing a face that displayed a little bit of confusion and surprise. But what followed suit was a nice and graceful smile. You recognize this car? More than no, I had blown up no less than several hundred of these cars. Naruto sourly laughed inside his heart. He nodded and leisurely says, yeah, I have seen it multiple times back in the day. I really don't know about the car, I just feel like to take it out tonight. The lady stroked her fluttering hair. This was such a simple movement, yet it was also very alluring and enchanting. You must be ladies with special taste then, since most of women like small and elegant sports cars. The Porsche 911, Mercedes-Benz SLR, BMW Z4, even Audi TT. Naruto took out of his beer and offered one to the woman. The woman rejected it but seemed like didn't repel him, so he wouldn't mind chatting more. The lady shook her head. I do not feel that way. Those cars cannot compare to the sense of security that driving an SUV gives. Ladies should know how to protect themselves, you know. It seemed like you lack a sense of security. Naruto smiled at her, but the woman shook her head. You're wrong, I feel very safe. The reason I said driving an SUV would give me a better sense of security is merely to give one's own heart some more comfort. I think you're in the wrong here. If you really feel that way, you wouldn't spend your time chat with strangers." Naruto smiled and drank a mouthful of beer. The woman knit her brows, her pair of eyes shining like stars stared straight at Naruto. In the end, she laughed brilliantly. "Maybe you right, but maybe you also wrong." She raised her hand. "Tangwen, your name is Tangwen?" Naruto silently said it out twice, then he laughed and said while grasped her hand, "Naruto. Naruto? Are you not Chinese?" Tangwen curiously asked him. Naruto shook his head, replied with a faint smile, "I just arrived here like 6 months ago. Why did you move here then?" Tangwen seriously evaluated Naruto for a few moments, Naruto shrugging then said, "To sell a ramen." Tangwen startled, unable to hold back her laughter. A soft PFFT sound comes out. She trembles like a flower in the wind for a moment, then says, "Mr. Handsome, are you treating me as a fool, or are you just joking around?" 11 A New Home. Naruto also laughed, then he mischievously smiled, "You're right, I'm just joking with you. Actually I'm a secret spy that's sent by my country to look for a mysterious weapon that developed by yours." Tangwen let out a giggle, playing along. She replied, "Oh? What's this mysterious weapon looks like? Maybe I should have seen it somewhere." Naruto then made an agonized expression. He said, "Oh, you this civilian, how possible had seen such mysterious super weapon? They are not promoted in an expo, you know." Tangwen grumbled, "Don't underestimate civilian capabilities. We have built our own network since forever. Why do you think shady operation cannot do their activities at the open public? Because they fear our eyes." She stood up tall and proudly said that. Since she was wearing a V-cut black cotton dress, two big lump on her front become clearly visible for Naruto eyes who couldn't help but stared at it and swallowed his saliva. "Yeah, I think civilian have indeed some potential that can be exploited," Naruto said absent-mindedly. Tangwen, who noticed Naruto perverted eyes, didn't act bashful, instead she coyly smiled. "Is it big?" "Big," Naruto honestly said. Tangwen smiled, become more crafty, then with amorous tone, she got close to Naruto and whispered, "I let you touch it, if you tell me what is this mysterious super weapon you're talking about." Hearing such a flirtatious tone and smelling her fragrant body, made a fire rose inside Naruto's abdomen, especially when a deep crevice appeared on his eye almost made Naruto lost a reason. These days he had been in close contact with ladies who had looks and figure that could cause a downfall of nations, yet he couldn't do anything to them. Now when a beauty presented herself like this, which healthy and sane man can bear? Forcefully controlled the fire inside him, Naruto smiled dryly. "It's a confidential information. How can I casually told civilian? In fact, just by told you I'm a secret spy is enough to make you disappear already." Tangwen pretended look scared. With shivering voice, she said, What do you want to do with me? I tell you that I'm quite famous around here. If I'm suddenly goes missing, people will quick notice." Looked at Tangwen, who pretending like a sheep stared by a wolf, caused Naruto couldn't hold it anymore. He grabbed her hand and forcefully dragged her into his bosom. Then he kissed her alluring red lips. "You." Tangwen startled when Naruto suddenly kissed her. She's struggling in Naruto's bosom, but since Naruto's hold was strong, she could only give up and let Naruto do as he pleased with her. Naruto's manly aura and smell caused Tangwen to be crazy and started respond toward his kissing. Naruto poked her lips with his tongue, asking for permission, which is allowed by her who already intoxicated. Naruto then swept her mouth and do fierce battle with her tongue. The sound of tongue clashing against each other resounded on their ear, making them more aroused and forgot that they still in the public. Naruto hand also not idle and start roaming around that voluptuous and plump body. Feeling his hand touch her body made Tangwen felt hot and really wanted to lose her dress right now. They kissed for a long time before the needs for air forced them to separate. Naruto looked at Tangwen, who had her cheeks become red and her blurred eyes couldn't help but praised her. Tangwen, although a mature middle-aged woman, right now looked like a maiden who just got her first kiss. Ha! Ha! Tangwen breathing was rough and unsteady. She looked at Naruto, who hotly staring at her, and said with a faint smile, "You are so cruel. Forcefully kiss a lady like that, careful you are labeled as sexual harasser." Naruto grinned and he said with a shrug, "Hey, at least the lady I kissed didn't reject me and gave me a red palm over my face. I just tell them she's my woman and that's the end." Hateful. "Who's your woman?" Tangwen playfully hit Naruto with her fist. Naruto let her do it until he grabbed her hand and asked hopefully, "So? The hotel?" Tangwen, who already recovered from her heat, gracefully took her hand back and smiled mischievously. "Hold on, hotshot. What happened before was just heat of a moment, so there's no need for next action to be taken." After she said that, she turned around and walked toward the Land Rover. Naruto sighed and looked at her swaying hips and slender figure. He regretfully thought, a night with half a action might be crueler than without action at all. What I'm supposed to do with my little brother now? Naruto smiled bitterly when he heard she said, "Handsome young brother is a great kisser, the next woman you kiss will definitely fall for you. Also, if fate brings us together again, I'll treat you a cup of tea." Before rode her car and drive away. Naruto looked at the slowly faded car with a depressed expression, then turned around to leave. Naruto woke up from the sound of knocking on his door. He walked wobbly toward the door and opened it. What greeted him was a beautiful woman who wore a formal beige-colored suit. The woman used light makeup, but she already more beautiful than a fairy. She had her hair tied up in ponytail but let one strand of them fall on her face. The woman, of course, was Linroxi, who readied for their so-called marriage. Since last night weather was dry and hot, Naruto slept without a shirt, so that made him shirtless, and every fiber muscle with six-pack on his body presented on Linroxi's eyes. Linroxi stared in daze for a while before her face turned red. I am sorry, I thought you already wake up. So I just went to your place without notifying you before." Then she turned facing away from Naruto, but secretly glancing at him with only one thought: he's buff. Naruto, who's still in La La Land, finally came back to reality. Upon seeing Linroxi's beautiful and charming face, blushed from seeing him half naked. He somehow felt proud, even purposely raised his hand to scratch his hair while showing his muscles. "No, I'm the one who should be sorry. I just woke up when I should have been ready. Besides, with what you gonna tell me when I don't have a phone?" Naruto said while smiled dryly. Linroxi thought what he said was right. Then she brought up a bag from her hand. "Then thank God, I feel awkward to give you this if you have been ready." Naruto took the bag, upon seeing a western cloth inside it. Naruto made a bitter smile. "Roxy, you couldn't be possibly think that the clothes I had is not good enough, right?" Linroxi's heart went badump, as she denied it. No. I just thought that it would be more appropriate if the couple wear the matching one." Naruto didn't go further after seeing Linroxi sweating nervously. He just chuckled and said, "Wait here." Then he closed his door. After a few minutes of rustle sound inside his room, the door finally opened, revealing a handsome man with bright golden hair, slight tan skin, and lean body that perfectly fit with the Western Armani suit he's wearing. Linroxi's expression became infatuated and enthralled by the scene that appeared in front of her. After a while, Linroxi finally sobered when she heard a clicking finger sounded along with a gentle voice. "Roxy, shall we go?" Linroxi startled and become embarrassed. Turn out not just men can be captivated, women too. Speeding through the traffic, they finally arrived at the Civil Administration Bureau. Getting of the car, Linroxi happily hooked Naruto's arm, which startled Naruto. Naruto said with smile, "Is this acting or you really want to do it?" With "I don't know what you're talking about" expression, she said, "Let's just go." Since Linroxi's action caused her ample chest to stick on his arm, Naruto gladly walked together with her to the inside the building. Walking into the main doors of the Civil Administration Bureau, this ideal couple's look attracts everyone's attention. Naruto seemed cool and free despite being covered in branded clothes, while Linroxi possesses a beauty that could make fishes forget to swim and birds forget to fly. In the eyes of the people around them, they seemed like a match made in heaven. The Civil Administration Bureau employee simply verified their documents and quickly carried on with the procedures. Then with a congratulatory smile, he said to the two, "Congratulations to you both, this is your marriage certificate, please take a good care of it. A couple like you two sure can make people full of envy. You will definitely live a long and happy life together." Linroxi kept holding on Naruto's wrist. Being stared at by those around her caused her face to flush red for quite a while. Upon receiving the marriage certificate, she felt like she was dreaming because of these strange circumstances. "I am now actually married to a man I've only known for a day." Linroxi, with confused eyes, glanced at Naruto, realizing that right now, Naruto was also stupidly staring at the marriage certificate, spellbound. Is he also filled with complicated emotions? What is he thinking right now? Does he dislike it, or is he happy? Linroxi suddenly began questioning herself as she curious what inside this blonde's mind. Naruto suddenly turned his head, face to face with Linroxi, smiled in embarrassed manner, also playfully said, "Hey, sorry. I'm kinda spacing out there, although this is not real one, somehow I can't help but feels out of ordinary. What about you? You can't be started feeling regrets, right? Since you were the one who forcefully pulled me here." Linroxi gently shook her head, said in a small voice, "Never in my single thought that thinking this marriage is a regretful one. The only regret that I have was how I pulled and forced you into my problem. I would never able to repay your kindness." Naruto smiled softly and rubbed Linroxi's head. "Don't said that, although our marriage only in the book and paper, but you're still my wife. Fate has brought us together and now shared same destiny, so your problem, burden, and sorrow now also become mine." Linroxi felt sweet honey ran course inside her heart. She tiptoed and pecked Naruto's lips. "Thank you, Naruto, you're the best that ever happened in my life." Since Naruto and Rinrokushi was married now, they had to live together, otherwise they won't be able to trick others people. Luckily, Naruto already thought of this point and brought all the necessary stuff with him. But what made Rinrokushi confuses, she didn't see Naruto brought any bags with him when he came out of his room. Where the hell did he put his stuff? Rinrokushi already knew that Naruto was quite mystical, so she's not think about this matter too much. Although Rinrokushi wanted to drive personally Naruto to their home, but an urgent meeting would happen in her office, she regretfully told Naruto about this, which luckily, Naruto was not offended. He just laughed and teased her workaholic. With a cab, Naruto arrived at his new home. It's a luxurious villa inside an area called Dragon Garden. Each villa was mile apart, surrounded by clear water and lush green scenery. They were furnished in a luxurious European style, bringing forth an atmosphere of utmost elegance. It takes 2 kilometers from the area gate into his house, which is Unit 89. The entire villa exceeds 400 square meters in size. This figure was without considering the gigantic swimming pool or including the huge garage outside. There was a Baroque-styled garden made up of large and heavy stones. It was not hard to imagine how enormous the price tag of this house would be. A few moments after he rung the doorbell, the finely carved mahogany door opens. The person opened the door was a home-clothed middle-aged lady with an apron, with a face showing few signs of aging. Her visage is maintained very well, so that she did not look that old despite being around 40 or 50 years old. At this moment, upon seeing Naruto, her eyes revealed some happiness, then she enthusiastically said, "You must be young master. Young miss did say you would come today. Please come in." 12 Goddess Little Seeker Naruto curiously looked at the middle-aged lady before smiling and said, "Elder sister must be Rinrokushi Guardian, Lady Huang Yulan, pleased to meet you." The middle-aged lady smiled and said, "Young master are too polite, you can call me Wang Ma just like young miss used to. Also I watch young miss grown up from a child into a young lady, it would be more appropriate to call me auntie." Naruto nodded. "I would call you Auntie Huang then, just to differ it from Rinrokushi." Wang Ma took Naruto into the living rooms and sat on the comfortable sofa in the center of the room. Naruto scanned the house. This villa had 3 floors, fully equipped with modern electronics. Inside it contains a set of real white leather sofas, black marble floor, mahogany furniture, some big and small paintings by famous artists, and a few blossoming orchids swaying on the window side. All of these gave off a simple yet elegant appearance. Naruto gave an approval expression and praised Wang Ma. "Auntie Huang, this place was really comfortable for living. You must have been take care of it really well." Feeling praised, Wang Ma's mood became more cheerful. She replied, "It wasn't much, young master." Her expression somehow became sorrowful. She let out a sigh. "The only one that had been living here only me and young miss, so it wasn't that hard to take care of the house. Besides, young miss always busy and rarely at home, there's nothing much to do except doing housework." Seeing Wang Ma didn't ask anything about marriage, Naruto wrinkled his eyebrows. After glanced for a while, he finally dared to ask, "Auntie Huang, didn't you feel curious why Rinrokushi suddenly married?" Hee. Wang Ma laughed in temperate manner. She said, "Young master, I've seen young miss grow up ever since she was small. Young miss never had a single boyfriend, though those who try to woo her aren't few. However, young miss never looked at any of them, yet she married you. This must mean that you, young master, are special. Young miss is very intelligent, and I trust young miss' judgment, so there is nothing to worry about." Naruto expression delayed. He let out chuckle soon and nodded in understanding. After chatting several times more, lunchtime finally arrived. Looking at the luxurious foods being served on the table caused Naruto's saliva to drip and launched full assault toward them. Naruto ate happily while praising Wang Ma cooking skill. He thought later on requesting Wang Ma to make ramen. The taste definitely like heaven. After cleaning up, Wang Ma took off her apron and brought Naruto to his own room. Upon arrived, Naruto felt surprised as the room was humongous, to the point where it's bigger than the entire apartment that he was renting. Ceiling windows with white curtains swaying at the side, a flat king-sized bed, a 42-inch Sony LED TV, an Apple computer at the bedside complemented by a classical decorated side lamp, and a shining parquet floor. Looking towards the wall, there were 2 huge built-in cabinets, filled with brand new clothes, neckties and leather shoes. Naruto whistled, his eyes filled with amazement. "Really perfect?" Wang Ma happily replied, "This is all young miss' effort. She spent a lot of time to decorate the room, afraid that young master would feel uncomfortable." Naruto nodded with a grin. "Oh, I'll praise Rinrokushi later." Wang Ma finally left Naruto alone in his new room to letting him rest. Naruto looked around the room, before heading to the king-sized bed and laid on top of it. He stared at the ceiling while mumbling, "I can't believe that I'm married now." Naruto stood up and walked toward the window, looking up at the sky and moving clouds. Naruto smiled faintly. "Do you happy now, Iro Sage? Your dense and blockhead student finally married to a very beautiful woman." But she's really workaholic just like me once. Hey, looking at her is like looking at my own figure in the mirror. Naruto kept talking to himself, retelling event from these few days like his late mentor was actually stand in front of him. Well, that's all I wanted to say. Take care yourself. Do make sure not to peek on Kami-sama bathing. I don't want to see you get launched from one heaven to another one. Naruto walked into the center of the room, before reached out something from inside his clothes. Naruto bring out the white color scroll out of his cloth and lay it down on the floor. The scroll has unique marking and several strange words on them. Naruto bit his finger, then pressed his blood on one of the marking. Puff of white smoke appeared on the room, slowly dissipated to reveal what it covered. A wooden chest appeared in the room, and Naruto opened it to see all of his clothes inside the chest. Naruto nodded in satisfaction before took all of them and put it inside the wardrobe. Although Lenroxi had bought a lot of brandy and expensive clothes, but Naruto was still comfortable with his old one, so he just going to keep wearing them. Since there's nothing to do, Naruto who bored, walking out of his room to look for chatting with Wang Ma. Through her, Naruto understand Lenroxi's family situation more. Lenroxi was a single child in Lin family, due to didn't have any male descendant. The inheritance of family supposed to be fall into Lenroxi's father, Lin Kun. Turned out because unknown reason, it fell into Lenroxi instead, thus caused relationship between the father and daughter become more strained than it already was. Lin Kun had known as a playboy and lived in debauchery for a long time. What was weird to mention was Lin Kun somehow hated Lenroxi and her mother, including her grandmother. It was proven at Lenroxi's grandmother burial ceremony, Lin Kun didn't even show up. After hearing Lenroxi's family circumstance, Naruto couldn't help but feeling pity and admire for the girl. For such a young age to be able to hold into such a burden. Naruto started to feel that this marriage was actually a good idea. They talked until afternoon when Wang Ma reminded Naruto to take a bath since Lenroxi probably coming home around this time. Accepting Wang Ma's good advice, Naruto walked toward his room to test his new profound bathroom. I'm home, said with a soft tone. Lenroxi slowly walked inside her house. Wang Ma quickly greeted her in the hallway, said with gentle smile, young miss, welcome. Have you eaten already? Do you need me to prepare anything? Lenroxi looked at her guardian. With a tired smile she answered, thanks Wang Ma, but I already ate at the office, just prepare me some tea. I wanted to watch TV. Then Lenroxi remembered her blondie husband, said to Wang Ma, did Naruto arrived here? Wang Ma excitedly nodded and replied, yes young miss. Young master already arrived since morning and now he's taken a bath. Young miss indeed had a great eyes, young master is really handsome, smart, and polite man. No wonder young miss decide to marry him quickly, such a man will attract a lot of girl. Hearing Wang Ma praise Naruto, didn't know why Lenroxi felt a little proud, but then remembered they not really married burst, making her regret it a little but decided to just ignore it. Then Wang Ma, the tea. RGHT away, young lady just sit comfortably in the living room while I do so. With a swift motion, Wang Ma headed to the kitchen while Lenroxi sat on the sofa. She grabbed the remote then turned on the flat screen LCD. She quickly changed the channel into her favorite new Korean drama, and watching intently. Unknown to her, a certain person with astonished expression watching her from behind. When a certain sad scene being played, Lenroxi started to sob and searching for a tissue without moving her eyes from the drama. She unable to find it yet her eyes still didn't want to move from the scenes until. Here you go. Ah, thank you. She wiped the tears with the tissue and continued watching. After a while, she started to notice something seems wrong. She turned her head to her right only to see a certain blondie smiling at her with mocking expression on his face. Silent. As if the time freeze at the moment, both parties didn't talk and only stared each other. 10 second. 15 second. 30 second. 45. 60. 1 minute of silence before a certain beauty start talking stutterly this. He Suaruoxi turn out likes watching drama Korean, eh? No. I. She is so serious watching it until her eyes couldn't even move from it. But. She tried to found a tissue but because her eyes couldn't move basically she just search it with her hand. She won't even recognize the person who give her tissue until later on. As if couldn't hold it anymore, Lenroxi stood up, she took a deep breath and shouted, I like Korean drama. So what of it? Like a bomb that finally exploded, her voice resounded loudly in the house. Her face was red from the shouting and her chest fluctuating, caused to peak and front tremble alongside it, yet the man who she shouted at instead looked shocked, terrified, or scared. He was. Wahaha, he just laughed out loud, even grabbed his stomach as if he just hear the most funniest joke in the world. You. Lenroxi unable to speak as her anger was reaching the peak, her whole body was red as if in any moment she could explode. Yet Naruto kept laughing without care, if he had a laughing box, It would have been broken already. Linroxi couldn't bear hearing it again. She closed their distance and shutted Naruto's mouth with her slender and soft hand, while she said repeatedly, "You're not allowed to laugh anymore. You're not allowed to laugh anymore." MMPPHMMM. Of course, after his mouth being held like this, Naruto couldn't even let out a peep of sound. Looked at the victory sign started approaching her. Linroxi felt a little relief. Her lips curled in mocking manner. "Humphrey, let's see if you can still laughing like before." But not long after saying that, she felt something wet touch her palm. Surprised by this, she quickly took back her hand and looked at her palm. There was a wet trace on her jade-look palm and it still felt warm. Her body shook after realize what just happened. I unexpectedly being licked by him. After long recover from her shock, she looked at Naruto before. Pa. With all power she could muster, she slapped Naruto right on his face as bright red palms stick on him. "You, how could you lick me like that?" As if vented her anger, Linroxi kept slapping Naruto in everywhere on his body. Of course her power couldn't even match Naruto's, so for him this is like a massage. He still kept smiling and let Roxy did whatever she wanted until she satisfied. Feeling tired after hitting again and again, she finally stopped. She looked at him who still held smiling face, couldn't help but feel annoyed. "What's with your disgusting smile?" "Because our Roxy is really cute," hearing him said that with a sincere tone. Linroxi trembled as she astonishedly stared at him. Without wait for her reaction, Naruto pulled Linroxi into his lap, letting her sit on him like this. There's no more word to be said. For Linroxi to be held like this by him, it was enough for her. She closed her eyes, enjoying his warm present. On the other side of the room, Wang Ma was watching Naruto held Linroxi gently, tears falling from her eyes, feeling grateful for whoever sent Naruto into young Miss Life. Long time passed. Finally the comfortable silence broke by one single bell sound, the bell of trouble. Ding dong, 13 trouble comes and training session. Wang Ma, who before was looking at them, hurriedly went to the front door. Naruto and Linroxi, already separated, sit on their own sofa while smiling each other, but soon Linroxi smiled turned stiff. "Master, you've come." At the hallway, there's a mature man who wore a dark blue shirt while giving off a refined aura with his well-shaved beard. The only way you could tell his age was by the wrinkles near his eyes and the countless strands of white hair. One could clearly tell that he was Linkun, Roxi's father, from his appearance alone. Linroxi already paled and her lips were trembling, which was seen by Naruto. Linkun's expression was extremely ugly. He was glaring at Linroxi while giving contempt look to Naruto. Linroxi stood up in quiver while giving a helpless expression. "Father? Father?" Linkun coldly laughed. "In your eyes, do you even see me as one? Without any notice, you just married this strange brute. Do you even see me as a father?" Linroxi's whole body turned cold. She felt like all the strength left her body. Her eyes also turned red and tears started flowing from it. "I already said it before, my marriage is my decision. It doesn't matter even if he is a brute, I would rather marry him than Zhu Xiang." Linkun sneered. "Great, what a waste raising you up. Don't ever think that just because your grandmother gave you the company, I can't educate you on what to do. Don't forget, I still have 30% of the shares in the company. I am a major stockholder. Even more importantly, I am your biological father." "Father? How are you a father? Since I was little, you never fulfill your duty as one. Furthermore, I don't like Zhu Xiang at all. You don't have to waste your time thinking about this." As Linroxi said this, bead for bead of waters dropped from her eyes. "You don't like him? So what? It wouldn't hurt to be engaged to the next CEO of the Donghua Science and Technology CO, and are you telling me that you actually like this brute?" Linkun said while pointing at Naruto, who was standing still. Naruto, who already knew their broken relationship, began feels annoyed being called brute many times. However, Linkun was still his father-in-law, so he wouldn't act rash. With a smile, Naruto offered his hand and said, "Hello, please don't call me a brute. My name is Naruto and I'm currently your daughter's spouse. Don't pretend to be nice. A brute is a brute, I don't care what your name is," Linkun said with a cold tone and slapped Naruto's hand away. Naruto didn't look offended. He still smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, I once again said that I'm not a brute. I had a proper job." "What proper job?" Linkun sneered. The arrogance in his tone became clearer. "Don't you think I don't know what you did before? I had sent some people to do an investigation and I'm aware that you just a small stall seller. I know that you must be doing some dirty trick to my daughter so she would marry you. People like you who thought he can get a swan when he clearly just a frog." Naruto just let out a helpless smile as he thought this father-in-law was really hard to deal with. "What? Can't say anything?" Linkun curled his lips. "Then you best leave my daughter now, you this dog shit who thinks can leeching my daughter." Linroxi, who already crying in Wang Ma's arms, couldn't hold it anymore. "Father, enough. If you come here just to insult me and him, then you better leave." "You." Lincoln, who already at his peak of anger, smiling fiendishly. Good. Good. You choose him over me, you this slut unfilial daughter. I know, he must be fucking you hard, that makes you addicted, right? You whore. Then Lincoln walked toward Linroxie as if want to slap her, but before he manages to move more than 3 steps, he felt strong force knocked him back, far until his back slammed against the house front door. Lincoln let out a groan of pain. Although he didn't feel any internal injury or broken bone, he still feels an ache in his back. Didn't understand when Naruto already stood on Lincoln previously position. He glared at Lincoln and he said with a cold tone, I neither care if you insult me or look down on me, but accusing a virtuous and proper lady as a slut or whore is a heavy crime in my eyes, especially the one you just accused is my own wife. If you not my father-in-law, I already tore you to pieces, but next time I heard you say that again, I won't be so kind. With a killing intent that Naruto let out caused Lincoln's body trembled in fear. Lincoln was a person who lived in debauchery. He had met all sort of underworld people who killed without batting an eye. Those guys' killing intent not even worth mention compared to this golden hair man. Naruto walked slowly toward Lincoln. Every step he took made Lincoln's heart tremble as if an executioner came toward him and ready to kill. His voice trembled with fear. What do you want to do with me? Naruto didn't answer Lincoln as he just kept walking and approaching him. Then Naruto opened the door behind Lincoln and said with a cold tone, my wife, which is also your daughter, currently is exhausted both physically and mentally. She needed to take a rest, so I would like to ask you to leave. Do you need me to deliver you or you can go on your own? After that Naruto stood on the side of the door, waiting Lincoln to respond. Lincoln, who had been terrified of Naruto, quickly stood up. This is not over, just you wait. He swept his eyes toward Linroxie before leaving the house. The situation inside the house became calm again as Naruto closed the door and locked it. He turned around and walked toward Linroxie. She had stopped crying, but the expression on her face tells that she's still quite discouraged. Naruto signaled Wang Ma with his eyes and took over as he embraced Linroxie. She didn't struggle, she just stayed quiet and let Naruto take her into the sofa in living room. Wang Ma, seeing the couple, let out a sigh and just trust young Mr. Young Master. Naruto sat on the sofa while Linroxie was leaning to his bosom. He looked at her exhausted face, then shook his head. If this is what Linroxie had to face every day, no wonder she decided to commit suicide back then. No one had the capacity to hold out such pressure without collapsing. Naruto now, even more, admired this young lady to be able to last this long. Feeling Linroxie's unstable mental state and chaotic aura, Naruto held her hand and shared his warm aura with her. If he didn't do this, next time Linroxie faced this kind of situation, she definitely collapsed and fell sick. Both of them just silence while Naruto slowly supported her aura. Finally, after a long time, Linroxie moved her head and shifted, so she could face to face with Naruto. From the start of treatment until now, Naruto never moved his face and looked at Linroxie with gentle eyes. Linroxie finally let out mocking smile. I must have become a joke to you, right? I have such a father and such a joke of a family. Do you find me very pitiful? Are you sympathizing with me in your heart? Do not sympathize with me. I do not need anybody's cheap sympathy. Naruto didn't say anything, he just kept gazing at her with soft eyes that could even melt the hardest metal. Linroxie's heart trembled when she looked at his eyes and turns down her head. Didn't dare to say anything again. Ruoxie, do you want to hear a short story? This time he the one who opened his mouth. Linroxie replied with a small nod. Naruto inhaled a breath before starting. Once upon a time, there's a monster who went rampage in the village. Countless people die, many houses destroyed because of this monster. No one capable of stopping this monster until a hero came and decided to seal this monster inside a newborn baby. Thus, at the cost of this hero's life, the monster finally gone and the village was saved, but the horrifying trauma of this monster still haunted and terrorized the people in this village. Because of this, the boy became object of hatred and being isolated by the people around him. This boy was an orphan since born, left the orphanage when he was 3, forced to live on the street, hungry and cold. The boy had to live by stealing a food from the market or looting a food from the dumpster. Sometimes the boy had to fight with bunch of people who clearly older than him just for the sake of a rotten apple. Of course, he got beaten, broken bones and bleeding nose. Left for dead on the road. Naruto then looked at Linroxie and smiled. You see Ruoxie, there are a lot of people who have more unfortunate live than you. You mustn't selfish and act like the world has abandoned you. At least before, you have received a lot of love from your mother and grandmother. You're also beautiful, which is not hard for people to adore and fancy you. Naruto tightened his grasp on her hand. People didn't live only in painful memories but also a happy one. You cherish them and let them become your light when the darkest moment comes. Feeling Naruto's strong yet gentle hand and hearing his word make Linroxie inner world become peaceful, soon she fell asleep. Naruto's soul in Ryuxi's mental state had become stable and her once chaotic aura had turned peaceful. He stopped his treatment. He took her into her room and tucked her into the bed. Upon exiting her room, Naruto see Wang Ma looking at him with a gentle expression and said, "How's young miss, young master?" Naruto smiled, "She's fine, just needs some rest and proper care. Auntie Wang, please make sure to prepare some rejuvenate soup for her." "Will do, young master." "Thank you, Auntie Wang. I am going out, I have someone to meet." "Sure, young master, you take care on the road." Naruto smiled and went outside the house. After a while, Wang Ma seemed to notice something. "Did young master go on foot?" Since it's still early, Bar Street had yet to be crowded. There were only several people and vehicles passing by. Naruto pushed open the main door to Rose Bar and greeted Zhao, who was wiping the table. Naruto walked leisurely toward the back of the bar. Several of the waiters greeted him with respect. They already knew the relationship between Naruto and Zhang Wei wasn't ordinary. The hallway behind the bar was over 50 meters long. At the end of it, stood two tall men in suits, guarding the exquisite wooden door 3 meters behind them. When the two noticed it was Naruto that came, they neatly bowed immediately while making a welcome gesture. Naruto nodded and opened the flower-carved wooden door, and a scent of lavender filled his sense of smell. This was a surprisingly humongous room, with smooth brown parquet flooring, black marble walls, and in the middle was a huge 7-foot-wide bed on a leather frame. Coffee-colored decorations gave the room some dark charm, revealing a somewhat low-profile elegance. On one side of the room was a full glass door. Outside the glass door was an open-air swimming pool and a small garden. This small sanctuary was Zhang Wei's room. Upon entering the room, something flew toward Naruto from the left side. He casually reached out his arm to catch the flying thing. Surprisingly, it's a triangle black steel knife that appeared on his hand. Then Naruto took a step before a black shadow passes behind him from the right side. Failed to nail her target, the black shadow bent her body and kicked straight at Naruto's head with her left foot, which was easily dodged by him squatting. Quick, Naruto stood up and turned his body. A beautiful and seductive figure came to his vision. Zhang Wei wore a white lace nightgown made of silk. The V-neck line on her chest is raised high by a plentiful twin peaks. From the cleavage a black chiffon bra is spotted, struggling to hold on to the 2 lumps of pink flesh. The lower half of the nightgown was surprisingly short and only covered her round bottom, while the smooth white thighs hung outside like fruits, glowing with teeth like luster. Naruto smirked while make provocation gesture with his hand. Zhang Wei quickly make a fighting stance and sparred with him. 10 minutes passed. Every single move she used had been easily repelled by Naruto. While her body had been drenched by sweat and her breathing was heavy, Naruto still relaxed and didn't sweat at all. Not bad at all. Quicker move, stronger power, more flexible. It seems like you have been practicing these past few days. Ah yes, also the trap and distraction, followed up with a swift strike. I must say, Zhang Wei, you've done well today. Naruto said while crossing his hand in front of his chest. Zhang Wei, hearing Naruto's appraisal, felt happy, but she's pouting nevertheless. "But I still didn't manage to pass your defense even once." Naruto shrugged as he turned out and walked toward the bed. "To reach my level just a couple months of training wasn't enough, you need years." Seeing Naruto's defenseless back, Zhang Wei evilly smiled and leaped at him. Abruptly Naruto turned around, grabbing her waist and slammed her into the bed while Naruto fell on top of her. "Ah, sneaky attack. He looks like you're being full of surprises today." Zhang Wei, who previously feeling dizzy from being turned around, became sober and realized that their position was ambiguous. If this was Zhang Wei before her birthday, she was probably just coyly smiled and teased Naruto. But after receiving the gift from Naruto, her desire for him became stronger and euphoria from the previous event struck her again. When Naruto was about to get up, he feels a soft and slender hand circling his neck. Naruto looked at Zhang Wei with a wide eye. There's a strong passion reflected in her eyes and a submissive look on her face. "Naruto. Take me 14 blissful night NSFW." Zhang Wei's eyes stared deeply into Naruto's eyes as she said the word. Because they had a sparring before, her whole body was red and sweating all over, releasing the natural fragrance of her body. Her heavy breathing made her chest goes up and down together with a firm twin mountain. Feeling a hot and soft body below him naturally, caused a natural response toward a certain thing on him. If this was Zhang Wei's normal teasing and flirting, Naruto would certainly played along with her, but seeing her face with serious undetermined expression made Naruto turn serious. Soon, Naruto calmed down, his voice came into contact with Zhang Wei's ears. "Are you sure?" Zhang Wei nodded gently. She said, "I know that I'm not worthy of you, a girl who is living her life as an underworld gang leader. Although my Red Thorn Society is not as big my father West Union Society and we also had not done any illegal activity, we are still underworld gang. Sooner or later my hands will dip into dirty water and pollute every other water around me." Naruto, for someone like you deserves women that can stand proudly beside you, together with side by side facing what may happen ahead, while I can only be supporting you from the back, hide in the dark corner. But I can't help but falls for you, again and again. So please Naruto, even just for once, make a love to me. By this point, Zhang Wei already shed tears and her face giving out an expectant expression. Naruto leaned down and his face grew closer to Zhang Wei. He kissed her eyes, then her tears, continued to her nose, cheek, chin, and finally her soft lips. The kiss was sweet and gentle but full of passion. Time slowly passed. Naruto separated himself from Zhang Wei. There was compassion on his face as he said, "Zhang Wei, what are you saying? Even the dirtiest diamond can be worth a fortune. What kind of men will just ignore it or trade them for a bunch of embers? I, Naruto, will be damned if I ignored you and let someone else have you." Zhang Wei's heart felt warm and touched at the same time. She kissed Naruto and replied, "No, no one else but you." They making out, which is slowly became intense. They kissed crazily as their tongues started a war. Naruto tongue pushed, fettered, and caught her small tongue. He took her small tongue into his mouth and sucking it. The battle was over when the gladiator managed to subdue its enemy as Zhang Wei submissively letting Naruto tongue roamed in her mouth and battered her tongue. Ha. Zhang Wei's breathing got rougher as Naruto let go her mouth and started attacking her neck. Butterfly kisses and loving bite assaulted her long slender white neck, making her moan in delight. Then Naruto moved his lips to her shoulder, collarbone, chest, the deep ravine between Twin Mountain, and finally the Twin Mountain itself. Although she's still wearing clothes and bra, it didn't manage to hold the soft stone. Becoming hard at the top of the phenomenon clearly showed how big her arousal. Naruto mouth lightly sussed the hard stone while his left hand groped her left mountain, his finger trapped the stone between them. Keep going Naruto. Zhang Wei grabbed his head and pushed it more to her breast, encouraging him to continue, which he gladly did. Soon Naruto went down to her flat stomach, raining it down with kisses before carrying on into her already wet organ. Naruto looked at the black chiffon panties. There's an area that had darker color on them. Naruto smirked and said, "Someone excited?" Then he continued his grand quest by approaching that darker color area, kissing and licking it. You caused this, you rogue." Zhang Wei kept Naruto's head down there and trapped it between her thigh, moaning in approval. Naruto lightly brushed her panties so he can attack the target directly. Zhang Wei's body shook. She bit down her finger to hold out the sound from her mouth. Naruto licked it, faster and stronger, before giving the nearest button strong suction as his finishing touch. Couldn't hold it a while longer. Zhang Wei screamed as she let out dozens of liquid down there. Her body twitched and her toes curled up. Her mind became blank as she immersed in the aftertaste of joyful feeling. Ha! Incredible. Naruto let Zhang Wei get some rest for a while, then he took off his cloth. By the time Zhang Wei sobered, Naruto already naked on the top, showing his ripped muscle and toned stomach to her, which caused her blushing and excited. When Naruto was about to get off his pant, Zhang Wei stopped him. "Let me." Zhang Wei grabbed his belt and started to take off all of them. She did all this while giving sultry eyes to Naruto. As she managed to get the last article out of the way, a strong and sturdy pull unleashed from its cage. The sudden appearance of this monster startled and scared Zhang Wei. "This. Will it fit in me?" thought her as she can't imagine how such a thing could even enter her. Naruto noticed Zhang Wei stared in daze at his little brother. Feeling proud, he let her look as much as she wants by fixing his posture to let it look stronger. Zhang Wei bit her lips as she controls herself. "Come on Zhang Wei, this is what you want all this time. Don't back down now." She regains her flirty look as she slowly undresses in front of Naruto. The slow show of magnificent view makes Naruto almost lost to his desire, but he steeled himself and let her do her performance. Soon the white luster skin with a tint of red like apple appeared on his eyes. The proportional body with heavenly face made Naruto's arousal rose to the peak. Zhang Wei felt happy as she managed to attract the desire of this golden-haired man. Then she crawled to the center of the bed before she turned around and laid on her back. She spread her leg while making a "come get me" gesture to Naruto. Naruto, as he was a gentleman that didn't like to make a woman wait, quickly followed Zhang Wei as he hovered above her. They made out while their hand felt each other's bodies. Naruto stopped and positioned himself in front of Zhang Wei. He looked at Zhang for the last confirmation. "Make me yours, Naruto." Without much further ado, Naruto slowly but steadily pushed his hot rod into a warm swamp. Zhang Wei grasped the bedsheet strongly as she felt a pain from becoming a woman. The tight feeling from the narrow alley caused Naruto also felt a bit pain, but he endured it and kept pushing forward. Quickly half of the rod manages to get inside as Naruto stopped for a while, letting Zhang Wei take a rest. Naruto brushed the sweat from her temple and lovingly caressed the soft mound to ease her pain. Zhang Wei gave Naruto a soft nod to sign him that she's okay, then Naruto took his rod back before slamming himself back inside. Urgh! Zhang Wei screamed as Naruto's rod fully entered her body, feeling soft massages on his rod coming from the meat around almost make him came immediately, but Naruto, who's not an amateur, successfully hold out. Looking at Zhang Wei, who had a painful expression, making Naruto love her dearly. He bent down to kiss her lips as they body pestered together. Soon the pain became less as she gave him a sign to carry on by moving her body. Naruto smiled and prepared himself before slowly moving in and out of her body. Ah! Ah! The pain still lingering on her cavern, but Naruto harmony rhythm makes her quickly adapted and soon she followed his movement. Naruto both hand grab the jiggling mound and squeeze them gently, make her moaning in delight. Naruto harder. Please harder. Complying the request of his partner, Naruto raised up his speed while taking in one of the hard stone inside his mouth. The strong impact of his rod caused tremendous pleasurable inside her cavern, especially when they hit certain spots that make her eyeball turned into the back of her head. Naruto nodded and sucked on her right sensitive mound while his left hand groped roughly her left, taking all the ministration into account. It's not weird if the second pleasure wave already hit her, coating Naruto's still hard rod with her shame liquid. Naruto didn't stop his movement, even got faster and harder as he grabbed Zhang Wei's slender legs while he stood up and started pistoning her in the piledriver position. Wait, I'm still sensitive. Naruto already turned deaf to her word as he immersed himself in a pleasurable sensation. Soon the third wave attacked her and Naruto let himself came as his seed filled her into brims. Their body full of sweat and breathing heavily. Naruto fell into her side and embracing her body. Looked like the taste of the last wave still affecting her as she still breathed roughly and her whole body was red. Looking at the moving plum meat on her front almost making him want to do the deed again but refrained from doing so since this was her first time. After a moment of blissful, Zhang Wei finally calmed down and looked very tired. She glared at Naruto before bringing her mouth and bit Naruto's chest. Ouch! Naruto groaned in pain as he felt a small and cute teeth sank into his chest. Humphrey. That's what you get for going overboard, Zhang Wei snorted before taking another bite. Ah! Zhang Wei, are you having a dog as an ancestor? Why you keep biting? Naruto said with distress expression. I already said that I'm still sensitive yet you just keep going. Do you want to give me a heart attack? Naruto scratched his nose in embarrassment. Well, it's your own fault to be this hot and sexy. If any men cannot go crazy when doing it with you, this seductress, I suspect they may be gay. As Naruto said that, he pinched her perky butt, caused her to yelp and slap his hand. You this beast, do you still not satisfied? Zhang Wei's face become red as she thought he still wants to do it. Naruto chuckled and hugged her tighter. Of course. What kind of men do you think I'm to be done merely just come one time? Then he kisses her forehead while caressing her black hair. You, on the other hand, will not be able to compete with me, at least for now. Also, this is your first time, your thing will get swollen for a while, let me heal you later but for now just get rest and sleep. Zhang Wei's face went deep red in shame and guilty not being able to fully satisfy him, but what Naruto said was right, she's feeling really tired and the urges to go sleep was getting bigger. She looked at Naruto as she couldn't help being touched and happy since Naruto was cared about her well-being and prioritized her above him. Zhang Wei happily laid her head on his chest as she fell asleep. A few hours later, Zhang Wei awakened and slowly opened her beautiful eyes. She rubbed her eyes as she looked at her surrounding before her eyes fell into the person who slept beside her. Remembering the last night activity somehow made her heart beat faster and she felt hot all over her face. I did it, finally, I did it with him. She looked at the man who slept peacefully and happiness filled all over her heart. When she still immersed in the dream world, Naruto woke up and looked at her dreamy state, he chuckled and pinched her cheek. This action dragged Zhang Wei to come back into reality and gazing at the man she loved, but a hesitation also showed on her face. Naruto wrinkled his eyebrows and said, "What are you thinking?" Zhang Wei hesitated for a while before replying, "Naruto, now, what would happen next?" I mean, I didn't expect anything more, and if you want this just to be one time only, before Zhang Wei managed to finish her words, Naruto flicked her forehead, "You this stupid woman. I already said that no way in hell that I would abandon you or let you go. You are mine, Naruto woman, now and forever. Let's see if there's anyone dare take you away from me," said Naruto with a cheeky expression. Zhang Wei rubbed her hurt forehead, being called stupid woman instead of showing anger. She absent-mindedly looked at him, his domineering attitude and confidence word made her doubt gone. His words resounding on her head like a bell that keeps ringing. "You are mine, Naruto woman, now and forever, no one dare take you away from me." Zhang Wei smiled beautifully as she looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, I love you." 15 Murder in the alley. What? In the once peaceful chamber, Zhang Wei's shrieking voice could be heard from inside. You married? Zhang Wei complexion a bit pale as she stared at Naruto with wide eyes. You never mention anything about being married. Zhang Wei bitterly said. Which woman didn't feel bitter when they knew their beloved man already had a spouse, especially when he only told her after their love session? Naruto also became embarrassed. He apologetically said, because the heat of the moment made me kind of forgot mentioning it to you. After all, the marriage just happened yesterday. Zhang Wei's complexion turned better after hearing his reason. Now she became curious. Naruto never mentions anyone special as long as they acquaintance. Zhang Wei also believes that Naruto would not deceive any women by pretending single just to get laid. Although it's kind of possible to fall in love on day one, but definitely not reach marriage state. There's must be something more to it. Did you fuck her then? She asked for responsibility? Zhang Wei asked with an innocent and curious face. Naruto almost wanted to bash his head to the bedboard after hearing such question. It's like being asked, "Hey father, why are you wrestling with mother yesterday? Did you play?" By an innocent child? No. Of course not. I didn't do any single perverted thing that lead to her losing chastity. Naruto denied it with a hopeless expression. Is it because of an arranged marriage? Zhang Wei asked further. I'm not sort of young master from big families. How can have an arranged marriage? Then why is it then? Zhang Wei grumbled as her curiosity getting bigger. Naruto also felt helpless here. It wasn't that he distrusted her, but he kind of felt betraying Lin Ruoxi if he told Zhang Wei the truth. He also didn't want to lie to her. Stuck between hot and cold situation, Naruto could only say, I'm sorry Rose, it's complicated. You are no fun. I don't care about you anymore. Zhang Wei turned around, showing her smooth and enchanting white back. Naruto smiled. He knew that Zhang Wei was not really angry, it just she playing child temperament now, and Naruto find this seductress could act cute too. Like coaxing a child, Naruto sat up and hugged Zhang Wei's small waist. Both of them still naked so they could feel each other warm bodies. Rose, my fragrant and beautiful Rose, if you act like this, I'm afraid you wouldn't have a chance to walk sooner, said Naruto as he whispered in her ear while blowing hot air to it. Zhang Wei's breath became rapid and her body heat rose because of his menstruation. She smiled and moved to sit properly on Naruto's laps. Naruto Rod started having a reaction when the soft and plump feeling came into contact with it. Naruto who got aroused, wanting to start directly but stopped by Zhang Wei. Answer my questions first, said Zhang Wei while her finger traced Naruto's jawline. Naruto nodded absent-mindedly. Zhang Wei smiled and continued, is she pretty? Naruto nod prettier than me? Naruto didn't nod this time as he also asked, which one you want to know, the truth or the lies? Zhang Wei hesitated for a while and said, the lies. Naruto smiled gently, she's no more beautiful than you. Zhang Wei's complexion became dim, then the truth is. Naruto quickly cut her as he said, the truth is, she just as pretty as you. Zhang Wei's face became bright as her smiles returned, she giggled and pecked Naruto's lips, oh you this womanizer, clearly knew how to talk smart. Naruto smiled and bit Zhang Wei's ear, he said, it's that satisfied you, my lady? Just one more question. Zhang Wei's breath became rapid again as she trying to control herself, do you love her? Hearing that Naruto didn't say yes, I do or no, I do not, instead he's frowning and looked troubled. Zhang Wei noticed his expression, quickly apologized, I am sorry, I shouldn't ask you such question, just forget it okay? No, it's alright, actually I don't know how to describe my feeling for her, it felt like love but at the same time, it is not. More like, familial or such thing. She probably also felt the same thing. Ha, I already said to you that we have a complicated relationship. After hearing his answer, Zhang Wei nodded in a satisfied manner, she pushed Naruto's body so his back laying on the bed now. In a confusion state, he asked, Rose, what are you doing? Zhang Wei's face showed a flirtatious and mischievous expression, as she moved back and forth, grinding herself to his sensitive part. Naruto moaning at the pleasurable feeling she makes. You had ridden me, now it's my turn. She raised herself and drops her body down. Soon the love chamber filled with moaning and grunting sound. Naruto put back his clothes with a fresh feeling. He looked at Zhang Wei who still sleeping with a blanket half covered her body. Naruto smiled as he remembered the previous passionate activity they had done. It had been so late that no wonder she's pretty worn out now. Naruto shook his head. This woman turned from a little shy kitty into a fierce tiger so quick that somehow Naruto could understand it. Putting aside his thoughts, Naruto reached out to Zhang Wei, fixing her blanket before kissed her forehead. He said in a loving tone, good night, my fragrant Rose. Zhang Wei replied with mumbling something as Naruto walked out from her chamber and left the bar. The night city of Zonghai was lively and crowded, especially on the bar street area where all night activities gathered here. Naruto strolled around the area while head back home. When he passed by a dark alley, he heard a commotion sound from the inside. Decided to take a look, Naruto slowly entered the dark alley and peeked around the corner. 5 people were seen inside a small space in the dark alley, 4 of them looked like gather around someone. Hey, if you don't want to get beat up, pay the money, said one of them who surrounded the person. Hee, after dare trying to sleep with daddy's woman, don't even trying to get away, said someone with a woman on his arm as he sneered. Yeah. At least pay the money to cover our mouth from exposing this to the public. Looks like some sort of extortion and blackmailing case here, Naruto concludes from hearing what they said. There were cases where men look for a hooker, when they about to have a sex, suddenly someone who claimed to be her husband caught them red-handed, pretend to be angry or something, then he asked for warranty money if the victims don't want to get beat up, reported to the police which was probably his associate, or got exposed to the public. This sort of trapped most effective for someone who had a fame among the people like celebrities and politicians. Hey. That man who got the bad luck didn't show any terrified expression, instead, he lowered his head and started laughing creepily. Oi, are you hearing me? Don't tell me you are deaf or a retard? Mocking one of them, the leader of this person also seemed impatient, he said in a cold tone, perhaps a little push would make you understand how deep the shit you're in now. Then the leader signaling his lackey to start. The lackey nodded, with a sneer on his face, he walked toward the victim and said, consider yourself to have a bad luck, you just have to pay a little money to get out of this trouble yet you asked for a beating. This lackey had an average figure and just a little taller from the victim. The lackey launched a punch, when it was about to hit the victim's stomach, his hand caught the lackey's, make his punch unable to move forward again. The lackey started to have a cold sweat because no matter how strong he exerted power, he's still unable to move his hand from the tight grasp. Let go my hand. The victim sneered and leisurely let the lackey hand go, but before he's managed to relax, a strong hand grasped his head. The sudden turn of event caught everyone else off guard, they think that they would hear the victim screaming and pleading, not one of them. The lackey screaming loudly and begged the victim to let him go. That's strange, you asked me to let go your hand, now you also asked me to let go your head? Come on. Which one, hand or head, make your decision. The man started laughing as if he enjoyed the current predicament the lackey is facing. The leader was in shock state before, now he had recovered and started threatening the victim. Let go my subordinate, I have a friend in the police department, don't even try to do anything. The victim glanced at the leader, before laughing sinisterly, the police? Like I fucking care. Besides, before you thinking can ask for any help you should think how to get away from here. Then he looked back at the lackey before sneering, because I will not let every single one of you go alive. Splat, the lackey head being squished strongly by the victim's hand turned into a pile of meat and bone. His blood scattered everywhere, dirty everyone there. The area becomes completely silent as they all dumbfounded by the situation except the victim who turned into the killer. The killer body starts shaking as he had this crazed expression on his face. Yes. This feeling is the best. More than drugs or sex, this ecstasy feeling was higher than anything. Ha ha ha. Og. The woman who in the arm of the leader starts screaming in fear, she falls to the ground with a terrified expression. You. The leader and his other lackey also scared to the point they unable to say anything. What? The killer leered at them, before wickedly smiled, don't you guys want to be me? Don't you guys want to extort me? Come on now. I promised I won't fight back. Who believed this man words for what he just did? The other lackey started begging this man to let him go. Master. Please, I'm just a lowly person, I fear my blood-dirtied master clothes, just let me go. The killer gave a pondering look, he nodded and said, okay, I let you go. The other lackey felt relief. When he just about to depart, something like black substance stabbed him right in the chest, shock expression plastered all over his face as he looked at the killer. You said you let me go. The killer nodded again, before grinning fiendishly, but I never said I let you alive. The killer took back the black substance that grew on his back and let the other lackey body lifelessly fell to the ground. The killer faced the last two person, he coldly said, now it's your turn. 4 black substance grow from his back and started assaulting their way toward them. Ice release, ice rock dome. A big dome of ice covered the leader and his girl, completely blow-sieged the black substances from progressing their attack. A golden-haired man appears in front of the dome, his feature reflected by the moonlight showing his handsome and attractive visage. He had a faint smile on his face as he said, hey buddy, don't you think you had enough? 16 Goddess circumstance. The black substances retreated to the killer's back. His eyes gloomy looked at the man who interrupted his enjoyment, he snarled, who the hell are you? Naruto glanced at the dome of ice before facing the killer again, he faintly smiled, nobody. Just a passerby, who on his way home. Then you best stay the hell away from me. The killer grumbled in annoyance. Naruto pondered a little before shaking his head, sorry, can't do. Getting impatient, the killer laughed aloud, his mocking tone reverberated in the alley, are you trying to be a hero? Saving people you don't even know? Surprisingly, Naruto denied it by saying, I am no hero because if I am, you wouldn't have a chance to kill previously 2 people. The killer now really frustrated by Naruto, he shouted, then what do you want? Naruto looked at the killer, he curled his lips, I am here to stop you from fully succumb to the darkness. Hearing his word make the killer startled and his body started to shiver, he grabbed his own head as if it was very painful. What do you know? I don't know what happened to you, but I know one thing. You are not a murderer. Naruto said with a deadpan expression. The shiver became stronger. In a denied manner, he shook his head. I don't know what are you talking about. Naruto sighed. He glanced at the dead bodies around. If I guess right, this may be your first and second kill. The proof is that first, you don't have a bloody aura and your killing intent is very small. Someone who is proficient at killing would have aura full of blood and strong killing intent. Second, you feel very happy and excited when you kill the first person. A killer who had been killing so many times will have no reaction by just killing one person, as the ecstasy of murdering people will demand more and more. Third and the last one. Naruto turned his head to look at Ice Dome. This is your first time using that ability. If not, it should be easy for you to destroy my weakest Ice Dome. Naruto looked back at him and smiled. Am I right? The killer by now already grasps his head with his both hand, screaming like his throat out in desperate manner. Yes, what the golden-haired man said is right. He's not a murderer before and never been. He looked like some psycho just to cover everything and tried to convince himself. You don't know what I have been through. What I have to live with. Because of these bunch of scums, they took everything away from me. My job and my wife. They all gone just because one photo of me entering a love hotel with this whore. After knowing that, my wife left me and the manager at my office fired me. This all of their fault, they all should die. Naruto's sweat dropped when he heard his story. You are the one who looks for hookers and should know the risk of doing it, yet you blame other people for taking advantages of it. Naruto shook his head. You have killed 2 people, if I let you continue your killing spree, the guilt and remorse of taking people's life away will soon be faded. You would get used to killing, even maybe start liking it. Slowly you become a mass murderer. By the time, it would be very hard for you to come back. The killer slowly recovered, but his body is still shivering. Why do you care if I become something like that? Naruto turned his head to the moon. He sadly thought, because I used to be like you before. Returned to the killer and grinningly said, no one wants to become a mass murderer, being isolated and left out by other people. You got no friend, lover, and family that willing to be with you because they scared of you. I'm doing this because I don't want you to live that hell of loneliness. The killer looked at Naruto, who grinning brightly as he felt that a chance to turn over a new leaf started approaching him. I. But before the killer managed to say anything, the 4 black substance behind him started acting crazily. They launched from his back and attacked everywhere, even hurt the killer body. Naruto, also startled by the change of event, he yelled, what are you doing? Stop right now. Arg. I don't know. I can't control them. The killer said in panic manner. Shit. Naruto quickly make a seal on his hand. Wind release, shield of wind count. The wind around Naruto started collecting near him and formed a protective barrier, keeping him away from the harm of black substances. Naruto dashed forward to catch the killer. Every black substance attack had been repelled by wind barrier. When Naruto's hand within an arm reach, the black substances around him suddenly gone as if they never appeared before. The once screamed in panic killer also gone quiet, so quiet that Naruto felt chill on his back. Naruto halted his step and stared at the killer. After a long time, finally the killer spoke, but the voice that coming from his mouth was completely different, as it becomes ghastly and eerie. You tried to take away my free. The hair on Naruto's back neck was shaking when he heard him, but since Naruto was not a common person, that only applied for a short time before he recovered his bearing back to normal. Who are you? What have you done to this man? Naruto warily asked him. You are not cultivator. I can't sense any chi from you. The killer ignored Naruto as he kept talking. Since Naruto was being ignored, he became a little angry. You better leave this man alone, whether you believe me or not. I have a way to tracing you. Naruto pulled out a short dagger from inside his jacket. You can't save this man. His soul already gone. Looked like Naruto threat worked against this thing since it responded. Then it continued again. This just merely an empty vessel for my children. Naruto faces already turned cold as he prepared his dagger. Then there's nothing to talk about. I would have to trace you, and believe me, you didn't like it when I found you. You wouldn't have the chance As soon as this thing finished talking, the killer moved his hand and stabbed his own stomach. By the time Naruto realized what he's about going to do, it's already too late. The killer body exploded and black substance coming from inside his body spread around the area before slowly disappeared. Naruto sighed and deactivating his wind barrier before looking at man's corpse, he regretfully thought, in the end, I couldn't save him. Naruto quickly opened the ice dome and put some ganjutsu to both of man and woman to make them think this was just a dream, and went back home. By the time Naruto coming home, it's already past midnight, so it would be normal if the neighborhood was quiet. Pushing the front door, Naruto walked inside and quickly reached the living room. Soon the sound of television entered Naruto's ears, which were startling him. Who was watching at this hour? Naruto slowly walked toward the sofa only to find a beautiful goddess sleeping on it. The goddess wore a long-sleeved t-shirt and short pants which didn't cover her slender beautiful leg. The t-shirt she wore was a bit loose, so it revealing a spring scene that most of the men dream about to see. Naruto's eyes became hot after seeing such a scene, but he quickly controlled himself. He smiled and walked over the sofa, grabbed the remote to turn off the TV and sat beside the sleeping goddess. Ruoxi. You shouldn't be sleeping here, you can catch a cold, Naruto said gently as he grabbed her shoulder. Being stirred awake, Ruoxi didn't quickly sober, as she slowly opened her eyes, staring lazily at the handsome face that came into her vision. Naruto also stared at Ruoxi, as her absent-minded look and sleepy expression from being wake up was really attractive and appealing. When Naruto was still in his dream world, the sudden scream pulled him back to reality. Thief. Naruto startled after hearing her outburst. Ruoxi grabbed the sofa's pillow and threw as hard as she could before trying to run away from the so-called thief. But quick a firm hand grasped her hand, preventing her from running away. Ruoxi struggled to get away, but that hand grasping really strong as she had no way to break free. Ruoxi. Ruoxi. It's me, Naruto, don't you recognize me? Ruoxi stopped suddenly before slowly turned around, she shocked when Naruto's figure come into her vision. Naruto? What are you doing in my house? Naruto almost staggered himself into the floor as he heard her word. Is she has short amnesia after falling asleep? With a helpless expression, Naruto said, Ruoxi, try to remember what happened yesterday. Ruoxi became silent as she started pondering. Time slowly went by, Ruoxi's face was getting redder, she declined her head in an apologetic manner. I am sorry. I don't know what happened to me today, this usually didn't happen before. Naruto waved his hand, indicating that everything's okay. No, I'm the one who should be sorry because disturbing your sleeping, that probably caused you a little bit disoriented. Ruoxi felt deep in shame as she really embarrassed herself in front of Naruto. If she could found a hole, she will gladly shoved her head inside. Naruto smiled and gently rubbed her head. Don't think too much, you grow old quicker if bothering such trivial thing. Mention being old, Ruoxi shoved Naruto's hand as she pouting. It is your fault that coming home really late, I grow tired of waiting and fallen asleep. Naruto stunned, his mouth gaped. You are waiting for me? Of course I do, why do you think I sleep on the sofa? Secretly watching Korean drama while I was away. Looking at the frowning and speechless Ruoxi, Naruto couldn't contain his laugh anymore. He rubbed Ruoxi's head again. Alright, I apologized for being at home so late. Will our Princess Ruoxi willing to forgive me? Being called princess by Naruto made Ruoxi blush as she giggled. They settled on the sofa and sit side by side, then Ruoxi started speaking. Naruto, now you probably understand what was going, but I'm going to elaborate it to you. My father holds 30% of the company's stocks and is a major shareholder, second only to me, but this isn't the main point. After all, before my granny passed on, she handed 60% of the stocks over to me. I have absolute control over the company. However, in my father's hands, there is the ownership of an old villa. What is this old villa to you? Naruto confusedly asked her. Ruoxi's eyes revealed an expression of reminiscence. In my childhood, there was only my granny and mother to accompany me. I grew up there. My mom and dad's marriage was merely for money and profit. My dad didn't love my mom, he is a playboy, up till now he is still the same. After saying all this, Ruoxi's eyes showed traces of abhorrence. Although he is never at home from day to night, he is still the owner of the house. Naturally, when granny passed on, he never allowed me to return, and because he lives a life of debauchery, his finances are nearly depleted, and he's preparing to sell off the villa. Then the reason of our marriages, Naruto said with meaningful expression. Ruoxi nodded as she continues. Right, I have to take back the villa, but he isn't willing to give it back unless I marry to Zoo family's young master. He clearly is in cahoot with the Zoo family. So, this Zoo family's young master must be fawning over you, but you just kept giving him cold shoulder. In the other hand, Zoo family is one of the families that you can't afford to offend, therefore you asked me to marry you, helping you block the Zoo family's brat from getting more ideas, then thinking of a way to take back the real estate. Naruto said as he understood everything now. Linroxi nodded. I know that this is probably not a permanent solution, but I can only do one step at a time. Her voice was soft and there's a hint of determination on her tone. Naruto let out a small breath. Now the missing part of this whole facade finally completed, Naruto could also thinking some plan. Linroxi glanced at Naruto, her eyes reflected an apologetic color. Naruto, I am really sorry dragging you into this whole mess. Naruto smiled. How many times that I have to say it's okay? Since the day I promised that I would agree to marry you, then I would help you with all I had, and Ruoxi. I always keep my promises. Feels warm flooding over her heart, Linroxi also smiling. They chatted for a while before Linroxi looked like remember something. Alright, I have something to give you, she said before running softly into her room. Naruto waited for a while before Linroxi came back and giving him a bag of plastic. Naruto opened it and found a box case of brand new iPhone inside. Ruoxi, this is. Linroxi quickly cut him before he got the wrong idea. I can't contact you at all before, so I thought that you would need a phone. Just consider this way for me to easier contact you and vice versa. Naruto naturally knew that Linroxi feared that he got offended by giving him such a stuff. Men have their own pride. If women kept giving them stuff that looks like expensive and beyond their price, it will lower their self-esteem, thus making them thought they're incapable and undependable. Naruto was not that kind of guy, who simple-minded and easily got offended. If being called a pile of shit dog by Lincoln, he could still smile, then being gifted such an expensive thing will make him grin. With a gratitude, Naruto looked at Linroxi. Thank you Ruoxi, I appreciate your thought. Looked at Naruto who seemed like didn't get offended, Linroxi felt relief and happy that she would able to do something for him, even just a little. They talked for a while before Naruto suddenly said, Ruoxi, I think that I should have looked for a job since I can't possibly just stayed at home, and I know you would be angry if I going back selling at the small stall. Linroxi gave it a thought for a while, before says, Naruto, how about work in my company, Yulei International Corporation? 17 jobs interview at Yulei International headquarters was a building over 40 stories tall. The word international was not just bragging either, acknowledging the fact that it has blossomed in 3 markets, namely Europe, USA, and Japan. Yulei International had even become one of China's top 10 corporations in fashion and cosmetics. The whole Yulei building was just like a slender and refined silver tulip. Its smooth lines and simple yet elegant decoration makes those who enter the building feel more lively and invigorated. The air was filled with the faint smell of sweetness, and all kinds of flowers and plants are attractively placed all around the building, bringing the beauty of nature to the plain white-toned decorations of the building. However, what made Yulei International headquarters famous wasn't its unusual style of decoration, but the many kinds of beautiful attendants wearing office uniforms instead. As they are a part of the fashion and cosmetics industry, it was as expected that females are the absolute majority. But what most important was this, as Yulei International recruitment clearly took the corporate image into account, all of the employees who entered the company are intelligent and beautiful city girls, even the worst were delicate and pleasant ladies. As for the companies or their partnered models, they could induce millions to daydream. As a result, there were many lonely city men walking in circles outside of Yulei International, every single one of them hoping to hook one of the women inside. The only problem was those who succeed are next to nothing. With such a situation, to enter Yulei International had become the optimal opportunity for innumerable men. Everyone could picture, from the second Yulei International published its advert of the Public Relations Department recruiting, the number of men that batter their heads trying to apply. Hence, for Yulei International's recruitment, they had come up with a few special requirements only applicable to men. 1. Male applicants must possess a university bachelor's degree or higher from the top 50 universities in the world. 2. Male applicants must be proficient in at least 2 foreign languages. With such conditions, the men who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity for their personal desires were all scared silly. If there was a man who fulfills these conditions, why would he even go to Yulei International to be a public relations officer? Even if they aren't top-level executives, they would be the elites of any company. Beauties may be important, but if one's rich, would they still be lacking beauties? In the end, on the day Yulei International was conducting its final interview, among the dozens who came for the final interview, the only men remaining numbered less than 10. And among these men, every single one of them was wearing branded goods all over, with arrogant expressions of being unparalleled in the world. They were obviously not taking this job seriously, believing in their hearts I'm the best in the world. They were such spoiled sons. Their purpose, and also the reason for their job application, was simply to look for thrill and women because they were bored. Right now there's still 5 minutes before the start of the final 2 tests. The first was a written paper, and second was answering the examiner's questions. Of the final 30 over people lingering in the hall, a majority of the ladies seemed nervous, while the remaining 7 or 8 men were relaxed and carefree. Standing in the circular-shaped hall, Naruto sat beside a fat man who was fully clothed in branded goods. Dude, which flower you'd desire? The fatty shifted closer and whispered to Naruto. Naruto, with a little confused face, asked, what flower? Bah, don't be posing. Let me tell you, most of the men came here to pick up girl or girls. Look at me for example, I've been eyeing the PR department's chief Mokayani since forever. The fat man said with a lecherous smile. Naruto was speechless to this fatty, and said, nah, I just here for a job, besides, I already have a wife. Fatty laughed and gave a contempt look to Naruto, you're really great at making a joke. Which of the other men here because they have the money yet have nowhere to spend it and so have to come to find women? You are wearing this summer's Calvin Klein newest fashion to apply for a small PR job, do you take me for a fool? Even if you have a wife, what's stopping you from having a lover? Naruto turned silent as he couldn't refute him since he's in the situation just like Fatty said, having Linroxi as a wife and Zhongwei as a lover. Naruto shook his head. He couldn't help but remember his previous interaction with Linroxi. Naruto, how about work in my company? You mean the Fashion and Cosmetics Corporation? Yeah, I think there's an open recruitment. But I have no idea about fashion or cosmetics at all. Do not be worried, the test may just ask the general thing about them, I have many books for reference. As for the requirements, you are a Harvard graduate and come from Japan, so at least you must be proficient in English and Japanese, right? Yes I am, but... Then what are we waiting for? Quickly go to my room, you must start studying now. Ruoxi, wait. You don't have to push me. Come on, to the study room we go. Naruto smiled bitterly as he thought, this wife of his, really can become bossy when she needs to be. Right at this time, the hall's door was pushed open, a lady in a fitting black dress, white shirt, and black knee-length skirt slowly walked in, behind her followed other ladies carrying materials. Oh my god. She's here, Mokayani. The fatty beside him started become excited, his eyes stared hard at the lady in uniform who seemed to be Mokayani. Naruto also looked at her and realized why this fatty was really captivated to Mokayani. This was really a pretty woman, with a fit body and cutesy face. If one had to compare, she could compete with Zhongwei. However, Zhongwei possessed a more wild and flirtatious vibe, while Mokayani bore a more confident and intellectual beauty vibe. Everybody, please stay quiet. Mokayani spoke with a smile, and with a voice as clear as a bell. What we have next is a written exam regarding you candidates' foreign language capabilities. This is because PR work requires facing many types of customers. With regards to us ULA international customers are extremely common. In the future, if one is unable to properly communicate on the job for the benefit of the company, that would be considered extremely irresponsible behavior. As according to everybody's declared information, we have prepared test papers on 6 foreign languages, namely English, French, German, Japanese, Spanish and Italian. Later on, everybody can choose according to their 2 preferred foreign languages for the test. Applicants with a test score of 60% and above will enter the final interview. Therefore, everybody please seriously and carefully fills in the test papers we are about to give out. The time limit is 1 hour, thank you. With that said, Mokayani signaled to the few other girls by her side. They spread out toward the 4 corners at the same time and started giving out the test papers from the corners toward the middle. The majority of those present who understood foreign languages had definitely started to learn since childhood. When learning they acquired English, and a language with similarities to English such as Spanish or the simpler Japanese. Which was why once it was time to choose test papers, English and Spanish test papers were chosen the most. Naruto sat at a rather central position when he was asked which test paper he wanted. Naruto quickly picked up English and Japanese. The examination may only require 60% of the total marks, but the lower the passing mark required, the higher the difficulty of the test. Naruto started writing his name and began filling the blanks. The atmosphere of the examination room turned heavy in 5 minutes. Most importantly, few of the scarcely remaining male candidates were considerably unhappy. The reason was the contents of the test paper. In the test paper, the majority of the questions were regarding ladies' cosmetics and ladies' clothing. This type of specific knowledge was something they probably couldn't answer even if it was in Chinese. They know how to play with women, but they don't understand women. The men were going mad from being bombarded by specific cosmetic ingredients vocabulary, breast pads, bras, and thong professional designing vocabulary. In less than 10 minutes, 4 out of the 7 or 8 remaining men dropped their pens and left. Before leaving, they still greedily glanced at Mokayani's fiery figure and unwillingly left the examination room. Fatty, who sat beside Yang Chen, was sweating profusely with a painful headache, but he continued to endure and battle bravely. 15 minutes passed. Naruto lifted his pen, he raised his hand and said, "Proctor, I have finished." His sound was not loud, but in this already silent room, even the sound of nail drop into the floor would still be heard. The rest of participant became restless and soon whispering voice could be heard from anywhere. Please calm down and be silent, continue on your test, Mokayane warned them. She also startled by this blonde hair man that finished his test so soon. Wrinkled her cute brow, she walked to Naruto. With her formal business smile, she said, "Are you sure, mister? There's still much time left, you can slowly think and fill the blank spot." Mokayane thought that this man is already giving up and kindly gave him advice. Mokayane's career womanly charm was substantially increased when she entered close proximity. The faint smell of the Chanel perfume on her body matched well with her intellectual temperament and exquisite face. She was a beauty radiating brilliance. Fatty at the side had let go of his pen long ago. He stared in infatuation at Mokayane while swallowing his saliva. Naruto little bit absent-minded before controlling himself. He faintly smiled. "Thank you for Proctor kindly advice, but I already answer all the question. You can check it by yourself." Naruto offered his test paper to her. Mokayane was stunned and unconsciously picked up his paper. She scanned briefly, and startled because he didn't lie. All the question has been answered and it seemed that he is confident with all the answer. Meaningfully look at Naruto, Mokayane passed the exam papers to other. "Alright, we will grade the test paper. Mr. can wait inside or outside the room, but if you decide to wait inside please be silent and didn't disturb other participants," she said with beautiful smile before continued to look over other applicant. Feeling bored, Naruto decided to wait on the outside for the remaining time. Closing the door behind him, Naruto chuckled and said on his mind, "Thanks guys, you all had helped a lot." "Sure boss, anytime." Suddenly a lot of voice resounded in Naruto's head. Back at his home, in the Lenroxi's study room, a lot of Naruto could be seen moving around the room, putting a bunch of books back into their shelves. Then with a smoke, they all disappeared and left no trace at all. No long after that, the door was opening and revealed Wang Ma with a confused expression staring at the room. "Strange, I thought I heard a lot of movement here." 18 I had no single idea Naruto was enjoying the building environment when a group of broken-hearted people including the wretched Fatty walked out of the examination hall. Upon seeing Naruto, Fatty's face displayed anger. "I must say, bro, how is that brain of your grow? How can you answer such difficult topics? I could only understand 80% of the English test and don't even mention to me about the French test." "It's nothing to mention. I just have a little talent in language and info collection skill," Naruto vaguely responded. How possibly Naruto would tell this fatty that he just used shadow clones to look for all information regarding fashion and cosmetics. After made sure Lenroxi left for work, Naruto had put his shadow clone inside her study room, so they would be able to help him look for related information he needed. Although Naruto had a strong brain and capable of memorize something complicated like numbers, markings, or symbols, but it's still impossible for him to learn about fashion and cosmetic for a few hours. Dejected, Fatty said, "Forget about it, only someone with a brain as abnormal as yours can enter ULA International. The rest of our brothers have all failed. You must uphold the image of us men, as the final torchbearer." "What? All the men except me failed?" Naruto, shocked who in the right mind would spend the whole day doing nothing but researching the purpose of underwear designs, and in French and Spanish vocabulary. Shaking his fat head, "The way I see it, including you, there won't be more than 5 people remaining." Naruto nodded, agreeing with Fatty. If not for his shadow clone, he also probably would fail too. Fatty let out a sigh, then patted Naruto's shoulder and said, "Alright, I'm going to drink with other fallen comrades, otherwise the pain in our hearts cannot be quelled." Naruto also patted the fatty's shoulder. "Don't worry, I will carry on, and though you fail and gone, believe me, your will would carry on." With a new resolution, Naruto entered the room, leaving the touched fatty with other miserable people. Fatty and other was about to leave when he suddenly remembers something. Why his word seems familiar? Is it like some sort of lyric or something? Whatever. When Naruto arrived at the hall, there were only 3 beautiful women left, and if you counted Naruto, there were only 4 people who passed the exam. Mokayane and the other examiners all looked at Naruto strangely, as if he was a freak. As Mokayane had seen it all, a smile appeared on her face as she said, "Congratulations, you are the sole remaining male applicant to proceed to our final interview. You are also the applicant who scored the highest on the foreign language test, getting the at maximum score." All the people in the hall suddenly gave a respect and adoration look to Naruto, causing him to have a cold sweat running down from his temple. Crap, I shouldn't have answered all correctly back then. With an awkward smile, he sat back down and waited for the final interview. As there were only 4 applicants remaining, Mokayane no longer required a microphone and spoke with a smile. "The 4 of you are capable enough to pass our difficult foreign language test. It seems that all of you do have genuine talent. For the final round, we will be testing your understanding of the fashion industry and your ability to appreciate fine goods. As everybody knows, every year, our ULA International's clothing design changes. and so it is considered a rather difficult task for new employees to identify which clothing belongs to our brand. In a while, there will be 10 models wearing this year's new clothing designs are shown to the 4 of you. In 5 minutes or less, the 4 of you must pick the outfit that isn't our company's design. There is only one chance, and if you get it right, you'll be granted a 2-month trial contract, no questions asked. After hearing the task that must be done, Naruto rejoiced because last night Roxy showed him some of the ideas of their company clothes design, also some of the famous design from other. Alright, I'm gonna give a lot of pat to Roxy head. Later suddenly a curtain inside the exam room was being pulled open, revealing 10 tall models leisurely walking forward. The spotlights shone on them as they stood in front of the 4 candidates. Naruto almost had a nosebleed after seeing the sexy and hot models that appear in front of him. Oh, Iro Sage must be proud of me now. Naruto was still in his dreamy state when all the girls looked at him. His reaction almost made everyone burst out laughing. Even Mokayane couldn't help herself from letting out few giggles. The test start right now," shouted Mokayane in a soft tone. Naruto instantly came back to reality after hearing her, realized that he had been caught staring at the models. Naruto felt embarrassed as his face turned red. Each and every one of these outfits had different sorts of patterns and styles. There were leopard print dresses, lacy one-piece dresses, tutus made of chiffon, and pink long dresses with straps. There were even elegant business suits for women. The only thing they shared in common was that none of them had any traces of a brand. Naruto's eyes swept every single one before finally, he stopped. He stared for a while, then started writing his answer. 5 minutes passed. Mokayane clapped her hand and an assistant walked up to collect their answer sheet, then handed the papers to her. Giving them a brief glance, Mokayane displayed a surprise and looked at Naruto. Pursing her lips and smiling, "The result has already been decided. I am representing the entire ULA International to warmly welcome our new colleague, Mr. Naruto." After finishing the announcement, she took the lead to clap for him. The other employees, after hearing the announcement, all looked at him with curious eyes and started to happily clap to welcome him. The other 3 applicants were disappointed as their evaluating skills lost to a man. One of the 3 inquired, "Proctor, can you tell us the correct answer?" Mokayane quieted the people around, smiled toward that female applicant, looked at Naruto and asked, "Please tell us how you arrived at the correct answer." Naruto thought for a while before nodded and pointed his finger at the 10th model. This model was wearing a classic European bohemian-styled long dress because bohemian ladies' clothing seemed complex and difficult to grasp. Various tassels and pendants required careful matching. Moreover, this type of ancient wandering gypsy freedom, along with the clothing's mysterious air, was not something modern ladies can control, and so this type of dress was not well liked. But because of that being too obvious, the 3 lady candidates only took a short glance at number 10 before ruling it out. They did not believe that after giving them such a difficult foreign language exam, such a big loophole would appear. After all, this bohemian dress was too gaudy. They kept thinking that it is a trap. Naruto smiled and slowly explained, "If I'm right, the crystals on this dress girdle and pendant on the fringed skirt all real and elaborately polished crystal. The diamond pieces on the chest are also the real one, so in my opinion, although ULA International is one of the top 10 fashion brands in the country, it's almost impossible for them to use that many high-class natural crystals and diamonds just to make this dress." The 3 candidates revealed an astonished expression after hearing his explanation. Now they finally can accept their losses. They also started to adore Naruto, that capable of noticing such high-grade materials from short-time observation. Naruto also felt happy and grateful to Roxy. After all, if she was not showing any kind design from her company, he definitely must spent a lot of time to figure out the pattern of this clothes before finally noticed the right one. Oh, positively pat her head a lot. After signing the contract, Naruto was led by Mokayane over the PR department located on 18th floor of ULA building. This whole floor belongs to the PR department. The moment Naruto entered the workplace, a group of people standing up and clapping for him. Since the majority of the people here were women, when there is a man that finally joining them, they all get excited, especially if it is the handsome one. After a short introduction, Mokayane had him enter her department head's office. In the office, other than a few pots of carefully placed scarlet kaffir lilies, the rest of the room was extremely simple. The desk was neat and tidy, while on the wall there were several plaques, declaring the owner of this room as someone who has great accomplishments and efficiency in her style of work. Look at her all achievement. Naruto honestly felt admiration for her. He grinningly said, "Miss Mo is not only beautiful but also hardworking and talented. You are an inspirational person for another worker." Feeling being praises, Mokayane's cute face became red, and in embarrassment, she said, "This is nothing. I am sure that someone capable as you would be able to surpass me in no time." "Oh, Miss Mo is also kind-hearted and modest, really an ideal model," Naruto said while teasing her. Mokayane rolled her eyes. "Alright, flattery won't get you anywhere. Then she stood in front of the couch and offered the opposite one to Naruto. Please be seated. Do you want a drink? Sure, if that's not bothering you, Naruto politely accepted since she's offering. Mochiani laughed while pouring a cup of water for him. So from what I read from your profile, you were born in Japan, then went to school into Harvard, come back to the homeland, several months later goes to China, am I correct? Naruto takes a sip before answering, yes. You are mind if I asked why? Mochiani asked him, her big and cute eyes revealing very deep curiosity. Naruto hesitated as he said, Miss Mo, is not that I don't want to tell you, but I feel a little uncomfortable telling it to the people I just met, please don't get offended. Mochiani felt a little bit disappointed, but she quickly dismisses it, it's alright, I'm sorry if I asked such a sensitive question. Naruto gratefully smiled, but I promised every conversation we had will be kept as a secret, so you don't have to fear that everybody else would know. Mochiani suddenly showed a crafty smile as she leaned back on the couch. Naruto's smile froze, he twitched his lips, you just want me to tell you regardless is sensitive or not, isn't it? Mochiani looked at Naruto who appeared distressed, couldn't keep her laugh anymore, she covered her mouth as she trying not to be loud. Naruto startled at her sudden change. He immediately knew that his supervisor was just playing with him, bitter smile hooked his lips, great, day one and I already got bullied by my own supervisor. Sorry. It's just that you are so serious that I cannot help but tease you a little bit. I'm really sorry, don't mind my previous question, if that really sensitive for you, then you don't have to say anything. Mochiani said as she already calmed down now. Miss Mo, actually I don't know anything related to public relation work, Naruto truly said. Then why you applied for this job? Mochiani wrinkled her brow. I just look at the advertising and think that maybe I should try my luck. Mochiani almost fell off the couch after hearing he replied. A Harvard graduate think to try his luck? If other applicant hearing this, they would already rain you down with curses. Naruto looked at the heavy frowning Mochiani, and thought to himself, oh boy, I'm in trouble aren't I? Mochiani rubbed her temple, as she bitterly smiled, well it can't be helped then, you can slowly learn it then from other colleagues. Generally what we do is maintaining our relationship with customers and keep introducing our product to them. Naruto nodded as he got the gist of it. You don't need to worry, although I may not full understand now, but I'm a fast learner and hard worker. Certainly, you won't get disappointed. Well, at least he got the attitude, Mochiani thought. Alright, you still on trial anyway, if you can prove yourself, surely you will get accept. They chatted for a while, as Naruto asking a few questions regarding PR and Mochiani slowly explained to him. Soon Naruto excuses himself so he can go to his desk. 19 Lunch with Goddess. After leaving Mochiani's office, Naruto quickly walked to his desk which was at the back of the third column. It's clean and neat, really proficient even just a cleaner. Naruto rubbed his chin. Naruto politely greeted his passionate new colleagues while slowly walking toward his seat. The moment he sat down, he was once again surrounded by several ladies with outstanding looks, each of them with radiant eyes staring at him. The lady with big wavy curves in a beige suit and red phoenix eyes that were exceptionally charming called Zhao Hongyan. Another lady beside her wearing a baby blue outfit, her name was Zhang Kei, she had a little round face and quite plump. These two girls were the most active one talking with Naruto, even flirting and teasing him. There's another lady who was quieter but also talks with Naruto, she's a tall lady, at least taller than the rest of them, wearing a pink outfit, had a quite long hair with several streaks of purple, her name was Liu Minu. It could be said that these three ladies were the most eye-catching of the others. Naruto quickly familiarizes himself with other colleagues, even suffered some of their flirty and dirty jokes. In the middle of the conversation, Naruto knew phone ringing and when he checked the ID of the caller, he excused himself and went outside of the workplace. After found himself a comfortable secluded place, Naruto cleared his throat before answering the phone. Well, if this is not my beautiful CEO, so what do I, such humble worker, owe the pleasure? There's soft chuckle sound from the other side, before a soft yet enchanting voice reply, I see that you already get used being a worker. It's merely my innate talent, my lady, Naruto boastfully yet politely said. Linroxi giggling at his act. Oh, if you also like this at home. Office is office, home is home. You may be my superior here, but I'm still the man of the house. Naruto said reprimanding. Linroxi rolled her eyes. Yes, so how did it go? I hope Kayane didn't make it too hard for you. Kayane. You two are close. Naruto startled. Well, my grandmother once took her in when she is at my age, so basically we grow up together. So you guys are best bud? You can call it like that. I think I just make your best bud angry with me, Naruto bitterly said. Linroxi frowned. Huh? Why? Because I just told her that I don't have any clue what PR does. Now Linroxi turned surprised and little angry. You don't? You should have told me last night, so I can give you some book of references. Naruto retorted, how can it become my fault? You didn't tell me which occupation your company hiring for. Lenroxi suddenly choked on her own word as she unable to refute what he said. It's true that she didn't tell him about any other except her company open recruitment. Cough. Anyway, why didn't you just lie to her? Naruto sarcastically said, great. Lying to my superior on my first day, what a great start. Alright, calm down. Although Kayane is angry, I believe she will not do any disservice to you, said Roxy reassuringly. Well, I hope so. By the way, got time on the break? Lunch on me. Since the topic was done, Lenroxy got to the main point of her call. Wow, I never heard CEO politely asking the employee about having a lunch together. Tease Naruto. Lenroxy grumbled, don't be such a jerk, you have the time or not? Yes, I have. Is not like they gonna pile me up with tasks so soon anyway, Naruto said nonchalantly. Wonderful, meet me at my office. Then Lenroxy hanged up. Naruto shook his head and put back his phone. He turned his head and looked up. It's not that he stared at the ceiling but to the aura that belongs to Lenroxy on the upper floor. Naruto smiled for a while and quickly headed back to the room. Upon arriving at his once clean and neat desk now full of papers, Naruto shocked, huh? What's all of this? He walked to his desk, grabbed one by one and read them. Report of PR last year, journals and papers about PR, knowledge about PR. Doubtfully looked at the stack of papers on his desk, Naruto asked Zhao Hongyan since her desk was in front of his, Sister Hongyan, who sent me all of this? Zhao Hongyan stopped what was she doing, and with pondering look she said, I think they have been sent by our chief, Kayane, those materials coming from her office after all. Then she's back on her assignment before giggling and said good luck to Naruto. Naruto quickly turned his head to his chief's office but at the same time the door that opened only a little suddenly close, as if someone peeked through it and quickly closed it after being found out. Looking back at his task at hand, Naruto sighed, Roxy, your best bud is really encouraging me. Time slowly passed by. Naruto's speed of reading could be said fast, with a paper on the right hand, and another on the left hand. No wonder the once mountain of papers quickly turned into a hill. Every female in the room leering at Naruto who had serious expression and sometimes gave a pondering look, like he was trying to figure something out. One could say that one of the men's most attractive time was when they got too serious and focused on something. Naruto felt the hot eyes staring at him somehow made him uneasy. It's like he was a piece of meat that at any time will get mauled by a pack of wolves. Naruto stopped what he's doing and looked at his surroundings. He faintly smiled, is there something I can help with? The females quickly turned around and do their own job, but they sometimes took a glance at Naruto while their eyes getting redder. Only Zhao Hongyan that kept leering at Naruto in a dazed expression. Sister Hongyan? Are you okay? Said Naruto with a goosebump all over his body. Zhao Hongyan laughed, her face turned red. Wow, brother, Naruto was really attractive back there. I kinda lost in my own dream. Huh? When was that? Naruto raised his eyebrows. Back when you get all serious reading those papers. Zhao Hongyan stared at him while licking her upper side lips. Sister Hongyan, please, I have a wife. Cold sweat started drenched him. And some of us has husband including me. You best careful, Naruto. Naruto wanted to cry but had no tears. He started to think that maybe applied here wasn't actually a good idea. Time for a break. Naruto stretched himself. It had been so long since he was doing this sort of job again. He somehow feels nostalgic and cannot help but reminiscence. The trio lady, Zhao Hongyan, Zhongqi, and Liu came over to his desk and offered him to have a lunch together. Sorry, I got an appointment. How about next time? Aw, bummer, Zhongqi grumbled. Meeting with your wife? Liu inquiry something like that. Naruto nodded as he thought, well, technically Roxy is my wife. Wow, I want to know who's the lucky girl. Was she coming here? The trio seemed interested with his wife, which was Naruto found seems funny. If they know the lucky girl they mentioned turn out to be their own CEO, what kind of expression they make, thought Naruto as he grinned mischievously. Sorry, but she was not. I meet her at the nearest cafe. Alright, make sure to be back in time if you don't want to meet Chief Angry Face. Ugh, okay. Naruto quickly exited the room and headed for the elevator, but instead pushed to the lower level. He pushed to the highest one. The top floor of this building only consisted of CEO's office and leisure room. The fashionable top-grade transparent-esque materials and variety of bonsai trees brought about a bright and spacious feel. With subtle and detailed management in all places, it completely manifested respect toward the CEO of this big establishment. Naruto got out of the elevator and walked toward the gorgeously carved milk-white door. Standing in front of the door, Naruto knocked it, then a soft voice coming from inside. Come in. The moment Naruto entered, familiar smell filled the air, which was the smell of jasmine, warm yet refreshing. Who else the smell belonged to except Roxy? The entire CEO office was unusually big, way over 100 square meters, and formed a semicircle. The circular side was all clean floor-to-ceiling windows from end to end, which allowed the hustle and bustle of the city to be seen from any spot. The thin white translucent curtains blew along with the wind from the AC. On the floor was a soft Mediterranean wool carpet with diverse and archaic designs. Several bonsai trees were placed on the table and corners of the room, while the entire office's lights helped to complement it. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling was also a rare collector's item. Its exquisite workmanship refracted all the light rays into the office with a dazzling luster, and brought threads of magnificence and mysticism into the whole room. Several silver-coated metal bookshelves filled with design books covered the room. Next to the shelves, a huge mahogany desk could be seen. In the center of the room, Linroxi sitting on the leather chair with a magazine on her lap. Many kinds of food had been placed on the table in front of her. Linroxi wore a beige-colored close-fitting business suit which made her figure seem to follow the proportions of the golden ratio brilliantly. Her long black hair was neatly tied up, allowing her graceful swan-like snow-white neck became more dazzling. Linroxi sat there while slowly turned over the magazine page. A faint smile formed on her face as if just read something fascinating. Naruto smiled before coughing. "Excuse me, Your Highness, permission to enter the throne room." Linroxi made a chortling laugh while rolling her eyes, says, "Come in already, don't you feel hungry?" Naruto leisurely walked toward her while laughing. He checked out the room. "Quite a place you have here. The CEO office really differs from other." Linroxi giggled. "It's nothing exaggerate, there are many other places that are more impressive than this." Naruto already arrived by the couch and sat beside Linroxi. Naruto looked at the front door of the room while curiously asked her, "Where is your assistant?" "Will you?" "I sent her away," said Linroxi as she picked the chopstick and started eating. Linroxi's etiquette of eating was graceful and noble, like a princess from faraway land. Compared to a boorish Naruto was like comparing between heaven and earth. Strangely, this difference didn't break away the harmony that engulfed these two people as they eating and chatting in peace. After eating for a while, Linroxi put down her chopstick and wiped her mouth with the napkin. She hesitated before says, "Naruto, Zuzayong invited me to a dinner." Naruto also stopped eating. His eyebrows wrinkled as he said, "What was your response?" Linroxi sighed, "I have rejected it many times, so I couldn't do it anymore. Besides, we are going to talk about cooperation between our company. I simply had no reasons to reject again." Naruto pondering for a while, "Does he said that you have to come alone?" "No, he doesn't say I have to come alone or I can bring other people," said Linroxi with a frown, "considering he thought that you will bring me along, so one of the reasons for the dinner is to probe our relationship and probably also me." Linroxi nodded. She somehow became hesitated. "Then will you?" "Of course, I'm coming with you. Letting you go alone is more dangerous than he knows about our true relationship. Although he possibly didn't act rash, we can't simply take the risk of your safety." Naruto gently smiled at her. Linroxi felt warm coating her heart. Grateful smile pulled her lips. "Thank you, Naruto, really." Naruto raised his hand and slowly rubbed her head. "That's what I am here for." They stared at each other, eyes before a knock and familiar voice coming from outside the room. "Ruoxi, are you inside?" 20 feeling like having an affair. Naruto and Ruoxi got shocked when they heard a familiar voice outside Linroxi's office. How couldn't they? This voice belonged to someone who becomes best friend with her and Naruto's new superior. Ruoxi's face displayed a panic because her lunchtime with Naruto supposed to be a secret. This was the reason why she sent elsewhere her assistant first. Although they have married, but Linroxi wasn't ready to let other people know except for suitors who tried to court her. As for being worked in the same companies, it wasn't really troubled her. "It's Kayane. Naruto quickly hide somewhere," Ruoxi said with a hint of worries in her tone. Naruto also understood the current situation, but he didn't get nervous like her. With a calm tone, he asked, "Hiding where?" Ruoxi put up a thought for a while before responded, "Go under my desk. I'm afraid the bathroom is a no-go because there is a chance she may use it." "Roger," Naruto replied as he quickly ran toward Linroxi's desk and hid under it. The desk wasn't that big but good enough to hide one person from a plain sight. Not long after Naruto went hiding, another knocking sound came from the room's door. "Ruoxi." Kayane's gentle tone could be heard from behind it. Ruoxi fixed herself before she answered, "I am here, Kayane, come in." The door slowly opens, revealing a beautiful woman with long black hair and cutesy face. She strolled her way inside. Her bright and curious eyes stared at Ruoxi before a smile pulled her lips. "Oh Ruoxi, here you are. I thought since Wu Yu gone, you are probably also not here, but I guess I was wrong." Nervously smiled back, Ruoxi lied, "Wu Yu went away because she has an appointment outside." Kayane already sat on the leather chair by the time she heard that. Her cute face expressed a pondering look before suddenly changed into a horror as she sobbed, "Don't tell me." She has a date? Ruoxi, I quite envy her. Ruoxi broke out a cold sweat at her best friend antics. She forced a smile. Probably she has, but Kayane, someone as beautiful and cute as you should easily find a boyfriend. I know, but the problem lies within those men themselves. I just seems can't find the right one. Ruoxi, how come there's no decent and reliable man outside? Kayane complained. I can think one, Ruoxi thought as her eyes glanced at her desk before return to Kayane. She faintly smiled. How would I know? Besides, is that your type of man? Kayane nodded before explained further. Of course. But he also needs to be handsome, smart, brave, honest, kind, funny, faithful, romantic, protective, sensitive. Ruoxi and Naruto both released a cold sweat as they have the same thought. No wonder you're single until now. Wow, you had a lot of criteria. Ruoxi forced another smile. Kayane's face became pitiful as she said, I know that I may be a little picky, but this is about my future, you know. How can I just pick a random people? It would take a long time for you to be able to find someone like that. I know, and now my mom also started hounding me about finding son-in-law. So stressful. Kayane said in a depressed tone. There, Ruoxi comfortably said. How about you, Ruoxi? Those young masters and successful youths line up courting you, yet you reject them all. Don't you take fancy on any one of them at all? Kayane raised her eyebrows. Ruoxi startled. With a complex emotion she lied. Kayane, I'm good. I don't have any idea to get married now. Kayane didn't took a notice of her complicated expression. She nodded while adoring expression reflected on her face. Right. Our goddess President Lin is busy taking care of her company. Where has time for those lousy men? Afterward, they chatted regarding many things before Kayane finally wrinkled her eyebrows at a lot of foods had been placed on Ruoxi's table. So far as she remembered, this best friend of her never had been an eater before, except for a certain food. She would only eat if she thought it was necessary and usually never eat much. Kayane weirdly looked at Lin Ruoxi and said, Ruoxi, do you eat these much today? Paleness struck Ruoxi's face. She nervously said, I kind of hungrier than usual, so I ordered a lot of food. As if didn't give any chance for Lin Ruoxi to relax, Kayane asked again, but there are 2 chopsticks. Lin Ruoxi froze the moment she said that. Naruto, who hid under the desk, silently let out a depressed sigh. This Kayane was really merciless. Naruto closed his eyes and focused his aura toward Ruoxi in order to help her away from getting panic and stayed cool-headed to counter the situation. This is for you, Kayane. Lin Ruoxi said. For me? Kayane asked as she was surprised. Yeah. I thought you'd be hungry when you come over, so I brought 2 chopsticks so we can eat together. Ruoxi explained. Wow, you are so considered. Thank you. Kayane grabbed the chopstick and started eating. Anytime, don't be polite. Lin Ruoxi felt relief, but her best friend suddenly threw another cold water. How do you know that I will come over? I didn't inform you before, right? Kayane asked as her chewing the food. Both Naruto and Ruoxi almost raised a white flag to this curious cat. One was an experienced man, another was a fierce businesswoman. They could deal with any type of situation, but in front of this woman relentless curiosity, they started to feel powerless. Ruoxi unable to say anything. Ruoxi? Kayane asked with a worried tone. Ruoxi, racking her brain, tried to find a solution. It's not until a moment later when her eyes glanced at her desk that she finally found it. She quickly said, I know that you would come over because your department has a new employee, which is a male and unexceptional one. So you must want to talk about him. The moment Naruto being mentioned, Kayane also stopped eating. Her face turned awry with a hint of excitement. Oh yeah. You should see him. He is handsome and lean. His behavior also not bad, but her expression became annoyed soon. But I think he's a little careless. I mean, how you can apply for a job that you don't understand at all, and he said he just wanted to try his luck. Isn't it simply mocking our recruitment and other participants? He also has a quite ominous background. I mean, the youngest Harvard graduate, yet so hard to find a job in own country that he had to cross another. Kayane kept talking about Naruto like a bird chirping, while Ruoxi could swear that she heard Naruto kept coughing blood under there. Eventually break time almost over, but Kayane kept talking, so Ruoxi finally found a reason to cut her off. Kayane, don't you think the break almost over? Kayane startled. She looked at her watch. Whoops, did it? Oh, you're right. I have to go now or I will embarrass myself in front of my subordinate. See you around, Ruoxi. With that said, Kayane ran off from the office, leaving both people inside the room finally alone. Naruto crept out from the desk. With a bitter smile, he said, your best friend is really amazing. Also, why do I have a feeling that we just like having an affair? Ruoxi also felt awkward before she finally sighed. After bid goodbyes to Ruoxi and promised to meet up in the parking lot later, Naruto quickly went to PR work floor, which is at 14th floor, by using the staircase. If he took the elevator, he will definitely going to be late, so it is not an option. Flashing through a floor by a floor, finally, Naruto reached the 14th, and luckily he still had few minutes before the break time's over. Since Naruto was in a hurry, he didn't really pay attention to his surrounding, thus Naruto unable to see a moving shadow at the intersection before the office room. Kayane was really having a bad day. Not only she just received weird and eccentric man as a subordinate, she also almost late from her break time. Luckily her best friend reminded her, so somehow, she's still able to manage it on time. Waiting impatiently inside the elevator, finally, she arrived at 14th. Different from the staircase, which was on the west side, the elevator arrived directly in front of the officer's room, so it only just take few seconds to enter the room. Alas, everything's not easy as it seems. When she just arrived at the intersection, she collided with someone. Clearly, the force from the opposite party was far stronger than her, so she got pushed and almost fell into the floor. But at this time, someone's holding her hand. Then pulled her up. She instantly fell into a warm embrace of the person who held her hand. Naruto could not comprehend what just happened. 1 second he's running, next second he's hugging a woman, smelling a familiar fragrance, Chanel's perfume, and based on the timing of this accident, Naruto could guess who's the woman who currently in his bosom. The feeling of hugging this woman almost made Naruto once hard bone turned into soft. Naruto glanced down as well as the woman glance up, both eyes stare into each other before finally, the woman break the silence. You. Kayane stuttery said. Her face turned red as an apple and her body became hot as a stove. She was never been held by a man before, especially like this. How could she bear it? I should have known, Naruto though while sighing. Then he faintly smiled and with a concerned expression, he said, Miss Mo, I'm sorry, I was in a hurry, therefore, I didn't see you there. Are you okay? Is there any injuries somewhere? Looking at Naruto, who worriedly asked for her well-being, the anger that was about to explode slowly subsided. To think that she also at fault here for not paying attention to surrounding, Kayane controlled her emotion and replied, I am fine. You can let go of me now. Naruto unwillingly let go the soft body in his bosom. He said, Miss Mo, sorry. I didn't mean to. Kayane cut him off by saying, it's alright, just forget about what happened here. Besides, aren't you afraid of being late? Well, go on then. This is your first day and you still on trial. It wouldn't be good if you return late. Naruto awkwardly looked at Kayane. Since she already told him to go, that means she wasn't going to trouble him over with the earlier incident. Gratefully nodded his head to her. Naruto walked inside to the office room. Kayane's face became ruddy again as he left her alone. No matter how strong she was, she's still a virgin who never been in this close contact with a man before. Don't say hugging in the bosom, she never even did intimately holding a hand. Come on Kayane, it's just an accident, don't let it get into you. Kayane thought. After a while, she finally regained her bearing, taking a deep breath. With a smile she entered the office room. Beep. Her smile got stiff the moment she heard that weird sound. It's simply because she knew too well what was that sound mean. It is not because that sound always means for her, but to others who were coming late from their break time. The weird sound didn't go so loud and only ring once, but it's enough to attract everyone's attention in the room. A gasping and shocking tone can be heard everywhere, clearly indicated that a person who's coming late was unpredictable and unlikely. Kayane's body trembled all over as her once cute gentle face turned into an angry murderous one, still cute but scary. Her glaring eyes directed to the direction of certain blonde-hair man, who now was shivering in fear for his own fate. I fucked up, big way. Naruto thought while tears streaming down his face. Finally, after being battered by papers and reports, Naruto bitterly walked out from the office room since it's closing hour already, yet Naruto had to work overtime. Maybe Naruto can be considered the first person who worked overtime on his first day worked. Remembered his promises with Lin Roxy, Naruto quickly checked his messages. Meet me at parking lot P.S. Be stealthy. PPS, good luck with your overtime. Naruto shook his head and walked toward the parking area. UI International had an underground type for their parking place, which was consist of 3-level basements. The first level was for CEO, other executives, and special guest of the company, while second and third was for managers, supervisor, and other else. It wasn't so hard for Naruto to spot a Bentley car among few other ones left here. He quickly approached the car. Naruto opened the unlocked door and settled himself inside the car. Sorry, I've make you waiting, Naruto apologized. Well, you should be, I had been waiting like 30 minutes here, Roxy honked her, mouth in displeasure. You got a best friend to thanks about that, piling me up with work. Even this is my first, looks like she has mortal hatred to me. Naruto darkly said. You just break Kayane never late record, which was she had been keeping like forever. Ruoxi retorted as she started the car. They left the building as the car drove steadily into the midst of metropolis of Zonghai City. It's just one time late anyway, what's the big deal? Naruto shrugged lazily. Ruoxi gave a sneer as she said, you don't understand, Kayane is proud of her record, although she's never boasted it to other. Huh, and here I thought I was the freak one, Naruto nonchalantly said. Ruoxi weirdly stared at Naruto, you are the freak one. Ouch. At last, they have arrived at their destination, which was a 5-star hotel called Blue Bay Hotel. Both of them was about to get out when Ruoxi stopped him. She leaned closer to the confused Naruto, and reached out her hand to fix his collar part of the shirt. Naruto looked at the serene Ruoxi while she gently fixing his shirt. Combined with her fragrant smell and charming look, she just resembled a wife that fixing up her husband before he was going to work. Naruto could not help but daydreaming if they were truly a marriage couples, bound by love, enjoying they tied lived together till they became old and in the end, died in peace. But Naruto and Ruoxi knew, this sort of life probably not possible for them, at least not for now and in a short time. Naruto sighed at the prospect of their future. Many unknown variables will soon come into contact, both are friendly and hostile. Whether they could withstand it or not, Naruto wouldn't know. He only knew that no matter what happens, he's ready to face it together with her, became her refuge when she's desperate, became her strength when she's losing one. Unknown to Naruto, he was lost in his thought. Ruoxi already finished fixing his shirt, yet she doesn't interrupt him and silently gazed at him. It's not only Naruto who noticed her gesture before, she also did. She even surprised by her willingness to fix his shirt. She didn't know if this for the sake of their soon-wife husband act or simply pure her unconscious act like wife for him. Perhaps in her most deep desire, she wanted to, at least once act as his true wife, even in just a moment. They both lost in their own mind before finally, like they both had reached the same conclusion, their eyes brightened and smile plastered their face. Ready to go? Naruto grinningly said Let's do this. Ruoxi nodded and excitedly smiled. They didn't know what might happen in the future, but so long they have each other, they know. Nothing can stop them. 21 Meeting the enemy. Naruto and Ruoxi entered the hotel hand in hand. Ruoxi happily hooked her arm over Naruto's elbow. People looked at this pairing with envy and jealousy on their expression. The man has handsome and lean feature while the woman had beautiful and noble feature, making this pairing as if a perfect match made by heaven. Ignoring the hateful stare from the surrounding, the couple walked slowly toward the hallway of the hotel. On the path to enter the hotel, both sides had ancient Greek columns and goddess statue. After entering the hotel, both sides were instead filled with various Western artists' oil paintings of many different sceneries. The imposingly grandiose decorations, which created a fashionable yet classical fusion, made the whole Blue Bay Hotel filled with an air of honor. Even the guests that came and went were immaculately dressed, with arrogant expressions on their faces. The pair stopped at one of painting that features in grand scale. The painting describes some sort of war between gods and goddess long time ago. There were gods and goddess that wear ancient Greek armor, ancient Norse armor, ancient Japanese armor, and ancient Chinese armor. They had said that the wars between gods and goddess almost burn the entire earth into nothingness. The casualties are innumerable, a sea of blood and storm of pain could be seen anywhere. At the eve of the war, a holy maiden prayed for salvation and peace, her prayer somehow being granted, and a celestial being appears between these gods and goddess. It spoke through this holy maiden and managed to put an end to the hellish war that had been going for years. The celestial being becomes reverent and worshipped everywhere. The long peace had been created. Naruto stared at the paint while Ruoxi read the description out loud. Amazing, isn't it? Ruoxi suddenly said. What did you say? Naruto looked at Ruoxi with a startled expression. Ruoxi strangely looked at Naruto. I said it is amazing. Naruto knitted his brows before asks which part of the picture that actually amazed you? Ruoxi's face turned to the painting. She smiled and said, the holy maiden, who became the vessel of that celestial being. She had the courage to sacrifice herself in order to put an end into the war between gods and goddess. Naruto also turned his face back to the painting. He sadly mumbled, courage? I am scared, I don't want to die, help me. Like how she did? Did you say something? Ruoxi inquired because Naruto talked in low voice. Nothing. Let's go now, we didn't want to make our host waiting. Naruto smiled while reminding her. Oh yeah, come on. Ruoxi dragged Naruto's hand while they walked away from the painting. Naruto glanced for the last time before letting himself being dragged by Ruoxi. They both arrived at a private booth facing the lake. The milky white decorated wooden door at the time opened. A man wearing a black Hugo Boss suit entered. This man had curly hair, a rugged beard, and he wore a simple smile. Upon gesturing a please enter with his hands, he said, Welcome Miss Lin, our family's young master has been waiting. Naruto and Ruoxi noticed that this man seemingly on purpose excluded Naruto from his welcome gesture and eyes that completely ignore him. Naruto sneered and he secretly signaling Ruoxi with his eyes. Ruoxi smiled and said, "Thank you. This is my husband Mr. Naruto." Ruoxi's action clearly caught the man off guard, because if he still acted like Naruto didn't exist, wasn't that mean he simply didn't give her any face? What if she got offended and cancelled tonight's meeting? Wouldn't young master will blame him? Even though this is supposedly to be young master plan. Secretly cursing out loud in his heart, the man smiled and said, "Pardon Miss Lin, I forget that you are married now. Please Mr. and Madam, come in." The man awkwardly make another welcome gesture. Naruto and Ruoxi almost couldn't help to bear a laugh. They both quickly entered the room together, leaving the man with an ugly expression. The private room was very vast. The scent of lavender scattered all over the place was enough to raise one's spirit through Ruoxi. "I finally get to meet you," a magnetic voice came out from the sofa. The speaker wore a blue dress shirt, had a head full of neat short hair, and a pale handsome face. He possessed the rare temperament of reverence from the inside out. This type of temperament cannot be nurtured by an average family. Impassively, Ruoxi nodded her head. "Boss Zhu, I'll be troubling you." Facing Ruoxi's cold indifference, Zhu Xiong wasn't even fazed. Still using the appearance of a mature man, he wore a face full of smiles. "I have invited you quite a number of times, and it's quite rare for you to be free. Your father has talked to me about you for quite some time, saying how you've been really busy at work. As a matter of fact, I do not mind. The fact that you were willing to come and join me for dinner alone makes me feel content." Perhaps if he used this word to other women, they would feel flattered and shy, but Ruoxi remained impassive. She only said, "You're too kind." Zhu Xiong too did not feel anything was wrong as he personally pulled a chair and invited her. "Come, please sit Ruoxi." Ruoxi felt that she had underestimated Zhu Xiong's intelligence. His way of handling this was just to disregard Naruto. It seemed as if he already thoroughly investigates Naruto's background. Who would believe that a big corporation's CEO would marry a previously unknown small stall seller? It appears that Zhu Xiong had long known of Lin Ruoxi's fake marriage plan. But she and Naruto already prepared for this situation. They already planted a seed of trouble at the entrance of the private booth. With the same motion, they looked at Zhu Xiong's servant with a sneer on their face and threateningly looked. Feeling their glare make the servant suddenly turn pale, it was clear what they want him to do. If this time he let Ruoxi introduce her husband again by herself, she will have a reason to be offended. Gritting his teeth, he smiled stiffly. "Young master, this is Miss Lin's husband, Mr. Naruto." Zhu Xiong's face turned ugly as he glared at his servant. Wasn't their plan was supposed to pretend to ignore this man's existence and shaming him in front of Ruoxi? Why would he suddenly introduce him? Wasn't this simply making his previous act come into nothing? Suppressed the feels of wanting to hit his own servant, Zhu Xiong embarrassingly smiled and apologized. "Oh Harry Ball, why didn't you mention this earlier? Quickly pick up a chair for this man to seat." Harry Ball nervously picked up another chair and placed it beside Lin Ruoxi's. Still, with a face full of smiles, Zhu Xiong said, "I'm sorry I didn't greet you before. I thought Ruoxi wouldn't come with her husband, instead come with her big brother, looking at your intimate manner." "Big brother?" Naruto almost laughed out loud. "Where is the resemblance between us?" "Pathetic, simply pathetic." Without giving any mercy, Naruto smiled. "Wow, I don't know that young Master Zhu aware that our Ruoxi usually called me big brother at home, especially when coming into the bed. The feels are too crisp." Silence. Everyone in the rooms as if forgot to breathe. Don't even mention about the master servant pair. Even Ruoxi turned speechless after hearing her collaborator's words. She turned all red from head to toe, and glared at Naruto. This man was too shameless. Although these words were meant to counter against Zhu Xiong, this was too. Zhu Xiong, seeing Ruoxi suddenly displaying an expression of bashfulness and glaring at Naruto as if the intimate secret had been exposed, he was infatuated by her sudden change, but upon thinking again, for Ruoxi to act like this, his heart turned cold and he couldn't help but wonder that their relationship was actually true. With a great difficulty, Zhu Xiong laughed and said, "This mister is sure knows how to make a joke. Come, everyone please sit down." It wasn't long until the situation was back to normal. Ruoxi and Zhu Xiong already discussed about their cooperation in business. It already becomes a tug of war. Things that ought to be yielded should be, and things that ought to be fought for should be as well. In reality, Zhu Xiong was very clear. Dealing with women like Ruoxi, the art of sweet talk didn't work at all. As both of them were businessmen, he must utilize methods to convince the other party. If a man gave up his career for a woman, how will this sort of man win the heart of a strong woman like Lin Ruoxi? Just like Zhu Xiong, once the official talk began, Ruoxi's words started increasing as well. Her interpersonal relationship skills may not be that great, but once she started talking, this ridiculously beautiful girl also displayed a somewhat bitchy demeanor. Once she started to argue, she wouldn't give up until she reaped the maximum profit. Harry Ball, who clearly didn't understand what this both person doing, just stared at Naruto, trying to assess and provoking him. He clearly still felt grudge regarding the previous humiliation. As for Naruto, who didn't have any interest with their business transaction and grunt like Harry. No matter what strength he had, it still considered nothing in Naruto's eyes. Therefore, Naruto only sat on his chair and playing with his phone, streaming a certain cat chasing a mouse. Yes, I hope Boss Zoo can stick to his promises. This year's autumn fashion show, with your company's stage designs and our company's full wear, it is certain that we will capture a wider market and receive a huge sum of profit. Rukongai finally said. Due to speaking for an extended amount of time, her cheeks were flushed, displaying her hard-to-come-by supple beauty. While looking at this scene, Zhu Xiang's eyes dulled for a moment before nodding. Of course, I hope that our partnership goes smoothly. Since business is concluded, I expect that you are now hungry, Rukongai. Let's have the food served now, Zhu Xiang said as he clapped. The waiters near the door immediately started to get busy. The dinner was a formal Western cuisine. While the dinnerware was being set on the table, Rukongai glanced towards Naruto with worry in her eyes but quickly disappeared as she remembers that Naruto had spent his time in the United States before, so he must at least know about the etiquette. Her guess proved to be correct as Naruto didn't immediately launch into his food but acted mannerly like a gentleman prepared to eat. Zhu Xiang looked at Naruto with ugly and disappointed expression but still maintained his smile. Naruto, even though this is my first time meeting you, I did not prepare a proper gift, so I specially ordered a bottle of Nebbiolo from the year 1992 and I hope that Mr. Naruto can evaluate it for me. Naruto nodded solemnly and everyone thought he was confident about evaluating the wine. Little did they know that Naruto was actually gloomy and helpless inside. How could he have an ability to evaluate a wine if he didn't even like drinking? And every wine or beer he drank would just taste and turned like normal water for him as they didn't have any effect on him. But since directly rejecting it would cause Rukongai to lose face, he had to accept it and pretending to be able to evaluate it even just a little. Naruto raised his glass and the waiter only poured a bit before stopping. Naruto didn't feel anything out of place and he lightly swirled the liquid around the glass, smelt the wine, placed the tilted glass to his lips and slowly savored a sip. Zhu Xiang worriedly looks at Naruto. He asked, Mr. Naruto, what do you think? Naruto smiled and says, first of all, I want to tell you that I'm not really familiar with any kind of wine and beer since I don't like drinking them. Second, the taste of this wine is like experiencing leathery, gripping high tannin that seems to clasp the inside of your lips to the front of your teeth. But despite its tannic structure, there are flavors of cherry and raspberries. It also has aromas of rose and anise. To put it short, this wine is subtle yet bold, simple yet complex. From this, Zhu Xiang felt a bit of surprise. True, that he explain and evaluate the wine on general basis, but he said before that he's not familiar with any kind of wine because didn't like drinking them, yet, he was capable of describing the wine with his eyes, nose, and lips. What does that mean? It mean that either he was lying about never taste this wine, a pretending professional wine taster, or he simply had high sensitivity of his senses. If it was the first and second reason, Zhu Xiang will not feel any pressure and simply hold contempt or disdain for this man. But if this was the third reason, Zhu Xiang gulped the saliva in his throat because he simply feeling the pressure from this man can be very heavy. True enough, it seems that Mr. Naruto was truly not ordinary. It's no wonder that Rukongai wanted you to accompany her, Zhu Xiang said with a fake smile. Is that so? Naruto looked at Rukongai with infatuated eyes and lovingly said, without any skills, how can I manage to attract such a goddess like my wife? Isn't that right, my little Rukongai? Rukongai's lovable dimples suddenly flashed red. Although she knew that he only acted in order to help her block Zhu Xiang's attempts, but being called such intimately and possessively by him, her heart almost jumped out to her throat. She rigidly nodded her head in embarrassment. Zhu Xiang could feel his world become darker as he murderously staring at Naruto. With one hand gripping tightly onto the crystal-clear wine glass, even his veins were visible, he forced a laugh and said, haha. So you and Rukongai are truly has tied the knot. I am feeling happy for both of you. After saying that, all of them started eating normally, though the atmosphere became heavy after Zhu Xiang's last word. Rukongai started to feel apprehensive, but thanks to Naruto, who changed back his eating manner into a boorish person, her heart lightened up as she giggled and laughed at him. They chatted and flirted each other. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiang's face was getting gloomier and darker. 22 Superman and night operation. After finishing their business transaction and eating dinner, neither Naruto nor Rukongai wanted to stay any longer, so they decided to excuse themselves. Of course, Zhu Xiang also didn't have any reason to keep them here, especially after being bullied by the couple till he almost spitting blood. They bid goodbye and the couple left the restaurant with Rukongi's car. Only after they left that Harry Ball expression became sloppy as he went back into the private booth. Zhu Xiang had already relaxed his body and was sitting on the big sofa letting a waitress from the Blue Bay Hotel massage his shoulder. Finished seeing them off? Zhu Xiong asked lazily. Took out a cigarette from his pocket, he lit it up and took a breath. He widely grinned and showed a mouthful of yellow teeth. I have seen them out. Miss Lin drove pretty quickly. Zhu Xiong coldly laughed. This idiot woman thinks she can hinder me with such petty trick. Isn't she underestimating me too much? Boss, just give it a word. I will bring several brothers to deal with this bastard Naruto. Make him completely realizes who is he dealing with, Harry Ball said as his palm turned into a fist. It looked like he still holds a grudge because the previous humiliation. No need, least for now. I still have to probe him a little bit, to be honest. He somehow gave me little bit pressure and he looks like not a normal person. I have to take a cautious steps against him. Boss, how can such a small stall seller put a pressure on you? No matter how I see it, he just a lowly person who are still green compared to boss. Harry Ball scoffed. You don't understand. Zhu Xiong shook his head. For people like me who are dealing with many sorts of people, we have the ability to see whether a person is easy or hard to deal with. A man like Naruto who has mysterious air around him, is the hardest type to deal with. I had spent resources to dig information about him yet the only one I got is unreliable and unclear background. Zhu Xiong gravely said whatever boss says, me and boys will try to look for information about him on the streets tomorrow. Maybe there's some dirt we can dig it up, Harry Ball said while scratched his head. Zhu Xiong nodded. He looked at the lake in front of him and sneered. Linruoxi, Linruoxi. Don't think you can run away from me. Sooner or later I will conquer you, and when you're powerless, you will deliver yourself in front of my bed. After driving for a quite distance, the Bentley car finally pulled over on the side of the road. Naruto and Linruoxi looked at each other, a smile fixed on their face. PFFT. The duo couldn't hold back their laughter anymore. Naruto break up and Linruoxi chortling. That was amazing, Naruto. Linruoxi said, her body trembling as she tried to hold her laughter from going out of control. I know, right? Don't you see Zhu Xiong's face? How is he trying so hard from not exploding on the spot? Ooh, priceless. So priceless. Naruto agreed with Linruoxi. Not to mention his servant blackface when we are pressuring him. I wish we could record those reactions. The happy and joyful moment completely blanketed two young people while the moonlight illuminates all over the place. Eventually, they winded up and enjoying the silent night of the peaceful road before Linruoxi started up the car again and drove it into their sanctuary. Neither of them spoke along the road, a smile never leave Linruoxi as she felt delighted tonight. Not only she manages to close up a deal but also succeed blocking Suzuno's attempt with Naruto's help, albeit it was only temporary. However, they could only do so much for a time being. Linruoxi never thought that she will ever have a night where she's coming home this joyful and with a man at that. She glanced at her companion. He is gazing at the view from the car's window, his side of the mouth lift upward, a peaceful and content expression masked his face as if he's enjoying this very moment. Sometimes she wondered what running inside the man's little mind right now. He did nothing but help her from time and time again, yet he didn't seem to complain at all. Linruoxi shook her head. Since it's no use to think about that, she focused her attention on the road for the rest of their trip. Quick they arrived at Dragon Villa. The environment shone with a little bit lights from unique-looking Lamp Street. One or two cars passed by their side, perhaps intending to enjoy the peaceful evening somewhere romantic. The car entered the house's clearing. Naruto stepped out from the car. However, Linruoxi still locked tight inside. You go rest. I have somewhere to go first, Linruoxi said. Huh? Will you be okay on your own? Naruto concerned. Yeah, it's not my first flight, Linruoxi comforted. Naruto hesitated for a while. He eventually nodded. Call me as soon as possible if something happens. Linruoxi nodded. Warmth filled her heart since Naruto didn't probe where she will go, instead just showing concern for her safety. She giggled and replied with joyful tone, right away Superman. Naruto chuckled at her behavior. He shook head. Well, as long she's happy tonight. Linruoxi put in the reverse gear and slowly backed up. With a small honk she went outside the villa and disappeared to the horizon beyond the gate. Naruto stayed in front of the house for a moment before strolled inside. He didn't bother himself where Linruoxi went since she also needed her own privacy. It's not in his place to restrict her freedom. Since the night was still early, Naruto decided to go out and hanged around at the Roses. He took a warm shower and dressed casually in his white jacket. After making sure he locked the front door, Naruto knocked his feet to the ground and like a wisp of shadow, he disappeared from his original position, dashing in a blur toward his destination. On the park somewhere around the west side of Zonghai City, 3 black-white police cars had been seen in the vicinity. If there was only one police's car here it wouldn't pick people's suspicion since it's just a patrol routine, but now, 3 of them parked here and clearly, something was going to happen tonight. Among the bushes and the woods inside the park, several cops with bulletproof armor hiding in the dark, waiting whoever they might be. These cops were ready with a firearm in hand to demonstrate the seriousness of the situation. Few of them even had an M3 shotgun as their main gun. One of the cops seemed different from the other, wearing the same uniform yet revealing a different outline figure. The tightness of the uniform clung to this cop body to emphasize 3 sizes that almost made every woman dying to have 4. The lady cop stood in the most front of these cops as she was the woman in charge of this operation. "Chief K, it's almost the time," suddenly one of the cops who was the closest to her whispered. Kyan nodded and ordered in a small shout, "Everyone get ready, look for any suspicious people and make sure you tag them all. If the tip is true, then this night might be our opportunity to interfering an illegal drugs transaction carried by one of the underworld gang, Chendahai's group." Everyone listened to Kyan spoke in a dignified tone. As an officer of law enforcement, Kyan had shown her character as a righteous leader. None of this cop doubted her authority. Kyan satisfied with her team manner. These people she picked as the most reliable and credible among others, as she impossible to jeopardize the night operation by having a mole in the group. Kyan had been long disliked the kind of underworld gangs, but unfortunately, she couldn't act based on such a selfish reason, so she took a research and tried to find any illegal activity that they had been doing from this past few days. Finally, after reading from one file to another, she got some suspicious hint about sort of activity near the park at the night time. After related it with her resources, she managed to get a few more information which was leading her into this tonight operation. Time was slowly ticking as the park getting more desolate. Few people passed by. They were either loiterer or homeless people. Park was usually their favorite residence to rest up their tired soul or just zombied around. At last, from the entrance of the park, several cars appeared escorting a black Rolls-Royce Phantom. The Rolls-Royce stopped exactly in front of the park gate while the escorting cars stopped on the front and behind the car. At the same time, at another gate on the opposite of the entrance park, another group of cars also appeared look like the same with previous one, but this time they escorted a silver Maserati Quattraport. Kyan looked at the cars of both parties while cold frost in her heart. She knew one of them was Chendahai's group, but she was clueless about the other one. If there was only one mobster at Chendahai scale, Kyan confident about arresting them, but if there's 2, she doubted it. While Kyan was in dilemma, both parties came out from their respective vehicle and walked toward the fountain by the center of the park. The man from the entrance was a stocky middle-aged man with a slight arrogant look on his face. He wears 3-piece pinstripe clothes and black fedora hat. A tobacco was hanging on his mouth as he strolled together with his guards to the center of the park. On the other hand, the opposite man had a thin figure and slightly younger than him. Wearing George Brid suite and black shoes with white spats. He appeared humble yet crafty at the same time. Before long, both parties finally meet by the fountain in the middle. The source of the lights were the brightest there as the fountain had some extra installment. "Mr. Chen, glad to meet you," the thin man offered his hand. "Mr. Kiao, so am I," the stocky man who appeared to be Chendahai accepted his hand. "Kiao Si? One of the big shot from Central? What the hell was he doing here?" Kyan pondered with a shock expression. "Do you bring my order?" Kiao Si asked faintly. Yes, everything is prepared," Chendahai said before he signaled one of his underling that carried sort of black case on his hand. Chendahai took the black case and opened it up. 8 of ecstasy, 1/4 of cocaine, 1/4 of heroin. Whoa, it sure was a big deal, Kyan thought. Ahaha, great. Mr. Chen sure is a trustable dealer. Kiao Si praised. "This is nothing, so long there is money, I can prepare anything you want," Chendahai smugly said. Of course. Give him the money." Kiao Si ordered his bodyguard. One of the men with a silver case stepped forward and gave it to Chendahai. He excitedly opened the case and his eyes turned green the moment tons of money came into his vision. "Everything is there, feel free to check it first if you doubt it," Kiao Si nonchalantly said. Hee, how can someone as big as Mr. Kiao is a conman? I don't need to check on them." Chendahai's face turned humble, his mouth spouted thousands of flattery. "Now on to the next business. How's the progress of our plan?" Kiao Si wrinkled his eyebrows. "It will reach the end phase at any moment, so you don't need to worry," Chendahai said in polite tone. Good. Kiao Si laughed, his face turned into a sneer. Si Chumings has been in power too long that he started to forget his own place. He is no longer required to be West Union Society leader. He glanced into Chendahai, a crafty smile hooked the corner of his lips, and someone needs to replace him to make sure West Union Society can still operate. I'm willing, believe me, I'm better than surname Sichu. In my hand, West Union Society will always answer to your command." Chendahai patted his chest, his nose rose slightly higher. "Ahaha, that's what I want to hear. Don't worry, as long as you listen to me, soon the entire Zonghai will belong to your group, no one will ever dare mess with you anymore." "Yes." Chendahai excitedly nodded, but his expression became odd as he asked, "But what about his daughter group, Zhongwei, from Red Thorn Society?" Albeit it was still a child, but it actually has a fast growth. I heard she has a lot of supporters and she can become an obstacle in our operation. Kiao Si laughed unrestrainedly till tears coming from the side of his eyes. What group? She's just a child who is playing with the fire. She doesn't know how hot the fire is yet daring to play closer. Don't worry. She is nothing but a naive woman. I promise you after we take care Si Chiming's, we played her until she died. Ha ha ha. Chen Dehai remembering Zhang Wei's fiery figure somehow couldn't help but feeling hot all over. Yes, yes. I follow instruction. Now everything is concluded, time for me to go back. I anticipated everything is ready by the time of my next visit. Sure, sure. Both shrewd people shaking hands as they prepared to leave, but at this moment, a feminine yet firm voice resounded, flashbang. 23 A smile in the dark. The sudden attack surely caught off guard Chen Dehai and the rest of the people there. The stun grenades flew through the air and landed on several places on the area. Take cover and pick your targets, remember. Our priority is to catch Chen Dehai, so try your best not to mortally wound him. If you have to kill the remaining, don't hesitate, I will take full responsibility, Kai Yan ordered in a firm tone. Shit, it's the cops. How could they know tonight's transaction? Chen Dehai angrily shouted, the pain in his eyes because the stun grenades cause him more aggravated. Chen Dehai, what is this? Are you trying to set me up? Kiao Si accused as several underlings tried to cover him even though they also in dizzy condition. Kai Yan and her team sprung out from their original spot and find a better one to take cover. Kai Yan shouted, this is the police from Zonghai West Station Department, lay down your arms and peacefully surrender or we will have to use lethal to take you down. Mr. Kiao please, I know nothing about this, those useless mice didn't tell me anything regarding the siege. Chen Dehai said, he had placed several eyes in the station yet none of them reported to him. Humphrey, save your excuses for later. Kiao Si said. He glares at his underlings, quickly get me out of here, those pigs are chasing after Chen Dehai, just ignore them. Kiao Si underlings obeyed their boss' direction as they separated themselves from Chen Dehai's group and slowly walked toward the exit. Kai Yan cursed in her thought, this big shot sure is smart enough to read the situation. It was indeed she wouldn't be able to arrest them all since she didn't have enough man and firepower. Will Chen Dehai let himself be arrested? Of course not. He had been caught red-handed doing drug trafficking. Most common punishment would be a death sentence. Even if he managed to get away, at least they will drop him 10 years in a cage. Chen Dehai grabbed on one of his men and angrily shouted, hold them off. Don't let them get near me or I swear I kill your entire family. The gangster cold sweating and didn't dare to delay any longer. He arranged several men to prepare Chen Dehai's exit, while the other holds the cops from getting to him. TCH, typical. Kai Yan grumbled, she signaled her team and said in a loud voice, open fire. Petaf. 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 CKCK bang. CKCK bang. CKCK bang. Pit-pat pit-pat pit-pat. A shootout between cops and gangs occurred in the once peaceful park. Since Kai Yan and her team managed to get into better position, they had an advantage over them. Soon the fight will be over as the gangster one by one fall into the ground, whether they fainted or dead are unknown. However, this fight didn't affect Chen Dehai's speed of retreat. Kai Yan upon seeing Chen Dehai getting farther, she got nervous as a chance of her target getting away became bigger. With an impulsive thought, she shot one of the gangs in their shoulder and said, cover me. I'm going after Chen Dehai chief. Wait, her subordinate didn't manage to stop her as she already run off. In the midst of gunfires, Kai Yan struggled to chase Chen Dehai. Sometimes she saw bullets flying across her eyes, sometimes also behind her ears. Adrenaline already pumping into her nerve as she couldn't get nervous anymore. She running as fast as she could, hoping to catch up with them. Of course, they wouldn't let her succeed. Two of the gangs separate themselves from guarding Chen Dehai to block her path. Kai Yan didn't have time to properly aim at them. She raised her gun and started shooting wildly. One of the bullets managed to take a nest on one of the gangs but the other just grazed his hand. The guy sneered as he took properly aim at Kai Yan, preparing to send her into her grave. It's like the time froze for Kai Yan. The barrel from SMG that had been aimed at her resembled a dragon that was about launching a fireball from its mouth. They said when you're about to die, memories from the past will resurface. That's why there were people who died with a regret as they remembered something that they unable to fulfill or mistakes they yet to fix. Kai Yan remembers everything clearly, her childhood, her parent, and her older sister. Yes, her once taken older sister from her family. Kai Yan was 4 or 5 at that time, her older sister is 7. Only after 10 years later that her older sister came back, but she is changed. She had been cold and distant, even to her own families. She still smiled here and there, but that smile did not show any life. Smiling, for her like just an obligatory that she must do according to the situation she faced. Yes, maybe Kai Yan's regret, it's that she couldn't bring back the smile that had gone from her older sister. She tried, but not succeed. She closes her eyes, prepared to take the shot. Swoosh. Puchy. Gak. The sound of someone's choking entered Kaiyan's ears. She slowly opened her eyes before she got shocked. The man who's supposed to become her Grim Reaper now held on his own neck. There was blood spilled between the gap of his fingers as he couldn't stop it from flowing. The man stared at Kaiyan with wide eyes and confused expression. Clearly, this man didn't even know what happened and what cut his neck open. Shortly, the man choked on his own blood and fell to the ground, leaving another confused person alone. Kaiyan still didn't know how to utter any words. She looked around trying to find someone responsible for this, but couldn't find other people. The sound of the engine waking her up. She just remembered her supposed to be task by the time Chendahai's car already drove off, leaving the park quickly. Grumbled in annoyance, Kaiyan walked closer to the throat-slitted dead body and inspected it. The cut was small and clean yet tear the man whole neck. Kaiyan shuddered when thinking about how this man had been killed and whom had done it. In the end, Kaiyan sighed because whoever did this had saved her life. Instead of full worry, she should be grateful instead. Kaiyan stood up and with a smile, she said thank you. Then she walked back to her team for taking care of the rest matter. In the darkness of the woods inside the park, a woman could be seen standing on one of the branches. It wasn't clear how she looked like because she was surrounded by the darkness, but just from the vague description of her, anyone could tell that she was one hell of the beauty. She looked at the retreating figure of Kaiyan and a faint smile crept on her lips, anytime she softly replied. Morning came as the birds joyfully chirping and the sunlight managed to slip away from soft curtains on the windows. Naruto yawned while going downstairs. He walked into the living room and turned on the TV. In the dining room, Lenroxi already clad in her official suit and having a kanji as a breakfast. Upon noticing Naruto just wake up, she smiled and teased him. Oh look, the lion coming down. Can it, princess? Naruto spat while scratched his stomach. I should be mother queen since I woke up far earlier than you. TCH, people like you would never understand the joy of wake up late. People like me, it's the embodiment of diligence persona. Congratulations, I'm very impressed. Now keep that persona away. Don't you know the early bird gets the early worms? Who cares? I don't eat worms anyway. Naruto and Lenroxi continued bickering whatever they bicker about. Wang Ma, who was in the kitchen, preparing more breakfast while happily listened to them. She strolled out and said, Young master, please have the breakfast what's on the table first, I will bring more soon. Naruto nodded, turned off the TV and walked to the dining room. He took one of the metal spoons and surprisingly scooped some of the kanji from Lenroxi's bowl. His eyes brightened. Wow, this is good. How come you cook this good, even just a kanji? And Huang. Lenroxi was shocked upon his action, like a hen protecting its chick. She covered her bowl and angrily said, This is mine. Why would you eat a food from my bowl? Pick your own. Naruto shrugged, he curled his lips. It's just one scoop of spoon anyway, cheapskate. Lenroxi pouted angrily. She glared at Naruto, who just take a few kanjis from its pot. Then she grabbed the pot, hugged it into her bosom and declared, You're not allowed to have more. Naruto startled and looked at his own bowl, which was only around 5 or 6 spoons took to finish it. Roxy, don't be ridiculous, this portion wasn't enough. Lenroxi shook her head. She stood from her chair and retreated. I said no, then it's a no. Heavy line marked Naruto's forehead. He twitched his lips. Come on. It's just 1 spoon of kanji. Why would you exaggerate like this? Lenroxi sneered. She straightened her back, her nose slightly raised. It's just 1 spoon, but it's mine. It's my kanji. I wouldn't let anyone take it from me, even just 1 spoon. Naruto's face darkened. He's eyeing her figure with predator eyes. Roxy, I'm warning you, give it to me. Or what? Or you regret it, very much. Regret it, Naruto devishly grinned. Lenroxi felt her scalp turn cold after hearing Naruto's threat, gulping down his saliva on her throat. What are you going to do to me? She couldn't help but stammered her speech. Naruto threw a pondering look, before scratched his own palm. You know, my palm recently feeling weird and itchy, maybe it needs to softly tap on something soft. Lenroxi's body trembled as she heard him. She still remembered his previous punishment when she was trying to jump from the 2nd floor of the coffee house. She could still remember how his hot palm kept striking her rear, making her deep in shame and full of embarrassment. You, Lenroxi nervously said as her face turned red and hot all over. So? What will it be? Give me the kanji or the soft app? Naruto wickedly smiled. Lenroxi had her head face down as Naruto couldn't see what expression she wore, but a sound coming from her made Naruto shocked and speechless. Hick sob hick she cried. Motherfucker, for real? Naruto's heart turned cold the moment he heard Lenroxi's sobbing voice. The pitiful voice of feeling wronged make her looks like a child who just received mistreatment. Naruto felt stabbing pain deep inside him. Because somehow he couldn't bear this look of her. It was different when she cried from Lincoln's assaults before. Suddenly Naruto became nervous as he hurriedly comforted her. Ruoxi comes on, I'm just kidding, okay? Why, you can have the kanji. Here, look. Naruto grabbed his bowl and quickly eating his kanji. Indeed, that only take 5 spoons to finish it. Naruto put down his bowl and said, "Ah, I'm satisfied and full now, so I won't haggle over the kanji with you anymore, alright? Please stop crying, I beg you." Suddenly the sobbing sounds stop, but a strange noise burst out. Ruoxi? Naruto raised his eyebrows. Faha. Ruoxi laughed cheerfully at this very moment that Naruto's head became blank as he realized that he just being tricked. After their drama has concluded, Naruto sulkily eating his breakfast, Ruoxi repeatedly comforted him together with Wang Ma. Turned out she and Wang Ma has been planned to prank him this morning, which was still for an unknown reason. Naruto ignored Ruoxi as he eating meat buns in a silent manner, giving her "we are on Cold War" expression. "Come on, I was just joking, stop brooding." Ruoxi, feeling the helplessness as she failed to comfort Naruto, turned her head to Wang Ma. She gently nodded, which the housekeeper responded in the same manner. Wang Ma then quickly went back to the kitchen. "Naruto, do you know why we are doing this?" Ruoxi gently asked. Naruto wrinkles his brow but still gave "I don't care" expression. Ruoxi didn't bother his reaction as she continued, "You see, I just realized last night that I have not been properly welcoming you into the house. We have been bothered by anything, from my father to Susanoo. You have been repeatedly comforting and helping me, yet I'm completely ignorant about you, such as forget to officially welcome you into the house. I don't know you and you don't know me, and I don't know what sort of fate has brought us together. Sometimes I wonder what would happen if I didn't meet you back in the bar. Will I end up dead or worse? Or nothing happens but I'm still trapped in cages of my father and Zhu Xiong? I admitted that I'm not sort of a religious person, but I like to believe that we should be grateful for everything that has been gifted to us, even it is just a small one." Ruoxi raised her hand and clapped. From the kitchen, Wang Ma came out with a tray. There was a food on it, but it's covered by a stainless steel cap. Of course, people wouldn't be able to know what was inside it, but somehow Naruto knew what food is that. He knew it the moment Wang Ma brought it out from the kitchen. The radar of his favorite food has been going crazy. Hell, it went nuts. Ruoxi and Wang Ma giggled at Naruto's reaction. Wang Ma lifted up the food and placed it in front of Naruto. She grabbed the cap and looked at Ruoxi. Ruoxi nodded. Then together with Wang Ma, she said 1, 2, 3. "Welcome to our house, Naruto. Young master." 24 Debt collector. Normally, a new recruiter or worker wouldn't have to receive a lot of assignment from their superior because the company needed to know how well the new recruiter or worker doing the task that had given to them. Likewise, the new recruiter or worker also needed to get adapted with the company work's environment and behavior so they can work well and comfortably. But apparently, this normal situation didn't apply to Naruto as he just started working since yesterday, yet the amount work he had surpassed other colleague that had been work longer than him. Bitterly looked at the stack of papers on his desk, making Naruto wanted to cry but had no tears. If this was his past self, probably he would just shrug it off and dive immediately. His coworkers looked at him with pity in their eyes. They felt this new person is not quite so lucky for angering their chief on his first day of work. Zhao Hongyan absent-mindedly looked at the filing paper on Naruto's desk and muttered, "Wow, Naruto, you really succeed in making Chief Mo has a personal vendetta against you." Naruto glared at her and sarcastically said, "Wow, Sister Hongyan, thank you for clarifying it for me, I had no idea." Zhao Hongyan giggled, "Alright, it best for you just work what you can and apologize to her later. I don't think Chief Mo actually expected you to get all the work done." Naruto sighed, "Yeah, I probably just do that." "Good luck, Naruto," Zhao Hongyan encouragingly said. Time slowly got closer to lunch break. Even with previous bitter and helpless feeling, Naruto still worked honestly. Many finished paperwork and reports started to heap up while the unfinished one diminished. Eventually, by the time for lunch break, more than half already done and Naruto didn't even look like tired at all. All the girl in the room once again stared in daze at him. Need to be reminded that Naruto's work papers was actually many than several of them combined together. It is not they all lazy, but since PR work was mostly done in verbal communication, they rarely had to work that many papers. Even if they did, there was no need to finish them in a hurry since a deadline for reporting their progress is not short. Finally, lunch's break came. This time Naruto didn't reject Zhao Hongyan and other invitation and merrily walked together to the cafeteria. The cafeteria was on the 15th level and occupied the entire floor. The decoration of the floor was delightful and clean. Most of the color that dominating this room was red, which is many people say can raise your appetite. They swiped their ids at the counter and strolled toward where the food tray is. The food and beverage workers wore clean and white work clothing and welcomed everybody with smiles. The food variant could be said many. There were several appetizers such as dumpling and fruits, noodle, rice, fried chicken, and others as the main dish. Last, they served puddings as a dessert. Of course, every person portion was limited since there are more than 200 workers in the headquarters, but it's still enough to fill their stomach. So, Naruto, tell me, what is your first thought when you enter a workforce department filled with women? Lumino inquired after they all find their table and sat together. Naruto picked his appetizer, which is an orange, and started eating before he laughed softly and replied, I thought, wow, I'm the most handsome here. Of course you are. There are no other men there. Kai laughed. Zhao Hongyan giggled as she teased, well, you also don't have any competitors when you picking up girls. Please, Sister Hongyan, I'm an upright and honorable man. Beside, I already said that I'm married. Naruto righteously said. Yes, you are. But Zhao Hongyan suddenly shifted her seat and sat closer to Naruto. She threw a flirtatious look and said, are you sure that you would be able to stop yourself from making an attempt toward another girl? Her perfume, which was smell like raspberry and apple blossom, entered Naruto's nose while her phoenix-like eyes gazing hotly at Naruto. Naruto felt like he just being electrified and couldn't help but swallowed his throat upon being provoked like this. Lumina giggled and said, Hongyan, you shouldn't tease him like this. What if he gets trouble later? Zhao Hongyan laughed as she returned to her original position. Sorry, I couldn't help but teasing him when he acted like that. Then she looked at Lumina and looked back at Naruto, as if there was a light bulb on the top of her head. She stared at them with bright eyes. I know. Minu, why don't you try hanging out with Naruto? After all, you still unmarried and single. I think you two can make a great couple. Lumina startled. She pretended to be angry. Hongyan, what are you saying? Do you want me to become his mistress? But then she threw seductive view to Naruto. On the second thought, I don't think I mind so long brother Naruto think he can support my living expenses. Not only get electrified, Naruto also got struck by thunder now. He gazed at fiery Zhao Hongyan and seductive Lumino. Naruto's lips became dry no matter how much he licked it. You both are really merciless, look at him, sweating all over. Kai, who just silently eating her food, sympathetically said. But before Naruto managed to convey his gratitude, she said, don't mind these two, Naruto, if you think you are in need for comforting. She bent over the table. The deep crevice between two plump mountain behind the collar of her shirt suddenly became visible. She added with amorous tone. Just call me. Now Naruto officially became dried wood as he left speechless and just gloomily eating his foods. The trio laughed at him before they apologized and continued eating their foods. At this moment, from the entrance of cafeteria, a line of people entered the room. Suddenly the entire workers quickly stood up and greeted those people with respect. It is not hard to figure it out who are they. Oh, the meeting has ended, the CEO and department heads have come, Kai cried out in alarm, and stood up like other workers. Lenroxi standing at the front of the line, her hair tied up in a bun, she only wore a little cosmetics yet she already appeared outstanding and overshadowing the rest of the women on the line. Mokayane also one of the women on the line, and she looked like quite gloomy right now. The trio including Naruto seemed to notice their chief distressed mood, then the trio at the same time looked at Naruto with a suspicious expression. Naruto, who felt the gaze, suddenly let out a cold sweat. He refuted, it is not me, I swear. We not even met this morning. Hearing Naruto's words, the ladies instead letting him off, they became more suspicious, the expression I don't believe you written all over their forehead. Naruto can only sighed and decided just to ignore it. Reasoning with women was hard. Shortly, Lenroxi line finally passed by Naruto's table and the trio. When her eyes recognized Naruto, Lenroxi looked startled a little bit before she suddenly let out a faint smile and gave a small nod toward them. Then her line quickly went to the executive dining section, which was separated from the public section with an expensive looking glass. Did the CEO just nod to us? Kai exclaimed. I thought she did since there is no other behind us. Lumina confirmed. Oh my god. Is that a sign that our pay grade is gonna get raised? Zhao Hongyan beamed. Naruto looked at the unbelievable expression of his coworkers with funny thought, what if I tell them that she nods toward them because of me? Naruto shook his head, decided that it would be better not to tell, they wouldn't believe him anyway. Finished their lunch, Naruto, and the trio back to their own desk to get prepare working again. Lumino and Kai desk were in a different direction from Naruto and Zhao Hongyan, so they had to go on their separate way. Before they could get comfortable in their seat, the door to the office opened, revealing a gloomy and distressed Mokayane. The other worker slowly making a distance from her, fear if something mishap happens. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy and the temperature went down. Only after Mokayane entered her room that the workers dared to talk again. Whispered can be heard from anywhere. What happened? Must be about that again. Yes, definitely. Naruto looked around before he asked the woman closest to him, Sister Hongyan, what are they talking about? What is this that they mention? Zhao Hongyan sighed before explained to Naruto in a helpless expression, "You see Naruto, by this point you should get the picture regarding how our department work, right?" Naruto nodded as Zhao Hongyan continued, "Since one of the description of our job was to maintain a relationship with our customer, one of them include collecting debt from other companies. Most of the companies didn't dare not to pay because it will smear their name and they also bound by the law." "While other companies?" Zhao Hongyan shook her head. "They didn't care so much about reputation, so they didn't pay any of debt they owe us. They even dare to hurt anyone that comes to collect it, since none of us know how to fight and Chief Mo fear we all get hurt, so we have to ask help other departments. Sadly, this people also didn't give us any result, instead they came back with injuries and miserable state." Naruto knitted his brow. He asked, "Why not just report this to the police?" "Then what? The debt still not paid even we throw them to the jail. This people is similar to bandits and I'm pretty sure they fit themselves nicely inside the prison." Zhao Hongyan twitched her lips. Naruto became quiet as he seemed like think of something. Next, he stood up and left his desk. "Naruto, where are you going?" Zhao Hongyan startled. "Collecting the debt," he lazily said as he walked toward Mokayani's room. Mokayani let out a depressed sigh as she read a file report. It had been 3 attempts for her to retrieve the money debt, yet all of them resulted in failure. First time trying end up being one of the females harshly chased away. The second attempt, with a help from someone in other departments, ended up in a failure as well. The person came back with a horrible state because of being beaten up, and the last one. Even more worst, the man claimed that he was a black belt in Taekwondo, but came back with a broken bone and superficial wounds. She was in a serious lamented mood when suddenly a knocking sound came from her door. She tidied herself and acted like nothing happened, putting a little smile on her face. She said, "Please come in." At the moment someone who knocked the door entered, her smile got stiff. An awkward atmosphere covered both people in the room. For Mokayani, this person was the least she wanted to see right now. But since she was his superior, no matter what circumstance, so long they were at work, she had to act professionally. With a deadpan expression, she said, "Can I help you?" Naruto frowned as he thought, "Still angry, huh? Come on, get over it soon." Naruto shrugged and without beat around the bush, he said, "Chief Mo, I'm going to collect the debt right now. Please grant me the necessary stuff and their company address." Mokayani startled, a spark of life ignited within her eyes. With slightly excited voice, she asked, "Do you know martial arts?" Naruto scratched his cheek. No. I don't." Mokayani expression became gloomy again. With a cold tone, she said, "Please don't make a joke regarding this. Remember that you still in a trial period. If you make any unlikable and bad behavior, no matter how much talented you are, I will not hesitate to terminate our contract and fire you away." Then with downcast expression she added, "If this is all, then you can go back to your desk." Naruto also put up a serious expression. "Chief Mo, I'm not joking. Although I don't know any martial arts, I still can throw a punch or kick. Please just give a chance to prove it you." Mokayani sneered as she thought, even people with a black belt still fail and got hurt in the end. What someone like you can do? But since Naruto was insisting on this matter, she decided to send him there, hoping that he will get scared and learn not to mess with his superior. "Fine, I'll drive you there, but I'm warning you, this is your own choice, so the company will not give you any compensation if you receive any sort of injuries." Naruto nodded, "Got it. But Chief Mo, you don't have to drive me there personally, just give me the address, I'll find my way around." Mokayani waved her hand, "Whatever, I will prepare the necessary documents, you can wait outside." Naruto turned around and started walking, but before he exited the room, he faced her again and bent his body 90 degrees. He sincerely said, "Chief Mo, I'm sorry for what I have done yesterday. Had I known your circumstances, I would let you enter the room first. Please let this assignment be my way to make an amend to you." Then without waiting for Mokayani's response, he walked outside. Mokayani startled from his sudden apologizes, remembering his warm bosom and manly aura, she blushed before unintentionally breathed out a sigh. Rubbing her own temple she mumbled, "If you act like this, who can stay angry with you?" The hustle and bustle of the city described how busy was Zonghai City in the afternoon. The street full of ongoing car and people as they buzzing from whatever activities they did. Naruto's leaning on the seat inside a red Audi A4, his eyes gazed at the shifting scenery beyond the car's window, didn't know why he liked to see the view from car windows or any scene while he inside a moving object. A constant change of scenes making him feels like seeing the whole world that he lived in. He could see a lot of people or any kind of structures. If he got lucky, he could get a view of a natural environment. Naruto took back his eyes and glances at the driver's seat. He smiled bitterly and said, "Chief Mo, I already said that I'm okay on my own. You don't have to bother yourself by driving me there. We are already on the road, why are you still haggle over it?" Mokayani grumbled, her face frowning in a cute way. "Could it be that you worried about me?" Naruto teased. Who worried about you, Humphrey? I don't care if anything happens to you. Besides, you are my subordinate, I'm your chief. In sense, you are my responsibility, Mokayane denied, but there's a tint of red on her cheeks. But you don't have to drove it by yourself, Naruto said while shaking his head. Silence. Do you have any problem with that? She turned facing Naruto and glared at him. Naruto abruptly raised his hands and waved them. Nope, nope. Fine by me. He threw his face at the other way and mumbled, son dear. What did you say? Mokayane raised her eyebrows, she unable to get a clear hearing since he talked in a low voice. Naruto faced her back, a faint smile pulled the corner of his lips. I said Chief Mo is an exceptional leader. Oh, thank you. I didn't do anything special, Mokayane bashfully responded, her nose turned a little higher. Wow, she is easy, Naruto's sweat dropped at his chief behavior. Then both of them became silent, as the car drove into the destination. 25 Promise and Ambition. 1 hour and a half later, they arrived at the building with black word on the white background at the front of the building. It stated Hueco Apparels Limited Company. After briefed by Mokayane, Naruto understood the whole situation now. This Hueco Apparels Limited Company was order apparels that worth $600,000 last year, but still owe a balance of $400,000. Originally the deadline was next year, but Huangqing was on the verge of collapsing, so Yulei needed to expedite the return of that $400,000, to prevent a bad debt, yet Huangqing refused to pay them and sent whoever came to collect it in a harsh and abusive way. Naruto nodded as he looked at the old building. Really, the interior of this building had fallen apart, cracks everywhere on its wall and the paint was getting swarthy. Clearly the reason of whoever owned this place didn't care so much because they soon would abandon it. Are you sure about this? Mokayane quavered. It looked like her worries was genuine. Naruto, seeing his superior worried like this, feeling funny and warm inside. Despite she was being aggravated by him these past 2 days, she could overlook it and focused on the present situation. Naruto knew that she had forgiven him from the way she expressed her action toward him. With a chuckle, Naruto grinned, Chief Mo, don't worry. I will do this in the blink of an eye, just you wait. But... Naruto shook his head while smiling. He stepped forward and offered his pinky to her. How about if we make a deal? Ah, what deal? Mokayane startled. Naruto curled his lips. In a soft voice he said, if I make out from this building less or exactly 45 minutes and without any injuries, you have to treat me a dinner later. Mokayane became speechless. Don't even mention get out with no injuries. She even doubts he could get out succeed at all. With slight anger in her tone, she glared at him. Don't make a joke like this. I won't care so much how long you are inside, but what if you get injured? What if deal or not? Naruto cut her off before she had a chance to finish. His gentle smile and expression make her heart seriously trembled. She cast her vision to the ground as she fidgeting on the spot. Naruto didn't hustle her. He kept his little finger still on offering pose. After a while, the downcast Mokayane mumbled, can you keep your promises? One thing that I never did in my life is failing my word and breaking my promises, Naruto confidently said. Mokayane finally lifted up her face, staring deeply into the blonde man's face. Be careful in there, get the debt, and come out without any injuries, she said with firm face. Naruto chuckled, the grin he possessed getting wider. So we have the deal? Mokayane cheeks turned red. She raised her little finger and hooked it into his. Hun, we have the deal. After managed to convince his superior, Naruto walked inside the building. Upon entering through the front door, Naruto saw a gaudily dressed receptionist with heavy makeup. When she saw a hunk man entered, her eyes got bright as she stopped whatever she did and quickly tidied herself. She revealed an alluring smile. Mister, what can I do for you? Because Naruto had seen a lot of beauties these days, from Linroxi till Mokayane, he didn't get attracted by this receptionist. Hell, she couldn't even be compared to the trio Fox sisters in his office. Naruto waved the brown envelope and nonchalantly said, I am from Yulei International, here to discuss regarding our business deal. Seeing that Naruto clearly not having interest in her made her feels disappointed, but that feeling in the instant changed into weird one upon she heard where he hailed from. Yulei International? She proceeded to check some things on the computer at the front desk. Excuse me, is this regarding the business deal's outstanding balance? Yes, can we go on already? Naruto lazily replied. Since he already knew their farce, he couldn't be more interested in wasting time with them any longer. The receptionist felt angry at Naruto's attitude. In her heart she sneered, you may look tough now, wait till you get inside, see if you don't piss yourself. Nevertheless, she still showed a smile. Please gentlemen, this way. She led Naruto into the elevator. Along the way, the receptionist seemed put on an extra effort on swaying her waist as if she trying to seduce Naruto. Naruto shook his head with a hint of disgust. Inside his mind, such a woman far worse than a hooker. At least a hooker did what they did because they need it for a living. While this woman had a good and normal job, yet she didn't hesitate to flatter any man she fancied with her body. Naruto couldn't help but remember his short-met friend, Mai, when he thought this kind of issues. Although she worked in this kind of line, but she was cheerful and kind person, that night, she supposed to bait him into sleep with her, then have to pay her handsomely for her services, yet in the end, she's not get paid at all. She even honestly listened to his rambling and helped him by allowing Lin Ruoxi to stay in her place for a night. Naruto chuckled as he somehow missed Mai now, maybe he could visit her after work. Finally, they arrived on the top floor by a shabby-looking elevator. Naruto felt a little surprised when he looked at the room that filled with a pungent smell. The desks and chairs' position was in a mess, many stuff had lain on the floor such as paper, newspaper, toilet paper, cigarettes, and other else. Dust was everywhere and most lamps on the ceiling had blown. Last but not least, there were tons of people inside the room moving in a bustle. They wore all kind of strange cloth, men and women, young and old, robust and skinny, all kind of person existed among these people. They gathered on different tables, playing pokers or throwing dices while smoking, both men and women. "Mister, the management offices is over here, please follow me," the receptionist laughed, but soon she became quiet because she didn't see any shocked and scared silly expression on Naruto's face. Instead she saw a boring and sleepy Naruto as he yawned while looking around. "Well, come on then, I don't have all day for this," Naruto said with droopy eyes. The receptionist frowned. She snorted as she led the way for Naruto. Naruto's appearance quite attracted view of gazes. The robust men were looking at him with disdain and provocative gesture. The skinny one threw envy and jealousy towards such a hunk young man. Few ladies here and there made a flirtatious and amorous move at Naruto. One of the robust men approached Naruto and the receptionist. Without any restraint, he hugged the woman's waist and roughly groped her breast while asking who Naruto was. The woman didn't feel bothered even pushing her breast more into the man's hand. She giggled and said out loud, "This man is sent by Yule International again and want me to bring him to see the boss." The moment they heard her, laughter and sneering could be heard from anywhere. One of them shook his head while sighing. The last attempt, they sent a guy who said he was a black belt taekwondo, but no more than a few seconds, he already laid on the floor with broken bones. Who they sent now? Martial art master? They hoped Naruto would become terrified and shivering in fear when one of them spoke like that, but on the contrary, Naruto waved his head around before he caught something with his eyes. He strolled toward an unoccupied desk and sat leisurely on top of it. With a lazy but arrogant tone, he said, "Cut the boring threat off, bring out your manager to see me. I have already given him a lot of face by coming to this disgusting floor. Don't make me regret, wait for him here." The action that Naruto did make the rest of them shocked. Before they laughed out loud again, the robust man who was fondling the receptionist before also laughed. Then his face became hideous as he said, "Boy, don't act like a king here. This is our territory. Our boss is the lord here. You don't have any qualification to meet him." Naruto closed his eyes and crossed his arms. He plainly said, 10 seconds left. Being ignored by Naruto, of course, made the robust man became angry. With a pranced steps, he approached Naruto and when he arrived in front of him, he reached out his hand to grab Naruto's shoulder. "Get off from your high horse, you!" Before he managed to finish the sentence, a strong palm hit his cheek from the left side. It was so strong that it made him fall directly to his right and smashed the concrete ground with his cheek. It happened less than a second. The people in the room except for Naruto didn't realize the sudden change of event. Those people still laughing and mocking Naruto when they felt something did not suit. Only after they heard the scream of the receptionist that they started properly check the situation, which was left all of them flabbergasted. The robust man who's supposed to be holding Naruto's shoulder, threatening and pressuring the arrogant blonde man, had lain on the floor. Whether he was still sobered or fainted was unknown. They could see a naked red palm's mark over his cheek and a crack appeared on the ground beneath his other cheek. Blood spilled between the gap, clearly indicated that his cheek was wounded because the fragment of the concrete floor. All of them became shocked as they stared at the place of crime. They didn't know how Naruto did it because he simply didn't move an inch to beat his enemy. They felt their back turned cold and some of them even shivering. They all shared the same thought that Yule was probably really sending a martial arts expert this time to deal with them. A martial art expert? How can a mere normal and untrained thugs like us beat this kind of opponent? Yule International really shameless and going overboard. Naruto didn't bother with the fainted robust man in the front of him. He waved his hands and closed his eyes. 5 seconds. These people felt wrath to Naruto yet at the same time they feared him. Several ladies even closed tight their legs, tried not to leak from fear. A short while, no one dared to make a move against Naruto. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and looked at the door of the manager's room. He sighed and said in a low tone, "Time's over." Naruto stood up from the desk and strolled away from it. The moment he reached halfway toward the manager's room, finally one of the men braced himself and stayed in Naruto's way. He grimly said, "Little brother, don't think because you have a little skill that you can act rampant here. I will not allow you to take another step." Then he threw a punch toward Naruto. Naruto's eyes uninterestedly looked at him. "I don't need a step." The man felt he hit a thin air before a strong kick swiped his feet. He slipped, but before he touched the ground, another kick smacked him right on the stomach and launched him forward. The desk where Naruto sat before and the door toward the manager's room was only a straight path, thus the man flying across the room and crashed directly that door. The door broke as in unable to halt the man's motion, he landed on the cupboard in that room. Completely tore it to pieces. After witnessed such an event, everyone in the room became fully convinced that Naruto was definitely a martial art expert and they held back their thought of assaulting him. Naruto stood still as if he waiting for something. Finally a hoarse and gloomy voice coming from the manager's room, "Mr. is truly strong. You managed to beat up my subordinates and destroy my properties, but if I allowed you to act as you wish here, where do you think I will put my face later?" Soon, a mature middle-aged man who had a sharp face and wore an ash-colored suit and shiny leather shoes walked out. "Boss." As if saw their savior, the gangsters loudly cheering. They had lost their confidence but regained it back the moment this man came out. Naruto's pair of cerulean eyes scanned the man with no interest. His side-parting hairstyle, Armani suit, Louis Vuitton leather belt, and Pierre Cardin leather shoes, they fit well with that calm and prideful look only successful people possessed. No matter from what angle, he looked like a big company's manager, and not the leader of these hoodlums, or the main boss of a fraud corporation. "May I know this Mr. name?" the manager asked Naruto with great interest. Naruto wrinkled his brow before simply replied, "Uzumaki." "Ah, truly a great person. If you are not from Ulay, I would already invite you to a drink." The man laughed while strolling around the room. Every man and female in the room revealed an adored and reverent expression. Sadly you are from Ulay. The thing became difficult for Gon now, you know. Bosco said with a bitter expression, "I don't know what plan you're preparing or what schemes you're playing. Just pay what you owe to the company and I'll be on my way," Naruto said with an impatient tone. Bosco, who had the full name as Gozai, shook his head. "I am afraid I can't do that." He revealed a confident countenance. "On the other hand, I do have an offer for you which perhaps caught your interest." Naruto didn't say anything as Gozai continued, "How about joining me in order to control Ulay International?" Naruto raised one eyebrows, he slanted his lips and let out his first smile since entered the building. "I never know that you have such an ambitious plan." Gozai laughed. "Man should have an ambitious dream. We are the creature of desires, so in order to gain everything we want, we have to seize power." He sat on one of the desks. Two wanton women got closer to him as he grabbed their small waist and put them on his both legs. Women, money, food, drink, glamour, and everything else. "I couldn't get them all if I don't have neither power nor influence." His pair of wide eyes looked straight at Naruto. "Ulay International is my first stepstone to regain that power, and through it, I will seize more and more, conquer more and more." Naruto's expression delayed for a moment before he chuckled. "Wow, I don't know where you get the desires of greed that strong." He shook his head and curled his lips. "But you are just a man. Man has his limitation. You shouldn't bite more than you can chew." Gozai surprisingly nodded. He fiendishly grinned. "I know, that's why I will bring people more to share my idea, and together we will strive for it." He raised his hand and offered it to Naruto. "So how is it going to be? Join us and together we will be unbeatable." There was a long silence in the room as everyone held their breath, expecting what this blonde man would answer. They couldn't help but got excited if this person joined their group, although they felt angry toward his previous action. All would be forgiven if in the end, he joined them. But of course, they could only have that in their dream as Naruto's simple answer woke them up back to reality. "No, thanks." The room suddenly became cold. Naruto's plain and quick answer resembled a bucket of ice-cold water splashed at them. Gozai face become cold, he said in a cold tone. "Then we don't have anything else to discuss. If you're smart, you can be like other two previous people who can go back only with broken bones and small injuries. Sadly you're a fool. I'm sorry, but you are not gonna leave this place alive." Naruto scratched his cheek. "Wow, you must be pretty confident on killing me since you're not even hesitate to spill the bean." Gozai took off his Armani jacket, revealing a white Gucci shirt that covered all the bulging muscles and strong figure. He moved his neck and some of the parts of his bodies. A bone-crackling sound could be heard from it. "It's not just confidence, but also skills," he said before he lunged at Naruto with a big stride charging forward. Quick he arrived at Naruto's position and attacked him with a roundhouse kick. Gozai's movement was extremely proficient, with ample of strength. If anybody was attacked like this they probably would panic and scared, but as if just normal thing for Naruto, he leisurely blocked Gozai's attack by curving his right hand near his chest. Bam. The moment Gozai-Heng's leg hit Naruto's arm, a dull sound could be heard, but no other sound followed after that. Usually when they heard this sound, it meant that Gozai-Heng's leg hit hard on the target and another sound like something crashed into something supposed to be follow after. The dust that covered both people finally cleared and revealed what actually happens. They once again shocked at the view presented for them, Gozai-Heng's leg still on Naruto's arm as he blocked his kick, but the problem was, Naruto's hand completely fine, it's not even shaking or shivering, which mean Naruto didn't feel any trouble dealing with such a fierce kick. At the same time, Gozai-Heng's leg shivered in strong wave, like he just hit something made out of steel. He felt like some of his leg's bone had broken. Crack. His guess came out true as he took back his leg and a broken sound could be heard from it. Gozai-Heng screamed in agony and pain. This was not just a crack or little broken, but completely a snapped bone. While in agonizing pain, he stared at Naruto with terrified face. One could see an immense fear reflected on it. You, what are you? You're not a human. There is no way a human bone could be that hard. You are a monster. A fucking monster. Naruto gazed deeply into his eyes, a fiendish grin exposed by his face. Yes, I'm a monster. So be obedient and pay the debt, or I won't show any mercy again. Shockingly, after being intimidated like that, Gozai-Heng didn't yield. Instead he broke up laughing and taunted. Ha 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 ha. Go monster. Kill me. I still won't pay back anything to that wretched company. Naruto sighed. Such a pity. Very well then. Remember that you force my hand. Besides, that threat. Naruto paused. He raised his face, then his cold eyes swept the surrounding. We're not meant for you. Before Gozai-Heng understood what Naruto meant, a woman's screaming entered his ears. He startled and snapped his face at the source of the scream. There, a woman lied on the floor, blood submerged her body, hand twisted backward while another separated from her torso, eyes stared at him, widened to their limit with shock and surprise filled the lens. Her mouth gaped open, more blood pouring from there, also from her eyes, nose, even ears. His guts churned, almost making him throw up on the spot. What? Another screaming sound entered his ears again. This time was a man's voice. He looked it up. A person hanged in the air, with body filled with claw marks and two missing pair of legs. His expression was aghast, spat out his tongue as if someone choked his neck. Gozai-Heng couldn't hold his stomach anymore. He threw up upon seeing a gruesome torn-apart man. What more terrible was, his suffering yet to be concluded, he heard more sound of men and women screaming. They were cursing and pleading, begging whoever massacred them to stop, begging for him to save them, yet he can't do anything. Stop. Please stop. Don't kill them anymore. First brother. Second brother. Little Meng, Nuu. Please. Stop. Please. No more. Suddenly the screaming sound stopped, followed by a long silence before he finally heard a man's cheerful voice. So, you ready to pay the debt? 26th. Some dear Chief Mokayane was looking at her watch, again. Didn't know how many times she had glanced at her wristwatch today. Time and time again she would reveal an anxious expression. Sometimes she wore a frustration one. The sky was very bright today, yet Mokayane didn't feel hot at all even when sweat started dropping from her forehead. She could wait inside her car, yet she insists on waiting outside. Clearly, whatever bothering her was big enough to make her unable to sit still. 30 minutes have passed since Naruto entered the building. Not only there was no indication that he will come out soon, but also the area around the building was completely silent, maybe because it was located in a suburb, so it's a little bit separated from the buzzing of people at the center area of the city. So no wonder she could get anxious now, because she had been felt insecure and worry at the same time. This is the longest 45 minutes that she ever wait. Slowly the needle in the wristwatch ticking. Soon it reaches another 10 minutes, which mean it were only 5 minutes left from their appointed time. Mokayane never felt this ridiculous before. Here she was, worrying for a man who she just met for 2 days. Although she was convinced herself that this is just a normal concern of her toward him as her subordinate like the rest of them, but somehow she couldn't help but felt there is something more to it. What are you thinking, Kayane? He's married? Do you want to be called homewrecker for disturbing someone else's marriage? Mokayane thought as she chastised herself. She was not that desperate enough to look for a man who already belonged to someone else. Besides, she won't believe a man like Naruto would cheat on his wife with someone like her. It's not that she didn't have any confidence in her figure. In fact, she was very much aware that unless you took her CEO of the company as the comparison, she could win against other women. She thought that Naruto wouldn't cheat because she trusted that man's moral behavior. He didn't have any perverted expression when he looked at her or made any shameful gesture when interacting with her. This led her to believe that Naruto probably doesn't have any interest in her. Mokayane gently shook her head, bitter expression plastered on her face because she felt relieved and sad at the same time. She couldn't even understand her own feeling anymore. She looked at her wristwatch again. 3 minutes left. She stared at the front door of the building, yet it's still peaceful like before, no indication someone would come out from it. She scratched her head in frustrated manner. That bastard. I shouldn't have trusted his words before. Chief Mo, who are you cursing at? Suddenly a man's gentle voice coming from the previous direction. Mo Kayane startled and quickly shifted her vision. A man she recognized walked out leisurely from the building. A soft expression could be seen on his face as he smiled and his cerulean eyes gazed at her. There was no bitterness or exhaustion sign on him. Instead, he seemed cheerful and spirited. His good mood somehow affected Mo Kayane as her anxiety and nervousness gone, replaced with a relief and joy. When Naruto appeared closer, her eyes couldn't help but scan all over his figure with worries can be seen from it. Clearly, she looked for any injuries that he probably had. Naruto chuckled, also felt warm inside upon seeing her action. She didn't ask about the debt or anything related to it. Instead, she cared about whether he was injured or not. Chief Mo, I'm fine, you don't have to look for injuries anymore. Mo Kayane got shocked because her action had been discovered by him. She blushed before she quickly explained, I am looking not because worried, I just don't want you to suddenly demand any compensation. Humphrey. I remind you that you are doing this task on your own initiative, so the company will not hold any responsibilities. Naruto helplessly listened. His superior kept spouting nonsense to cover up her previous action. What a tsundere. Alright. I understand, Chief Mo didn't have to explain anymore. That's good if you get it. Mo Kayane frowned. Her cheeks flushed because how rushed she spoke before, her chest went up and down because her heavy breathing, which causes the twin mountain moving in rhythm. Naruto stared for a while before he handed over the stuff he had on his hand. Chief Mo, this is the debt repayment alongside with its receipt. Mo Kayane just recovered before she got shocked again. She stared at the documents and checked on Naruto's hand with wide eyes. Why, you succeed? Mo Kayane exclaimed. What's with the surprise? I made a promise, didn't I? Naruto chuckled. Mo Kayane realized that she became a little bit rude. She declined her head. I am sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Then she remembered the deal and promises they made for a while ago. She smiled at the thought that he really stayed to his words. Naruto nodded. He raised his shoulders. Well, never mind. It is normal for you to have a little bit of doubt. They both became silent as awkward situation covered them. Naruto, who didn't want this situation to linger much longer and knew that Mo Kayane won't be the first to break the ice, clearing his throat. Chief Mo, how about we get back to the company now? I don't think we have any more business here unless you want to go inside and have a cup of tea, then be my guest. Mo Kayane excitedly nodded at him. Yes, we should be on our way back now, come get in. Along the way, none of them talked. Mo Kayane sometimes took a glance at Naruto, who sat peacefully and closed his eyes like he was sleeping. Chief Mo, I can assure you that I won't claim any sort of compensation when we got back, so can you stop checking me out? Naruto chuckled while eyes still closed. He caught her red-handed again. This time Mo Kayane didn't try to explain anything. She asked with genuine concern, You really didn't get injured, right? Naruto shook his head in a helpless manner. I am really not hurt, or do I have to take off all of my clothes so you can do a full body inspection? Mo Kayane blushed upon hearing this. She stammeringly said, No. You don't have to go that far, I believe you now. Naruto laughed. That is good then. Seeing a ten-tail slant Naruto, Mo Kayane threw her worry away and replaced with happy feeling as she started joyfully chirping. I couldn't believe that you actually managed to pull this one off. How you do it? Are you sure you don't know any martial arts? How many of them did you beat up? The previous one we sent say there is one of them that looks like a bear, is that true? Do you see him? How grisly he look. Chirp. Chirp. Naruto gently smiled as he looked at the beautiful and energetic Mo Kayane. Naruto thought that she was really matched with this kind of expression. Naruto didn't answer her as he just silently listened to her barrage of questions. Mo Kayane noticed the lack of response from the opposite party. She wrinkled her brows as she turned her head to face him. What greeted her was a deep passionate gaze as he admirably looked at her. When their eyes met, she couldn't help but stared back at him. Cerulean eyes met black eyes. They stared for a while before Mo Kayane recovered. She blushed. Why do you stare at me like that? Naruto smiled. He scratched his cheeks. Honest tone smeared his voice. Because Chief Mo looks so beautiful when you happily talk like that, I think that kind of expression fitting you the most, instead of anxious and worry one. Mo Kayane had heard many praises, even over many, that people conveyed at her. Sometimes it was genuine praise, sometimes it just a flattering. She knew when people actually admiring her or when they just wanted something from her. Naruto praised was one of those who in the genuine kindness, and she somehow felt her heart blossom when heard he said that. She covered her excited mood by giving him a chuckle. Well, thank you. But if this is one of your pickup line, then it is kinda lame for me, so you should try to look for a better one. Naruto shrugged, I am just telling you the truth and how I felt. Yes, yes. I accept your honesty with sincere gratitude, Mokayane giggled. She looked at him and inquired, so you're not gonna tell me what happened back there? Naruto grinned, he faced her, would you believe me if I said that I'd ask them nicely? Mokayane stunned, what? You just walked to them and said hello, I'm from Ulay, here wanted to collect the debt, would you mind to pay them, please? Yeah. Naruto nodded. Like hell you did. Mokayane retorted as she didn't believe his word, if it was this simple, why would they have to trouble themselves with other departments which where they don't even succeed? Naruto explained while laughing, well, not exactly like that, I do throw a slap and kick but that is all, the rest of them is making a polite request to their manager. Define polite. Mokayane demanded. A behavior that shows a respectful and consideration toward other people. Not that. I know what polite is, what I mean is the polite you instill in that context. It is the same with polite in another context, what do I need to explain for? You. Fine if you don't want to tell me. Mokayane grumbled as she cutely pouted. Naruto laughed at this curious cat but he didn't have a good way explaining it to her, could he just directly tell her that he used some sort of illusion to make the manager see him massacre the entire people on the room just to make the manager yield? Naruto feared that she would get scared, so it would be better for her not knowing. Naruto continued closing his eyes, the previous event played within his mind like a theater. So, you ready to pay the debt? A man's voice resounded in the middle of a long silence in the room. Gozai Heng's complexion was pale and his body couldn't stop shivering, maybe it was from the aching of the broken bone in his leg or because of the trauma of the scene he just saw, or maybe a little bit of the both. You. Monster. You killed everyone just because of the debt, what kind of sick psycho are you? Gozai Heng screamed, as he's staring at Naruto with fear. Naruto threw a questioning look, what are you talking about? Who killed who? Gozai Heng's expression became ugly, he shouted, are you senile? You just killed everyone in the boss. What are you saying? We all fine. Before Gozai Heng managed to finish his sentence, a familiar voice entered his ears. Gozai Heng startled, then he looked at his surrounding once more. The scene that was supposed to be filled with a pool of blood and human's limb was completely gone, replaced with previous messy and normal room. Every single of his subordinate was still there, alive and fine, well except for 2 unconscious personnel. Gozai Heng got shocked the moment he saw this reality, he sobbed, first brother? Little Ming? Everyone? You guys still alive? This is not a dream, right? The surrounding persons also not losing to Gozai Heng in term of shocking. 1 minute before, this was their fierce leader, standing up tall and strong, like a tower made of steel, yet now, he looked like a broken man, curled up in the corner because lose everything in his life, he looked fragile that even a breeze of wind probably enough to snap him. Boss, we all okay? What happened? One of them shout worriedly. They knew by now that this guy from Ulay was completely one against their leader, the thing is, they don't know how he did it. Gozai Heng covered his mouth as if he wants to throw up, the sudden change of event clearly made him feel sick. It took time for him to recover, even so, his body failed to stop shivering and cold sweat drenched his clothes. His terrified expression looked at Naruto before shouting, get my check and bring all the necessary documents regarding the transaction with Ulay. None of them dared to disobey as soon as they heard his order. Short time, one of them brought out a stack of check and papers from the manager's office. He gave them to Gozai Heng, he nodded, writing a nominal and his sign on the check, then gave back to him so he could give them to Naruto. Naruto didn't speak anything since the last word he told. He just silently sat on the desk with a crossed hand on his chest. When they gave the check and its receipt to Naruto, he gladly took them. Thank you for your hospitality and cooperation. I will leave you all alone now, don't bother showing me the exit. Then he walked toward the elevator. Wait. Halfway toward the exit, Gozai Heng's voice stopped him. Naruto stayed but didn't turn around and spoke anything. Gozai Heng's breath was still heavy and rugged, he hesitated before asking, what? Did I just saw? There was a short silence before Naruto's answer made him more terrified than before. Your fate. Hokage-sama, wake up. In a room that looked like an office, a golden-haired man was found, sleeping in his soft leather chair. The man looked exhausted, he fell asleep. Even the soft voice of a woman could not wake him. The woman showed a helpless expression and empathy. This man had been worked non-stop for 3 days, so it wasn't weird if he had fallen asleep here. The woman now torn between had to wake him or let him slept. When the woman was facing a dilemma, the man slowly opened his eyes. The tired expression on his face caused the woman to love him dearly. The man looked startled because of the sudden appearance of the woman before he apologized. Shizune-chan? Sorry, I dozed off without knowing how long you had been waiting there. The woman who was he recognized to be Shizunichan shook her head. She said, "Please Hokage-sama, you can continue your sleeping. I can come back later. No, I'm alright, please state your business." Shizunichan nodded. She took out a letter and gave it to the man. "I am here to deliver the letter from Tsunade-sama." The man gratefully accepted the letter and read it. He knitted his brow, nodding his head to her and said, "Thank you, you can stay if you want." Shizunichan shook her head. "No, I think that I'm just going back now. Good evening Hokage-sama." Then she left the room. The room was silent for a while before the man made a seal with his hand. A small smoke appeared beside him, revealing an appearance of a man that looked identical with him. "Call Shikamaru here." The clone nodded and quickly left the room. The man looked at the door before he stood up from the chair. He walked slowly toward the window behind him and watched a big moon reflecting light brightly. Not long after, the door to the room opened and a man with pineapple hairstyle walked in. "You called for me?" The man didn't answer, he just kept staring at the moon. Finally he turned around. There was a resolute and convinced expression on his face. "Prepare everyone and everything, we executed the plan by dawn." Shikamaru also adopted serious face. "Yes, Hokage-sama." Before he left, Shikamaru asked, "Hokage-sama, where to?" The golden-haired man turned back gazing at the moon. With a cold tone he said, "Hidden Rain Village." In the village that rain never stopped pouring down, a cloaked man slowly walked alone on the single road headed to a tower. The rain poured heavily, helped to camouflage the man's expression as he kept walking on the desolate path. On his left and right area, many buildings stood tall and erect, maybe because this village tended to have flood occasionally. That's why most building here built in a tall and high model. If this was a normal situation, by this hour, you would see people were busily doing something now, opened up a stall or stores, or maybe just a simple morning walk with relative or significant one. They chatted and talked merrily, some married lady will gossiping and men laughed out loud. But now, the area was completely silent, not even a sound other than a sound of rain that kept bombarding the village can be heard. The man suddenly stopped walking. A few meters in front of him, you could see the tallest building in the village. The man looked around before he glared at the building. "Come out now, I know you there." The man shouted. From the hidden spots in the area, a few shadows came out, gather in front of this cloaked man. They wore a big black robe with a red cloud mark all over it. Next, from the tallest building, one figure could be seen standing on one of its statues. It was a man with orange hair. His face could be said quite handsome if not for strange black marking on it and emotionless expression he wore. His eyes had a weird iris with purple colors and consist of several circles with a dot ends up in its very center. What most weird was, all the people who gathered here look identical with that man. They had same purple eyes and black marking on their faces. If not for their differences of figures, the cloaked man would think they all are shadow clones. The orange-haired man with a deadpan face stared at the cloaked man. He suddenly clapped and said, "Never thought that Jinchuriki of Kubai was this ruthless and ambitious just to root us out." The man opened his cloak, revealing the figures that almost look bestial. His eyes were blood red with a sharp vertical pupil, a whisker on his face become hairier, his tooth and nail become longer and sharper. What most eye-catching on his figure was a flaming red hair on his head. It's not only the looks, but it somehow gave off strong aura and chakra radiating from it. The man's hair also looks unnatural, as if it is not its original color but changed because the circumstance the man is in now. The orange-haired man widened his eyes as he witnessed the appearance of the man. Even he was created without emotion and heart. Facing such a strong presence, he couldn't help but a little nervous. Such a strong person, he clearly different from other Jinchuriki we face. How can that be? Is it because he is the host of Kubai? The orange-haired man thought. Pain is it? The Jinchuriki inquired. The orange-haired man calmed himself. Just hearing the Jinchuriki's cold voice was enough to turn down any other shinobi spirits, but he wasn't like any other shinobi. Hell, all of them was not like other shinobi. "We are. The orange-haired man claimed so. All of you are pain? Interesting, no wonder I sense some sort connection between you all. Turn out you guys are one entity." The Jinchuriki nodded. He continued, "Also, no wonder Jiraiya lost against all of you. The perfect synchronization between you could easily defeat any single person. Is this what you here for? Revenge?" The orange-haired man interrogated. The Jinchuriki laughed when he heard him. "Revenge? Don't overestimate yourself. I am here to siege the village and gain control over it, taking you out while convenient." The orange-haired man frowned. He asked, "And you have to poison the entire village for that?" The Jinchuriki shrugged. "Hey, it's a war, collateral damage happen." The orange-haired man gloomily said, "There were civilian and children here." The Jinchuriki sneered. "Oh, stop being a hypocrite. Like you would care about them." The Jinchuriki glanced at all of them before saying, "All right, enough with the pleasantries. I am here not to ask you playing shogi together. Putting that aside, Looks like the host of you all is no longer here. Shame it is, but what can I do? When the entire world belongs to my village, he wouldn't have any more place to hide. The orange-haired man lifted up his sleeve. The rest of them make a different gesture to prepare for a fight. It looks like they all had their own unique moves, albeit they all connected as one entity. We will put your ambition to stop and catch you while convenient. Don't copy my word, you slacker. The Jinchuriki twitched his lips, then his aura and chakra getting stronger as he grinningly said, well? It's party time, isn't, Kurama? Naruto, wake up. Naruto slowly opened his eyes as he heard a soft voice awoken him. The comfortable car seat and cool air conditioner somehow managed to put him to sleep. He glanced around before a gentle smiling face of Mo Kayane entered his eyes. Naruto startled as he panically said, Chief Mo, I'm sorry that I have fallen asleep. Your car is so comfortable and your driving skill is really good. I feel like being inside a ship that's carried by a gentle wave. Looking at him hastily, apology Dexter flattered make Mo Kayane giggled. It's okay, you bum. You must be tired from the task before. You don't have to feel shy. Naruto awkwardly rubbed his head. He wasn't really tired. What he said although looked like flatteries, but all true and honest. But Naruto decided not to explain. It wasn't any use anyway. Well, do you want me to open the door for you? Mo Kayane teased. Naruto surprised as he looked at outside the car. Turned out they already back to Ulei building. Right now Mo Kayane's Audi car stopped at the front of the door of the building. Oh, I don't know, we already arrived. Thank you, Chief Mo, for driving me all the way here. Naruto sincerely said, it's nothing, compared to what deed you just did. This is just a walk in the park. Also, I'm sorry that I can't be accompanied you back inside. I have to go directly to the finance after parking my car, Mo Kayane said with a slight apology. No. It's okay, I will not trouble you any longer then. Once again, thank you, Chief Mo. Naruto opened the passenger door and he went out. He just took few steps before the window of passenger seat slid down and Mo Kayane shouted happily, tell me when you are vacant so I can treat you a dinner. Naruto turned around, and grinningly nodded, will do. I will make sure my stomach's so empty that you go broke just to fill me up. Mo Kayane laughed, we'll see it when the times come. What will become first, my wallet goes empty or your stomach gets full? They both laughed before bid goodbye each other and went on their separate way. This time was usually the busy hour of offices, so the hallway was not that many people going around. Naruto strolled to the elevator and punched the 14th floor button. He awaited patiently while humming inside the elevator. When it arrives and he went out. A middle-aged man's voice entered his ears. Minnow, how many times that you have rejected my invitation? 27. Why is it become like this? Naruto stopped his step and looked at the scene in front of him. Outside the office's room, there were a man and woman. The man wore expensive suits and should belong to the higher management in the company. He had a fat figure with a bald head, normal height, and a pair of small eyes. As for the woman, Naruto certainly knew her. Wasn't she his fellow senior, Liu? With a light purple suit and several streaks of purplish red dyed hair, she appeared graceful and seductive like always. Right now, Liu had a bitter expression on her face. Department head Ma, I'm sorry because I really can't. I have something to do this day. Maybe we can go in another day? The one called as department head Ma smiled. He said, Minnow, this is always a reason you use to reject my invitation to get a couple of drinks together. Why? You don't want to go with an old man like me? Aren't you belittling me a bit? Lumina became more depressed. I wasn't mean to be like that, department head Ma. I'm really busy at the moment. Even tomorrow I still have a client, so I honestly don't have a time. Department head Ma's smiling face replaced with a sneer and he mockingly said, Lumino, don't pretend to be pure and virtuous. I know what you did to gain an attraction of your clients. Hell, most of the people in the company knows about it. Lumina, now really distressed as her eyes turned moist, with a slightly cold tone, she said, Department head Ma, please mind your words. I'm not the kind of woman from rumors and slanders people accused. Ha ha ha, said every people who's guilty. Who are you trying to fool, Minu? Number one person in performance every year. Clearly you give an extra performance to those of your client. You are a flower within companies that only allowed outsiders to pluck. Department head Ma laughed wretchedly. He then added, Minu, if you take on my offer, I guaranteed that your life would be easy. I can give you anything you want, so long you give me something in return. How is it? Isn't this what we call a win-win situation? Department head Ma, please stop talking now. I have other things to do. Lumina turned away. Tears started dropping from her eyes as she tried to leave the spot. But Department head Ma seemed unwilling to let her go. He grabbed her hands tightly. You think you just can walk away like that? Department head Ma hideously said. Department head Ma, please. You have crossed over the line. Lumina tried to shake off his hold. You, before Department head Ma managed to said anything, someone's voice suddenly resounded. Sister Minu? What are you doing here? The man's voice surprised both of them. Department head Ma quickly released Liu Minu's hand. He glanced at the unfamiliar man that appeared in front of him. Why you? Who are you? What are you doing here? Department head Ma anxiously asked. Naruto with an innocent expression, doubtful, looked at both of them before he answered Department head Ma with a respectful tone. I am the new male employee of PR department. Nice to meet you. Sorry, I don't think I know your name. Surely you wouldn't mind we knowing each other, right? Male employee. Department head Ma revealed a pondering looks. He remembered that yesterday PR was indeed had an open spot for new employee, but he didn't know that the one got accepted is a male employee. Isn't the requirement and test are very harsh and difficult for a male applicant? Either this man got in through backing in the company or he had astounding quality. Of course, for a man like Department head Ma who looked down upon this ordinary employee, he refused to admit the latter. With an arrogant tone, he said, I'm Ma, Department head of finance. Now that you know me, you better not act unreasonably, or I can guarantee your exit door. Naruto showed an afraid and scared look. Of course. Of course. Turnout is Department head Ma. I'm sorry that I didn't recognize you before. I heard you are an extremely capable person. Many persons spoke well about you. Even I got overwhelmed by it. Oh. What an honor to meet you, sir. Since Naruto showed a humble and respectful behavior, Department head Ma, who previously got annoyed by him, slowly turned better as he gave an appreciative look to Naruto. Ha ha ha. It's nothing, it's nothing. Young people are supposed to be like you, know they own limitation. Wah ha ha ha. Naruto kept giving him praises and flatteries. The nose on Department head Ma kept getting higher to the air. It was after so long that Department head Ma seemed like satisfied of being praised. He said, alright, you keep work harder, even if it takes forever for you to reach my position, don't get disheartened. With that said, he swaggered away from the young man and woman. He even seemed like forgot about the woman he supposed to be harassed. Liu Minu already recovered. When Naruto appeared before, she felt a little happy but feared that Department head Ma would give him a hard time. But upon saw how Naruto flawlessly praises Department head Ma, she turned relief and somehow admired Naruto, who would lay down his pride just not to get troubled. Of course, unknown to Liu Minu, Naruto did not just say a normal word. He had been tweak his voice so it becomes more effective than usual when he praised Department head Ma. If not, how can he just swaggering from here without even remember Liu Minu? Naruto, thank you and sorry that you have to lower your face just for the sake of me. Liu Minu expressed both gratitude and apologize at the same time. Naruto once again adopted confusion look. He innocently said, Sister Minu? What are you talking about? Is Department head Ma gave you any trouble? Liu Minu rolled her eyes. Alright. Pretend I didn't say anything. No. If he did give you any sort of trouble, I would fight with him. Naruto retorted. He lifted up both his arm and made a stance ready to fight. Don't. You would get a trouble if a fight truly happened. Liu Minu worriedly grabbed his arm. For Sister Minu, even I have to fight Jim Carrey. I am fearless. Naruto confidently said. Jim Carrey? Isn't he one of those comedians? Liu Minu pondered before she giggled. You know. Then, you Eddie Murphy. I fight to the death with Eddie Murphy. Naruto nervously said. He also comedians, you know. Liu Minu now laughed. You blew my lie, Sister Minu. You are no fun, Naruto grumbled. Liu Minu really laughed now, even tears come out from her side of eyes. Her previous once graceful image changed into unrestrained one. Naruto smiled, but he hurriedly grabbed Liu Minu's hand and whispered softly, Sister Minu, we should get away quickly from here. Liu Minu, who still trying to regain her bearings, startled. She didn't drop her hand from Naruto's grasp and let him drag her away from their previous spot. What happened? Liu Minu titled her head, but before she got the answer, a sound of women's screams and man curses came from the elevator direction. Pervert. Fuck. My pants. Why, it suddenly dropped down. My belt has been cut off? How? When? Call securities. There is a pervert here. No. I'm not a pervert. This. Liu Minu was shocked when heard the commotions. She looked for an answer from Naruto, but the opposite party only gave her a wink. Since Naruto didn't intended to give any proper explanation, Liu Minu also not inquired further. She only smiled gratefully to the man who helped her in his own way. There was nothing else happen after the previous uproar from a certain pervert. Also the joyful Mokayani no longer bothering Naruto with more paperwork. All in all, Naruto had a quite peaceful time now. Finally, work time was over as Naruto humming and prepared his stuff to get back home. He bid goodbyes to other colleagues before his phone ringing. Naruto checked the ID of the caller. Wang Yulin. He quickly accepted the call and answered it. And be Wang? What hap young master? Quickly get back home. It's master. He comes back with a large number of people. A panicked voice of Wang Ma could be heard on the opposite line. Every muscle in Naruto's body became tense. He quickly tapped his feet to the ground and disappeared from his spot. If other people would see this, they will certainly get shocked because they never see such a bizarre scene before except in television or magic shows. On the way, Naruto asked further, "Andy Huang, calm down. I'm on my way. Tell me what happened. It's everything okay?" The moment young Miss got off work and returned home, Master came, and they're quarreling outside. Wang Ma spoke with a sobbing tone, "Young Master, please get back soon. I'm afraid Master and other people would bring harm to young Miss." Young Master. Before Wang Ma finished speaking, a knocking noise came from the other side of the line. Next, a familiar male voice entered Naruto's ears. "Where are you, Leecher?" "I'm here right now, come if you have the guts." Naruto's face suddenly turned cold. He could hear Wang Ma's voice while she was wailing. "Do you have to go this far?" Naruto darkly said, "It was you and that unfilial sluts that forced me. I already said that I would give you payback for what you have done. Let's see if you actually dare to show up. I'm warning you, I already said that I won't be relentless anymore if you spoke like that again." "Like what? Calling her a slut?" "That's what she is, right? For sleeping around with men and get addicted with it. If not a slut, then what she is?" Lincoln taunted. Naruto's face getting darker as vein popped out from his temple. If this phone wasn't Lin Ruoxi's gift, he might already crushing it with his bare hand. Naruto didn't say any further. He cut off the line, and focused on getting back as fast as he can. Back in the home, Lincoln laughed contemptuously. He must be annoyed so much that he may already die along the way here. Not far away from him, Wang Ma was laying on Lin Ruoxi's embrace. Both of them was so pale that maybe all the blood in their body already left them. Tears had flown uncontrollably from Lin Ruoxi's eyes. As for Wang Ma, there was a red palm mark over her face, which could be seen clearly since she was devoid from other colors besides white. Lincoln looked at them without mercies in his eyes. He threw Wang Ma's phone to their side and looked for a couch to sit. Lin Ruoxi hatefully glared at him, but she also felt powerless at the same time. Why? Why she can't just feel happy for a while? Why they don't give her any room to breathe freely? Why must they persistently like this? Lincoln noticed her glare. He smirked. "What? You hate me now? Hump. With all pretending to be a good and nice daughter, you certainly good at acting. Father, you have gone too far. Don't you realize that you just a pawn to Zhu Xiong? What do you think you would get by doing these? Wake up, father." Lin Ruoxi sobbed. "Shut up. What do you know? If you just obeyed me, nothing like this would happen. Besides, young Master Zhu already promises that he would share some of the company stocks with me." Lincoln said with a crazed expression. "Father. Please. Just. Heard me, okay? Let's settle this down now. You want company shares? I give it you, just. Please. Father." Lin Ruoxi said with red eyes, her tone filled with an entreaty. Lincoln's brows knitted. He nodded. "Sure, let's settle this down." He smiled wickedly while added, "But you have to leave that shit dog and married young Master Zhu." Lin Ruoxi closed her eyes as her tears poured down. She felt really hopeless this time. "Father, why must you be like this? What I have done to you that made you hate me so much? You want to know? Then you should ask your grandmother about that." Lincoln hatefully said. "Is it because of the inheritance? Is that it? Is it money so important to you, father? More than your daughter?" Lincoln suddenly laughed out loud. His laughter was eerie and sinister, but if you listened closely there were a hint of hurt inside of them. "Ooh, so stupid, my idiotic and stupid daughter. You would never understand me. Never." Naruto arrived at the dragon's villa as he like a shadow, quickly passed by the front gate and headed to his home. At this moment, it was already dusk. The waning golden light scattered across the spacious and top-grade villa area of Dragon Garden. This caused the trees to reflect a hint of red, while causing the grass to appear like a river of gold, and the landscape to be exceptionally beautiful. If this was the normal situation, Naruto would spend hours just to sit on the yard, enjoying the scene that appears on his eyes. But sadly, circumstances didn't allow it now. Naruto landed on his own lawn. He scanned the entire house. Besides 3 familiar auras, there was another 5 and all of them seemed a little bit special. Naruto took a deep breath before he shouted, "All right. I'm here." Eventually, the door was vigorously opened. The figure of Lincoln, with an upright posture and in a suit, came walking out. His face that originally looked smart and mature instead seemed shady and excited at this moment. It was as if he could foresee that he would be able to finally take his revenge. Behind him were 5 young men that wore identical clothing, black tight short-sleeved shirts. From their bulging muscles, it wasn't difficult to tell that they had unordinary combat skills. "Haha, you here? You really have the guts to come back here. Here I thought you are too afraid to return." Lincoln slanted his head, raising the corner of his eye. His eyes revealed deep hatred from within. Naruto didn't respond toward his provocation. he asked. How's Auntie Huang and your daughter? Lin Kun's brows twitched a little, doesn't know whether because Naruto ignored him or because he uses your daughter instead my wife or Lin Ruoxi when he was inquiring their information from him. The moment those words were spoken, two figures walked out from the villa's door. Wang Ma was supporting Lin Ruoxi. Both of them looked so miserable that made Naruto's heart's feeling ache. They just looked happy and laughed merrily this morning, a small celebration for welcoming him into their house. Lin Ruoxi, who was giggled mischievously after her prank, and Wang Ma, who smiled gently after made him a ramen. Naruto. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Lin Ruoxi sobbed. This is not another prank or surprises. Those tears are genuinely coming out from her eyes. Young master, be careful. Wang Ma warned him, her previous gentle smile replaces with a worried look. She also twitched a little, clearly the red palm mark on her face was hurting her. Naruto was feeling too much right now, it's so complicated. There were heartache, sickness, sadness, anger, sorrow, and many other. It made him too hard to breathe as his eyes changed, slowly turned red. He opened several buttons of his shirt so he could breathe more easily. He closed his eyes to regain his calmness. Leecher brat. Let me tell you, since you returned here today, you asked for it. My brother's fists and kicks have no eyes. If you wish to receive less of a beating, then kneel on the ground and count out to me dozens of times, then lick my leather shoes clean, and obediently walk away from here. Lin Kun laughed weirdly. His voice seemed to include traces of madness. Mr. Lin, Naruto spoke hardly. He's still trying to control himself at this time. With a cold eye he stared at Lin Kun. If I did what you told me, will you leave them alone? No. Lin Ruoxi suddenly lost it. She still could bear it when everything happens to her, but she couldn't let Naruto being humiliated like that. Father, please. Just go away. Don't come here anymore. Naruto, don't do this. I beg you, please. Ahahaha. Seriously, you gonna do what I'm saying? What a coward. I know you scared of my brothers. Lin Kun laughed in disdain. The five young men behind him also seemed sneered as they mocked Naruto's spineless attitude. Mr. Lin, you don't have to say any more nonsense. Tell me straight in the eye, if I did everything you just told me, would you leave both of them alone? Naruto kept ignoring Lin Kun, taunted as he stared deeply into his eyes. Naruto. Sobs. Lin Ruoxi sat on the ground. Her legs couldn't hold the pressure she was feeling anymore. Why does it become like this? Why? Lin Kun felt his back turned cold when Naruto stared at him. If Lin Kun still in his sober condition, perhaps he would be thought deeply regarding Naruto's word, but, unfortunately, he already consumed by vengeance, and his hatred for Lin Ruoxi and Naruto was clouded his mind. Without any seriousness or conviction on his tone, he laughed maniacally and said, yes, I promise. Quickly lick my shoes, wahahaha. Even a stupid person would know that he's not being serious in his promises. Naruto sighed. He glanced at Lin Ruoxi, who already wept. Sorry Ruoxi, I made you cry again. I'm a bad person, didn't I? Naruto said while smiling. He turned back to Lin Kun. His cold eyes swept the five-person behind him. His next word could make every person feeling like being thrown into the deepest abyss. Sorry you guys, Lin Kun just buy you all tickets straight to hell. Sue, which one first? 28 good person, keepsake, and weird people. The five men including Lin Kun was laughing when they heard Naruto's word. They seriously thought this man had a brain damage. Have you gone insane, Leecher? They are the one who would send you to meet Yama, not you. Lin Kun roared with a mocking tone. Sorry, not interested. I had seen Yama, not a likable guy, Naruto coldly said. Looks like you still be able to joke in this situation. Fine, let's see who will laugh in the end. Brothers waste him. Lin Kun said. The five men looked at each other. There were a sneer and lazy expression on their face. Clearly, they had underestimating Naruto. Naruto stared coldly at them, his face masked with deadpan expression. None of you guys have to volunteer himself to fight. If you guys think this is a boring job, why don't you all come together and be done with it? His words seemed like succeed on fueling their anger. They looked at each other again before the outermost one nodded and separated himself from the rest of the group. The man just a little bit taller than Naruto, his black tight suit clung to his body, revealing the bulging muscle that he had in his body. Sorry, dealing with you is not worthy of us goes together, although we have heard that you have a little bit skill and knowledge in a fight, but compared to us, you're still far behind, the man shrugged. Has anyone ever tell you not to take a low opinion of your enemy? Naruto wrinkled his brows. They are, that's why I will not let my guard down even when I'm fighting you, no. When I'm crushing you, the man took a fighting stance the moment he only a few meters from Naruto. Naruto nodded, his tone choked with ice cones, good. TT makes me feels bad if I have to kill you without any sort of resistance, not that I care actually. The man's lips twitched after hearing Naruto rambled. He felt like just being looked down by an ant. While his anger was rising, he sneered as he thought, try to keep a tough appearance, eh? Let's see how you beg for mercies when I humiliating you with my punches. The man suddenly took a quick step, and launched a strong jab into Naruto's face. The attack was precise, strong, and fast. It seems these people really are not common, Naruto thought while tilting his head to the left side. Although his movement looked normal, in everyone else's eyes, he looked like doing a fast dodge to avoid the incoming attack. Missing his target, the man startled for a while before launching a triple combo attack consist of 2 jabs and 1 uppercut. It was a deadly combo because if all the attacks connect, it not only could stun the opponent but also could knock them back, even stumble to the ground, leaving them defenseless for more strikes. Sadly, this combo doing a poor job on their task as Naruto completely avoided them all. Missing for the second time, the man felt frustrated and a little bit nervous, but not disheartened. He took a little step to encircling Naruto, looking for his blind spot and caught him off guard, but soon his anger flared up. The reason was simply that Naruto didn't try to follow his movement. Usually at this time, the opponent would try to mimic the attacker movement so they can keep their guard up and stay their vision on the attacker. Naruto action can cause many blunders that can lead to his demise as his back was completely open to any attacks. Fucking amateur. The man laughed quietly, he readied his stance and launched another strong jab into the back of Naruto's head. Didn't know whether he was an idiot or a retard for not thinking further why Naruto didn't follow his movement. Naruto was like a hunter that deliberately showed his weakness, so the prey would think it was safe to run or kill the hunter in the order to save himself. Just like what would happen next. Naruto made a small step backward while avoiding the man attack. In a swiftness, Naruto hit the man's stomach with his left elbow. The force was strong enough to cause the man to cough a mouthful of saliva and his feet to shortly lifted to the air. His body was about to bend forward when Naruto quickly turned around and launched an uppercut with his right hand. The attack landed precisely on the man's base of the nose. Crack. Naruto's attack launched the man into the air before he landed heavily several feet away from him. There was deathly silence after this sequence. Everyone except Naruto held their breath when they're seeing what just happened and now the motionless body of the man. Linroxi's eyes widened when she saw this. She didn't know that Naruto was actually that fierce. The rest of the 4-man adopted serious expression right now. They gloomily looked at the fainting man before settling their eyes to Naruto. They knew that attack completely knocked out the man, so there was no need to check on him. It seems like you really have what it takes to knock him out. No wonder Lin-kun was afraid of you, one of them spoke coldly. Lin-kun's body shivered when he saw this but quickly returned to normal. After all, there were still 4 of them. No matter how strong Naruto, it's impossible for him to take them all at once. Knockout? Naruto startled when he spoke this, then he shook his head and said, he's not fainted, he's dead. Who would not get shocked if heard what Naruto just spoke? Even the 4 men left speechless as their heart turned cold. They had the same thought, how strong that attack that's actually enough to kill a person. Both Wangma and Linroxi froze on the spot, they just normal civilians who never saw a murder right in front of their eyes except in movies or shows. Linroxi trembled when she heard Naruto, it would be a lie if she didn't feel horror. Yes. She felt fear for Naruto. You dare to kill him? One of the 4 shouted angrily. Naruto stared at the one who shouted with cold eyes, I already said that Lin-kun has brought you all tickets straight to hell. In case you failed to notice, it wasn't a joke. You. The angry man was about to move forward when a hand blocked his path. He wasn't simple as he looked, we go together this time. Also, since he has the guts to kill us, don't stay your hand. The cool-headed man spoke. The angry man grumbled but nodded nonetheless. 4 of them exchanged looks before spreading away from the house, they surrounding Naruto and positioned themselves in 4 directions. Naruto cold eye swept them all before focusing on the cool-headed man. The cool-headed man glanced at his comrades, no one acts reckless, just do it like in the drill. We could before he managed to finish his sentence, suddenly a presence appeared in front of him. Naruto already on arm-length distance from him, his right hand formed an eagle claw and without waiting for the cool-headed man to react, he strikes the man's throat gag. The cool-headed man felt like he just choked in his own Adam apple as he suddenly couldn't speak or breath. Blood slowly spilled from his mouth as he strongly grasped his own neck, trying a futile struggle to stop the inevitable. A battlefield was a place of action. If you want to talk about strategies, do it outside, or you would lose your life without knowing it how. Naruto's speed on killing the cool-headed man was shocking the rest of the 3. Bastard! The angry man once again exploded, as he rushed toward Naruto. He leaped into the air and prepared his fist to punch Naruto. Naruto sneered as he easily dodged the incoming attack, and you. Your temperament is easily clouding your judgment, putting you and the rest of your group in danger. Naruto bent his leg and hit the angry man's stomach with his knee and followed up with a hook punch with his left hand. The punch landed in the angry man's temple as he gets thrashed by Naruto and landed heavily on the ground. There is no further movement from him. In mere seconds, Naruto already killed another 2 persons in their group. It would be a joke if they didn't harbor any dreadful thought right now. As chill went down their spine, they didn't dare make any move and just stayed on their feet. What would you do in this situation? Most people would just be called it quit and fleeing as fast as they could from here. These 2 people were no different. They planned to get away and reported back to their chief. At most they would just have a severe punishment. It's better than have to be this man's another victim. With that thought, both of them prepared to get away, but Naruto's words completely destroyed their plan. You 2 plan to escape, right? Sorry. Not gonna let you do that. You see, this tickets. They have an expired date and I'm not the type of person that like to waste on something, so. Even if you guys are miles away from here, I'm still going to chase you. Naruto shrugged. Since Naruto already declared that he won't let them go, they ceased their thought of running away and decided just to take their chance on killing Naruto before he did. They closed their eyes and seems like there was a change in the air around them. Oh? Naruto interestingly observed them. He already sensed some strange energy within their aura from the very moment he arrived here. But maybe because they looked down upon him and there was no chance, the rest of the dead guys didn't manage to let it out. The 2 men let out a grunt sound and their muscles somehow became larger than before. Several veins could be seen on their temple as their eyes turned a little bit red. They glared at Naruto while their aura became stronger and killing intent spread in the air. Wangma and Linroxi felt pressure around them and couldn't help but got suffocate. Lincoln was not that far from them, but he also felt excited when seeing this. After Naruto killed the last guy, he also bore a thought to run away as Naruto's skill completely out of his expectation. But it didn't matter since he just have to report this to young Master Zu and he would lend him more money to hire better people. But seeing the last 2 people seemed like still having a card in their hand, Lincoln erased that thought and excitedly watching the event in front of him, he hoped to see these 2 people tore to shred Naruto's body. Naruto interested appearance only last for a short time as bored expression take its course now. With a faint smile, Naruto raised his hand and make a provocation gesture with his palm. The 2 men let out a roar and lunged at Naruto with a strong step. They left a crack in the ground beneath their feet. In a matter of seconds, they already arrived in front of Naruto, side by side. Both of them launched their punch and hit Naruto, a broken and crash sound loudly coming from where Naruto stood. "Nauru!" Linroxi desperately shouted. This was the first time she let out a voice after seeing how easily Naruto killed people. She still had some fear toward him, but right now it was overwhelmed by grief. This what you get for messing with me. Lincoln madly laughed. But soon his laugh had to be rudely stopped because when he took a clear view of what happened, shocked filled his heart. On where Naruto previously stood, there was a log that is broken to pieces. It was a weird sight because around the area, there was no such thing. There were several trees, but for a log to be here, it was a questionable existence. The fuck, where the hell is that blonde man? Suddenly a dull sound coming from behind one of the men, forcing him to be crumpled. Then from his back, a shadow took another leap and arrived on the other man's side. A foot strongly kicked the man on his back of the head. A crack sound could be heard. It strongly indicated the man's back skull probably broken. After finishing his job, the shadow flipped backward and landed his ass on the top of the crumpled man. The crumpled man let out a muffled sound as if a big rock just landed on him. The broken back skull man looked dizzy for a while before his body fell down to the ground, twitching before goes silent. As the scene was over, they finally got a clear appearance of the shadow, which was none other than Naruto himself. Linroxi felt a deep relief when she saw Naruto completely fine. She also seems noticed that despite everything that happened, Naruto's welfare was most important to her. Naruto lazily sat on the man. He said, "Well, that's all of your friends. They are enjoying their trip going downstairs now. Wouldn't you want to join them?" The man felt his spine turned cold when Naruto mentioned that. "Please let me go. I swear, I will not tell anyone what was just happened here." "You swear?" Naruto inquired. Yes I do." The man said okay. "But you know, I'm a good guy, I like to help people lessening their burden, so I help you keep the secret, don't worry, I'm a trustable guy." Naruto reassured the man would never be able to finish his word as Naruto punched his backside of the heart position. The shockwave traveled its path of rupturing the heart while destroying everything on its way. After killing the last man, Naruto stood up and looked around. With a sigh, he made his way toward Lincoln. Lincoln instantly fell on his ass the moment Naruto walked toward him. Cold sweats drenched his clothes. His previous excitement had gone flushed down the toilet. All was left its dread. "Why you? What are you going to do?" Naruto with a grave expression and cold tone said, "I already told you that if I heard any more stinky word coming from your mouth, I won't be so kind. And I'm a man of my word." Every step Naruto took was like a reaper that honing his blade slowly become sharper, preparing it to smoothly take his life. Lincoln's body trembled from imagining what would Naruto do to him. He looked at the absent-minded Linroxi and roared, "What the hell are you doing? Are you just gonna let him kill me? What kind of shitty daughter are you?" Lincoln roared proof to be effective as Linroxi became sober. She looked at both of them to and fro. There was an agonized expression as she was experiencing a great deal of torment inside. Naruto didn't stop his step even when Lincoln using Linroxi as his escape path. This was made Linroxi feeling more pain as she had to force him to stop if she wanted to help Lincoln. She knew by doing that, she also would cause so much pain for Naruto. Linroxi was seriously in a dilemma right now. In the end, blood was thicker than water. "Naruto. Please. Just this once. Let him go." Her voice was not loud, even close to mumbling, it's full of entreaty and pleading. Every word she spoke made her heart felt more pain. She didn't know what reaction he had, but she knew her word hurting him. Naruto's body shook for a while when he heard her voice, yet he still not stopping his steps. Lincoln shocked because he thought Linroxi could put a hold on this man, but turned out it's not working at all. "Fuck. You useless daughter. You never did anything right." Lincoln roared again, "Father. For once, stop speaking." Linroxi wailed, "You." Lincoln was about to yell at her but found that he couldn't. Naruto's eyes coldly stared at him, and if you looked closely, his eye flickered between cerulean and red blood colors. Lincoln gulped down his saliva. He closed tightly his mouth, fear any word he spoke would further encouraging this man action. Eventually, Naruto arrived in front Lincoln. There was a long silence before he finally spoke. "Mr. Lin, guest visit time is over. Everyone is tired and need a good rest, so if you don't mind, please get the fuck out of here." Then Naruto proceeded on walking inside the house. Linroxi looked at the disappearing Naruto's figure with a sad expression, as if cannot hold it anymore. Tears started to flow from her eye. She covered her beautiful face with both hands, her body heavily shaking. Wang Ma also cannot bear the scene that presented in front of her. She sobbed and hugged Linroxi gently, tried to calm her down, which was she doing poorly. Linroxi sunk herself into Wang Ma embraced, like a broken recording. She painfully said, "Wang Ma. He must be hating me now. He hates me now. He hates me." Wang Ma didn't know how to comfort her young miss. The situation was too complicated and she unable to form a right word now. She could only hope, whatever storm that brewing, quickly passed by. Inside the house, Naruto leaning his forehead against the bathroom wall in a depressed manner. A cold shower poured down from above, doing their best job to extinguish the flame that had been ignited within him. "Man, I screwed up," Naruto dejectedly thought. "She must be hating me now, maybe even scared of me," Naruto bitterly thought as he remembered her expression when he killed the first guy. The horror that filled her face when she saw he can easily kill a person with his bare hand caused Naruto felt pain in his heart. Well, it's not like she can put to blame, which normal person could still be calmed after seeing something like that. Not to mention he almost attacked her own father, which sane daughter would just let that happen? No wonder if Linroxi detested him now. Naruto sighed as he wryly smiled, "Maybe she will tell me to pack my bags and leave the house? After all, which people want to stay in the same house with a killer?" Naruto turned around and leaned his back now. He slowly turned into sitting position with his left leg vertically above his right leg, which was in a horizontal position. "Come to think of it, this is the first time I kill again after for a long time have not killed anyone, ha. Kinda wish it can stay that way a while longer." Naruto's face revealed a reminiscent expression. He chuckled as he thought, "If you still here, would you be rating me or congratulating me?" Naruto stood up and turned off the shower, covering himself with a bathrobe. Naruto walked out from the bathroom and headed directly to the bed. He threw himself and laid on top of it with his back. "I knew it's still early, but man, I'm sure felt spent," he thought as his eyes slowly became droopy before he had fallen asleep. Somewhere in the vast green field, there were several hills crowded by trees. In one of those hills, a man mingled with green environment. He had a sturdy figure, fine muscle, and long golden hair. He wore a long black robe with V-neck style that showed quite a much part of his upper body. A staff stuck close to the back of this man. It was around as big as the man itself and it had black color. The man's sharp eyes wandered around the area, his fox-like nose sniffling the air. There were metallic smell mixed with soil and fresh leaves that got caught by him. A pair of ears on the top of his head twitching like a radar that detected an anomaly. At this time, from the lush green bush not far from him, a figure comes out. It was a young woman with also long blonde hair that was tied in a woven style. She wore a white long dress with a belt around her waist, a sharp and thin sword hanging on it. The woman had good figure despite her beautiful innocent face which was frowning right now. The young woman indigo iris stared at the place where the man stood because the man was not alone. There were another 5 people or bodies of people laying around him. Red liquid poured from various sources of those bodies and repainting the green bush around them. You did it again? The young woman protested with a frustration tone. The man's lips with a pair of fangs slit between it twitched. He grumbled, but they were enemies. They just thugs and bandits. The young woman retorted, so what? Am I just gonna let them attack me? The man sneered, defending and killing is two different action. You don't have to kill them if you just defend yourself. The young woman said, I didn't have other option, okay? The man frowned. You did. You clearly strong enough just to knock them out, yet you choose to kill them. If I do that, they just going to attack other people. What if they attack an innocent woman? Or a child? We wouldn't know that. It's not up to us to decide what action they would take in the future. The man scratched his head, his blood iris swept the bodies around him one by one, his expressionless face became gloomy as he responded to the young girl argument. Believe me, I know this kind of people, they don't change. The young girl stared at the man's eyes. She said, human is not an animal, they are not a creature of habit, they have thought, feeling, and strength to choose their own fate. We have no right to set them on the stone. She walked closer to the man, her indigo eyes stared deeply into the man's blood eyes. She added, you also can change, I know you can. You thought that killing is part of your habit or instinct, but it's not. You can choose, you have the will of choosing your path. The man tried to avoid the young woman's gaze, but he somehow couldn't as her eyes took his as it captives. Promise me. The young woman dictated. Promise you what? The man confusedly asked. Promise me you change. Promise me you wouldn't kill anymore. The young woman asked. I can't. The man rejected in distress. Yes, you can. You just don't try it yet, the young woman persistently said. The man absent-mindedly looked at her. He hesitated before gave her a small nod. He said, I'll try. But can't guarantee. The young woman didn't continue pushing him. She smiled as if satisfied with the answer she heard. She took off something from her neck and placed it on the man's hand. This is my keepsake, so you can always remember your promise to me. It was a pendant that resembling a cross, although is not that similar since there were several ornaments here and there. What if I lose it? Isn't that mean I can kill again? The man chuckled as he stared at the pendant. The young woman gave a pondering look before she smiled and stepped forward. Next, she tiptoed, then gave the man a peck on his lips. It was a quick move, so before the man managed to react, she already returned to her original position. She bashfully said, that is my first kiss, you know. Make sure you keep them too as another way to remember, Key. The man stared at the young woman in a daze. He traced his lips as tried to recall the feeling, even it was only in short moment, but her warm and soft lips were strong enough to left impression of her presence inside him. The young woman figure, her warm soft lips, her gentle voice, and her word embedded deeply as her name left out the man mouth. G tap tap. Young master? You have not eaten anything yet, are you hungry? Do you want me to make something for you? Naruto's eyelid trembled and slowly opened the moment he heard a soft knock on the door and Wang Ma's voice. He sat up, then looked at the clock on the wall. Surprisingly, he had fallen asleep more than 4 hours since sunset. No wonder Wang Ma came knocking on his door. Naruto yawned as he lazily rose from the bed and walked toward the door. Wang Ma's figure come into his eyesight the moment he opened the door. She looked better now, but the imprint of red palm mark still could be seen on her face. Wang Ma gently smiled at Naruto, but her eyes also revealed a worried expression. Young master, are you hungry? Let me make something for you, Wang Ma asked again. Naruto smiled. Although he was not hungry, he felt bad if he didn't take Wang Ma offers. Sure, Auntie Wang, can you make me a ramen, please? Whoa, I think my worm stomach start revolting. Wang Ma giggled. Sure, young master. In a minute. Naruto followed Wang Ma went downstairs. Before he glanced at Lin Ruoxi's room, he hesitated but asked Wang Ma anyway, Auntie Wang, had Ruoxi eaten? Wang Ma got surprised when she heard him. She felt happy and relief at the same time, since looked like Naruto didn't angry or hate Lin Ruoxi. She shook her head. I didn't know, young master. Young miss didn't come back yet from police department since afternoon. Naruto startled. Police department? Why would she goes there? Young miss went there to give them a statement regarding the previous incident, Wang Ma said. She looked like a little bit trouble speaking about the event. Naruto becomes gloomy. He bitterly said, I am sorry for causing such a trouble. Why didn't you wake me up? I can explain to them by myself. Wang Ma once again shook her head. Young master, don't have to be like this. It's not your fault for it to be happen. Besides, it was young miss' idea not to bother you and let you continue resting. Naruto wryly smiled as he says, don't Ruoxi hate me for trying to hurt her father? Wang Ma startled before she suddenly laughed. Her behavior gave Naruto a scare. Yee? Why she laugh all of the sudden? Don't tell me her nerves has gone crazy because of the slap? Of course, how would he know the reason? Wang Ma laughed because he and Lin Ruoxi altogether harbored misunderstanding. Both of them thought that they hurt the opposite person and made him or her hate themselves. She had been thinking the previous uproar with Lin Kun somehow strained the relationship between the two, but it looks like her worries are groundless. Really, these two people are weird people. 29 The thought of two people in the end, Wang Ma decided not to answer Naruto's question directly but just gave him a big one, which made Naruto feels confused now. Wang Ma wanted these two people to overcome the misunderstanding on their own. Not only she thought this is the best way, but also if it was done correctly, it can cause their relationship to soar. Wang Ma happily cooking the ramen, she was humming in a cheerful tone that can be heard by Naruto, who was in the living room. Definitely nerve failure system, she should check in with the doctor soon. Naruto frowned as he thought the possibility of something that responsible for her mood. It wasn't long before Wang Ma finished her task and quick, a smell of thick and flavor broth entered Naruto's nose, making his stomach playing drum band and waterfall had fallen from his mouth. Wang Ma came out with a delicious-looking noodle served within a quite large bowl. Steam slowly crept out from it, leaving behind the boiled angry-looking soup because had been forced out from its hot pot room. Several toppings could be seen befriended the noodle, the half-boiled eggs, scallion, meat, and other. They look so neatly as if they tried to conspire against Naruto's stomach. Gulping down his throat, Naruto rushed to the dining table and stared hungrily at his prey. Oh yes, you are mine. Naruto sat on the chair while impatiently waiting for Wang Ma to put that heavenly dish in front of him. Wang Ma giggled at Naruto's childish act. She carefully walked toward where he sat and served the dish for him. Dinner's ready, young master, please do enjoy it. Wang Ma said thank you, and be Wang. You must be coming from God's kitchen that you would be able to make such a mouth-watering food. Naruto said without facing her, his mouth gaped and stuttered. Young master is so kind, you don't have to be that exaggerated, Wang Ma bashfully said. Didn't spare any more time, Naruto chewed down the ramen, the moment its texture entered his mouth, a soft yet hard, a mild but not soggy noodle could be tasted inside his mouth. The happy feeling of munching godsend food couldn't be compared to any other else. Finished digesting the noodle, Naruto took a sip of the brownish soup. The taste of chicken bouillon powder mixed with vegetables and season created a harmonic, wonderful flavor that made people to crave for more. Gulping down several sips more, Naruto put down the spoon and stared at Wang Ma hotly. Wang Ma felt uncomfortable being stared by Naruto like this. Although she was no longer young, she always maintained her appearance to look beautiful and fit. By all means, she didn't do this for the sake of attracting men, she just likes to attending her figure. Young master, please stop staring. It's embarrassing. Wang Ma nervously spoke. Naruto kept staring at Wang Ma before he suddenly cried with anime tears. He sobbed, Wang Ma, please be my godmother. I want to always eat your ramen cooking. Wang Ma got confused by Naruto's sudden outburst. She couldn't help but ask, young master, what are you talking about? You can always eat ramen here whenever you want. Naruto slurping the noodle while anime tears kept pouring from his eyes. How can I? As soon as Roxy come home, she would kick me out of the house. If you don't become my godmother, I believe she wouldn't let me in to taste more of your cooking. Wang Ma startled so hard that she almost get shocked. She tried to control herself for not laughing as she consoled, young master, you don't have to be worried, young miss is not going to kick you out, believe me. Naruto stared confusedly at her but his mouth didn't stop slurping. With a mouthful of noodle he asked, Bang be bithpi. I bobbed bilib by nib bron bob, I abo abost bubbed bin kun, Isn't she angry with me? I just killed 5 people in front of you both. I also almost hurt Lin Kun. Wang Ma's sweat dropped after listening foreign language Naruto just spoke. She didn't get it but she thought that he must be asking about the reason. When Wang Ma was about to explain, a sound of a familiar woman coming from the front door. I'm home, said the woman with a weary and exhausted tone. Of course, both Naruto and Wang Ma knew who this voice belonged to, if not a lady of the house, Lin Ruoxi, then who else's? Wang Ma glanced at Naruto before she took off to greet her. Naruto became frozen on his seat as his appetite greatly decreased, didn't have any more desire to eat. Naruto put down the chopsticks and nervously rose so he can also greet her. At the moment he came out from the dining room, it was the same time where Lin Ruoxi came out from the hall and stepped inside the living room. The youngster's body suddenly stopped and turned stiff the moment their gaze clashing with each other. The awkward air lingers in the room as both parties have different thought regarding the opposite person and how this part of the scene would play. Naruto point of view inside his mind, Naruto from now on, don't ever step inside my house again. I'm asking you to help me regaining my grandmother old villa and protect me from Zhu Xiang attempt to court me, not to kill people and hurt my father. Lin Ruoxi spoke in a cold tone, her eyes coldly gaze at him with unfamiliar expression. Naruto let out a cold sweat as he tried to explain himself. Ruoxi, Enough, now pack your bags and leave the house. I don't ever want to see you again. Linroxi interjected, didn't leave any room for Naruto to defend himself. Linroxi point of view inside her mind, Ruoxi, your father is an asshole that keeps hurting you over and over again, yet you stopped me when I'm about to teach him a lesson. What do you take me for? Do you think it didn't hurt me when you are choosing him over me? Don't you remember who's helping you these last few days? You ungrateful woman, Naruto coldly spoke, his cold eyes and harsh words stabbed her right in the heart. Linroxi teared up as she tried to explain herself, Naruto, please. Enough. From this moment onward, we don't have any more relation, I'm going to leave, goodbye. Naruto cut her off before she managed to say anything. Back to reality, both of them let out a cold sweat, fearing for what they imagined became true. They looked at the just arrived Wang Ma and spoke at the same time. Andy Wang, I'm going to visit a friend now, thanks for the dinner, see you later, Naruto hurriedly said. Wang Ma, I'm not hungry and really tired, I'm going to sleep early, good night. Linroxi hurriedly said. Without waiting for Wang Ma's response, they went to their own excuses based on what they said. Wang Ma looked at the different direction they went in a confusion, she sighed before said, ah, youngster. Naruto and Linroxi managed to get away from each other. Naruto was standing outside the house in depressed manner while Linroxi leaning against her room's door and cried. They had the same thought, sorry Naruto oh Ruoxi, I don't want to hear you say that. 30 Broken Wing Angel. The night at the Wine Street was busy like usual, people were walk back and forth on the street, side road filled with parked cars here and there, benches and chairs occupied with couples and other. Bar and hotel lights illuminated the area with not too bright but also not a quite dark lighting, which made the view around the area become romantic and shot anyone desire to skyrocket in the instant. A young woman happily stood in front of one of the building, she wore black cheongsam clothes that didn't go so tight but good enough to reveal her smoking hot figure. Albeit her makeup was thin, her face was glowing and her skin was luster white. Every man that passed by this building would sometimes glance at her, one of them even caught staring but none of them would dare to approach her. Maybe they thought it would be required a high price if they wanted to get services from her, after all, such a woman if not for exclusive use, probably available only to those who had a deeper pocket. The young woman was just enjoying her chat with other women when a familiar voice came into contact with her ears. Busy time, Mai? Said the owner of the voice. The young woman startled before she turned around and pleasantly surprised by the appearance of the man she had been dying to meet since their last meeting from several days ago. Naruto? Oh my gosh, here I thought I might never see you again. Mai exclaimed. Naruto chuckled after saw her reaction, he said, do you need to be that surprised? It's just a couple of days. Mai nodded excitedly, oh, you had no idea how this is such a pleasant surprise for me. She giggled. The other women curiously stared at the handsome man that casually greeted Mai. One of them spoke, hey Mai, who is this? A customer? No, he's my friend, his name is Naruto, Mai laughed. Ooh, a friend? They said with an ambiguous tone. Mai, who seemed to notice what her coworkers hinted at, turned red. With a slightly nervous tone, she said, I am serious, he is really a friend. Listen to Mai unconvincing word, they decided to ignore her and sized up Naruto instead. These women had seen many types of men and could be said a little bit expert in knowledge regarding men. Just by doing a brief observation, they knew that Naruto easily belongs to those high-class type of men. The type that usually consists of handsome and hunk men, the one that can be said a real charmer. Though if they took a little bit deeper observation, they would discover that Naruto actually surpassed those type and easily become one of the tops. Such a man, even if he is not a rich one, he could still manage to attract several women, the women that dream to be embraced by a man's strong arm and capable of satisfying their desire. Hey handsome, what if you become a friend with me instead of Mai? I know a lot of technique that Mai couldn't do, I even give you half of the price, one of them spoke amorously. No, don't listen to her. She is not even half as good as I am, how about accompanied me instead? Another one said. She's lying, I'm the one here that can be provided best services to you. No, it's me. No. Me. My expression became ugly when her coworkers started to fight over Naruto, she grumbled, really bunch of vixens. She turned around facing Naruto. With an apologetic expression she said, sorry, just ignored them, anyway, what can I do for you? Naruto shook his head, expressing that he's not bothered, he said, it's alright, it's fun sometimes being with such a crowd of beautiful ladies, besides, I'm come here just to see you, that's all. Mai wrinkled her brows, she could feel that something was amiss from the looks of Naruto's face, you sure? You know us girl like juicy gossips, so I don't mind if you share a little bit. Sorry, better luck next time. Naruto comforting her with a faint smile. You're no fun. Mai said, pretend to be angry. Naruto laughed a bit at her act, alright, don't pout. How about a drink? My treat this time. Mai smiled. It was good if he felt a little better now. She knew that Naruto was not in a good mood before. She nodded. Sure, why not? You can get a bad luck for rejecting a free drink. Then both Mai and Naruto started walking to the inside of the building. Oh, they're getting a room. That was quick. Mai so unfair despite she was the youngest. Yeah. How dare she would hog him for herself. How about we secretly disturb them? Hearing a protesting word from them, Mai almost staggered to the floor. She yelled, "Shut up you vixens. I already said we weren't like that." Yeah right. All of them spoke at the same time. Mai expression became helpless as she decided to ignore them and continue walking inside together with the secretly holding laughter Naruto. The area inside the bar wasn't that much difference from the last time he visited, except for several empty spots. The atmosphere and state were still the same. Naruto unknowingly became absent-minded when his eyes darted to the most corner of the room. The scene from several days ago being played inside his mind like a movie in the theater. Mai who seems noticed this didn't disturb him. She also followed his eyes' direction. Upon seeing his eyes fixed to where he saved Lin Ruoxi, Mai became suspicious as she starts guessing, could it be? Not for a long time, Naruto recovered and realized that he had been lost inside his mind and made other people wait for him. Sorry Mai, we can carry on now, Naruto apologized. Mai shook her head, with a hint of worried. She asked, are you sure you're okay? I don't really mind if you want to share something. Nah, I'm alright, just a bit tired, Naruto comfortably said. If you said so. Mai nodded. Since he didn't want to tell then she won't ask again. They finally arrived at the bartender place, the guy who manned it also the same guy from before. Boss, order for two. Mai cheerfully said. The bartender glanced at her and startled when he saw a person who accompanied her was the mysterious blondie guy who previously hypnotized Tiger and his underlings. Oh, you're the magician guy. The bartender excitedly said, hey, how have you been? Naruto faintly smiled. He neither acknowledged nor denied his magician title bestowed by this bartender. Ah, same old, the bartender nodded. He looked at Mai and Naruto then remembered that both of them went home together, though there was another person too at that time. He somehow cannot help but wondered. He asked, so what? You kinda like my regular now? Being asked about this again, Mai became annoyed but blushed at the same time. Without waiting, Naruto answered the bartender. She beat him to it by saying, boss, it's not like that, he just a friend. Naruto looked at the flushing and nervous Mai. He laughed and added, ha. Yes boss, you misunderstand, we just a friend. Mai lips twitched when she heard him saying that, didn't know why she felt a little upset when he was the one who said it. Whether it was unconsciously or not, Mai's hand reached Naruto's side and pinched his waist. Of course, it wasn't hurt for Naruto. He wrinkled his brows and stared weirdly at Mai. Why the heck did you pinch me? Mai already took back her hand. She closed her eyes and turned her face away from him. With hands crossed over her front she said, Humphrey, nothing. Both the bartender and Naruto stared at this young woman's childish behavior with a sweat drop. The bartender chuckled, Mister, just for your information, Mai is our youngest here, so sometimes she still acts adorable and spiteful. Oh, you so right about that. Naruto also gets laughed, not deny what the bartender just said. Mai pouted when both of them laughed at her. She wailed, you both bullied me. Too bad, her complaining didn't make them stop. Instead their laughter was getting louder. After done playing with them, the bartender proceeded on his task preparing their drinks. While waiting, Naruto and Mai chatted like usual. Mai became relieved when seeing Naruto's mood had gotten better, but she somewhat became curious about the issues that affected his mood. Remembering his absent-minded look before, Mai decided to probe him. Ah, I remember now. Mai exclaimed. Remember what? Naruto got surprised by her sudden outburst. About the woman you saved before. Mai said while looking at the change of his expression. Sure enough, his face became a little bit gloomy and distressed sign starts appearing. Albeit it wasn't obvious, but it still got seen by Mai. Oh, you mean Ruoxi? What about her? Naruto faintly said. I was right. This must have something to do with her, Mai thought. She inquired much further, oh you guys already met? Then I guess she succeeded in finding you. Naruto chuckled as he said, yeah, she did, though it wasn't in the best circumstances. Mai startled, what do you mean? Naruto pondered whether he should told her about the event when Lin Ruoxi helped him out of the jail at the police department, though it wasn't necessary. In the end, Naruto just shrugged and said, nothing. Mai felt disappointed for not getting more answer from him. Didn't give up, she asked again but also teased him at the same time, so what do you think of Sister Lin? Ah, she is so beautiful wasn't it? I bet you must be staring at her while drooling all over ha. She was expecting Naruto to become red from embarrassment or nodded excitedly and started spouting every word of praise for Linroxi, yet, on the contrary, Naruto just smiled. There was no excitement could be seen. His eyes revealed a rare gentleness she never see in anyone, not even in her parent eyes. Yes, she is, Naruto softly said. What is a gentle word? A word that was spoken filled with love and care. A mother would be spoken this to her kid, a father would be spoken this to his kid, the grandparents to their grandchildren, a lover to his or her significant one, a wife to her husband and vice versa. Was Naruto spoke a gentle word? Yes and no. He spoke filled with mysteriousness, talked like a lover yet not at the same time. When someone spoke about their lover, their eyes would reveal an infatuation, their faces would reveal an excitement, but Naruto, he didn't. Mai upon hearing how Naruto spoke like that, she didn't know why she felt jealousy and envy toward Linroxi. She started to regret teasing him. True what they said that curiosity would be the end of the cat's life. None of them spoke again, not until their drinks finally arrived and Mai took a mouthful of it to erase her bad ill toward Linroxi. She wasn't supposed to be like this. No, she had no right to be like this. Well, she's indeed possessed a beauty that can make anyone jealous, she said in a sour tone. Naruto seemed to realize the sudden gloom inside his friend's mood. He thought that indeed every woman wanted to be beautiful, so it's normal for her to be jealous of Linroxi. Hell, even Hollywood actress would also be jealous to her. Little did he know that wasn't the only reason for her gloomy mood. Mai doesn't have to be worried. I believe Mai is not that far from her, Naruto said, trying to comfort his feeling down friend. Really? Mai asked, her eyes filled with excitement and hope. Yeah. Ahem, I swear to the whatever almighty being that existed in the universe, I have been spoken an honest word. If it was a lie, then I shall receive thy divine punishment, which is eating 20 bowls of ramen at once. Naruto said while raising his hand, making a pledge gesture. Mai laughed as her feeling become better. She said, okay, Mr. Sweet Talker, I believe your word. By the way, speaking about beautiful, your last treatment was wonderful. It gave me a light spot and I got customer more than usual. Everybody around asked me how can I become such pretty, what skincare I used, where I went, and whom I looked. Glad that I could be a help. You don't spoil them about me, right? Naruto said while pretend to be scarred. Mai threw a crafty look before laughed. Of course not, you're like my private masseur and free. Naruto rolled his eyes at Mai. Don't say it was free, I will ask for a charge if you did it again. Mai didn't back down. Instead, she giggled mischievously and glanced at Naruto. Her eyes reflected a flirty expression that couldn't be hidden. And what sort of pay that Mr. Naruto might demand from me? You know I'm just a side road girl, right? Naruto stunned before he let out a chuckle. Two can play this game. He gave Mai a wicked smile. Oh, you have no idea what I got in store for you, Mai. Mai sat closer to Naruto. Her intoxicating fragrant smell and body heat entered Naruto's senses, which made him couldn't help but got affected. When Naruto said Mai wasn't far from Linroxi, he wasn't exaggerating. If Linroxi had a goddess-like beauty, Mai was like a fairy, especially after the treatment. Her smooth white skin, oval-like face, and figure somehow rose several grades from before. Noticing Naruto's heated gaze made Mai felt shy and pride at the same time. She had to feel admired gaze recently from other men, but it felt different when it was Naruto. Her body got closer, then she said in a low voice, almost like a whisper, you know, we never really got into the base before, so, I wouldn't mind if we hijack a car and got there right now, like immediately. Tempted by her offer, Naruto almost agreed with her, but unfortunately, his eyes wandered again at the spot in the most corner room. His previously flame quick had been extinguished by the tools called distress or sadness. With a bitter expression, he said, sorry Mai, I can't. Mai who heard him said that honestly feels disappointed. She was expecting a hot and steamy night with Naruto. At least she thought she could expel Naruto's gloomy mood and her sour taste of jealousy toward Linroxi by rolling in with him. Alas, looked like her charm still couldn't compare to Linroxi's. Trying to hide her painful expression, she backed away and laughed awkwardly. Ha ha ha. Why do you apologize for all of the sudden? I'm just kidding. I only want to tease you before. Look at your serious face, almost made me laugh on the floor. Ha ha ha. Her voice tried to be cheerful but failed miserably. Anyone including Naruto could notice that she was hurt but pretend to be okay. Naruto knew he just did a bad thing, but he also didn't know the best way to comfort her except by doing an attempt he was about to do. Naruto quickly crossed over to her side, and reached out her waist. Mai felt a strong arm grasped her waist, but before she managed to react, her face had been turned around by her chin. In the instant, a warm, also soft texture touched her lips. Her eyes went wide at the intimate contact that had been initiated by Naruto. The kiss was not fiery or full of lust like her customer usually did, it was gentle and sweet. Her eyes became blurry as she looked at Naruto, who was closing his eyes and enjoying the sweet kiss. Slowly but surely she followed his lead as she closed her eyes to feel the taste of his lips between hers. For her, that had been living a life as a hooker and treated like this, like she was living a dream where she just a young woman, had a normal life, went to college, fooling around with friends, skipped class and had a stupid crush. Naruto's lips were warm and soft, it was masculine yet gentle at the same time. She was suffocating, not because of the lack of air, but she got drowned by his dominating influence. After a long time, Naruto finally backed off. He looked at Mai, who still had her eyes shut, being in the dreamy state. He smiled, then went to her ears. He whispered something and left as soon as he finished. Mai opened her eyes and gazed at his fading back figure. The corner of her mouth slowly crept upward. Meanwhile, a single drop of water fell from her eyes. His words struck deeply into her heart and carved strongly at her mind. A broken wing angel, would still be called an angel, who doesn't want to have an angel watch over his shoulder? 31 years only. Naruto greeted the other women the moment he came out from the bar. They chatted for a while and Naruto had to suffer some of their flirty suggestion before he could walk away. Looking at the moon that getting higher and the sky that getting darker, Naruto bitterly sighed as he contemplated whether he should go home or not. Remembering Lin Ruoxi's terrified expression, Naruto suddenly didn't have any courage to go home since he thought that she might still be like that. In the end, Naruto decided to give her some time to sort out her feeling with the hope that she willingly forgave him later. Because Naruto didn't go back to his home, he went to the only place that became his sanctuary now, the rose. The night wind breeze on his face, the coldness it brought would make other people shiver but not him. He leisurely strolled alongside the street, mingled himself among the crowd of people. Quick Naruto arrived at his destination. Upon stepped his feet on the front door, a noisy and loud cheering voice entered his ear. Oh? It must be one of those days, Naruto thought. The rose was a little bit different from other bars in the vicinity. Unlike them, the attendant from the rose didn't provide any services that related to a sexual activity, meaning the rose didn't allow any kind of operation that consists of physically pleasuring men or women. Instead, they had their attendant to do sort of performance once a month and it varied from singing to dancing. They even held a circus-like attraction sometimes, performed by a professional magician and other else. By the moment Naruto came inside, most of the seats and tables already filled, only several of it that either too far or couldn't get a clear view of the stage that remained empty. Naruto strolled for a while before he found a good spot. He leaning his back on the wall and silently gazed at the not too far stage. The stage floor was higher several feet from the rest and formed a half circle. On the very back of the stage, a red curtain that separated the backstage area from the audience hanged. Several ornaments played their role on makeover the stage, such as flowers and decorative lamps. The stage was large enough so it wasn't going to easily get cramped even if you put 10 to 11 people together on the top of it. Naruto's eyes scanned the room to look for Wei, but somehow he couldn't find her anywhere. Perhaps she is in her room? He thought, but it should be unlikely since she had to greet the guests. When Naruto was about to check on her by using senjutsu, the lighting in the room suddenly became dim, causing the lamps on the stage became brighter. The red curtain that previously closed neatly, at this moment, got separated in the middle, revealing another area that went a little bit darker than the front part. Soon, a slow and romantic back sound being played, its rhythm held in effect to soothe anyone's heart who listened. People in the room suddenly went silent, even all the servers stood by the side, all of them tried to appreciate the harmony of the alluring sound. Naruto also listened peacefully, his once restless and depressed heart slowly recovered, the sound as if tried to guide him to relax and put down all of his previous worries. After a while, the back sound became quiet and a figure slowly came out from the back of the stage. The moment that appearance of the figure became clear, every audience widened their eyes. The reason was not simply because the figure was breathtakingly beautiful, but they knew who this was, especially Naruto. Rose. Yes, the one who appeared on the stage was his woman, also the owner of the bar, Wei. Everyone in the room including Naruto didn't expect that she would be the one who performed this night. Previously the one who did it was either one of her employees that had a couple of talent or guest stars. She could be seen chatted and greeted with customer and audience. At most, she went to the stage just for several welcoming speeches. Wei wore a knee-length black gaudy dress and black high heel. Her usual let-loose raven hair now tied in a ponytail with a crystal tiara sit upon its throne on the top of her head. Around her neck, you could saw a necklace with a sort of black stone hang there. It rather looks ordinary compared to other stuff she wore, but also looked incomparably matched with her dress. Her left hand grasped a brown color violin and its pair held by her right. Wei's face was bright, even though the makeup she put mostly was black and dark, but it wasn't shown any sign of gloominess. Instead, she looked like a conservative girl and somehow became very appealing. Everyone vision fixed on the appearance of this beauty who basked in the light that shone on the stage. Unfortunately, The beauty didn't reply their heated gaze. Instead, she just smiled while her eyes wandered around as if searched for something. Eventually, her eyes stopped and lingered for a while on somewhere. Her once already bright face now turned brighter and star shone with thousands of helium on her pupil. She nodded, then bent her body to bow at the audience. Good evening everyone. I, as the hostess also as the performer for tonight, sincerely welcoming all of you and appreciate your effort to be here for tonight's performance. I'm not that good on doing this compared to other people, but I'll try my best to please everyone. To every attendant, please don't forget to tend on your duties and make sure to fulfill all of the audience's order, also make them comfortable as they can. As everyone can see, the violin in my hand isn't a decoration but a real one. I'm not an expert, but I had a private lesson before and trying hard to practice for tonight, so I apologize in advance if everyone found I play rather horrible later. The song that I'll play, I dedicated it to someone that really precious to me. He has become a light in my life and bring me back from the brink of the darkness. Without him, I may end up nowhere now, maybe already dead, so everyone knows how much he really meant to me. Let's hope together this song, my message, reach out to him, Zhang Wei solemnly said. Everyone cheered and clapped their hand, some of them even whistled at her statement. Actually, these people felt sad and disappointed when they heard such a woman already had someone in her heart. They all wondered what kind of man that could be so fierce that managed to catch the heart of such a beauty. A certain blondie was scratching his nose in embarrassment, not only woman that could feel shy when they facing such an open and public confession. His eyes softly gazed at Zhang Wei, who stood above the stage and was about to prepare her stance to play the violin. Zhang Wei took a deep breath before said, "Please enjoy," then she positioning the violin on the top of her left shoulder and below her chin. "My dearest, Supercell," she said before moving her delicate fingers on the strings, and the other hand also started to move. A beautiful melodies started running about in the room, like a playful child in the summer field, yet like a gentle touch of woman at the same time. Every second of its tune being played it holds captive of everyone's attention, the way her slender fingers meddling with the strings like she wasn't playing an instrument. Instead, she looked like a fisherman who spread her net across the sea, caught every single fish with indifference. Where she played horribly. If horrible she mean was playing the instrument well, then those professionals would already beyond horrible. Hell, the word retard may not even that far from them. Everyone may not be an artistic person or a composer who understood the art of music, but they clearly could tell how much she put her soul into her performance. Maybe for her, this wasn't only for the sake of amusement but also the voice of her heart. To tell someone how much he means to her, even though she's not the only one, but she willingly gave all to him, her body, soul, and life, all belong to him. Naruto's eyes went blurry the moment Zhang Wei put start in her performance. The melodies somehow guided him in a memory lane trip, to the event of their first meeting. It was a bloody night where the moon was at its peak. At the late of the night, where the time of most people comforted themselves inside their bed, a black figure could be seen moving at unsteady pace between the alley. When that figure crossed over the dim light of the street lamp, it showed appearance, which was surprisingly a beautiful woman who wore a tight leather suit that perfectly gave a clear view of her hot curves. Unfortunately, the beautiful woman at this time had shown an exhausted and pale face, like all the blood had gone completely from her body. Several sides of her suit had been torn, revealing a smooth white jade skin with a hint of red behind it. Clearly, she had been wounded, and the red liquid slowly dripping everywhere from her exposed skin was the proof. Her breath was heavy, maybe because she had been running for a long time or the wound she suffered had become worse. All in all, she wasn't in a good situation. However, despite her situation was like that, she didn't stop her movement. With a short dagger and empty gun in both of her hand, she ran away inside the alley. Every turn and curve path she took, every dumpster and dirty bags she passed by, they failed to put a hold on her steps. She was struggling, even she had to crawl. She wouldn't stop. For the sake of everyone who stayed behind, she had to survive. She had to. It wasn't too late for a revenge on another date, even if it took years, but the premise was depending on her survival of this night. Sadly, it seems the fate itself was against her. When she took a turn in the next corner of the alley, a wall entered her vision. Her eyes widened and face became paler with despair. This wall indicated the path she took was a dead end and also the end of her life. With a hope for another chance, she turned around and was about to search for another path before a commotion of footsteps resounded from where she came and completely sealed away her escape. She slowly backed up until her back touched the wall, her mind constantly running. She didn't want to give up, but the only exit way now was through her previous path. She only had a short dagger as a weapon, but she doubts it even could be useful against firearms. Meanwhile, the sound of footsteps got louder, and now several men heavy breathing could also be heard alongside with it. Soon, a crowd of burly men appeared from the corner. Their face was red and sweat drenched their clothes even though this night was cold. Clearly they chased her all around the alley for a long time, and finally, they successfully cornered her. "There is no need to run anymore, miss." One of them spoke with a deep voice. The man's head was wrapped in a bandage, he had a very rough face and wore a big black coat. On his waist, a local-made Glock 37 fiercely stuck. Miss is truly great, even the odds were against you yet you still managed to survive this longer, you even killed several of our brothers all by yourself. Boss would be proud if he heard this, the man slowly said, then he added, however, unfortunately, you had to run out in ammo and ran into the dead end. It seems like the fate itself wanted to meet your end. Huh, funny. It wasn't yours to decide whether I'm going to die here or not. Besides, is this how you return my kindness over the past, Haizhuang? The woman spoke with a weary tone. The previous adrenaline she bore slowly diminish, the exhaustion of constant running and wounds she harbored finally taking on their toll now. The man called Haizhuang laughed. It's true that mistreated me well, but this life, Haizhuang's life, is bestowed by boss. No matter dispute between the two of you, I always remain loyal to Gang's master. The moment Miss was separate herself from West Union Society to establish Red Thorn Society, Ms. officially become the enemy of the boss, also with me and other brothers. The woman's beautiful face frowned, her expression turned darken as she said, my father is an autocrat who hold no conscience over his action. His no-limit policy shamed even the people from Underworld itself. He never hold any significant about any of your lives. When you guys no longer serve any purpose to him, he will abandon and throw you all like a dying dogs. Other brothers realize this and join me. Why you remain stubborn and persistent? Even she knew it was a useless endeavor. With only a short dagger as her weapon, she wouldn't stand any chance against them, so she tried at least to buy some time for her life and wait if any miracle might happen. Haizhuang waved his head, with a cold expression. He said, Miss, before I send you off, let me tell you something. A triad might be inhuman, but one must know loyalty. The moment he finished, he fished out a Glock from his waist and pointed it at the women in front of him. All the men behind him follow his movement. The woman gritted her teeth and glared at those men. Even when the side of death hovered on top of her head, she would never close her eyes. She strove to see how death came knocking on her door. At this moment, a relaxed voice belonged to a man appeared in everybody's ears. Fellas, what are you guys doing here in this very late night? Everyone startled and turned their body around only to see a man with blonde hair stood at where they previously came. Because it was quite dark, it's quite hard to figure out the appearance of this man. Who are you? Screw off, mind your own business. Haizhuang roared. Hey, what's with the attitude? It's just a question, geez, do everyone around here this grumpy as you? The man retorted in annoyance. A tick mark beat up Haizhuang's temple, but before he managed to say anything, the man suddenly exclaimed, oh wow! A pretty lady, it must be one of my lucky days. Then the man flashed away, gone from where he previously stood. Everyone startled again for the second time and vigilantly looked around, tried to discover this man whereabout. Hey beautiful, how are you doing? The man's voice resounded again, but now it came from in front of them. The man now stood between these people and the woman. Now they finally could get a clear vision of this man's visage. His height was not too tall but also not too short. Through a white jacket he wore you can still make out his body proportion, which was supposed to be quite lean. These people couldn't make out of his face because he turned his back on them, but not the woman. Charming and handsome was the first impression the woman held for this man in her thought upon seeing his face. With a clear cerulean blue iris, smooth and clean face, strong jaw, not excessively pointed nose, and sharp chin. This man's face had a feature that every other man dream of. A small upward curve on both sides of his masculine lips gave off a sense of warm and gentle feeling to everyone who gazed at him. While the woman was appreciating the scene fell upon her eyes, Haizhuang and other men felt a dread for this man. After all, he just moved across them without them knowing, like a magician who did a vanish show. He disappeared from the stage and reappeared among the crowds of audience. The problem was, that show was just a trick that had been previously set up. This man clearly wasn't doing any show. Who are you? No, what are you? Haizhuang roared. There was a nervous tone in his voice now. The woman became sober when she heard Haizhuang's voice. She nervously said, quick, go away. You could get into a crossfire if you stand here. The man wrinkled his brows, with a pondering looks. He said, that would be hard. Why? The woman asked with a confusion. The man nodded and said with a smile, because I'm lost. Can you point me some direction? To where? The woman nervously spoke. There was somehow a disappointed tone in her voice. The man suddenly grabbed her hand and kissed the back of her palm. With confidence he said, your heart. Silence. Everyone on the scene except the man with the confident smirk on his lips became speechless. What the fuck is this joke? What kind of person who thought such a cheesy pickup line at this dire situation? The woman also got shocked. She couldn't help but felt a little bit angry. When she heard this man flirt, if not for the inappropriate situation she might become a little bit bashful, but now, where she had the time for it? Stop fooling around. Get away now, you're really in danger if you stay. The woman reprimanded. She got really nervous now since the man was still stand between her and those burly men. Huh? The pickup line not working? Strange, they said 90% of female would fall over their head because of this line, damn it. Turns out it was a scam, I must sue the magazine company. The man mumbled, ignoring Haizhuang's interrogation and the woman's warning. Running out of patience, Haizhuang said with a cold tone and darkened face, it seems like you have decided to rot in hell together with Miss. Very well, I shall gladly deliver you both there together. Then Haizhuang and his men were pointing their firearms muzzle toward the pair. The woman now became panic. If this was only her then she wouldn't have many worries, but now she involved a guy she didn't even know. She might be part of underworld people but she didn't have the heart to cruelly see a bystander die because of her. She was about to run forward and plan to block the line of fire from the man, at least before she died. She hoped to be useful and managed to save him. But her attempt was stopped because she just watched something beyond her comprehension. The man moved away from his position and reappeared in front of Haizhuang. He bent his body slightly below him and moved his left arm upward in reverse. A cold glint flashed by and a sound of something soft being pierced can be heard by everyone's ears. Haizhuang's head surprisingly had been stabbed through his jaw with a short dagger belonged to the woman. Blood spilled from it and smeared the blonde man's face. However, that gory scene didn't faze him as he took over the Glock from Haizhuang's hand and shoot it toward other men. The shoot seemed like without a proper aim but the man somehow managed to put those bullets resided within their forehead. Within seconds, almost half of the burly men went to meet their ancestors. The woman widened her eyes at the scene being presented in front of her. The amazing view of splendid talent of killing that only had been appearing in movies she ever watched now occurred in the real life and it was happening right in front of her. By just now that the rest of them who still alive realized that their brothers have been killed, with a confusion they looked around only to find dead bodies with blood slowly crept out from them. The blonde-haired man stood beside Haizhuang's corpse, his eyes revealed no empathy or sympathy toward the lifeless human being. He smiled and his eyes swept the rest of them. He spoke nonchalantly, I'll count until 10 to give you, all of you a chance to walk away, unless you want what happened to them also happen to you then be my guest. The men looked at each other. There was a struggle could be seen from their expression. If they all left now, their life might be spared but they would be received a severe punishment from the boss, also they might lose their chance of killing the woman. If they stayed, they might be had to fight with this mysterious man who seemed like an expert, but they also suspected this man just tricked them to walk away and his previous achievement was because he launched a surprise attack then caught their guard off. After a short moment of contemplating, the rest of these burly men seems decided not to walk away. After all, they still win in a number of people and firearms. Looking at the decision they made, the blonde man sighed. There was a trace of sadness within his eyes for a second before it changed into a coldness. Maybe you should try to pet a dog or cat, not a stupidity. With that said, the night of murder and massacre began. 32 A smile with thousand butterflies half NSFW. The tragedy that happened in the dark alley didn't last for a long time, thus it only took a few minutes for all the burly men to lay on the floor and completely lifeless. The blonde-haired man stood among of corpses. His figure that basked in the light that reflected by the moon looked chilling yet it wasn't lessening any charm he had before. The women stared at the view with unbelievable expression all over her face. These people clearly outnumbered him and brought firearms but he single-handedly killed them all without had to do much effort. She found this situation was hard to believe as she never saw such a monstrous man. The man just stayed quiet on where he stood. His weird behavior somehow worried the woman. Hey, are you okay? The woman asked in concern. The silent man reacted to her call. He turned around and showed his smile from before to her. Yeah, I'm good. Phew, it's been a long time since I have such an exercise. My movement felt a little bit stiff. Exercise? He treated killing as an exercise? The man turned his body and started walking toward her. Her heart skipped a beat the moment his feet took a step closer to her. What is he going to do me? Killing me to silence a witness of crime? Maybe humiliate then blackmail me so I wouldn't tell anyone? The woman's mind started picturing many possibilities of what this man might do to her. She wasn't some naive and innocent girl who believed a person just suddenly came to save her out of nowhere for free. She also well aware of her own looks and figure, so it wasn't a surprise if he even demanded her service for the price of saving her life. She let out a sigh as she resigned for what maybe happened next. She was too tired and powerless to stop him anyway. The man arrived in front of her. His masculine scent and aura were quickly infiltrated her system which made her nervousness became bigger and her heart was beating faster. The man slowly extended his hand and started to touch several exposed skin of hers. The woman closed her eyes and moaned in pain because the man's fingers rubbed exactly where she bore the wounds. Don't tell me. He's a sadistic? The woman frowned with dejected face. Maybe her fate was going to be worse than she thought. For a quiet time being, The woman had closed her eyes, but she felt nothing except warm touch and an itch on her wound. She doubtfully took a peek between her eyes, then opened them wide the moment she saw what happened. The man who previously had a gentle smile right now was closing his eyes. His fingers nimbly traced her wounds, one by one. His expression was serene, but sometimes he would knit his brow as if something annoyed him. The woman gazed intently at his face and observed every change of his expression he made. Soon, the man opened his eyes, then exposed his cerulean blue iris, which looked strong and aspiring. Every person who observed him would notice that this man had something special just by the look of his eyes. Both eyes met with each other, and the woman felt like something was ignited within her the moment she met his deep gaze. "Your wound was quite serious," the man softly said. The woman absent-mindedly responded, "I can only stop the bleeding so far, but I guess it should be enough for you to go to the hospital for more intensive care. Make sure to eat plenty of foods that can increase your red blood cells." Can you go there by yourself, or should I accompany you?" Looked at the still absent-minded woman, the man sighed. With a helpless smile he raised his hand to her forehead and flicked it with his fingers. "Ouch!" the woman painfully cried. She covered her forehead with both of her palms. "Back to reality, miss," the man said while softly laughed. "Sorry, I was out of focus," the woman said in embarrassment, her face turned bright red. The man waved his hand, expressing it was fine. Back to the previous question, can you go to the hospital by yourself, or should I deliver you there? The woman hesitated. She felt like she already troubled him this much, and it seems inappropriate for her asking for more, but on the other hand, she hated to part way with this man and wanted to stay close with him. This dilemma appeared clearly in the man's eyes. He sighed once more before suddenly shouted, "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" His shouting startled the woman. Her face became panic and eyes filled with concern. What happened? Why are you in pain?" The man revealed an agonized expression. His voice had a hint of hurt. I think I just got a backache." "Ooh. A backache? How worst? When did that happen? Is it because the fight earlier?" The woman became visibly agitated when she heard him. "Well, maybe or maybe not. Anyway, my back hurt and I should quickly check in with the doctor, so let's go together to the hospital, come," the man said, without a wait for the woman to respond. He carried her in bridal style and ran away from the alley full of lifeless bodies. The woman screamed as she was being lifted from the ground and carried within his bosom. The warm feeling she had once forgotten, now slowly came back. Not to mention his active pretended gut hurt also had been exposed by now, and it filled her heart with sweet honey. She giggled and put her hands around his neck, then closed her eyes. She mumbled before falling asleep, "You are such a bad actor." Naruto finished his reminiscence at the same time with Zhang Wei finished her play. Zhang Wei bowed to the audience, who applauded and whistled. She rose her face and smiled faintly. "All right. That's it for tonight's performance. Once again, as the host of the Rose Bar and the performer, I sincerely express my gratitude to the audiences for your participation. Please enjoy your stay and we will meet you again in the next time. Thank you and bye-bye." She retreated into the back of the stage and red curtain blocked her figure. Naruto didn't chase after her immediately but mingled himself with customers and servers first. Hearing they praised and admired toward Zhang Wei somehow made Naruto feels proud and happy for her. Naruto chatted with Zhao for a while before excused himself and went to Zhang Wei's boudoir. Following the same path he always used, Naruto quickly met the flower-carved wooden door and the usual two men who guarded it. "Take a break, guys. Your boss's safety is on me tonight," Naruto said. Both men exchanged glances at each other and stared meaningfully at Naruto. "Don't worry, it's me, not an imposter," Naruto reassured. He pointed his finger at the left man. You have two moles on your body, one slightly under your left armpit and another is on the back of your hip." His finger shifted at the right one. "And you, although you're already proficient at using your right hand, but in the matter of fact, you're actually left-handed and old habit die hard." After heard Naruto's statement, they showed a relief expression and bowed to him. Naruto returned their gesture with a nod, then he proceeded through the door. The room's fragrant smell quickly filled his nose. It was a smell of jasmine now. The decoration was still the same as before, except for the change of bed cover. The Ultra HD TV that placed on the wall still turned on, and a glass of half-drunk wine could be seen on the top of the table not far from the TV. Clack clack. Soon, a sound of water splashing came from the swimming pool outside the full glass door in the room. Naruto smiled when he heard that and headed there without a hurry. The open-air area was vast and decorative, with an exquisite-looked swimming pool in the middle of the area. You could see a lot kind of well-placed plants at the front and right side, several chairs that had been placed in row at the left side, and a stone-carved horse head statue that poured water from its mouth at the back. A lonely figure being spotted for had been sitting at the edge of the swimming pool. Her delicate and small feet playfully kicked the water. A bright expression painted her face together with her onyx-colored eyes gazed at the stars in the sea of dark sky. She still wore her attire from the previous performance. Naruto's expression went dull at the breathtakingly beautiful scenery that fell upon his eyes. The lonely figure seems noticed another presence beside her. She turned her head, and the moment she saw the person who frozen on his spot, she charmingly smiled. Her discovery of his existence made him sober, and her smiling brought 1,000 butterflies flew within his stomach. There was a moment of silence between them. It wasn't an awkward silence but a tranquil silence, a silence that happened when both people who fell in love to each other felt like there were no other people in the world besides them, like the world just belonged to them. Time spent in an American roulette, hit the jackpot when the moment was right. No magic can make us forget, that reality always set us straight. Naruto smiled back at her and moved his feet to approach her. Zhang Wei turned her face away and gazed at the stars again while waiting for him. Midnight approaching, the illumination that resourced from the stars began to emerge and lightened the darkness of the sky and became less terrifying. Naruto arrived and sat behind her. He circled her waist with his hand and pulled her into his embrace. As soon as his warm body and aura coated her whole, she closed her eyes and a content smile adorning her face. He rested his face in the crook of her neck and smelled her fragrant scent. No words burst out from their mouth as each enjoyed other presence in peaceful calmness. After a while, "Thank you," his tone began to a mosquito buzz. Despite of that, Zhang Wei still caught it by her ears. She responded with a slight nodded. "And sorry," he said with sad tone. "For what?" She titled her head, no rush or hurry within her voice. "For not being able to give you everything." He smelled her fragrant, soothing the distressed mood he bore. "You already gave me everything," the woman chuckled. "You deserve someone who can give you his whole heart," he said. "I don't need his heart," she shook her head, carelessly expressed her argument. "Then what do you need?" He raised his eyebrows at her denial. Zhang Wei turned around and gazed lovingly at Naruto's face. She raised her hand, then her palm gently traced his cheek. She softly said, "His acknowledgement." Her palm went down to his chin, his warmness. Her palm rose to his lips, his smile. She took back her hand while another contented smile blossomed her face. That would be enough. Eyes widened at her confession. Not in a lifetime he would thought that she actually required just a few from him. Feeling guilt raised inside his guts, Naruto forced a smile. He leaned down to her ears and whispered, "You are such an idiot, woman." His hot breath brushed against her ears and triggered its sensitivity. Zhang Wei tried to hold back her uprising arousal. Her rugged breath blockaded the words she hoped to convey. "If I am not, how else should I get your attention?" Naruto chuckled. His lips moved slowly, left a trace of kisses on Zhang Wei's cheek, then finally took a lodge between her lips, which she delightedly welcomed it. At first their kiss was sweet and gentle, but as time grew and temperature arose, their active intimation became more active and crazy. Their lips started eating each other while Naruto's hand played its part anywhere on her body and Zhang Wei's hand hugged his neck tightly. His hand grasped one of the plentiful front of her and thus she moaned in pleasure. He took this chance to intrude her upper cavern with his soft and warm weapon. A fierce duel within the moist cavern happened. The challenger kept using a strong initiative attack while the defender tried to stay strong within its own turf by parry every its opponent's hideous attempt. Unfortunately, the challenger was smart and crafty. It's not only hit the defender but also wrecked its surrounding, weakened its hold within the cavern. Moreover, the challenger's companion at the outside of the cavern took their hike on the big mountain and behaved like they owned the mountain, caused a chaos and havoc everywhere they could, not to mention when they discovered a hard stone on the top of the mountain, they excitedly made various action to it. Hugged, pushed, and pulled. Thanks to the collaboration between the challengers, they successfully won against the defender and took it home as their trophy. The suffering of the defender not lessened upon came into their home, it being stabbed with a white stake and sucked dry with a vacuum until the defender didn't have any power left to resist. After a hot and long make-out session, Naruto retreated and let go of Zhang Wei's tongue. Her expression and look were chaotic yet charming at the same time. Her intoxicant face, droopy eyes, red cheeks, hanging tongue, and untidy clothes made every male's blood brimming with excitement, Naruto not an exception. Without waiting for her to sober, Naruto rose while picked her up in bridal style and started to walk toward the swimming pool chairs. Along the way, Zhang Wei's expression was still dreamy and her body had gotten hotter. Naruto laid Zhang Wei with her back on the chair, then he hovered above her. "Rose, my beautiful and fragrant Rose, don't ever say such a word again," he said in a husky tone. "Why?" she absent-mindedly asked. "Because that just makes me want you more and more." He kissed her face and lightly nipped her ear. "Ah. Then I will say it 10,000 more in the future." The moan she let out became more delicious. Naruto let out a helpless smile as he gazed softly at her. "You this seductress." Naruto leaned down again to initiate another heated make-out with her. This time didn't last long as Naruto unwillingly let go her lips and licked his way down of her body. Lingered a bit on her neck, Naruto showed his teeth and took a bite of her smooth white jade neck. "Ah, don't, you will leave a mark." She moaned. "That's my intention, I want to tell the world that you are mine, mine only. A growl slipped between his lips. Yes, yours, only yours, her voice loudly claimed. With that said, Naruto took another bite and a visible red teeth mark appeared on her neck. Then Naruto bravely continued his venture toward downside. Upon arrived at her upper part body, Naruto impatiently put his hands on her dress and harshly tore it apart, exposed what it was hiding to the world. Ah! This is my favorite dress. Her face jumped in shock. Sorry, I buy you another one. He leaned down and lusted upon the smooth skin with his lips. Humphrey. Like you could afford it. She snorted but moaned almost in a second. For you, even if it's the moon, I could afford it. He went to her neck again and suckle on the mark he left. Smart ass. Ignoring her remark, Naruto raised his torso and stared at her near topless body. Her black brassiere combined with her sexy figure and extra smooth skin undoubtedly increased her sex appeal beyond anyone's expectation. Naruto smirked and leaned down. He kissed and licked her chest in the heart position, then went to her half-visible mountains. He gave them both a long lick before went to the crevice between them and cut the strap with his teeth. The moment its holder was forcefully open, the twin mountain erupted and shook all over. Its plumpness yet soft texture danced enchantingly every time they shook. Naruto's eyes went red at the sight. He grasped both of the mountains and tried his best to conquer them by giving them a rough massage. His face went down to the valley between mountains and licked what lies ahead. Ah, don't go so hard, calm down. Zhang Wei hardly protested, yet her moan getting louder. How do you expect me to calm down when two meat buns such deliciously served in front of me? And I'm very hungry. Naruto growled while still massaged the mountains. Rude. Calling them meat buns, Zhang Wei retorted with heavy breath. Her cheek got redder. Sorry, not meat buns, but better, Naruto said. He lifted his face from the valley and brought one of the mountains into his mouth. Ah! Zhang Wei screamed, but not in pain, instead from indescribable pleasure. Naruto sucked and gnawed at the pliable flesh, while his hand palmed another one and trapped the hard stone between his fingers. He alternately gave them his attention. After so long being tortured by pleasurable ministration, Zhang Wei's body started to shake and erotic liquid poured from her body. Naruto stood up and watched his work with satisfaction. Zhang Wei lied on the chair with rough and hot breathing, not to mention her body temperature as hot as a stove. She closed her eyes in bliss for the aftermath of satisfying wave. In a few minutes later, both of them completely naked. Naruto separated Zhang Wei's legs, then positioned himself between it. Rose, here I come. Naruto said. Zhang Wei nodded, answering him, gained her approval, and Naruto didn't waste any more time as he quickly plunged his tool inside her bottom moist cavern. Zhang Wei twitched a bit at the penetration. Although it wasn't their first time, she still couldn't get used to his size. Naruto moaned in comfort at her tightness, but he strived to make her feel good. He kept pushing forward until more than half of his tool managed to lodge within her. He did stop and give her a time to rest, also gave her twin mountains another grasp, which made her moan again. Done with the resting time, Naruto took back his tool till it's only the head that resided within her, then he pushed forward with considerable strength. Zhang Wei moaned. She was somewhere between feeling pain and pleasure from the phallus that kept going back and fro inside her. Ah, ah, ah. Her moaning sound was his fuel to get faster and stronger. She would squeal every time he gave strong impact and mew every time he went fast pace. Felt something was missing. Naruto eyed her and noticed the jiggle mountains that went along with her body. Naruto grabbed them and he started toying with them. He would squeeze, roll and hold, which made her moan getting louder. It was unusual tonight. In terms of stamina and willpower, Naruto would make women come more than once before he did. But Zhang Wei's charm and allure this time managed to make him come faster than before. It was indicated by the stifling and hardening of his phallus that started to spill several seeds. Rose, I come, Naruto told her. Inside, together, Zhang Wei said. Naruto grabbed her legs and put it around his waist as he pounds her with short pace yet strong impact. He leaned down and captured her lips to rouse her sensitivity, which was a success. Soon, in muffled sound, the pair let out satisfaction hum as their release coated each other private part. Their lips separated as they tried to regain their breath. Sweat poured heavily from the two while their bodies stuck together. That was amazing, Zhang Wei said in a rough tone. Her stunned condition made Naruto chuckling. He bit her ear and lovingly said, "You are the one who makes it amazing. There were fewer women that could make me come earlier." Zhang Wei smiled and turned her face to kiss him before she said, "Then I should feel proud for taking you down." "Don't act cocky just because this one's missy," Naruto snorted. "Oh, I don't have to, because I upper-handed you," Zhang Wei smirked. "You think this is over already?" Naruto growled. "Why, you mean you still can go on?" Zhang Wei startled. "Oh, looks like you underestimating my strength too much," Naruto sneered. "Ah." Wait, before Zhang Wei managed to say anything, Naruto pulled out and turned her around. In a swift movement, Naruto entered her again. The rough and wild treatment didn't diminish her arousal, instead soaring it to the sky as she found him in this state quite hot. She leaned against the swimming pool chair with her hands while Naruto pounded her hard from behind. Taking a hold of her small waist, Naruto made his phallus moving back and fro smoothly with the help from their previous liquid, which acted as a lubricant now. Both parties moaned from the pleasurable moment that happened between them. Zhang Wei's plump bottom cheeks jiggled the moment it slammed against Naruto's thigh, and her jade white back turned red because of the ongoing excitement, while her sweats continued glistening her skin. From the backside, Naruto barely could see her twin mountains, but he knew it fiercely moved right now. Licking his lips, Naruto leaned down without stopping his movement, and his hand reached out for her assets, took them into his custody. This time his action clearly was too much, as the second wave fast approaching her. True enough, with a finishing touch on her hard stone, Zhang Wei come for a second time while Naruto was barely survived the onslaught. This time Naruto didn't give her a chance to rest, as he turned their body around and sit down on the chair while he took her body along, then put her on his lap. She barely knew what situation she was in when Naruto started bouncing her. "Ah. No. I'm still sensitive. Let me rest a bit," she pleaded incoherently. "Nope. It's your fault for taunting the lion, now you feel his ferociousness," Naruto said while moved his hips upward. Throughout this episode, Zhang Wei acted like a doll that allowed Naruto to do anything he wants with her, from assaulted her tongue with his mouth, groped her jiggling bosom to his heart content, even played with her bottom stone, causing her climax to erupt countless times. Naruto, in the other hand, kept moving his phallus that took a nest within her, although he had been hit by one wave and another while a few his seeds kept pouring into her cave. This didn't stop him from strive pleasuring her. Finally, unable to withstand the pressure from pleasured feeling anymore, Naruto roared and let out a massive amount of white substance that redecorated Zhang Wei's entire wall. This last wave lasted for quite long as his cannon kept shooting at her base. They both moaned at this. Indifferent toward the passage of times, Naruto came back from short time in heaven and pulled out from Zhang Wei. She let out a groan upon his head parted with the entrance. Her breath was so heavy that she might already explode her lung, and her heart beat so fast that almost jumped from her chest. "You, trying to kill me, aren't you?" She barely spoke. "Sorry, I think I did go overboard," he said while hugged her tightly, let her feeling warm and relax. "Well, as long as you happy and satisfied, I don't mind," she said. "Rest well, my fragrant rose," Naruto lovingly said. "Rest well, my brute blondie," she replied in the same manner. 33 Life as sweetheart is bitter. The light that sneaked its way into the room struck the face of peacefully sleeping blonde-haired man. His eyelid trembled upon receiving an invasion from the foreign entity. He slowly opened his eyes and let the entity fill the lens so he could see the reality beyond his dream. What came into his vision was a red-painted ceiling of someone's bedroom. The color could create the combustion of spirit within someone, yet they also could be causing an amorous and desire at the same time. The man tried to move his body, but something strange obstructing his movement. Starting from his left shoulder down to his entire body, this thing completely wrapped him up. What weird was, the man didn't show any bothered or annoyed expression, instead happy and comfortable one. Maybe because he simply didn't dislike it. Moreover, the thing that touched against him was very soft and felt so good when they rubbed together. The man chuckled and moved his left hand, which was the only one that could move freely from his left side, then touched the soft, round, and plump part of this thing. It twitched upon its part being grope. "Don't pretend to sleep, I know you're awake," Naruto said despite the red color that appeared vaguely on her cheeks. Zhang Wei still closed her eyes, refused to heed his word. "I'm not pretend anything, I'm just lazy," Zhang Wei carelessly answered. Naruto smirked, getting wider. He moved her bottom cheek in a circular motion while said, "Well, I don't mind giving you a boost." This time Zhang Wei opened her eyes and turned her head to face him. Her eyes expressed a glare that's supposed to make her look scary, yet it only increased her charm instead. "You still not satisfied even after all the pounding you gave me last night?" Zhang Wei bitterly said. Naruto moved his right arm and groped her plentiful front. He also raised his head and blew his breath into her face. "I'll never have enough of you. Besides, a man always has an abundant stamina in the morning," Naruto huskily said. "Ah, don't paw there. You pervert," Zhang Wei said with a hurried tone. Naruto let his hold over her bosom go and placed his hand around her to hug her tightly. "Come on, one more round?" he said as his eyes reflected an uprising desire. Zhang Wei cowered at his stare, although her arousal kept increasing because his provocation, but last night activity was enough to put it into a hold. "No. You had enough of your fill last night, I still want to live." Zhang Wei shook her head in a rush manner. Naruto didn't give up. He put his hands on her plump bottom and he said, "I never heard someone die from getting too much pleasure. Even if they did, it would be a blissful dead." His sentence made Zhang Wei turn speechless. With the amused tone she said, How can I fall in love with such a rascal like you? Naruto gave pondering look before he grinningly said, I don't know, but I'm willing to provide you with a reason. Thus his hand started their magic on her body. The pleasant tortured feeling she had, making her squirm within his embrace. No, please, I said don't paw. Her mouth gaped, protested words mixed with amorous moan breeze out from it. Her pitiful performance somehow managed to extinguish the flame of desire that had been ignited inside him, while his eyes looked at her with tenderness. His hands moved from their position to somewhere around her waist. How about here? Naruto said. Zhang Wei thought he still wants to continue his aggression upon her body. When she was about to give up, another completely different attack fell on her. Where are you touching? Stop, it tickles. Zhang Wei giggled as Naruto started commanding all of his fingers to war against her waist. She rolled and twisted around within his embrace like a snake that kept struggling from being captured. Her smooth and soft skin repeatedly grounding against his, which ignite once again the extinguished flame. Since Naruto couldn't force her into the action, he decided just to accept this suffering by himself. Finally, after a while, they both become tired of playing around and just held into each other's embrace in silence. I'm really glad that you actually came. Zhang Wei broke the silence. Well, it's not like I have other place to sleep, Naruto sighed. What do you mean? She glanced to him with a pair of confused eyes. Nothing particular, it just me screw things up. He faintly smiled. You actually can make a mistake? There was a genuine surprise on her face. Of course I am, even gods can make a mistake too, he twitched his eye. You never did in my eyes, she shook her head gently. Since when you have such a smart mouth? He raised his brows. Zhang Wei put her forefinger on her mouth and her eye stared upward, then she faced him again, also innocently replied, I learned from you. Naruto's face became gloomy after listening to her reply. It seems she got a little bad vibe from him. Zhang Wei giggled at his expression, while put her hands around his neck. She said, alright, tell me what happened. This time Naruto didn't hesitate on sharing with her what was happened yesterday. Of course, he still not told her the whole story, such as the source of the conflict, and since Naruto didn't mention it then Zhang Wei wouldn't ask for it, she knew how to keep her limitation. So in conclusion, you thought Lin Ruoxi will fearing you now because you have killed people in front of her? Zhang Wei frowned. It's not just a thought, I've seen her expression, it's like she just saw a monster, he said with a crestfallen expression. Well, she's not wrong in that, you are indeed a monster, she nodded cleverly. I'm not. How can such a handsome and charming man like me be a monster? Last night have proven this matter. You still holding a grudge, aren't you? Of course, I'm vengeful. Looking at her, such crinkling her nose in a cute way almost made Naruto going at her again, but he forcefully suppressed it. Anyway, now with those things happened, I'm not sure what will become of us in the future. Naruto stared absent-mindedly at the ceiling. Zhang Wei smirked, while tightening her hug toward his neck. She flirtily said, should I feel happy that I could have you for myself? Hey, I'm serious here, Naruto sighed, then moved his face toward hers to lick her tip of the nose. Zhang Wei didn't show disgust over his action, she tittered and said, okay. If I have to express my opinion, I think in this case you just being oversensitive or too much fuss over it. Naruto wrinkled his brow, his face masked with doubt. What? But I'm pretty sure she's scared of me, if not why would she avoiding me yesterday? Are you really that sure? I don't really know what she feels or why she did that, but even if she did feeling scared, can you know what she afraid of? Is it to you or to something else? Have you ever think about it? Zhang Wei conjecture made Naruto eyes brighten. Yes, he never really gave it a thought. As soon as he saw her expression, he simply concluded that everything is over and she would never want to meet him again out of fear. As a people who never ever countered such a sight before, it is normal for her to be shocked, but if her important of you are much bigger than this kind of thing, I believe she wouldn't have that much concern. Didn't you say there are other people besides her who witness it? How's that other person behave to you now? Andy Huang acted normal just like from pre-event. Naruto excitedly nodded. See? If the other person can be like that, what are the odds for Lin Ruoxi to be the same? Both of you just need to talk this through. Remember, there is not always a snail inside the shell. What you might think is true but never been really the truth. Zhang Wei smiled. Feeling enlightened by Zhang Wei's word, Naruto's corner of the mouth turned up. His eyes softly gazed at her while his finger brushed a strand of hair from her forehead. Naruto gently said, what would I do without you? His gentleness and affectionate action caused her to taste something sweet smear all over her heart. With a lopsided grin, she said, you had fallen off the cliff. They laughed and joked around, hugging and each other embrace before finally Naruto touched her back to signaling her that he had to get up. Oh, I want to snuggle with you more. Zhang Wei pouted but still raised from her position and released Naruto. Sorry, I have to go home and get ready for the work. Besides, I might run into Ruoxi before she take off. Naruto apologized as he stood and left the bed. The life of sweetheart is really bitteroo, she said while purposely dropped her eyelids and shook her head. Naruto's face revealed a grimaced look, although he knew she just playing around. After listening to her own previous word, he didn't dare to put it lightly. Hey, don't be like that. If this can make you happy then you should know that you're not just anyone's sweetheart but my sweetheart, Naruto said with solemn expression. Zhang Wei's faces almost fell to the bed. What does that make any difference? Naruto laughed out loud. Ha. I could give you what other men couldn't, aren't you already experienced it last night? This time Zhang Wei really wanted to choke that mouth of him with handful of dirt. Her eyes rolled and cheeks burned. Pervert. Naruto laughed at this and proceeded to dress up. Zhang Wei's lips turned smiling as she gently watched him from the top of the bed. They had to share a wonderful night that she wouldn't ask for more and it was already enough for her. Eventually, Naruto finished dressing and prepared to leave before he approached Zhang Wei and kissed her lips lovingly. Alright, see you later, love you Love you too. There was nothing that stopped his feet or held his move from going home. Naruto with a speed faster than a normal car flashed through a building to building before he reached the Dragon Garden Villa. I'm home, he said the moment he enters the house and arrived at the hallway from inside. The sounds of hurried footsteps quickly entered his ears. Soon a relief yet exhausted Wang Ma appeared within his vision. Her previous red palm mark already gone and her beauty also gracefulness had returned. Young master. Thank God that you are actually well. We all worried because you had forgotten to take your phone along while you left the house. We couldn't contact you at all. Naruto gave her a forced smile and his eyes showed an apology's expression. Sorry Andy Wang, it's my fault. I promised it won't happen again. It's okay young master, so long you are fine. Wang Ma nodded in approval. Then Naruto with Wang Ma entered the living room together. Naruto's eyes scanned the room when they reached it to look for a sign of certain woman but she seems nowhere to be seen. With a disappointed expression, Naruto asked, Andy Wang, had Roxy left for work? Wang Ma, who noticed Naruto's countenance, spoke with an apology. I'm sorry young master, but young miss already went off to work an hour ago. Naruto sighed and scratched his hair. Then I guess I also should have getting ready. Do young master want me to prepare the breakfast? Wang Ma offered, remembered that he had been eating nothing since the birth of the son. Naruto didn't hesitate to nod. He said, yes please, thank you, Andy Wang, it was laborious of you. Don't mention it, young master, it's already my job. Naruto headed into his own room while Wang Ma went to the kitchen to prepare his breakfast. Inside his room, Naruto took his overfull charge phone and checked it. There is 3 identified that went to his mail, Wang Ma, Lin Ruoxi, and Zhang Wei. Wang Ma, young master, where had you been? Are you not going to return home tonight? Lin Ruoxi, hey, are you okay? Please be alright and come home soon. Zhang Wei, are you busy tonight? Tonight is Rose Bar Udall night performance and we would have something special. Can you be here? Please. I really need you to be here. Naruto smiled upon seeing this. Maybe what Zhang Wei said is right, he just being oversensitive. After took a hot shower and delicious breakfast, Naruto bid goodbye to Wang Ma then went off to Yulei. The busy hour at Yulei was just the same like other multinational or international companies. People were going in and out of the building. There were sounds of tapping keyboard everywhere you could hear. The beautiful 2 front desk ladies that kept wearing smiles for the sake of pleasing customer or maybe flattering them. The ongoing call of phones that always ringing on every minute had become this period of work unwillingly favorite tune. Naruto piled out of job is once more filled his desk. Although it wasn't as much as his previous, it still considered quite many. Apparently, his superior, Mokayani, had been satisfied with his performance and decided to drop all the untouched paperwork to him. Remembered his eccentric and sincere superior, Naruto only could smile bitterly and worked his way on the paper one by one. This is abusive, paper abusive. Gloom smeared the surface of his face. He was no longer his past self that could keep his cool when battered with this kind of work. If I didn't receive a large bonus by the end of the month, should I report her to the management? After a long staring duel between him and his monitor's display, Naruto feel bored and tired. No wonder people dislike doing paperworks. I wonder how me in the past doing all of this. Oh wait, he was pretty much a nerd and blockhead. He must be love doing this kind of thing. Luckily, his not so productive activity was saved by a certain woman with a typical formal working suit. Naruto, you busy? The woman asked Naruto, startled by the familiar voice, and looked at the owner of the voice. A fresh appearance of Zhang Kai entered his eyes. Hell yeah, Liberator. No Sister K, what can I do for you? Naruto answered with a full smile from left to right. Zhang Kai looked hesitate for a while before she spoke. I need to handle a customer outside, but the place they are in are quite unfriendly for me. Other sisters have their own task right now, so I couldn't bother them with mine anymore. Naruto knitted his brow and said, do you want me to handle it for you? Zhang Kai quickly waved her hand. No. It was my client in the first place. I just want you to accompany me there. If you don't mind or not busy. Despite she said it like that, there was still a trace of hope within her eyes. Sure, I don't mind, Naruto abruptly agreed with her. Really? Thank you. I get ready in a second. With that said, Jonkai went back to her desk. Naruto grinned and shook his head at her, then he glanced at the still piling paperwork with hateful groan. Screw it, time for a little change. Heads up fellas, I have been thinking how I should differentiate between FF and WN, and I come up with a thought that after the latest chapter in FF, I will shared fillers between the site. Little bit you know, Naruto is not the main center of my story. I will have other scene that briefly put other character as the main focus. For example, in later chapters I have Ruoxi all by herself without Naruto in it. So did several character later on. 34 Little work trip. Public transportation was a common sight in the midst of the hustle and bustle cars in the heart of business part of the Zonghai city. Most commoners and workers would use the convenient accommodation from the government to travel anywhere in a cheap way. Sometimes people who had car itself would use this transportation in order for them not to get tired of waiting when they got trapped in a traffic jam. Unfortunately, such a thing never could be perfect. The downside these people had to face is the load of passengers that sometimes over its capacity limit. They had to cramp themselves inside uncontrollable population that had ridden this cabin. Like the city bus that could be seen running at steady speed right now. Inside this cabin, from the view from the upper side corner, the only thing that eyes could see is people's head. The massive quantity of people who gathered here was beyond people can believe. Besides, how can such limited space of place hold such a sizable population? But what most unexpected was the people itself. Why? Because they could stand there with a calm expression like it was nothing to fuss over about. Maybe these people had been accustomed to this kind of situation. Among the sea of people, a blonde-haired man and a shoulder-length haired woman could be seen standing close to each other, really close. Jonkai never ever expected such a circumstance like this would happen on their way to the client. At first, the batch of people including her and Naruto was not that many. Although they didn't manage to get a seat, there was still a room to move and a distance between people. By the moment the city bus reached its next stop, suddenly a sheer load of people quickly filled this bus. She and Naruto unwillingly got pushed around before both of them end up sticking each other. They stuck so close that her face literally pasted on Naruto's chest. How could this happen? Jonkai's face slightly turned red and her eyes gazed to the side. She couldn't comprehend how a common business trip turned into an awkward situation. Athafai and the other were always teasing him, but it feels so different when we just alone, especially this up close. Her ear, which was one of the parts that paced on his chest, can easily hear his strong and steady heartbeat. His vanilla scent of perfume invaded her sensitive nose and made her feel dizzy from the constant exposure. His perfect size of frame was enough to make her giddy and agitate. I never really noticed his figure before. Unlike other sisters who might have interest in him, she just joined bullying him only for fun. Thus, she never really gave an effort to observe him. Now after standing this close to him that I just realize how handsome and athletic he is. No wonder other sisters so crazy about him and gossiping him a lot. She still remembered how her coworker would gather just to talk about him, or the fact that they sometimes asked her for any information she got on him just because she and the trio were the closest. Remembering that he is married, she somehow envied the lucky girl who had gotten the chance to experience his care and love. Sigh, how nice it would be if he is my husband instead. As soon as the thought crossed over her mind, Jonkai had shocked expression like she just caught something scary. Wait, what? Where'd that thought come from? Her face showed a frightened look. She cursed inwardly, bad Jonkai. You shouldn't compare him with your husband, even if he is far from perfect, but he's still your husband in the end. When Jonkai was so focused on her inner self preaching, the bus stopped at its another pickup point and the doors to freedom from the suffocating carriage are opened. But another unbelievable thing happened. The comparison of people who went out the bus was fewer than the people who went in. Hence, the number of passengers inside the compartment had increased. The bus became noisy from the sound of complaining and protesting. Hey, watch your steps. Get rid of this stupid bag of yours, it keeps hitting my face. Hey, how long you not had taken a shower? How can you be this smelly? Jonkai just recovered from her self-introspecting when she realized that all hell had broken loose inside the bus. Then suddenly from her back, someone forcefully pushed her further into Naruto's body and tightly sandwiched her between him or her and Naruto. Hugh. The sound of breath forcefully being held came out from her mouth. She did feel like being pressed by something heavy and inability to breathe. What more ironic, the person who pushed her didn't seem likely to stop. He or she just continued pushing her, and this causes her to be suffocated. Hey. Don't push. Further. I can't breathe, she said in a rough breath. But as it fell on deaf ears, her word didn't put to stop whoever pressing her. Gag. It's really hard to breathe. She moaned in pain as she feels her consciousness was slowly fading. Help. Naruto. She begged to the only person she could ask for. At this moment, she felt a strong wind slip through her. Then suddenly the suffocating feeling had gone wild, took along whoever pressed her before. Pa. 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 Like a fish returned to the sea after being so long in the land, Zonkai greedily sucked whatever air she could around her. Her chest was heaved, her complexion was red as a tomato, and little bit tears crept from her corner of the eyes. After a while, she finally regained her normal state. Moreover, she also noticed that although they still stuck to each other, she felt like there's a little bit space around them now. At least, she could move a bit. What more strange, she sensed the taste of mild inside the air around them, and she doubted this is coming from the air conditioner. With this huge amount of people inside this modern wagon, the effect of what abbreviated as AC was the same as trying to extinguish a wildfire with a glass of water. She was deep in her thought when out of the blue, a sound belongs to a voice of familiar man pulled her back. Sister K, the man said. There was distressed tone inside his voice. Zonkai startled and hurriedly turned her face to look at her male companion who had become her sole focus in her thought for the last few minutes. Naruto? What happened? Why are you look like in pain? Zonkai asked in shock. Sister Kai. Please. Naruto said slowly, the agonized expression he wore clearly not a fake. Please. Please, what? Come on, don't scare me. Zonkai also felt anxious when seeing his expression. Please. Please move. Please move away your foot from mine, your high heel is killing me. Eh? Zonkai was stupefied after hear what he requested, then still in the same state, she robotically glanced down and discovered that it is indeed her foot is fixed on the top of his. Didn't give any chance for a second to pass by, she screamed in fright. What? I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I had not known, please forgive me. Naruto's muscle face twitched, while still grimacing he said, it's fine Sister Kai, but please can you move it now? Realized that she still not removed her foot, Zonkai was in fright again, then she quickly moved away her foot. Only after this, Naruto finally relieved the tense expression he held for a while. I'm really sorry, how long I have been stepped on your foot? Zonkai asked with concern. Don't worry, it just a little while ago, Naruto reassured. Truth to be told, that situation had been going from the second stop point. He didn't tell her at that moment because it wasn't really hurt, so he decided just to ignore it, but at the third stop point the pressure had been rising and her high heel exactly started to merciless stab his pitiful foot. If not for his great fortitude and strong will, he would already raining down the bus with a shout of 1,000 curses. Unable to withstand it anymore, Naruto swiftly made a seal with his left hand and cast a wind jutsu in small scale but enough to create a barrier around him and Zonkai. Of course, it was impossible for him to tell her the truth. She would be devastated with guilt if he does. Ugh. Maybe I should consider not to use high heel shoes anymore? Zonkai frowned second to that. Naruto abruptly agreed with her idea, he didn't want any more casualties to happen. But I become shorter if I use normal heel shoes, Zonkai said with a troubled expression. What's the big deal if you become shorter, Sister Kai? Naruto wrinkled his brow. Of course it's a big deal. How can I stay attractive if I become a midget? Zonkai huffed. I don't hate lollies, in fact, I found them extremely cute. Naruto smirked. You are loli. You family are loli. Zonkai glowered. Huh? Why are you become angry for? I never said you are loli, right? Naruto said while pretend got confused. You. Zonkai choked on her own word as she unable to retort. She gnashed her teeth to Naruto before she decided to ignore him for the rest of the trip. Naruto laughed at this and coaxed her with a ton of apologies. Both of them got down at the next drop point and made their way toward the client office by foot. The area was close to south part of Zonghai City, although it was still a business area but less crowded than the central part of Zonghai. They walked on the sideline of the road, bypassing every kind of stores and offices. The advertising crew of these stores sometimes would approach them and offered their products such as handphones, HD TV, wristwatch, furniture, household stuff, and others. Naruto and Zonkai neither interest nor have much money to waste on them. They could only reply to them with a small nod and faint smile. Soon, Naruto and Zonkai arrived at 2 stories normal-looking building. Despite not so grand compared to his previous company of client, the outside interior at least looked decent and seems like well care. They entered the building through the front door and greeted with the sight of busy people. The environment inside the building was quite comfortable and clean. Zonkai didn't waste any time, she quickly approached the front desk staff and told her reason for coming. The staff nodded and used the inline phone channel to contact the company director, looked like as if got approved. The staff then guided Naruto and Zonkai to director's room. They climbed to the second floor which had less room than the one on the ground. The door led to director's room soon approached them and the staff entered first while both of them waited outside. Not long, The staff showed up again and opened widely the door so both of them could get through. Short a while, they were sitting on the leather couch inside a medium-sized suite, and if you compared the space of this room to Lindra Oxy's office, it's like comparing between an elephant with a cow. Despite that fact, the place was well decorated and looked neat. On the opposite of them, a middle-aged man around the age of 40s could be seen sitting on the similar couch like them. The man supposed to has an average height, but the extra meat on his body made him look chubby. "Miss Zhang, it's my pleasure to receive an honored guest from Yulei International," the middle-aged man said with a humble smile. Zhang Kai shook her head and quickly said, "Director Jun is too polite. I'm just a normal worker at Yulei, so you don't have to act like that. Regardless, you're just a normal worker, but you come from one of the giant corporations in Zonghai City. Compared to mine, such an ant. Of course, I have to treat you with an honor," Director Jun said while rubbed his palm together. Zhang Kai showed a helpless expression at his person insistent, feeling unable to change anything. She decided to just ignore it. Director Jun fixed his glass on his base of a nose and changed his vision on Zhang Kai's male companion. "Miss Zhang, this is..." "Oh, sorry, I have not yet introduced him to you, Director Jun. He is my coworker at PR department, Naruto Uzumaki," Zhang Kai said. "Hello, it's nice to meet you, Director Jun," Naruto offered his hand. "Oh. The feeling is mutual, Mr. Naruto." Director Jun grasped Naruto's hand with his both hand and shook it excitedly. "Ha ha ha." Naruto followed Zhang Kai's helpless expression at his green sweater vest clothing middle-aged man enthusiasm. "I heard the test for a male applicant is very difficult there, but you managed to pass it by. You must be really a talented person, Mr. Naruto," he flattered while still grasping Naruto's hand. "No, I'm just doing so little, the rest goes to luck, Director Jun." Naruto scratched his cheek. "Oh, not just talented but also humble. Yes, it's rare to have such a youngster these days, Mr. Naruto." Naruto went silent. He feels if he talked more, this chubby man would soon grow a flower on his mouth. Zhang Kai tittered at Naruto's predicament, but since they were here for an official business, then she had to go back to the main topic. "Director Jun, in regard to our product that you has the intention to buy, how do you want to pursue it?" Zhang Kai said in serious tone. Director Jun let go Naruto's hand. His previous flattering face had turned to a professional businessman-like. He once again fixed his glass before replied to Zhang Kai's inquiry. "Of course we would still want to continue our purchasing, Miss Zhang, but I still think the price was too high." "Don't worry, I'm here exactly to provide you a chance of negotiation, so let's start with the base price." Zhang Kai and Director Jun continued bargain back and forth for a right price. Unlike the previous war between Lindra Oxy and Zhu Xiong, this time was less intense and Zhang Kai's skill was far from Lindra Oxy, but she still did her job pretty well. Also, this time Naruto didn't adopt careless expression. If the previous time he did what he does because their objective at that time was not only for a business but to rout the enemy's courtship as well, then he must do his best to annoy Zhu Xiong, while now was pure negotiation act. Naruto must not let himself stand in Zhang Kai's way. Moreover, he could pick one or two lessons from their not-so-fierce duel. "Director Jun, thank you for your cooperation. I make sure the product you ordered and the price I offered will bring you satisfaction," Zhang Kai said while took a drink of the iced tea that had been served in the middle of their negotiation. It required more than 20 minutes before they finally were able to speak in the same language. No wonder she is thirsty now. "I will be anticipate that, Miss Zhang," Director Jun said, also took a drink. "Then I shall excuse myself. Come, Naruto." Zhang Kai stood up and prepared to leave. Naruto gave Director Jun an appreciative smile. "Thank you for the hospitality, Director Jun. I hope our paths cross each other in the future." Director Jun nodded. "Take care, Miss Zhang, Mr. Naruto, and so I hope too." Zhang Kai and Naruto arrived at the director room door. They were about to open it when a sound of commotion appeared behind it. "Stop. Director is on a meeting right now, you guys can't just break in." Its the voice belonged to the front staff desk. The voice had a hint of nervousness and timidness. "Shut up. Who are you to stop us? If we want to meet him now, we will do so." Another voice resounded and followed up with that voice. The door suddenly opened harshly, revealing two figures of a man. With one of them had a scrawny body while another had a lanky figure. Their face bore an arrogant expression, a disdain clearly reflected in their eyes and visible to anyone in the room. "Ha! Turn out it's just a small meeting, yet this idiot exaggerated it." The one with lanky figure spoke, his head tilted in the direction of the staff. "Director, I'm sorry. I had tried my best to hold them. But..." the staff said with a lowered head. "It's alright, we already finished here." Although Director Jun sounds calm, the tense expression he wore evidently has betrayed him. "Yo, Junpo. Looks like you getting fatter and fatter every time I see you," said the lanky man with a mocking tone. "Brother G really has a good sight. Indeed had been gaining weight these past few days." Director Jun spoke stiffly. The lanky man, who seems to be called Brother G, sneered. He squinted his eyes. If you can easily become that fat, surely it will be not hard for you to burn some cash, right? A cold sweat traveled its way from Director June's temple. Sure. We could talk about this first, please be seated. Then he directed his eyes toward the staff. Prepare drinks for these gentlemen. Right away, Director. The staff quickly said and went to the kitchen. Brother G laughed in contempt. The scrawny man behind him also followed his suit. With not so muscular chest rose high in the air, they strolled toward the couch where Jonkai and Naruto sat before. When the scrawny man passed by Jonkai, he startled. Wait, I think I have seen you somewhere. No one could see what expression Jonkai wore because she had been hiding it with her bank. You got a wrong person. Her voice was emotionless and little cold. No. I'm sure have seen you before, but where exactly is that I was forgetting. Then you should excuse us, we had to go back to our company. Without waiting for the scrawny man to answer her, Jonkai dashed toward the exit. Upon reaching the door's entrance, the scrawny man yelled, makes her does a full stop. I remember. You are Eugen's wife, aren't you? Jonkai's body trembled, her expression still blocked by her bank, but the rough tone of the voice she let out was enough to describe how she felt. So what, if I am? Brother G, who just silent before, said with a shocking tone, Eugen? You mean that Eugen? Yeah, brother. Haha, I almost forgot. No wonder you tried to escape so quickly, turn out you are Eugen's spouse. The scrawny man said while laughing. Brother G right side corner of the mouth slanting upward, his right hand fingers touched his chin, with a slightly mocking tone he said, haha. I never thought would see Eugen's wife here. Hey, how is he? He is fine, there's no change in Jonkai's intonation. Brother G and the scrawny man exchanged a glance before Brother G laughed. Ah yes. It is good then if he is okay, do tell him that us, all brothers missed him back in the game. Is that all? Also. Brother G emphasized his word, don't forget to tell him to return what he owed us. Jonkai's body shuddered for a second before she impassively replied, don't worry, he will. As if didn't want to be here any longer, Jonkai flashed out from the room. Naruto looked at the direction where Jonkai go, then at the duo mafia attire persons. One couldn't describe what expression Naruto held or what he thought this moment. Eventually, Naruto followed Jonkai's tail. Jonkai and Naruto walked together in silence, though she was few steps ahead of him. Their shape could be seen among the people who were crowding the sideway of the road, fulfilling their desire and need of stuff from the shops that decorated this area. These people didn't notice a distress and gloomy aura that coming from a woman that walked by past them at every second, maybe because they didn't have a sensitive sense of surrounding or maybe they simply didn't care. Naruto's eyes bore into her back figure. The previous scene that fell upon his eyes was enough to pick up his interest, but he knew better than things ought not to ask, so he just followed her in silence. Jonkai kept walking forward, but the direction she's heading is not the direction where the bus stop was. Whether she did this intentionally or not is unknown. Soon, the people around them was lessening as their figure slowly approached a small opening area that has many wooden benches planted all over. This area was like a miniature park for people to take a rest after a long hour of ransacking the market. A lot of children could be seen playing around, in their hands had been spotted several toys and balloons they bought from a small stall not far from them. A smell from various food was being cooked had been loitering around the air, try to bait certain worms inside their safe zone. Jonkai moved her feet toward one of the wooden benches and sat on it. This time Naruto didn't follow her as he simply stood beside her. Both of them set their eyes on those little devils who laughed and giggled without restraint. Their behavior was pure and innocence as they didn't know how the real world and not carry any burden yet. Ask away. After a long silence, Jonkai finally opened her mouth. Naruto turned his face at her, only now that he could see what expression she held the whole time. Her mouth was slightly stretched to the side, her eyelids were half closed, and the skin on her face had gone pale. If you combined it with her gloomy and distress aura, it was enough for you to know how is she doing right now. Remembering Jonkai, who always had a goofball expression and acted childish for being in this state, Naruto felt a pang in his heart as he turned his face away. Jonkai chuckled upon seeing this. She softly said, "You must be curious about what happened, right? Then ask away, I wouldn't be mad." It took a while for Naruto to finally let out a sigh and said without facing her, "What happened?" 35 Blackjack Society. The city bus was running on the middle of the city, its engine sound was roaring peacefully like a sleeping horse in the barn. Naruto leaned his back on the seat they managed to get this time, maybe because it was a lunchtime now, so the people have no longer much to do in this period. Naruto's eyes glanced at the scene being played by the window of the modern wagon, though nothing special on the other side to watch, it just displaying people usual day. His face revealed a thoughtful expression, his eyes went blur sometimes as if he recalled for something. Then he turned his head to his left, The peacefully sleeping form of Zhang Kai became a feast for his eyes. Her steadied breathing and occasional parched mouth, the relaxed expression she wore, which was a contrast against her previous expression that's still fresh on his mind. Naruto's mind went back to the miniature park of the clearing on side of the road. Do you know Blackjack Society? I don't think so. I do know few of society, but none of them has Blackjack as their name on. Then I explain it to you. The sun was about to reach its peak when people started to fill the clearing. They took a sit on the wooden bench on this place, in order to release their exhaustion and tiredness after shopping for half a day. Naruto and Zhang Kai sat on the same wooden bench, one in the left while another in the right. Both of them observed the playground full of bunch little devils that running around in happiness. Zhang Kai took a deep breath before start talking with a solemn expression. Blackjack Society is just the same as much other society, but the people they have consist of people who love to gamble. At first, these people just want to share their hobby and favorite betting game, but along with their society growing larger, they began to participate in many activities including politics. You won't be strange if found many government people supported by them. As for the reason of their involvement, you don't need to guess, what else but to prolong their dirty claw and influence in the south part of Zonghai. Zhang Kai clenched her small hand into a fist as if she expresses her hate toward them. But then she seems remembered something. I forget to mention it to you that the south part of Zonghai are famous for their gambling establishment, from a small shop to large casino, you can find them anywhere in there. Naruto listened to Zhang Kai's explanation with a wrinkled brow. He didn't like these gambling sorts of thing, it just wastes of money. Maybe deep inside him, he still held a grudge to his perverted mentor for plundering his saving, so he could gambling yet only for keep losing in the end. So what makes this society a goose among the duck? Zhang Kai's face became darkened as she continues, just like other Blackjack Society engaged in many illegal activities, selling drugs, human trafficking, assassination, extortion, and every possible illegal thing you could imagine. She turned her face to Naruto with a bitter smile, that also includes bad loaning. Naruto's nerve system became tense the moment he saw her expression. She continued, unlike others who like to play hard and crash, Blackjack, doing their activities with discretion and deception, even if you are part of their member, unless you enter their inner circle, you wouldn't know what they did. As I stated before, they like to play betting and they still do, but this is what made them exactly the worst of them all. There was a slight pause inside her tone, is like she tried to say something hard. They reel you inside to their game and make you addicted, but you don't realize that you actually fall as their prey. And once you got inside their snare, you might as well kiss your freedom goodbye. Naruto widened his eyes at her words. Sister K, I'm not sure I really understand. Zhang Kai, while still with bitter expression, explained slowly. Blackjack Society will look for any people who seem likely in need of money or other reason relating to money. They persuade them to join their betting game. Of course not all of the people they tried to reel was easy and not going to join them in a heartbeat, but the scums would not easily give up. They will provide the poor and unfortunate person with false win and more false win until they blinded with momentary success. Thus, they would be playing more and more. Zhang Kai's eyes gazed at the horizon ahead with sadness reflected in her eyes. Time slowly passes, your odds of winning getting lower while your money quantity getting fewer, until you have nothing left to bet, and this is where they come in, pretended to be someone graciously willing to support you. They promise will lending you money to continue playing and repay them back when you are winning. Magically, after this sequence, your odds of winning suddenly come back. Any sane people would realize the foul in this trickery, but they, like I said before, had been blinded with succession. A bird would never forever in the air, your luck will never stay in good, especially if the game was rigged. You just like a puppet who moved by other people's string. You lose again and started to borrow more, but sadly, your winning chance never come back. These people never allowed you to borrow from them again for free anymore. They need something to bargain if you lose in the next game. By this point, Zhang Kai didn't need to explain anymore because Naruto already can guess where this is heading. In fact, that she knew so well about this Blackjack Society proved that she had involvement with them. Naruto leaned his head back and his eyes darted upward. He looked at the bird who soared at the ocean blue sky and the group of clouds who swimming in it. They complied? He said without facing her. They did. Naruto held his breath before he continued. The tense atmosphere that coated them both played its part well at this moment. What they offered as bargains? Everything. It can be their house, enterprise, car, X-ray, or their wife. Naruto's heart felt being tear apart right now. The sudden urge to kill rise within him. With a heavy tone and clenching hands he said, "How is the wife right now?" Zhang Kai's expression was hidden by her bang again. She. Naruto was ready to explode, but when he sees Zhang Kai's expression, the urge suddenly diminished. The reason is simply that the expression he saw from Zhang Kai is not a desperate or hopeless but confident smile and hope of flame that rise in her purple iris pupil. She had been struggling. And if everything goes well, she soon would succeed. Naruto stared at her after hearing her self-proclaimed. With a confused expression he said, "How? She worked extra time on her weekend. The place she worked had a payment based on our performance. Luckily for her, the debt wasn't that big in the first place and the due time was quite long, thus, she will be able to pay the debt by herself." Jonkai nodded in acknowledgement. It took time for Naruto to process her word. Short a while, he finally recovered and let out a chuckle. "She's amazing," he said while his eyes softly gazed at the female in front of him. Jonkai blushed at this but giggled nonetheless. "She is, isn't she?" "Yup. She is my favorite heroine, at least for now." "Hey. What's with the for now thing?" "Haha, don't you said yourself that bird would never forever in the air? How lazy of you duplicating my word." Both of them did joke to each other and slowly repel the previous gloomy and dark air among them. Back to the present time, in the running public transportation. Naruto's eyes gazed at the sleeping form Jonkai with tenderness. He couldn't imagine such a daily goofball woman turn out to be a fierce fighter. One needs to remember that she said herself that whoever gets caught in involvement with Blackjack Society was never be able to suck the air of freedom again. But Naruto could see, from the determination she shows before, she stubbornly rejected that idea itself. "Sister K, I know that we only met for a short time but I'm proud to have known you." Naruto didn't care whether she heard him or not, but the feeling of admiration that came from his heart was truly genuine and he couldn't help but convey it to her. Naruto turned his face away from her and went back to his usual habit. At the same time, the side corner of the lips on a certain shoulder hair length woman was turned little upward. Heaven Pleasure Tavern was one of the gorgeous building among the other building in the west side of Zonghai City. It's decorated brazenly with amorous color here and there to attract a lot of people's attention. Although it wasn't located at the bar street, but it has quite a name among the rich people or famous people in Zonghai. At this time, inside this den of pleasure, in one of its room, a large group of people is seen gathering together. There were men and women who seemed chatted or flirted with each other party. "Ahahaha. Rejoice, brothers, we finally be able to breathe the free air again after being in the hiding for a while." One of the men with dignified look spoke loudly. The man had short straight hair and lean torso, wearing sort of black shirt as clothes. He sure big bro, hiding it's such a boring thing to do, besides eat, piss, and playing card. The man with mohawk hair said. "Yeah. Now we get a chance to fuck a whore, it makes me excited to the bone. A man, after all, need to vent his frustration, ha ha ha." Another man without hair now spoke. "So don't hold yourself back, go wild. Hey, where is the server? Bring out more ladies." The dignified-looking man shouted out loud. As soon as he finished, the door toward the room opened and followed by a young lady in server suit. Her appearance causes the men in the room eyes turn green. It was because the making of this woman is beautiful to the extreme. With a proper front, a great curve on the side, and plump on the back almost make this room flood with saliva. Not to mention her pretty face that can be categorized as one of the faces that can bring the downfall of the nation. The dignified-looking man face lit up and a flame rose within his eyes. Without waiting, the young woman with her hair tied into a bun spoke. He immediately ordered, "Bring the rest of the girl here, and you." He pointed his finger toward the server. "You would serve me and fulfill every order I make. If I want you to strip, then you would strip. If I want you lay on the bed, then you would do so. You get it?" This man was a vice leader of the renowned underworld gangster. Everyone except the leader would follow his order, let it be thugs, hookers, and other. So he naturally would rampantly order her to do everything he says. This man already imagined how this young lady would squeal underneath him. But unfortunately, his imagination had to be broke because of what the young server's words. "I'm sorry, exceptional guest. But this unworthy body had been reserved for someone else. The person already dictated that whoever dares to touch me beside him would be received severe punishment," she said with a charming smile and flirty eyes. This vice leader was angry because there are other dares to disobey him, but remembering the look of this woman, whoever reserved her must be pretty rich or important person, maybe a young master from one of the clans or one of the people who sit on government chair. Combine it with the situation that his gangs now faced, he can act unreasonably and created unnecessary trouble. Clearly by his careful conduct, his position as vice leader is not a joke. With a disappointed face, he said, "Fine then. Just call the ladies to the room, we want to be entertained." The young server lady nodded, she clapped her hands and soon many women come out from the front door one by one. They came in with many kinds. There was a delicate-looking woman, fiery vibe-looking woman, and many more. They wore a sleeveless red dress that only reaches into their knee, but a tore fabric on the bottom part of their dress was long enough to reveal their white luster tights. On their hand, a tray with many wines could be seen on top of it. The server lady bowed her body and said with apologies tone, "Exceptional guest. Since we cannot fulfill one of your order, please accept this free wine as a token of our apologies for your inconvenience." The men in the room lit up their eyes as soon they saw the delicious wine delivered by these pretty whores. Without suspected anything, they grabbed the transparent glass and drank the wine to their content. The server lady once again bowed her body. Her plentiful front to fight against the gravity now fell into these man eyes, including the vice leader. The flame once again ignited within him, but remembered once again that he cannot touch this woman made him sigh in dissatisfaction. I will leave the guests alone now, please, enjoy your activity and our dish. She smiled and left the room. The vice leader took a last look at the door, throwing away his foul mood. He roared now. Don't hesitate. Let us ravage them up. As soon as he said this, all of his men cheered up and started approaching the ladies. There were those who pretended to be a gentleman and act romantic, while there were also those who acted wild and started encroachment upon this delicate praise. The vice leader also followed in suit. He grabbed one of the woman's thin waists and put her into his lap. Without waiting for the woman to respond, he crashed his lips into hers. He forcefully ate this hooker thin lips, but soon he felt something wrong. Although he was indeed full of lust, he never been this aroused before, as if his passion has been forcefully pulled out. The drink. What did you put into it? The vice leader quickly leaned back and interrogated her. Exceptional guest. Please don't be scared, it just a little aphrodisiac had been put inside the wine, so you can do the deed in a more passionate way. The woman didn't show any change of expression as she explained slowly. Aphrodisiac? True enough, I feel like being stimulated, the vice leader thought before saying, good. You people sure are feisty and I like it. The vice leader soon was about to get another thin lip of her before a screaming voice entered his ears. He startled and turned around only to see one of his men fell to the floor. That man's complexion was pale and ghastly expression filled his face. The vice leader widened his eyes at this when he was about to warn other people. More screaming resounded in the room. What the fuck? My body. I can't move. What the hell is wrong? His men one by one fell into the floor and he was about to yell in anger before his strength within his body suddenly gone. It's not slowly dissipating or disappearing but just gone. They were forced to kneel. The strange wine who these people claim to be aphrodisiac seems like having another effect on their body. They felt like their strength was seeping away, making them feel hopeless and powerless. Who are you people? Don't you know who are you messing with? The vice leader roared. He never expected the place they usually hanged out could be turned to be a trap for them. He remembered calling the host of this place before going here, but now seems like everything was a setup. Of course we know you, in fact, that's the reason we did this in the first place. One of the hookers spoke coldly, a sneer hanging on her beautiful face. Cold sweat ran down from the temple of this brownish-skinned big guy. He suddenly didn't have any good premonition regarding all this incident. Although there are many underworld gangs reside in West Zonghai, none of them have the guts to face up the giant like his, even though the influence of his gang was getting weaker prior to their legal activity being found, but they still have many bases and posts anywhere, also still have a lot of manpower. That means that whoever the identity of this trapper could only belong to two groups. First would be the pigs while the other would be. When Xiang Hu was in his thought, the sound of footstep can be heard from the hall outside the room. It was steady and slow, like the tune from the classical music, but anyone who heard it didn't feel relaxed and happy. Instead they felt a chilling cold fill their heart. The front door was open, revealing a beautiful and charming woman behind it. Her official server suit and hair that tied into a bun appeared visibly on everyone's eyes. This young woman, precisely the attendant who previously refused Xiang Hu's order. Now with the appearance of this woman cleared all the doubt within his mind. He can guess it right who behind the scheme of this situation right now. All the feature this woman had matched perfectly with the leader of that group. Her seductiveness and charm had proved it. Never expected, the leader of Redthorn Society would scheme to this point just to trap a bunch of thugs like us. Xiang Hu said in mocking tone. The fiery and charming lady gave him a cold smile. With the exact same mocking tone, she said, but you, not just a normal thugs isn't it, Mr. Xiang Hu, vice leader of Chendahai Group? Goosebumps suddenly invaded Xiang Hu's body, turning his eyes to the side. I don't know what are you talking about. The lady laughed amorously. Everyone who heard her would feel their legs turn jelly, but at this situation her laugh sounded like a demoness. Who are you trying to fool? With all of this effort we do, you think we will get a wrong target? Since there was no use to cover up his and the boys' identities, Xiang Hu fiercely glared at the lady. He shouted, don't overestimate yourself, Sichu Zhongwei. You would only be able to do this just because the boss was in hiding, not to mention your father. You think your society's success based on your own effort? Zhang Wei wrinkled her brow the moment her father being mentioned. With slightly irritated voice, she said, what do you mean by that? Xiang Hu laughed loudly at her inquiry. He sneered, your society can become one of the top dogs within Zonghai just because your father is silently assisting you. Zhang Wei didn't respond at the fact Xiang Hu presented, looking at her wore deadpan expression. Xiang Hu thinks she was in shock. This was the moment when the phrase striking the iron while it's still hot play its part. He added, those gangs that you easily take over is not because your gang firepower was broken through the roof, but because they had been pressure over by your father first. And you can still save without other society tear you up because your father's influence scares them off. Ha ha ha. Poor child, your power just an illusion created by your father. Xiang Hu spoke until he almost out of his breath. He hoped his effort bear a fruit, which was Zhang Wei's despair face, but what he saw isn't what he expected. Zhang Wei coldly smirked after heard Xiang Hu's word. Her reply was hard enough for him to take. You think I don't know? I realize my own strength wasn't enough to bring down other groups, and there is something always bother me whenever we commence a siege on another base. Why it always seemed easy, why no one of them bothered that there is another group was on the pay grade, even if it just a newborn baby, why no hold any awareness this baby may birth along with a grenade in its hand. The night where I was attacked by my father's men is the night where I confront him about this. You know what? He admits it. He admits that it was his doing all along because he looked down on me. He thought what I was doing just a child play and not worth to become his enemy. From that time, I decided to cut all of my ties with him. He was enraged by it and sent his men to kill me. When Zhang Wei spoke this, a strong hatred revealed within her eyes. Xiang Hu trembled upon seeing this. He never expected this young girl to be such a cunning and decisive woman. But your father will send his army if you try to destroy his influence in here. Since mental attack strategy has failed, he decided to use a threat to put her movement in a hold. He had been entrusted to take care of this group while Chen Dahai went into hiding. After a while inactivity to avoid police detection, he changed the group name and managed to open in the public again. Zhang Wei shook her head right and left. With a helpless expression she said, "Are you stupid or what? You think my father will still maintain his connection with Chen Dahai after his deed has been known by the police? If I can uncover your identity like this, what makes you think the police couldn't?" Xiang Hu once again trembled. He started to hate himself that he couldn't hold back until everything was taken care of. Zhang Wei regained her cold demeanor and said, "Enough with the pleasantries, let's get into the main point. You would tell me where all of Chen Dahai's stronghold within West Zonghai, their security, number of men and weaponry. You think I would easily tell you this?" Xiang Hu snorted. "Of course you don't." Zhang Wei looked at one of her people who held down one of the Xiang Hu henchmen. With a cold tone she said, "Bring him here." The person nodded and harshly dragged the powerless thug into Zhang Wei's front. Without waiting for any reaction from Xiang Hu, Zhang Wei aimed her 9mm pistol to the thug and bang! A bullet resided within the thug's head as the sound of the firearm went off inside the room. Xiang Hu stared in a wide eye at the execution in front of him. Zhang Wei had once again given him shocked feeling and, if not exaggerate, dread. "You dare to kill my men?" Xiang Hu roared. "Why wouldn't I?" Zhang Wei glanced at the darkened face Xiang Hu. "Only by doing this, that you would understand how serious your circumstances are. I swear if I ever get out from here, I'll save your threat for someone else. I don't have time for listening to it." She signaled another one of her people with her eye. Without she had to converse it, that person understood and quickly dragged the thugs beneath her to the in front of Zhang Wei. "I give you 5 seconds to tell me what I want to hear, and if I heard something I don't like, my gun would fire off immediately," Zhang Wei said while aiming at the scarred thug's head. "See to Zhang Wei, you pay for this." Xiang Hu glared at her. "If I could kill, maybe Zhang Wei already died 1,000 times. Bang! Another thug fell down with a hole in his head. Zhang Wei signaled her people to bring another one in front of her. With a deathly frost tone, Zhang Wei spoke, "It seems you can't talk once with a monkey. Fine. Let me repeat it. If I heard something I don't like coming out of your mouth, my gun will immediately fire off." Xiang Hu realized the charming woman in front of him right now was completely in power. With stubbornness reflected within his eyes, he said, "I won't tell you anything." "Fine, suit yourself." Bang! One by one his men fall into the victim of Zhang Wei 9mm pistol. Even the strongest and most evil underworld gang wouldn't be able to hold against such pressure for a long time. This was his men. People who went through one battle to another together with him, now they had gone, with a hole on their head. He saw the despair and hopeless expression on their face as life flashed through before their eyes. Unable to prevail any longer, Xiang Hu broke down and started telling Zhang Wei everything she wants to know. Short a while later, after finished handling Xiang Hu and what's left of his henchmen, Zhang Wei walked out from the building. It was 12 p.m., right at noon. They surprisingly have been inside for an hour. Zhang Wei let out a sigh as she closed her eyes. With a slightly trembling hand, she reached out to a black stone on her necklace that hung around her neck. She always did this whenever she felt nervous about something. In her mind, a face of blonde-hair man slowly appeared. He had shown his soft smile and gaze at her. This makes her felt relax and become comfortable. "Naruto, please give me strength." 36 Diner Shop and a siege. The sun had been crawling toward the west by the time Naruto and Jonkai get down from the bus. It means that when they arrived later at Ule, it was more likely the lunchtime would be over. With a troubled expression, Naruto told this to Jonkai. Sister K, I don't think we would manage to grab the lunch by the time we back at the office. Jonkai checked her wristwatch and nodded in approval. Oh, you're right, I didn't think we take this much time on the road. While saying this, Jonkai feel a little bad because honestly, if she didn't hold Naruto to chat for a while back at the clearing, they could pretty much return on time. How about having it outside? I think there is a diner shop along the way, Naruto suggested with a thoughtful expression. Hesitation appeared on Jonkai's face, though she indeed feel a little bad for Naruto, but her situation didn't allow her to spend her money carelessly. With a bitter expression, she said, Sorry, I'm alright Naruto, I can just hold up until after work and just eat back at home. Hold up till after work? Aren't you be starving for 3 hours straight? Naruto wrinkled his eyebrows. He who understood and knew her circumstance, of course, wouldn't let her pay by herself. Thus, he manned up, Sister K, the food's on me, so let us eat together. Unsurprisingly, Jonkai shook her head. No Naruto, you go on ahead, like I said before, I just going to skip the lunch. She let out a giggle. Hee, do you know that I'm currently on a diet program? So it's okay for me to just skip once or twice. Although Jonkai said that in a cheerful style, but Naruto knew she just pretending. Diet wasn't about cutting your food routine but being selective about what you eat and did a lot of exercises. You can't replace lunch with either breakfast or dinner and other way around. Naruto sighed as he knows if he insists, he just makes things awkward between them. So without said anything, he just followed Jonkai back to their office. Meanwhile at the west station of Zonghai Police Department, Kaiyan was currently feeling very frustrated. After managed to round up and expose Chendahai's dirty operation, she had been sending out all of her units to every corner within the area. But like a ground mole, Chendahai along with his group went into the ground, even his son, Chen Feng also gone without a trace. She had put a bounty and arrest warrant for anyone who had a slight connection with Chendahai, but until now, no one had turned them over. Such a big group, how can they just disappeared like that? Kaiyan face filled with an irritation. She currently was sitting on her own chair within her office. On her simple-looking desk, many files had been scattered beside the flat-looking LCD. It wasn't clear how many times she had flipping open those files, but based on the condition of its surface which swarmed with numerous creases, perhaps many. It was quite bright today. The temperature on the usual normal climate rose several degrees, making her room was quite hot. She not just frustrated about her current predicament but also about the useless fan that furiously rotating on the ceiling, yet it yielded no fruit since the room was still boiling as a stove. Damn higher up. How can they refuse to allocate more budget for this place equipments? Least they should provide air conditioner, not the blasted broken fan. She grabbed the glass on her left side and took a mouthful drink of what inside. Soon the cool feeling invaded her throat, prospering the drying tunnel once again. She let out a comfortable hum before put back the glass and regain her focused on her task. Grabbing randomly one of the files, she opened and read it with a narrow eye. Heaven Pleasure Tavern assumed to be their usual hangout, but when I assign the team to check the place up, the people who work there claim never seen them, tch. Maybe they already being bought by Chendahai to shut their trap. Several places have been searched including Chendahai's mistress' place but still got no clue where they hide. Could be they were hiding outside the city? It will be troublesome if they are, since I have to contact the people in that jurisdiction to cooperate in searching. While she was deep in her thought, the front door toward her room suddenly had a knock. With eyes still fixed into the file, she responded, Come in. Chief. The door opened and revealed one of her subordinate. What is it? Someone sent this to you. There is no address of the sender, the officer said politely and walked toward her desk with a piece of a letter on his hand. Then he offered it to her. Kaiyan faced him with a wrinkled brow, putting back the file she had on her hand. Kaiyan glanced at the stuff within his hand. With a slight careful movement, she accepted the letter and said, No sender? Have you checked the content? No, Chief. Since it is meant for you, we dare not to. He said formally. Kaiyan nodded and turned her eyes toward the letter. She flips it several times to check for any clue of the sender, but the letter was clean white without a slight ink on it. She stopped for a while as if thinking of something before carefully tore the letter. There was a piece of paper inside. She grabbed the paper and put away the letter. The moment Kaiyan read what's written on the paper, her expression changed greatly. With an abrupt movement, she stood up and spoke firmly, Prepare the unit. Chendahai's base of operation had been found. We began the sweep immediately. Yes, Chief. The officer answered without hesitation. Yulei's skyscraper building has entered both person eyesight. The fact that the building was the only one who has the most floor around the area make it easier to spot on. Along the side road, Naruto has tried multiple times persuade Jonkai to eat at the diner shop, but she kept refusing with various reason. In the end, Naruto could only give up and let her be. A lot of people could be seen entering and leaving the shops in the vicinity, whether it was from restaurant or cafe, either with a steady pace or hurried one. Soon, both people passed by the diner shop Naruto mentioned. It was a small building with no decoration whatsoever except for the big word Shima Diner Shop hang on the above its front door. Naruto and Jonkai stopped their footsteps exactly in face of the building. They seemed like inside their own self though, and no one could tell what they're thinking just by the look on their face. After a while, Jonkai turned around with a faint smile. Well, here it is. I guess we separate our way from here, huh? There was no response from Naruto as he only looked at her with a sad expression. He resembled a puppy who pleading to its master for wanting something. Jonkai trembled a little upon seeing this. She honestly wanted to accept his offer, yet at the same time she didn't want anybody to take pity on her. With a great effort, she faced away from him. Then I see you back at the office, bye-bye. Naruto held his breath at this moment as he furiously thought how to take her along with him into the diner shop. Although it seems exaggerated, Naruto never a person who can felt comfortable after walk away from someone in need. If this is just anybody, he may just shrugged it off and the uncomfortable feeling soon faded. But she is not anybody. He felt that after their little talk, the relationship bond between them had gone a lot closer. When someone started sharing their secret with you, that means they have a trust in you and believe you are capable to keep their secret. That was a huge leap in a relationship since no one would tell their secret just to anybody. Looking at the Jonkai's back figure who soon would walk away, Naruto with serious expression spurred forward and grabbed her little hand. This action obviously surprised Jonkai. "Na Naruto?" Jonkai said with a nervous tone from feeling Naruto's firm gaze. "Sister K, you follow me to the diner. But I already said you don't have to eat anything, just accompany me to talk, okay?" Jonkai hesitated again. After all, wouldn't she be torturing herself by went inside a place full of food yet she won't be eating any of them? But from Naruto's decisive eyes and firm tone, he clearly didn't take any rejection tone anymore. She already feel bad from refuse to take his offer for a treat, so she didn't has any more heart to shoo away his invitation this time. "Okay, I come along, but only because I don't want you to be alone." That settles it." Naruto nodded grinningly. Naruto let go of her little hand and quickly entered the Shima diner shop with Jonkai followed in a tow. "Welcome." As soon as Naruto slid open the door, a cheerful and bright man's voice entered his ears. A fragrant smell of hot stew and steamed food quickly filled his entire nose, arousing whatever thing inside his stomach. This effect not only fell upon him but also the young shoulder-haired woman behind him, making her let out a gulp sound from her throat. The entire shop only has 4 tables for its customers plus with an extra table in front of the counter which is long enough to fill another 4 people. Behind the counter, 2 figures could be seen standing side by side. One is a young man with brownish short hair while another is a young woman with slight bluish long hair. Both of them wearing apron, yet the man was the only one has a chef hat on the top. The young man nudged the person beside him with his elbow, like he tried to signal her or something. She startled and nodded apologetically before run out from the counter. She stops in front of Naruto and Jonkai while greeting them politely. "Customers, please forgive my poor behavior. This is our first time opening so I still not used to it." Naruto and Jonkai looked at each other before they chuckling. Naruto with a smile said, "It's alright, it's alright. You don't have to be that nervous, but then again, this is the first time so I guess it's pretty normal to be like that." The young woman nodded in appreciation. "Thank you for your understanding. My name is Iba. May I lead you to your table?" Naruto looked past her shoulder and noticed there were already several customers sitting on the counter's table, so he looked back at her and nodded. Short later, Iba and a pair arrived at the wooden-looking table with 4 similar material chairs. Every decoration on this diner is pretty simple and plain. Clearly, they did not pay too much attention on the appearance, but need to be known that sometimes, a simple-looking restaurant may offer best-taste food because that's the only thing they could use to attract people. "Only 2 of you who running this place?" Jonkai asked as she pulls out the chair from under the table. "Haruto and I just graduated from Zonghai University. We try to make a living by opening diner shops since Haruto's passion is cooking," Iba said with a shy smile. "You guys married?" Jonkai asked again while leaning her cheek against her hand who stood on the top of the table. No. We just a lover. For now," Iba responded with a red face. Jonkai giggled at her shyness. She said, "I hope your relationship lasts long to the matrimony." "Thank you, customer," Iba said gratefully. She took out a paper held by a small and thin board. On her other hand, a pen had been ready. "Now, may I have your order?" Naruto and Jonkai turned speechless for a while. With a weird expression Naruto said, "Miss Iba, I don't see any menu anywhere and I don't think we received any menu list from you yet, eh?" Iba turned absent-minded for a short time before she yelped in panic, "Wah! Sorry, I forgot to give you the list, wait for a moment." She hastily ran off toward the counter. Naruto and Jonkai couldn't hold back their laughter at her clumsiness while the man called Haruto face-palmed himself behind the counter. Soon, Iba came back with a book on her hand. She handed it over to Naruto while apologizing numerous times even though Naruto already said it was okay. Skimming through a list of food inside the menus book, Naruto raised his head toward her and said with a smile, "I want each one portion of the kung pao chicken, garlic stir deep fried pork, and honey sauced fried shrimp. All of them completed with a rice, oh also a glass of sweet tea." Both Iba and Jonkai was flabbergasted at Naruto who ordered such numerous food. With hesitation, Iba carefully asked, Customer, are you ordered for two?" "Eh? Of course not, that's only for me." Naruto carelessly answered her. Iba once again became shocked, but there was an old saying that customer is a king, which mean whatever the customer required must be fulfilled, so without asking too much, Iba wrote down what Naruto ordered before, then she turned to Jonkai, waiting for her to order. "Sorry Iba, I'm not buy anything since I am just accompanying him." "Oh." Iba nodded and proceeded to process Naruto order. After Iba left, Jonkai stared at Naruto with creased brow. "Are you sure you can finish all of that food?" Naruto tapped his stomach, silly grin hooked his lips. "Sister Kai, you have no idea how my stomach can hold so many." "Are you a reincarnation of a pig?" Jonkai snickered. "How can it be? Such a handsome man like me have any relation with a pig?" Naruto refuted with a shocking expression. "Maybe it was a handsome pig, hey, who knows?" Jonkai said with a smirk. "Sister Kai. A handsome pig was still a pig, do you know where they like to take a bath?" Naruto answered with a bitter expression. "I know, they like to dip themselves inside a mud, right?" Jonkai put her finger on her chin. "Smart. And if you resembling me to a pig, doesn't that mean you assuming me like to bath in a mud?" Naruto sighed. Hee, maybe take a bath in a mud is a secret way to gain immortality. Jonkai teased Sister K, "You take a mud as a secret fountain of youth?" Naruto almost bashed his head to the table. "There is no one ever said it isn't," Jonkai tittered when seeing Naruto reaction. "Why don't you try it then? Send me a message if it truly works." Naruto rolled his eyes. "I will, but you need to prepare a high sum of money." Jonkai surprisingly complied with a mysterious smile. "Eh? For what?" Naruto raised his eyebrows. "Duh, for buying a lot of soap of course." Jonkai finally laughed after saying that. Naruto startled by her sudden outburst but finally realized what it is about, then he laughed together with her. Several minutes later, Iba came back with a tray on her hand, several bowls could be seen on top of it. There is also 2 glasses of tea come along. Iba put down what Naruto ordered in front of him and somehow put 1 glass of tea in front of Jonkai. "On the house," Iba said while winking her eye toward Jonkai. Jonkai threw a surprised look before she showed her gratitude. "Thanks." Iba gave her a smile, then she left them alone. On the top of every bowl had been covered, but a fragrant smell of the food could still be sensed from their nose. Every single food had their own unique scent. People can't differentiate between chicken, pork, beef, fish, egg, or shrimp, whether it was fried or steamed. Not to mention, if that food was their favorite dish, maybe they were no longer just using their nose to sense it but more like using their 6th sense or something. For example, Naruto could detect ramen even when it was closed by a stainless steel cover. Though maybe that's just him being a freak. Naruto opened them one by one, and soon the smell of the food intensified. If Naruto could not hold his rumbling stomach to stay quiet, then how about Jonkai? As soon as Naruto opened them, Jonkai eyes darted to one of the bowls to hold honey sauce fried shrimp. Since it was still hot, the sauce, which was made of honey, is on the process to melt together with the fried shrimp and white rice, causing it to have some good aesthetic appearance. She gulped her saliva on her mouth the moment unique smell of honey infiltrated her nose. The look of fried shrimp which well burned based on the color it has hold captive of her eyes, and the heated feeling that radiated from the white rice was enough to make her stomach to play an instrument of the drum. Jonkai longing expression didn't go miss over Naruto eyes. He smirked before he grumbled, "Oh crap. What is it?" Jonkai hurriedly asked. She feared her previous behavior caught seen by him. "I remembered I'm having an allergy toward shellfish, ugh. The itches were so unbearable, not to mention if it happens in the eye," he said with ugly expression. "Huh? Why did you order it in the first place?" Jonkai asked as she felt this male companion of her was quite weird. "TCH, blame my stomach, I was so hungry that forget such an important thing." "Is it possible to return it back?" "Sister K, give it back. What has been made was impolite behavior and an insult toward the chef." "Then what to do?" "Simple." "What?" "You eat this." Naruto's word definitely caught Jonkai off guard. Fearing she heard him wrong, she asked in doubt, "Come again?" "You eat his for me." Now Kai was really sure that Naruto indeed tells her to eat the honey sauce fried shrimp. She glanced at the inviting food and almost agreed to him in the flash, but she regained her bearing, then looked at him in troubled expression. Naruto, I already told you that I'm not take up your treaty offer. I'm not treating you, Naruto said without a care. Then what is this? You eat my food. Without me paying it? Of course. Since it was a food that has been ordered under mine, it is me who should pay for it. Kai rolled her eyes at his words. If she ate this but he's the who paid for it, what's the difference between he bought her a treat then? But the food was really appealing to her, not to mention it was still brimming with hotness. On the other hand, she really wanted to resist the temptation to gobble it up right away. With a hard effort, she finally managed to struggle and rejected him. I'm not eating it. Sister K, there is an old saying, if you waste a food, that food will curse you not to be able to feel full for eternity. Do you want me to get that curse? Then I'm paying for it. Sister K, aren't you a little me? Do you take me as a poor man that could not pay for my own food? No. That is not what I mean. Then maybe you take me as a fraud who in the end eating without paying? No. Of course not. So why do you hesitating for? You gotta eat if you have to eat. If someone already giving out his present but you shove it back to him, not only you not being grateful but you also hurt his feeling, do you really want that to happen? With Naruto's endless statement with a hint of not taking any rejection, Kai could only lower her head in embarrassment. She also wondered what's wrong with her that she kept beating her head over this. It's just a treat of food, how can she make it become this complicated? Finally, after an intense internal fighting within her, she gave up. Alright, I eat it for you, she said with a faint smile. Naruto's smile became brightened at this moment. He grabbed the bowl of honey-sauced fried shrimp and carefully placed it in front of her. Then he gazed deeply at her as if encouraging her to take the first bite. Kai hesitated for a while before she took the chopstick and clamped the fried shrimp between it. The dripping honey-sauced from the shrimp was similar to a molten gold. The intoxicating smell that enough to mesmerize any person was infiltrating her nose, caused some motoric nerve in her to quickly put the delicate little thing into her mouth, crisp. She took a bite of it and the taste of fried shrimp mixing with the sweetness and juicy of honey sauce making their base within her oral captivity. Its hotness didn't cause any burn, instead make her feeling the comfortable warmness that any people hate to part with. The crispy shrimp was still turning over inside her mouth, but that warmness already down within her throat causing her to moan in satisfaction, and she closed her eyes to enjoy the aftertaste of it. Is it good? Soon a gentle and captivating voice of man resounded within her ears. She nodded. What do you feel? He spoke again. It's warm, she replied. Does that satisfy you? He said very. She replied. Kai slowly opened her eyes and she met with a gentle gazes of a cerulean blue eyes. The owner of these eyes like sky was currently grinning foolishly. With an energetic voice, he spoke loudly, then let's dig up this food before they went up cold or you will regret it for the rest of your life. Kai's heart shook upon hearing these. She realized by now that everything he did just for the sake of her, and she also knew that he didn't have any allergy to begin with. Little bit tears spilled out from the corner of her eyes, then with a smile full of happiness, she said, yes. The darkening sky started to paint the city rooftop. At this hour, most people were busy themselves with a way to return to their own home. A bunch of cars could be seen line up in the traffic lamp, waiting for the self-service matador to wave its red flag into green so they could ram the invisible police line and broke it down. Among these metallic bull, a Bentley car had been seen mingle itself with them. A beautiful like goddess person could be seen sitting on the driver chair. She kept glancing at her wristwatch, followed with a nervous expression. Oh please, I hope I can make it in time. She impatiently spoke. At the same time on the different side of Zonghai. Pit-pat. 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 CK bang. CK bang. CK bang. Pitaf. Pitaf. Pitaf bam. 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 Many kinds of gunfire sound have exploded within the surrounding area. The place is already devoid of civilian, whether it was because of the warning alarm from the white-black sedan before or maybe because of those barrel of fire sound. Fuck. How can those pigs find us? One of the thug person looking guy grumbled loudly. Their place of hiding should be safe from these watch pigs' eyes, but this evening, they suddenly heard the annoying warning sound and valiant young woman voice spoke through a speaker. She said that if they didn't come out with guns on the floor and hands in the air, she would carry her team and began a siege on their place. How could they just surrender? Even if they managed to escape the police's bullet, it wasn't certain they could escape their boss' aggression. They also had families to take care of. The police's may merciful, but their boss? That's basically impossible. They were readying themselves for the upcoming war before suddenly they heard a gun sound went off, not from the police side but from their own base. These of course by the police took as an act of resistance, and the valiant woman issued her command through the speaker to tear down the entire building. Then all hell broke loose, tear gas and stun bomb everywhere. Polices with a complete gear and variety of firearm including rifles came ravaging their place. Of course they don't just sit there helplessly, even without enough time to arm them all. At least they put the active resist and even it yielded no result. What more annoying is, a lot of phone calls coming in from other smaller base. This place was the largest base and hiding spot for them and supposed to become their center of operation, whether it was a reinforcement, temporary shelter, or any illegal stuff temporary stash. The phone calls this time issued every same problem. They need a reinforcement or an assistance because their place has been discovered and right now was under an attack. They also said that the attacker wasn't coming from the police but instead from another group. Damn. This is not just police operation, but also a rebel act from underworld gang from surrounding. Humphrey. The moment boss went into hiding they decided to bear their fang at their master, so unloyal dogs. Just wait when the boss comes back, they including their entire family will be facing an annihilation. They were complaining when the final door toward their office was kicked open. They quickly were about to go to their cover spot before one shoot of a rifle tore its way through the tide of one of them. Don't move or the next bullet goes through several inches from your tight. The voice of the shooter come out with cold intonation. They could hear although it was firm and strict, the voice belongs to a woman. True enough, after they managed to get a clear look at the shooter appearance, it was a figure that could shake every man's heart. Despite the cold and strict face she wearing right now, it wasn't enough to hide her beauty. The perfect outline of oval face that held no unnecessary fat, a wheat and healthy skin that could be seen from the redness from her cheek, lastly a smooth and tidy short hair but still reaching up to her neck. If not for the rifle in her hand, a bullet protection armor on her torso, and police suit she wearing, they might already invite her to a dinner. After the valiant beauty bloodied entering, many more people follow her behind and started sweeping the entire office. Since they had no time to prepare the unexpected, every single evidence of their dirty operation was still there. The only thing that was not to exist is the whereabout of their boss. Chief. Everything was cleared. Kaiyan nodded and walked slowly toward the surrendering thugs. She asked, "Where is Chendahai?" The thugs exchanged glance before one of them spoke bitterly. "We don't know." Unable to accept their answer, Kaiyan's eyes became cold. With a tense muscle, she aimed her rifle toward one of the thugs' head and said, "I'm going to ask you again, where is Chendahai?" "We really don't know. The boss never revealed his hiding spot to us. We have only received an order from encrypted emails." The thug answered with a trembling body. It was unknown whether it was from the pain from his thigh or fear for the rifle muzzle who stuck into his head. Kaiyan wrinkled her brow as if she tried to find lies in his word, but in the end, she didn't find any and can only sigh in frustration. After all of this siege, in the end, she couldn't find anything that might lead her into Chendahai's safe place. So long she not take him out, Chendahai could still grow another group. So long you not take the roots out, the plant could still grow a leaf. Unknown to Kaiyan and the rest of them, another person was standing in the rooftop little bit far from the place. He watches what had been happening there through his scope. The man reached out for his pocket before he took out his phone and pressed dial on it. "Everything goes perfectly, elder sister," the man spoke in a respectful tone. "Good, return to the base now," the voice of the other line said. "Will do." The man closed his phone and packed his stuff then quickly left the area. Somewhere in the west side of Zonghai, Zhang Wei was staring at the rubble of what's left of Chendahai base. Since he had 5 bases that were perfectly covered in the west side, Zhang Wei couldn't help but leave the biggest one to the police. Whether they succeeded or not, that's not her concern. She just needed them to occupy the central base busy while her society ransacked smaller bases alongside with other underworld gangsters. The chief inspector of the West Station is pretty capable, no wonder she would be able to reach that position in such a young age. Zhang Wei spoke in admiration. It was rare for such a young people nowadays to reach high position by their own effort, though Zhang Wei wasn't sure about this young lady chief achievement. She believes from the result of her own handling this case that she is pretty outstanding. Now is only left for us to handle the leftover of Chendahai group, then west part of Zonghai would only belong to Redthorn Society. She looked at the rest of her brother and sister who willingly followed her into the battlefield. Without them and his presence, she wouldn't be able to live long enough to achieve all of this. Soon, father. Soon. Just you wait. She clenched her hands. "Zhao, you're coming with me. The rest of you look for anything that worth to salvage," Zhang Wei said while strolling her way toward the ruin. "Yes, elder sister." They began to spread around the area except for Zhao, who requested by Zhang Wei to follow her. Both of them arrived at the half-broken door, then Zhao hastily kicked it open and completely broke it down. "Zhao, it's already almost torn down, why do you have to kick it?" Zhang Wei asked. "To look a little bit manly." Zhao answered awkwardly. Zhang Wei sighed. She said, "No wonder you don't have a girlfriend." Zhao almost wanted to cry. "Elder sister, how can you rub my sore spot?" They chatted leisurely without knowing when they passed by another room. From the blind spot corner of the room, a shadow lunged at them. "Zhao, watch out!" Zhang Wei spoke in alarm. Since she has been training under Naruto's guide, the first lesson Naruto always taught is to hone her sense whenever danger approaches. Zhang Wei may be able to avoid it if the attack was directed at her, but unfortunately, it was mean for Zhao. Bang! Without able to react in time, Zhao got pushed to the nearby wall in the room and coincidentally hit his head in the process, causing him to instantly pass out. Zhang Wei turned around and took a step back. She was able to get a clear view of the attacker. It was a big man with a burly body. His skin was dark and his face brought out a sense of terror. At this moment, the burly man's skin had a lot of wounds, his head bleeding and part of his tank top shirt has a hint of burn. He stared hatefully at Zhang Wei as if he wants to shred her apart only with his look, he grinning fiendishly and said, "Ha. Turn out it's the commander of Red Thorn itself. Ha ha ha. Brother, today I'm going to take revenge for all of you." Then the man stride forward to plunge himself toward Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei took out her 9mm pistol and was about to shoot him, when suddenly another danger sense come into her from a different direction. Hesitated for a while, she aimed her gun behind her and quickly shot it. Bang! Bang! Og! Another man's voice resounded of that direction. Zhang Wei didn't have time to check if that man was dead or alive as she took back her focus toward the burly man who already in close proximity with her. With a swift movement she aimed her gun toward the man and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet managed to shoot its way through the man's right shoulder, but as if the man had become crazy, he didn't budge with the pain and still pushed his way toward Zhang Wei. By this time, Zhang Wei didn't have a chance to dodge out from his path before he collided himself with her. Bam! Unlike the previous time with Zhao, he didn't push her away, instead rolled together with her until both of them crashed into the wall. The burly man was on top of her and he reached out for her gun, which she holds it tightly with her hand. Her another hand was grabbing the dagger hide within her tight leather pants and fiercely stabbed the man's abdomen with it. The man let out a painful groan, but his adrenaline seems like make him an unstoppable force. He raised his hand and punched Zhang Wei right in her face. Arg! The punch was strong enough to put her into concussion. The man took this chance to grab a hold of her gun and managed to take it. Unwillingly Zhang Wei raised her head and harshly bite the man's hand. They said that one of the parts of a human that could use to tear someone to death beside nails are teeth. True enough, the man let out another groan as he tried to let loose his hand from Zhang Wei's deathly bite, even when he kept bashing her face with his another hand, but Zhang Wei still not let go of her mouth. The pain was getting unbearable for him, thus forcefully made him let go the gun. It stumbled out of reach from these two. Zhang Wei let loose her mouth and smirked coldly at the man. Feeling the mocking expression from the young woman under him made the man felt his anger rose again. Without considering the consequence, the man reached out for the dagger that stabbed his stomach and pulled it out, blood coming out like a water from a hose. The man raised the dagger highly and was about to stab Zhang Wei's heart, but stopped with her own two hands. The struggle between these two was continuing, but Zhang Wei felt that man's strength was about to beat her since the dagger was slowly approaching her. The man grinning wickedly at the success he was about to have, and Zhang Wei's face become pale at the outcome of this fight. No, she mustn't give up. She struggled this far not just to become a corpse in this ruin. She has yet to defeat her father, to show her father that she was capable of something. She didn't want to die yet. She wanted to see him again. She wanted to be hugged by him again. She wanted to be caressed and call fragrant and beautiful rose again by him. With that resolve, she yelled out and pushed the burly man with her both hand. Then a strange thing happens. The burly man got overthrown easily, but not just several feet from her but high, so high that the man's back hit the ceiling and he let out a scream of pain. When he was about to fall back into the ground, Zhang Wei used the last of her strength to roll out from his landing position. Bang! The burly man's body hit the ground and completely silent. Blood slowly spilled from his body and sunk him in his own pool of blood. Zhang Wei stared absent-mindedly at the event that happens before her, but the fatigue from her last wisp of strength was making her head dizzy and she fainted in the spot. 37 You should be proud. After finished eating and said goodbye to the couple, Naruto and Jonkai quickly returned to Yulei since they still have a work to do. They arrived at the PR work floor and went into their separate way. Naruto sighed as he has to struggle with his new claim arch-enemy again. Time flow like a river in the mountainside. Now it's supposed to be a time to leave, yet Naruto's still fixed on his chair while lazily typing the keyboard on his desk. Soon he pressed the last keypad with a vigor and yelled in happiness, "Whoa! Finally, finish another one, boo." Naruto was so preoccupied with his own little heaven that he didn't realize that no one had responded to his outburst. Naruto noticed something seems not right. He takes a look around him only to find that he was the only one left in the offices. What? Naruto stared in a daze. How can he so ridiculously focused in doing a work till he didn't know that other worker had left? But he felt himself doing this in lazy and sloppy manner, yet he still managed to be that focus. Whoever making this plot, please be sensible. Naruto sighed as he tidies up his stuff and prepared to leave. He was about to stride to the work floor's front door when a glimpse of light from office's lamp successfully stopped his motion. He glanced in that direction and recognized the source is coming from his Tsundere supervisor's room. Did she still here even at this hour? Naruto doubtfully thought. He spread his sense to the room and caught a familiar aura, but it had a little chaotic color right now. Naruto hesitated for a while before he decides to check up on her. After all, he is a good subordinate. Naruto stood in front of her room's door and carefully pushed it open. The door was opened only a bit but wide enough for him to take a peek. A scent that coming out from the air freshener welcomed his presence. It was sweet and comfortable to inhale. His eyes caught a form of a blue-colored desk at the end of the room. A figure with a cute face, long loose dark brown hair, and a white collar shirt appeared within his vision. Naruto gazed at the enchanting show displayed before him. This Tsundere supervisor of his was indeed one of the beautiful women he ever met, especially her unique cute face that became her distinguished charm. At this moment, this cutie's face had a serious expression plastered all over. Her hand grabbed a hold of the mouse beside her computer's display and her delicate forefinger kept scrolling up and down the middle part of it. Sometimes she would retake her hand and curled her palm, then put it on her cheek while the rest of her hand leaning against the chair's arm. Should it be like this? No. No. Maybe like this? Ah wait, I should be adding this and this. Wait no, it becomes too complicated. Although Mokayane was mumbling in a low voice, Naruto's high sense of hearing could still pick it up. He stunned for a short time before it replaced with an admiration. No wonder she was able to sit in that position and got that many achievements. Turned out she was really a hard-working person. Today, Naruto had been turned shocked in awe twice. The first one was because of his heroine companion, Zhongqi, and now his tsundere supervisor, Mokayane. Naruto became embarrassed when he remembering his lazy and careless attitude while working before. He is a man, how could he act like that when the women around him fight with their tooth and nail? With a faint smile, Naruto cheered himself up and glanced at the frowning Mokayane. The chaotic aura she had before now is getting more restless. It seems like she was too unsure about her own work and became confused or depressed in the process. Taking another glance at her chaotic aura, he helplessly shook his head. If she keep going like this, not only she gets no result, it could even become worse. Sometimes when people want to get an inspiration or breakthrough for their work, they just need to take a step back a little or relax for a while. Of course, there were also people who do it in an extreme way, such as using drugs, drink a lot of alcohol, even go to the red light district. Naruto suddenly had a faint smile while he gently looked at Mokayane. Chief Mo, thank you for being such an inspirational leader. Consider this as my reward and appreciation for you. With that thought, Naruto closed his eyes. Soon the natural air around him had a hint of change. If someone had an extraordinary eyes to see what's happened, they would be seeing a big pale blue flame around Naruto slowly turned its color into yellow slight orange. This is an indication when Naruto normal aura started to blend with the nature around him. The effect of course not only just to paint a new color into his aura, it also can be used for many things. For example, when he ejected the aphrodisiac gas from Linroxi nerve system. An example is when he used it to help Mai Mai and Linroxi nourishing their body, and of course it can also be used like he's just about to do. Naruto's aura began spreading out, but it wasn't going to go berserk because they seem like appeared to be focusing on one destination, which is toward the cute young lady ahead. His aura glued itself with hers and they joined together in harmony. Mokayane could not help but let out a comfortable moan. She was feeling it like she is taking a bath in a warm water pool. She didn't know where this sudden sensation coming from, but it's not like she hated or rejected it. Soon, her restless aura became peaceful and the once chaotic now became harmonized. Naruto smiled in satisfaction before he took back his own aura and opened his eyelids upon the moment receiving it. His eyes pupil stayed in a horizontal strip for a while, then it becomes normal again. I know. I should be adding this and little bit of that, then it will become perfect? Hee, I bet Roxy will have her jaw dropped when she's seeing my proposal. She joyfully said, and her fingers commenced their magic on her computer keyboard. Naruto chuckled after hearing what she just said. Roxy sure feeling really blessed to have such a best friend like you to support her in this company. He stood and prepared to leave before he took a last look at his ecstatic supervisor. Hang in there, chief. The sun already half set when Naruto arrived at the outside building. It was giving a quite beautiful impression since it painted the sky with scarlet-like color. It was already this late? No wonder everyone has gone, Naruto thought while took out his phone. There were several messages come into him and turned out it was from his several colleagues. Zhao Hongyan, you were so serious back at the work, so I hate to disturb you, I'm going first, okay? See you tomorrow, _Kamalumino. Oh, the spirit of work you shown was admirable, grave accent, I don't want to bother you, so keep going champ. Zhongqi, Naruto, don't come back really late, okay? I heard the security tend to lock the door without seeing inside, Jonkai message still continued. Naruto smiled upon reading the rest of his coworker messages, though he still couldn't comprehend how he managed to be that focused. Still, he didn't even know his coworker leaving him alone there. Seriously, who created such a ridiculous plot? Naruto sighed once again as he exited the messages feature. He stayed still for a second before he tapped the contact icon on his phone, then he skimming through his contact list and dialed the person he wanted to call. Tut. 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 Naruto waited for the whole minute until. Sorry, the number you're calling does not answer, please try again later. Naruto looked at his phone with a wrinkled brow. The hell? Her phone off? He pressed the dial icon once again, but this time. Tut. Tut. It only resounding twice before the connection was cut off. The operator lady did not even have a chance to talk. Did she actually mad at me? Naruto dejectedly crouched in his spot. He read once in a magazine that if a girl was feeling angry or sad because of you, they would decide to isolate themselves from you, like giving a cold shoulder or refuse to talk. The most extreme case, she will try to avoid meeting you, then in the end, breaking up. Ooh, what to do? At this rate I would never have a chance to talk with her if she didn't even want to see me. Naruto rubbed his temple in annoyance. Things like this always gave him a headache the most. Naruto? Whoa? Kaya. When he was in the middle of racking his brain, a soft voice belongs to a woman resounded behind him. He jumped in fright at the sudden appearance of the voice. His overreaction also did give the woman a heart attack and causing her to stumble to the floor. Ow. What gives? The woman groaned, her cute face twitched in pain. Naruto calmed himself down and breathed an air of relief when he saw the person who surprised him from behind was Mo Kayane, who were currently rubbing her bottom part. Chief Mo, you should not be playing prank like this. Naruto gave an annoyance expression while sat down beside her, helping her gather around her scattered file. Who's playing prank? Mo Kayane glared at him. It was you who shot me to death by screaming out like that. She was on her way back while having a very good mood, and she noticed him crouching on the middle way of the Yulei building entrance. Out of curiosity, she greeted him. Not only he gave her a beating to her heart, he even accused her of pranking. How could she not be mad? Realized that he was in the wrong, Naruto lowered his head in shame. Sorry Chief Mo, it was my fault. You're not hurt anywhere, are you? Well, my butt hurt, she said while trying to stand up. Naruto quickly offered his hand, which she gladly accepted it. Never mind, what were you doing anyway? She fixed her dark blazer and knee-length skirt. Naruto gave her a wry smile. I'm just thinking. Mo Kayane furrowed her brow. She seems in thought for a while, then she nodded and said, well, whatever, be a gentleman and carry that for me, will you? Oh, okay. Naruto hugged the files close to his chest and walked with her from behind. In the early evening, an empty office save for several securities, two figure of human could be seen strolling across the office building front yard. The sounds of their footsteps echoed in the desolate place. How's work? Out of nowhere, Mo Kayane spoke without turning her face. You, not all done, but I think I do pretty well. Naruto directed his eyeballs upward, trying his best to remember the hellish experience called paperwork. Take it easy, no one lashing you out with a whip, Mo Kayane giggled at his response. They greeted the underground parking lot's security, which was politely saluted them. There was a room for staircase near to the security boss, so everyone from second base and below could quickly get into their car without had to stride through a path mean for the vehicle. Why there is no lift to the basement, Chief Mo? I'm not really sure, it was already like this at my first day. Naruto and Mo Kayane proceed through the stairway. The height between the steps wasn't high, so everyone can leisurely climb it without much care. You see, this building originally made over from an old hotel, Mo Kayane said. Really? Naruto slightly surprised at the news. Mo Kayane nodded as they went to the second stairway. The previous chairman and owner of Yulei bought this building from her old relative because it was rumored of bankruptcy. The previous owner? Ruoxi's grandmother? Naruto wrinkled his eyebrows at the thought. While Mo Kayane did not know Naruto's expression, she kept talking. After that, she completely rebuilt and remodeled the building so it can properly suitable for offices. At that time this underground parking lot was not in existence. Naruto held a curious face while listening some backstory of the building from Mo Kayane's mouth. Since she was adopted by Ruoxi's grandmother and practically Ruoxi's best friend, she ought to know several secret or history. They arrived at the outside of the staircase's room. There was only company specialized cars and another car here. Company cars usually use only for company business, such as picking up an esteemed guest or deliver important person. Of course, since it was mean for sort of things like that, the brand of the cars wasn't a joke. One was BMW 328i and another was black metallic Range Rover. Any person who see these in the flesh, 2 from the top list of the popular and expensive cars this year, definitely would become very excited, but Naruto just took it a glance for a moment before moved his vision toward the car that parked far from these 2. If he remembered correctly, from one of the magazines he read, Audi A6 was enlisted as one of the best picked cars for this following year with a quite sizable sum. To be able to purchase such a car, clearly his supervisor annual income was good, probably with all of those achievements and feat. The company also gave her enormous compensation. Everything had been built, along with the elevator, but there is the only thing that the late chairman didn't do. Mochiani stopped spoken at this moment as if trying to create a suspense atmosphere. She didn't build a restroom? Naruto chuckled. Yes. I mean no. Mochiani snapped and gave Naruto a death glare, her face flushed with anger. Have you not listening to what I have been saying? Naruto almost burst out laughing, but knowing it will fuel the rising fire within her, he decided to hold it back. Okay. Chief Mo, please appease anger, I'm just joking. Mochiani snorted and kept walking again. Anyway, she didn't build an option for the elevator to go for the basement. She raised her bag and took out her car key. The reason was still unknown until now. Even the current CEO had no idea. Ding ding. The sound of car safety lock had been open and Mochiani pulled the back seat door of her car. Then why the current CEO didn't try to do it? Naruto ducked and carefully placed the files. Mochiani shook her head. There was a trace of sadness in her cute and smooth face. I don't know, the relationship between them was closed, so maybe she just tried to honor every late chairman deed inside and outside the company. Naruto nodded. He remembered the relationship between Ruoxi's grandmother and her was indeed thick. After all, when her mother passed away, the grandmother is the only one left from her relative that give her love and compassion. Ruoxi. He dejectedly thought this time. His sour expression got caught by Mochiani's eyes. She thought that Naruto was affected emotionally just because the CEO's plight. Little bit she knew there is more to it. Don't worry, albeit the CEO was indeed sad, but she's one strong woman. Mochiani cheerfully said. She opened the driver compartment and sat inside. I know her. I believe she would be able to lead Yulei to become #1 in business food chain. She smiled at him while closing the car door. Naruto also smiled back at her. He really thought that Ruoxi was indeed in blessing to have people who believe in and supported her. Ruoxi, if only you know. Mochiani noticed that Naruto just stay on his feet while smiling at her. What are you doing? I'm smiling at you, Naruto awkwardly said. She chuckled. I know you're smiling at me. I mean, why do you standing there for? I'm waiting for you to drive away? Naruto unsure what this tsundere supervisor wanted from him. She almost bashed her forehead into the car's steer. You thought I'm just going to leave you here? You not? Naruto honestly surprised. What do you take me for? I bring you here and just left you be? Mochiani didn't get to understand how this man's brain worked. He was naive, stupid, or what? Oh. Naruto became red in embarrassment. With an awkward smile he said, then, sorry to bother you, Chief Mo. Mochiani helplessly nodded while Naruto walked across the car and get into the front passenger seat. She put the key into the ignition hole and soon the car's engine started. She entered the gear, then her car started to move in motion. Naruto, have you thought what kind of company that you will establish a relationship with? On the way, Mochiani asked out of curiosity. Naruto shook his head. No, Chief Mo, not yet. She glanced at him. Well, it's alright, no rush, but you must remember that your trial day was about to over, and soon you will truly enter the business world. She slowly turned the steering in the right direction. The business world is competitive and selective. If you just lazy around without any perseverance, you just become other people prey. Naruto listened to her advice with an earnest expression. Although Naruto had dived into that part of life before, he never really took it seriously, and somehow he felt a little bit of regret now. Short after, they arrived at the bus pickup point not far from Yulei, since Mochiani thought Naruto will go home with it. Naruto himself fine with it and not bother himself explained anything to Mochiani. Despite everything I said, the most important thing to remember is to keep bravely move forward and did the best you can. Mochiani shouted at him from the driver's seat. Naruto by now already stood outside the car. He nodded in gratitude to Mochiani. Thanks, Chief. For both driving me here and a lesson. Mochiani stayed still for a while, then with a smile, she said, Hey, Naruto. Yes, Chief? If I'm mad at someone, I want that person to deliver me my favorite food as an apology. Huh? Without gave any explanation, Mochiani stepped her delicate feet on the gas pedal and quickly drove away, leaving a confused and alone Naruto at the bus picking up point. What did she mean by that? Naruto adopted thoughtful expression, then like a light bulb suddenly lit on, he revealed a delightful face. She sees through me, huh? He rubbed his nose. Looking at the departing direction of Mochiani, Naruto's eyes reflected a gentle color. He took a deep breath and with a determination face, he thought, alright. Let's do this. I'm back. The moon had risen, the dragon villa was quiet and peaceful as always. The night wind was breezing, brought about the leaves from the tree around the vicinity to follow and dance along. Naruto was taking off his shoes and putting it on the shelf when Wang Ma came from inside the house. Young master, welcome. You quite late today, Wang Ma said with everyday smile hung on her face. Yeah, Andy Wang. I'd something to take care. Naruto also brought out his smile and proceeded to walk into the hall with her. Have young master eaten? Wang Ma asked with concern. Naruto tapped his tummy, he excitedly said, nope, my stomach is hollow. Wang Ma put her hand on her lips while giggled at his behavior. Well, young master, do you want to eat or take a bath first? I think I'm going with the bath. Naruto sniffed his body through his collar shirt and his nose twitched. I'm weak. Wang Ma couldn't help but really laughed now. Then young master, I will prepare the food while you take the bath. By this moment, they had arrived at the living room. Naruto once again swept his eye to the entire place but his eyes didn't catch any sight of a certain beautiful goddess. With disappointed expression, Naruto asked Wang Ma, Andy Wang, Ruoxi? Wang Ma seems felt Naruto's sad emotion but there is strange light on her eyes before she replied. Young miss went into the bed early. Naruto sighed upon hearing this. Another failure? Young master, should I wake her up? Wang Ma asked. Naruto stayed still as he seriously was considering it, but he guessed that Lin Ruoxi probably had a lot of activity today. Naruto shook his head. No, don't. She must be tired after that. Both people went into their own thing. When Naruto was about to twist his door's knob, he stopped and glanced at Lin Ruoxi's room door. He was tempted to check on her but recalled that she may yet forgive him. He became dispirited and carried on to his room. Naruto's room was surprisingly tidy and neat, maybe because he rarely spent his time here or it was Wang Ma's deed. Naruto sighed and walked toward his balcony which only separated by a door-size glass. On the other side of that glass, a person identical to Naruto could be seen. Everything about this person was the same with him except for the white package on his hand. Naruto unclasped the lock on the glass door and slid it open. Here boss, the second Naruto spoke with indifference like he has no emotion. Naruto abruptly accepted the white package without said anything. He closed it back. The second Naruto didn't show any anger or being an offended person. He just stood there and disappeared with a smoke. Naruto placed the white package on his desk. The package made of plastic material. The size was only about medium-size book. Naruto's staring intently at the white package. He had been searching for the shop who sell this all around Zonghai, and when he found one, it had a long line like people buying ticket to watch a soccer game in the stadium. After a torturous waiting, he finally got his turn and bought the damn thing. Now, the person he was about to give is unavailable and this thing will go to waste. What I'm supposed to do now? After finished taking a bath and had his private time, Naruto went back into the living room with a gray t-shirt and short pant. He noticed Wang Ma is not yet done with the food so he headed to the soft couch and turned on the TV. There is no specific program that managed to attract him, no cat chasing mouse, no some freaking giants chasing human and definitely no frog with Sergeant rank which is favorite. So he can only be watched the news. Surprisingly, the news today managed to gain his attention, they talking about the event in this late afternoon, where the police fought against underworld gangs, but what attracted him the most, was the valiant-looking policewoman beside the beautiful reporter. Chief K, congratulations on your great success. The reporter cheerfully said thank you, Taiyan, on the contrary, looked stiff and cold. A smile expression she wore like a mask covering her true expression. Naruto didn't know whether she was nervous or irritated by being presented on the TV. The beautiful reporter seems noticed this but she acted like knew nothing and keep up cheerful expression. So what's next for the west station of the Zonghai's law enforcement? The beautiful reporter extended the mic on her hand. The leader of that underworld group, Chendahai, was still on the loose, so we will not rest until we succeed on apprehending him, Taiyan said. Chendahai? This dude again? So, his criminal group now is over? Naruto couldn't help but praise this valiant and hot police chick. Also being reminded again with his Chen whole thing made Naruto miss the Lee family, especially the delicate daughter of them, Lee Jinjing. He remembered he didn't say anything to her at the last night him be in the west side. Jinjing, how are you now? Do you miss elder brother? Chief K, reports say that there's another attack on the different location from yours, what do you say? The beautiful reporter continued her interview. We assure you the police hadn't anything to do with that, Taiyan lips twitched. So, the police didn't work together with gangs? The beautiful reporter threw a crafty smile. No, Taiyan coldly answered. But why it happened at the same time? She said. God, this reporter is annoying. Both Naruto and Taiyan shared the same thought. Taiyan rolled her eyes as she simply answered, coincidence and opportunity. Smart. Naruto put out his thumb. Thank you for the answers, Chief K. Since Kaiyan kept her mouth shut regarding this, the beautiful reporter can only be resigned in disappointment. You're welcome. The news ended with Kaiyan's answer, and changed into another. Young master, the food's ready, Wang Ma shouted from the dining room. Thanks, Andy Wang. Naruto, who prepared to watch another news, quickly stood up and headed there without turning off the TV. Next, a dead body had been found in the dumpster at the alley of East Zonghai this morning. The police suspected that the body could be a cannibalized victim. Unfortunately for Naruto that he didn't hear that shocking news, as he already shutting down his other senses beside eyes at this moment. Hell yeah. Another ramen. Wang Ma, who usually laughed or giggled at his antics this time, showed unexpectedly a worried appearance. Please enjoy, young master, she nervously said. This strange and weird behavior didn't enter Naruto's eyes as he being lovey-dovey with the ramen. He with spirit, grabbed the chopstick and quickly ate the ramen before saying, Itadakimasu. Upon the supposed godsend food touched the vicinity inside his mouth, Naruto froze. The noodle was half entering his mouth, but he just simply stopped. His skin turned pale, his eyes became teary, his nose twitched, and cold sweat dripped from his temple. Why, young master, how is it taste? Wang Ma with scared expression quickly asked, although she probably knew the answer. There was a strange brief time before Naruto slurped the entire noodle. He even took a sip of the soup. His eyes twitched, and like a wrathful god, Naruto's eyes swept toward the kitchen. A mischief curve appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's delicious as always, Naruto said. Wang Ma stared at him with doubt. But Naruto grabbed the noodle with his chopstick. The noodle was too soggy, instead of giving me an edible soft texture in the mouth. It's terrible and nauseating. He put back the noodle and twisted it around the soup. The soup was tasteless. Wait, worse than tasteless. I mean, I'm not sure what taste is this. It didn't stop there as Naruto continued. The topping was awfully looking bad. Andy Wang, is this boiled egg? But why, it looks like a chemical weapon instead. Naruto grabbed one of the meat. The meat looks still raw. I mean, you did cook it, right? Naruto went on and on about the ramen he ate. Wang Ma already full of cold sweat for an unknown reason. At this moment, top. Shut up. Don't eat it if you don't like it. From the kitchen, a beautiful woman beyond humanity appeared, her usual loose hair now tied in a ponytail. She wore a pink-colored apron in front of her long-sleeve white shirts. Her white short pant was little above her knees, revealed a smooth and white skin behind the curtain. The beautiful woman now was flushed red from head to toe. It wasn't from shyness or excitement, and absolutely not from arousal. Her chest was heaved fiercely, causing the plentiful front of her goes up and down, up and down. Her usual crystal clear and bright eye now like a death laser that ready to burn down the man in front of her. But the man didn't show any scared expression or feeling guilty. Instead, he holding his stomach and bwahahaha. Lenroxi's body was trembling in anger. Although she knew her cooking was bad, did he have to say it like that? If she had a power of Hulk, she would already unleash Hulk smash toward this hateful man. Give it back to me. Lenroxi roared. Nope. Naruto adopted a careless attitude and blocked her from taking away the ramen. Why? Do you want to keep mocking me? Lenroxi asked in bitter expression. Yes, ma'am. I am. Hearing his response almost made her want to cry on the spot. She had spent so much time to make this, from failure to another failure. She kept going, and the result was this. Is it truly that bad? She asked. Her tone was full of hope. Yup, it's disgusting. Naruto nonchalantly answered. Her eyes became teary, but it turned shocked because of the next moment. He ate it again. Yes, the man who heartlessly kept insulting her cook now ate it like it was just usual food. Lenroxi stared in a daze. Is he lying? Is he just playing with me? She couldn't keep her urge in check as she asked him, why? Do you keep eating it? Naruto didn't answer her immediately. He just kept eating the food like he drank the water. The noodle, the soup, the boiled eggs, the topping, and other, one by one enter his mouth. Time to time, his body trembled in a strong wave, a moment for a moment, his expression like someone who about to throw up. It took time for Naruto to stabilize his critical condition after eating the whole ramen, then with a sincere smile and soft tone he said, because you made this for me. Eh? Lenroxi didn't quite understand his meaning. Naruto stood up from his chair, he a little bit wobbly before managed to walk normally toward her. You struggle in making it, aren't you? Lenroxi realized what he hinted at and quickly hid her hand behind her back. Don't hide your finger. Naruto eyed before her and reached out to her hand at her back. He grabbed her small hand, and he brought it out to her front. On her delicate and slender fingers, there were several bandages decorating it. There were even few burn marks here and there. It's a proof of your effort. He gazes dearly at her new accessories. You should be proud instead. Why? Lenrox's previous nuclear bomb had been defused, then replaced with miniature box sound which let out a comfortable and serene sound. She used to hear it when she was a child. Her mother bought it for her and told her to play it if she couldn't sleep at the night. Naruto's gentle voice was the same. Naruto bent down and kissed her wound one by one. It made her shy but also delighted at the same time. Naruto tightly gripped her hand for a moment before he faced her again, his next word making her really spilled tears now. Because you succeed on making my hearts warm. She couldn't let out any voice. She feared if she did, it was a sob and wept voice. She didn't want him to hear her cry anymore. She should smile. He said she should feel proud. In the end, she could only say that. Naruto gently traced her wound. She felt warm engulfing her wound and little itchy. After a certain time, he finally releases her hand. They smiled at each other before Naruto's expression became bitter. But seriously though, don't make it again next time? Hateful. 38 Raging Bull, Glutton, and the unexpected A village was usually known as a place that's still closely related to nature. The people who lived in it always strongly uphold their old customs, and somehow far from a city-crowded rumpus. A peaceful and fresh ambience of this place became what most attracted people to come, especially for those who lived in the city. Thus, it was not weird for people who managed to gain wealth, retreated to these villages and set up a place to live there, like a villa, whether it was temporary or permanent. Likewise the village not far from the Zonghai city, the landscape was still marvelous with numerous green trees which made people sense a wonderful feeling to befriend the nature. Among these tall and lush dresses, there was a quite large space and a splendid villa was built upon it. The material of the building consisted of specific wood mixed with special stone, giving out a classic yet modern impression for anyone who saw it. Its yard filled with many kind plants not lose attractively with its surrounding nature. At this moment, inside this splendid villa, an earth-shaking voice roared. Fuck. Prang. A sound of broken glass wandered throughout the entire villa. In one of its room, Chendahai with ugly expression and red fuming face, stared deadly at the Ultra HD LCD in front of him, that red thorn bitch and police slut. They did this to me. Beside him, 4 more people could be seen in the room, 3 of them wearing a black suit and had a quite lean body. As for the other one wore a t-shirt and blue jeans, he had a short shaggy hairstyle with a yellow color on its several hair strands. Apparently, this quite-looking punk man was the youngest of them all. Those all my asset, I had built them over the years. Chendahai grabbed another transparent glass with a trembling hand, and now they all come for naught. He threw the glass into the wall which was immediately broken, accompanying another of its kind which already there early. I want them dead. Everyone in the room could feel the anger and rage rose in the atmosphere. They cannot help but tense their nerve and muscle. After all, those people in the base were their brothers, and seeing them getting slaughtered like that burned their heart. Father, chill out. Only Chen Feng among them that didn't look like triggered with fury. In fact, he seemed to look scared instead, probably because how Chendahai resembling a raging bull right now, an uncontrollable animal who could be harmed everyone around him. Unfortunately for Chen Feng, his word like adding fuel to a flame. Chill out? Chendahai glared at his son. He moved forward and grabbed Chen Feng's collar shirt. Chill out my ass. He roared with eyes full of hate. I had my ass work for it. Then he tossed Chen Feng to the side. I had my resources wasted on it. He rose his feet and started stomping on him. I had my blood spill on it. Chen Feng let out a groan while curled himself. Then those bitches took them away from me. His son's pitiful reaction didn't lessen his berserk action. Now you tell me to chill the fuck down? Poor Chen Feng, he could only be blamed himself for talking without thinking. Imagine yourself had an enterprise that you built from zero, then your competitor came and wrecked them into a ruin, while you still fuming with an anger, someone came and carelessly told you to chill out. Father, please stop hitting me. Chen Feng pleaded. I'm not hitting you. I'm teaching you, this stupid kid. Chendahai not only stomped him now but also kicked him, treating Chen Feng like a soccer ball. Be boss. At this moment, one of his subordinate approached them. What? Chendahai said without facing him. There's a call for you. He offered the phone. Cut it. I'm busy. Where Chendahai had time to chit-chat with a phone right now, he currently immersed himself in his new profession. But it's from the central. Chendahai stopped his motion, he wrinkled his brow and doubtfully asked, come again? It's from the central. In the instant, Chendahai's complexion changed, from flaming red turned into pale white, his eyes revealed terror and cold sweat beaded his forehead. He knew this time would come. He's not yet inhaled a breath of relief after previous misunderstand at the Zonghai West Park. Now another bad news comes. How is he going to explain this situation? Although Chendahai was very worried, he nevertheless took a hold of the phone and put it to his ear. This is Chendahai speaking. It seems like things didn't go so well over there. Inside the purple ambient colored room, Kiaosi was sitting on the red colored couch. He wore a pink silk bathrobe with a glass of wine in his hand. Behind him, a pretty-looking woman skillfully kneed his shoulder. She also wore a silk bathrobe, but the length of the cloth didn't match with her size. "Mr. Kiao, please, I can explain." "No need, I understand the situation." Kiao lightly sipped his drink. "Yes, it's because of those two bitches." Chen Dahai clenched his jaw. There is nothing he wanted now but tore them apart, but Kiao on the other hand just gave him a chuckle. "No, Mr. Chen, you're wrong." Kiao free hand slipped inside the bathrobe of another pretty woman who held a phone toward his ear. The woman let out a moan the moment his fiery hand grasped her mount. "The police just a distraction and tools to scare us off." He let out a smirk as his hand started not too idle. In reality, those two didn't work together. The woman moan began to sound out in rhythm. "Is that true, Mr. Kiao?" Chen Dahai heard the moaning sound but he just ignored it. "Just think about it." Kiao thoughtfully said, "You paid those rats to shut their trap, right?" "Yes. Unless the bribery have been proven, the police can't do shit." His eyes narrowed. "That only leaves us with only one subject." Chen Dahai expressed a ponder look before his eyes lit. "The red thorn bitch." "Right, she is the only one who could do it." Kiao squeezed the soft pillow on his palm, and he got an irritable soft sound as a response. "Damn. If not because of that surname Sichu, I already get rid of her." In truth, Chen Dahai always treated Zhang Wei as an eyesore and had a desire to mess her up, but a warning repeatedly came from his superior, which is also her father. This causes him to back down and could only suck it up. That's why Sichu Mings cannot stay in power. He's getting soft. Kiao sneered. "Mr. Kiao, what should we do? Isn't that clear? Strike her now while victory fogged her awareness." Chen Dahai face filled with bitterness. Kiao plan is indeed reliable, but the flaw of this plan is that he must have an enormous manpower, which Chen Dahai clearly don't. "But Mr. Kiao, I don't have the men. Most people left are my personal guard." Kiao almost coughed up the wine that just entered his throat. "You moron. Hire assassins to do it. She is the only one you need to kill. If there was a door that can teleport someone anywhere, he would be already traveled to Chen Dahai's side and kicked his stupid ass." Yes. Mr. Kiao is smart." Chen Dahai quickly flattered. "No need for flattery." Kiao's eyes reflected a coldness. "Get the job done, or we will look for someone else." Then he cut off the line. A cold sweat ran down from Chen Dahai's temple. He hurriedly looks at his subordinate. "Quick. Put a high bounty on her. I want her head before dawn." "Right away, boss." Watching the faded figure of his subordinate, Chen Dahai spoke with clenched hand. "Sichu Zhang Wei, enjoy your time while still can." While someone was busy with their hideous plan, in the Dragon Villa, where the night wind dances romantically with the leaves, Rukongai was sitting at the dinner table. She had abandoned the apron she previously wears and currently only wore her home attire. She sat on one of the chairs while kept rubbing her delicate feet together. Naruto had said that he has something he wants to give to her. She could not help but getting nervous on thinking what would Naruto give to her. Not long, a man with blonde hair and cerulean iris that she recognized came back with a white package on his hand. "Naruto, what is that?" "Guess?" Naruto sat in the opposite of her and spoke with mysteriousness. I don't know." Rukongai put her finger on her chin but then spoke in discourage. "Come on, not even one?" Clearly Naruto wanted her to do it as anticipation reflected on his eyes. "Let's see." She frowned before sighed in a helpless manner. "Nope. You're no fun," Naruto mumbled in bored. "Well, I'm sorry for being such a doll." Rukongai threw her face to the side while her hands crossed together over her chest. Naruto laughed at her for doing such a tantrum. He brought the white package to her front. All right, my little princess, just see it by yourself." She snorted before untie the plastic package. The moment its tie was open, a blazing wind rushing out from it, and it gave her a shock because this was the first time she opened something with such a weird phenomenon. She yet asked it to him when a familiar smell and radiating heat interrupted her motion by affecting her sense. She shivered and her eyes turned downward almost robotically. Inside, she found another package but made of ivory. On its surface, a familiar design was revealed. She stared at it for a long time, before her shaky hands grabbed a hold of it. "Gee, gluttonous meatball?" she said in a stutter, even though she asked that, but her eyes never left the medium-sized box in her hands. It's a normal-looking box, but in her eyes, it's like a box of treasure made of gold. Only after a certain time that she finally regained her senses and looked back at him. How do you know?" Naruto, with both hands behind his head, directed his eyes toward the kitchen. Rukongai followed along and their eyes caught a figure of Wang Ma who secretly peeping at them, but Wang Ma didn't run away or feeling flustered upon her existence has been discovered. Instead, she smiled and nodded her head. After knowing who had sold her out, Rukongai focused back at the ivory box and slowly traced it. Her eyes widened. "It's still warm." She glanced at him with confusion. Shouldn't it be cold by now? Estimating the time from when he bought the food till he delivering it to her into consideration, this food should indeed go cold right now, though she didn't mind it. I have my trick. Hearing him answered ambiguously like that just triggered her curiosity more, but she knew he probably won't bother to clear her doubts, so she just ignored it. She couldn't believe that Naruto would buy this for her, since she never tell him about this. I don't know what to say. Naruto shook his head. You don't have to. Linroxi had a troubled expression. It is because she knew the brand. This is one of the famous gluttonous meatball seller in entire Zonghai, not only because it was delicious, the price was also reasonable, making people willingly sacrifice their time just to wait in a line. No, I have to say something. You wait in a long line, didn't you? Naruto waved his hand. It's not that long. A tender affection flashed before her eyes. Thank you, Naruto. He responded with same affection. At any rate, you should be eating it by now, the steam getting lesser. Linroxi's eyes sparkled as she nodded with an excitement. She impatiently opened the box and more steam come out like a steamboat. Upon the discovery of food inside, her eyes bulged out, her body flushed red in elation, and her hands were trembling. She picked the chopstick that comes along with the food, split them and clamped one of the meatballs. She delivered it to her small mouth while her white luster teeth took a bite of it. Munch 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 you. Naruto looked at her, such closing her eyes like she just feeling a heavenly pleasure. He let out a chuckle. Is it that good? Oh, you have no idea. A content smile never left her face. Then she continued her quest on conquering her enemy in a form of meatballs. One by one, she slaughtered them all, similar to a certain buffy man from a certain movie, who were inside a foreign country, yet he killed all the enemy by himself. Unfortunately for the fierce lady, she didn't come out in clean because of a trace of enemy dirt sticks on her surface. Wait, there is something on your cheek. Naruto, who sat opposite to her, of course, will notice it. Where? Linroxi startled, her cheek turned red. Here. Naruto ignored her red complexion and put his finger on his own cheek. Is it gone? Linroxi followed his movement and tried to wipe it. No, it's still. Naruto sighed, then suddenly leaning forward across the table. Let me. Naruto pushed out his fingers and took the stain off her smooth and white dimple. While Linroxi was shocked with his action, Naruto sat back to his seat, then put his stained fingers to his own mouth. It is good. He slowly licked it before he looked back at Linroxi, who stared at him in a daze. Her eyes seemed like fixed on something on him, but he didn't know what it is. Ruoxi? His calling was enough to bring her back to the mortal world. Did he just do something that I think it is? She couldn't help but really be feeling shocked from her deepest consciousness, and she also ashamed as she thought that was so hot. And sexy. Linroxi realized that she had been acting weird, so she quickly controlled herself. No, nothing. You weird. Naruto couldn't help but felt something was off with this young lady. Is it the effect of eating one favorite food? But I never acted like that whenever I eat ramen. If Linroxi and Wangma could hear his inner thought, they probably wanted to cry out, like hell, you not. Hump, I don't want to be called weird by a weirdo. Linroxi blew the hot tea inside her cup. Oh, introduce him to me if you find one. Naruto nodded his head in careless manner. I did. She took a light sip before blowing it again. Huh? Where? He waved his head right and left as if in search of something. A guy in front of me? Linroxi rolled her eyes. Naruto knitted his brows. He glanced to his back, then faced her again with the same knitted brows. I don't see anyone. Try a mirror. Naruto moved away from his seat and headed to the mirror on the sink for washing hands. Oh, I see him now. He has some devilish handsome feature there. Naruto put his hand on his chin while smirking. Hey, handsome. Linroxi almost choked on the hot tea she just drunk. With a helpless expression, she said, You're so narcissistic. Naruto got away from the mirror while having a shrug. I'm a realistic. Linroxi sneered. Realistic? Right. In here we called it overconfident. Naruto already returned to his own seat at this time. Hey, I'm just being honest, okay? From child to now, Linroxi doesn't want to admit Lou's kind of personality, thus, being countered repeatedly like that causing her inner competitive feeling rose. Jerk. Naruto, first surprised by her sudden insult. Who could have a thought that the CEO of a multinational company would make such behavior, but who was Naruto? He is someone who bravely strolled alone to a gangster hideout with company camouflage to bill their debt. If he backed down at this moment, where he should place his man's pride? Crybaby. Linroxi's face became red. Slowpoke. Naruto put up a weird expression. What are you talking about? I'm not slow. Linroxi wore a smug face. Yeah. But you were lazy. Naruto shook his head. I am not lazy. I am just a person who enjoys drifting in my sleep in a good and peaceful morning. Lazy is lazy, do not look for any excuse. You this gluten, really become unreasonable. Did you just call me fat? I'm not. You know weight is a sensitive matter for women, right? What the hell? You're slandering me. I'm not calling you fat, okay? Insensitive bastard. Bad cooker. Hey, that's not fair. I'm just. Lack of practice. Don't use that as an excuse. Inability to cook is inability. Also, everything is fair in war and love, my dear Wang Ma. In the end, in every war, there were always people who laughed and people who cried. After tired of playing around, both people get out of the dining room and enjoy the night time while having a snack. Lenroxi was happily watching the comedian TV show, but Naruto just staring at the villa backyard. There was a small space for balcony and the rest in the backyard was green grass and several flowers in a pot. Ruoxi, we need to talk, Naruto said without change his posture. Lenroxi suddenly turned quiet. In fact, she already knew that Naruto wanted to talk about something, but she pretended to ignore it because she knew the talk is going to be unpleasant. But in the end, she couldn't find any reason not to talk with him. Okay, she turned off the TV and prepared herself to hear what he had to say. Naruto took a deep breath. You had seen it yesterday. Lenroxi didn't respond, but she felt every single bone of her body became cold and tense. Now you know that I kill people, Naruto continued with a solemn expression. The yesterday event played back in her mind. The unpleasant memory that she tried to hide deep within her slowly crept back, like a ghost come out from its grave. It wasn't the first and certainly will not be the last. Naruto paused, as if it was also hard for him to say this. But he must. If you want to continue to associate with me. Naruto started talking again. I'll stay. Lenroxi's body trembled. She couldn't help but hug herself. She knew where this is talk going and she didn't like it a bit. But Naruto stared at the backyard lamp. If you don't, I leave in the morning. Like being hit by a giant-sized boulder, Lenroxi's entire body shivered. She couldn't believe what she just heard, along with the atmosphere which turned cold in instant. Her heart also felt pain that she had long forgotten, she first feeling it when her mother gone, then when her grandmother passed away, and now? Would she be alone again? There was a long uncomfortable silence between them before Lenroxi spoke while facing her own lap. Why? Naruto raised his brows while looked at her. Why what? Why are you telling me this? After the laughed and talked we had? I just don't want to pretend something didn't happen. Can't we just forget about it? She finally raised her face and stared at him with pained expression. Naruto also felt his heart like had been cut out from his chest, but he braced himself, because if this thing didn't solve quickly, it would become a rift in their already strange relationship. At least he wanted to know what her response regarding this. No, Ruoxi. Naruto threw his face away from her. You don't forget things like this, and maybe you will never can. Lenroxi's eyes widened before she closed it. No. There was no change in Naruto's expression, because maybe tomorrow. No, I don't want to hear it. She shook her head. But Naruto remains unmoved by her action, or 2 days later. No, please. She covered her own ears. Even so, his voice still could be heard by her, like a bullet penetrate through a brick wall. Grasping his own palm, Naruto steeled his own heart, or next week. Shut up. Another body will drop on your doorsteps. Shut up. And it would be me who I said shut up. Like a cub turned into a fierce tiger, like a dull sword suddenly became sharp, she slammed her own palm into the desk in front of her. It's not that her strength was big, the desk even barely shook, but her changed in attitude that quite gave him a scare. Lenroxi gasped for breath, she quickly covered her own palm with her other hand. I hate it. Her eyes became little bit teary, I hate hearing it. Her cheek flushed, I hate to see people die. She tightly grasped her hand, but what I hate the most. Her nose sniffled, is seeing you kill people. Naruto just gazed silently at her while she continued, because when that happens, you seem changed. Her words were like a ringing bell inside his mind, and you scare me. I don't ever want to see that side of you. It also roared inside his own heart as he got the answer he wanted. Ever again. Another silence coated both people before Lenroxi stood up. I'm turning over now, thanks for the food. She flashed before him and quickly reached out for the stairs. Hey, princess. But at this time, Naruto spoke and put a shackle over her feet. What? She tried to be as cold as she can, but his next word quickly melted her act. Don't forget to brush your teeth, wash your hand and feet. Get yourself a thick blanket, it's going to be cold tonight. Turn off the lamp so you can rest like a lamb. She trembled for a moment before faintly smiled. Hump. I don't need your care. Then she kept walking onward toward her boudoir. Naruto softly gazed at the backyard. It turned softer when he heard her yelled from above. Hey, jerk. You too. Don't forget to take care of yourself, and good night. Naruto entered his room and was about to have a date with his bed when his phone vibrated. He carelessly took out his phone, but his expression changed the moment he read the content of his message. Zhao, the bar, now, it's urgent. Without thinking to change his clothes, Naruto swiftly approached the glass door, unclasped and slid it open. He impatiently tapped his feet to the ground and left without even close the glass back. His heart thumping in fast rhythm and fear crossed his face. A repeated image of a young woman with blonde hair and indigo iris kept playing inside his head. At that moment, at that time, she, who always used to smile, revealing a very pained look that he cannot even describe. Naruto shook his head to chase away that image and started to focus. He gave a stronger push with his leg and his figure became blurry. Finally, after a while, Naruto arrived at the Rose Bar and entered it. What happened? Even though Naruto asked such a question, he didn't even bother to wait for a response. He moved his feet toward Rose's room. On the other side, Zhao was merrily chatted with other when he noticed Naruto entered the bar. As he wanted to greet him, Naruto already flashed away. Big bro, wait. Naruto already disappeared without having a chance to hear him. Zhao stood still while staring in a daze. Everyone in the room broke out in a laugh and mocked him. Oh, little Zhao, you're dead. I wish for a good fortune in your next life. Say hello to Yama for me. Zhao glared at them before bitterly sighed. Meanwhile, Naruto kept running in the hallway which he traveled very fast. Soon, Zhang Wei's room door approached by him. He ignored the usual two bodyguard in front of the room and barged entering. Rose. Naruto roared in a panicked tone, but he suddenly froze in a spot. Is not because he had seen something terrible. On the contrary, he widened his eyes at the spring scenery ahead. In a bright light room, beside a yellow large squared bed, Zhang Wei was currently bending her voluptuous body while raising one of her feet. Both of her hands stretched downward and hold something white within it. If this alluring posture is already enough to make any man dizzy, then the next would definitely make them had a nosebleed, because Zhang Wei was currently naked. Kaya-a. It was true when they say a woman could screaming like a banshee. It instantly awoke the stupid and dazed Naruto, which he responded by moving backward and launched his both fists to each other respective side paw. Bam. A blunt sound was heard in the vicinity, followed by a sound of something concreted being cracked. Naruto quickly entered the room again and shut the door behind him, leaving two unconscious bodyguard laid on the ground. Naruto, what the hell? After the short nude scene, Zhang Wei already fully clothed in a grey nightgown. Although she was indeed in cloth, it's quite transparent, so her undies behind that cover still could be seen. But currently Naruto did not have the leisure to appreciate the amorous view ahead of him. He lowered his head apologetically while Zhang Wei sat on her humongous bed, crossing hands and looked very angry. Sorry, I thought something happens to you, so. His pitiful and somewhat adorable gesture made her heart turn soft, but she still assumed a spiteful appearance. She snorted, as sweet as you are, but you almost exposed my bare body. Yeah, about that. Sorry. Clearly Naruto had no reason or excuse to justify his action, so he can only be kept apologizing. I hope they didn't see anything, Zhang Wei bitterly said. Don't worry, they didn't. Even if they did, I just make them forget. It wasn't about memory. Zhang Wei shook her head. My body it just for you to see. It was a normal common sense, after all. Which woman wants her entire bare body to be seen by other people, not even to their own male parent? When this young girl started to grow up, they would understand that their body cannot carelessly show to other for many reasons, especially if they already had a man. It would become more severe because it was the same as cheating and put a green hat over their man top. Naruto was not that stupid for not realizing the heaviness of situation before. Maybe he would be fine since it was an accident, but women tend to bear more sensitive feeling. Even if it was an accident, they would still get hurt, both in emotional and spiritual. Starting from tonight, Naruto promised himself to be more careful in the future. Just for see? Naruto banished the gloomy atmosphere and badly smirked. You know what I mean. Zhang Wei huffed. I don't know, maybe you can emphasize your meaning? Naruto shrugged while his eyes burned with passion. Zhang Wei sighed as she thought there was no cure for this man-pervertedness, but since they already crossed the border of a relationship between man and woman, she also not shy regarding this matter. Zhang Wei rose from her bed and walked slowly toward him. She does not even forget to put an extra sway on her hips. Naruto didn't move from his spot as he gazed deeply into her eyes as if there is an invisible line that connected the couple and it was burning hot with flame. Zhang Wei arrived in front of him. Since Naruto was several higher than her, she naturally had to tiptoe if she wanted to kiss him, but what made Naruto passion burned hotter is not that she directly targeted his lips but slowly kissed him started from his chin. She even brought out her white teeth and gave him a small bite. If Naruto didn't know her, he already thought that she wanted to eat him. She went upward, from his chin, she moved to his jaw, leaving a little wet trace and a lovable bite mark on his surface, then she moved again to his chin on the other side, doing the same thing with its twin and finally rested her lips on his. Naruto took a passive persona this time. He just stood there while Zhang Wei did all the work. Zhang Wei aggressively sandwiched Naruto's mouth with hers. His mouth tasted like the best wine for her. It made her crazy and her body flushed with redness. She brought out her teeth again and lightly nipped him, the gesture which Naruto not unfamiliar with. He just slightly opened his mouth, but the impatient young lady already struck with her red spear. The bold woman fearlessly hit the cavern bottom and top layer. She acted arrogantly and behaved like she owned the cave. She even challenged the sleeping red dragon inside by battering it with her red spear. She ought to know that once a dragon is disturbed from its slumber, its rage can cause a calamity anywhere it traveled. True enough, the red dragon awoke and it roared an earth-shattering sound. Naruto grabbed both Zhang Wei's thigh and raised them up. Zhang Wei gladly circled them over his waist and didn't stop kissing him. Naruto walked toward the bed with Zhang Wei on his body. Soon both parties shed their clothes and amorous moaned, also heavy grunted can be heard inside the room. The atmosphere in the room filled with erotic air and had a strange smell all over it. On the bed, a woman and man were panting, their bodies sweat a lot and their skin had a tint of red on them. How about that? Zhang Wei hardly spoke. I think need more. Although Naruto was in the same condition with her, clearly his stamina still very much abundant. Fear reflected on her eyes. Hold on, tiger, there is something I have to tell you. Can it wait? No, it's super important. Since she adopted a serious expression, Naruto also no longer play around. Alright. Both of them wore their clothes again. Zhang Wei was sitting on the middle of the bed while told Naruto the event that took place on today early evening. Actually, Naruto already noticed something was happened based on several bruises and blue pale mark on her right cheek, but since she was okay then he wouldn't ask. Zhang Wei was a fighter and a fighter should not felt embarrassed for the wound or any bad mark fell upon their body, because it was their proof of survival, not to mention if they won the fight, it should become their pride and honor. Zhang Wei kept talking till she mentioned the unexplainable thing that happened. Naruto got shocked and stared at her in unbelievable expression. And that's about it. Zhang Wei took a deep breath after a long storytelling. So, you pushed this person till his back hit the ceiling? Naruto doubtfully asked. Yeah. Are you sure it's not the adrenaline? No, I know the difference and adrenaline can't get you to do the impossible. I saw once a fat man running very fast chased by a dog. It's not impossible. I saw once a man jumped several meters high because got surprised. It's also not impossible. I saw once someone fall from 10 stories building and still alive. Where have you seen it? Cartoons. Zhang Wei's face almost fell on the bed. Be serious, will you? Haha, sorry. I also had no idea what's going on. Naruto scratched the back of his head, then he closed his eyes for a moment before he shook his head. Yeah, I didn't detect anything strange inside of you. Zhang Wei already know his extraordinary ability, so she's not behave strange with it. I had tried to do it again but everything just seems normal. Naruto turned silent. He put his thumb and forefinger on his chin. Well, at that time, what was crossed your mind? Zhang Wei gave a ponder look. I thought about not giving up. That's it? I also thought about my father. And? I thought about you. Surprise flashed over Naruto's face. Me? Zhang Wei solemnly answered, yes. I'm flattered. What was it about? Naruto said with a smile, how a pervert you are. Before Naruto managed to sound out a rebuttal, Zhang Wei already interrupted him. How gentle you are. Zhang Wei gazed lovingly at him. How warm you are. That time, I miss your bosom very much. Naruto smiled and was ready to give her the thing she missed, but he stopped abruptly, like a bulb suddenly lit up. His eyes revealed an excitement. Well, I have an idea. It might be work. Zhang Wei wrinkled her brow. Shoot. First, where's your gun? Under that desk. Zhang Wei pointed at the desk with Apple brand LCD on the top. Naruto strolled and moved his right hand to trace the bottom part of the desk. Soon his hand found a cold and metallic stuff, stuck beneath the desk's bottom. He took it and 9mm gun appeared within his vision. Alright, full clips, not jam, perfect? What exactly are you going to do? Zhang Wei forehead creased. Simple. Naruto grinning brightly. I'm going to shoot myself ... and you're going to stop me. Silence. If there was a person who dropped a thin nail on this room right now, no one would not notice it. I'm sorry, I must be heard it wrong. Zhang Wei confusedly asked. It's understandable if you yourself when heard someone declare they going to shoot himself in such excited and a smiley face. Either you heard it wrong, or that person was quite wrong in the head. No, you not, Naruto leisurely said. Are you crazy? Zhang Wei abruptly rose from her bed, her brows snapped together, and terror flashed in her eyes. No. It's a perfect plan. It seems like Naruto already predicted what reaction she would have, so he didn't have any change in expression beside the previous smile he donned. Since when suicide is a perfect plan? She couldn't think how the hell this man's brain worked. No sane people would suggest such wicked action as a perfect plan. Naruto made a begging posture. Look, hear me out, okay? Zhang Wei frowned. Okay, I give you a benefit of doubt. You say that power came when you think about me, right? I think that's not just normal thought, but more like a desperation for the loved one, Naruto slowly explained. What are you hinting at? Zhang Wei frowned was getting deeper. I mean, you must have seen it in the movie, where the hero or heroine true power released when it comes to their loved one, whether they want to protect them or meet them again. Yeah. But it's a movie. I know, that's why we are going to prove it, whether they're true or just full of baloney. No. I don't like your plan, and I certainly will not agree to it. Rose, this is my choice, and my life is not for you to decide. No, you crazy bastard. Put the gun down. Looking at Naruto such stubbornly held the gun in his arm made Zhang Wei exploded with anger. Fine, I will no longer care. Shoot yourself, make sure you properly dead. Zhang Wei turned around and gave her slender back for him to see. Naruto let out a helpless smile, with a gentle expression, he fiddled with the gun. Rose, you know. I was an orphan. Zhang Wei trembled but she still fixed on her position. She was currently mad at him right now, no matter thing he said, unless he gave up that crazy idea, she would not pay him any attention. Naruto didn't seem bothered with her response as he just kept toying with the gun. I neither know my dad nor my mom. His eyes revealed a rare emotion. I had been living my life alone the whole time. He stared at her back, smile never left his lips. There was a day when I met someone, but he left me so soon. His voice was soft, so soft that her willpower as if cannot put a fight at all. There was a day when I met someone, but she left me too. She? Who is she? Why did you speak like that? What is this feeling? Is it jealousy? Rose, there is nothing more I wish in the world than join them. Linroxi unable to keep her bearing any longer, she turned around. As soon as she did that, she met his cerulean eyes which also deeply staring at her. But then time moves forward, I met more people, I also met you. At this time, Naruto slowly walked backward. What? Zhang Wei couldn't help but fiercely trembling. He isn't possibly really do it, right? But that serene expression he wear as if he already decided to lay down his life. Rose, I just want you to know. Naruto kept walking backward. Stop. Her emotion was fluctuating fiercely the time that we spent together. After he reached several meters away from her, he finally stopped. Please. Zhang Wei felt her heart hurt so much, it was hard to breathe, let alone to move. I cherish every single one of them. In a swift motion Naruto raised the gun into his head. No. Thud. There was no gun sound, no firearm went off, only a sound of something heavy fell on the ground. At the right time, Naruto was knocked down and his back hit the ground. On top of him, a beautiful woman with an alluring body laid, the woman of course none other than Zhang Wei herself. Shockingly she just covered a large gap between her and Naruto no more than a second. But the beauty right now did not even bothered with this strange event, she just laid on top of him. Sobbing. You moron. Don't do that again. I don't want to lose you. I don't want to lose anyone again. After cried and wept for a while, Zhang Wei finally noticed the lack of response from the opposite party. She jolted in fright, thought that she was too late to save him. She threw her head back, upon seeing Naruto just stared blankly at her causing her to let out a breath of relief, but she then realized that Naruto's stare was unusual. It wasn't just normal surprised or shocked, she also started to feel uncomfortable being stared like that. Hey, what happens to you? Why staring at me like that? Rose. Naruto mumbled absent-mindedly. What? You have a chakra in you. 39 The interlude. This is impossible. In the boudoir of a certain young lady, Naruto walked back and forth in the room while mumbling to himself in a small sound. Not far from him, Zhang Wei sat on her bed inside saddle position, which both of her knees placed at her side. Her face turned left and right in rhythm with his movement, and question marks swarmed her head like flies. Even if she would awaken a power, it should be anything else but chakra. Least she should have chi instead, considering her birth background and region of living. But why is it chakra? This doesn't make any sense. Zhang Wei soon couldn't keep up with his looping motion. She shook her head and shouted, Hey, stop moving like that, okay? My head is spinning. No one told you to stay your eyes on me. Naruto rolled his eyes. Zhang Wei puffed her cheeks, but then she seems to remember something. Oh yeah, what is this chakra thing you mentioned earlier? Chakra is an energy or force that reside within someone. In sense, it was a result of a perfect combination between physical energy and spiritual energy. From where I came from, all people born with chakra, yet not all of them have the privilege to use it. Meanwhile, the people who did, they separated into several groups. One of them called shinobi. It's similar to what you people called ninja. Zhang Wei widened her eyes. Ninja is real? No, they are not. A scornful tone and disdained expression appeared on his face. It's just a result of someone's childish imagination, no more but a sully and degradation toward Shinobi's name. Naruto stretched his hand and soon a small pale blue-colored ball surged from his palm. It just as small as golf ball, but Zhang Wei could feel a change in atmosphere around her the moment it appeared. This is chakra in raw form. There are many form or color it can take, but this is how it looks like normally. Zhang Wei couldn't help but got mesmerized by the translucent shaped ball on Naruto's palm. And you said I have a power like this inside of me? She said without turning head. Yeah. When you skipped back there, I sensed a wisp of chakra instantly boosted your action. No way I could have mistaken it for something else. Zhang Wei doubtfully glanced at him. How could you be so sure? Naruto dispersed the chakra ball within his hand. He let out a smile. However, there's a trace of desolation in his eyes. Because I was the only shinobi and a sole possessor of chakra in this world, how could I'm not that sensitive if there is another person like me nearby? Thousands of needles as if pricked Zhang Wei's chest when she caught his forlornness. Her face twitched and her hands clenched. No wonder he sometimes looked lonely, turn out of this reason. But her eyes suddenly turned bright. With her having the same power as him, didn't it mean that he no longer alone? Moreover, there is no third person out there who had power like this after her. Two people, man and woman, being unique with the same power, hand to hand, shoulder by shoulder, facing the world harshness together. How romantic. Zhang Wei's surface filled with excitement, and her eyes went blurry from images of a thrilling journey they would experience. She also had a ridiculous smile hung on her lips, displaying how far her fantasy had extended to. People like romance, especially women, regardless of how serious or cold they temperament. Naruto looked at Zhang Wei such absent-minded like that, sighed in helpless. He strolled forward, sat on the bed along with her, and proceeded his fingers to flick her forehead. Ugh. Zhang Wei brought her hands to her forehead and a bead of tears spilled from her eyes. That's what you got for conjuring up weird things. Naruto dismissed her hands and lightly rubbed her sore spot. The young lady didn't rebel against his magic touch. Instead, she plunged into his chest, honking her mouth adorably. I am not thinking anything weird, Naruto embraced her soft body while burying his nose into her fragrant hair. They stayed silent for a while before Zhang Wei broke it. Hey, teach me how to use chakra. Why do you want to use chakra? Naruto said without any changing expression. Because I want to get stronger? A crease appeared on her forehead as she didn't even sure with her own answer. Naruto shook his head. There is no need for a chakra if you just simply ask for a strength. By performing usual training routine or maybe little bit raised in its intensity and extra doses of skill, you'd easily surpass any normal person you'll face in the future. Take a look at this early evening's event as an example. Because you had trained your awareness and sense of danger, you successfully detected an attack from behind and knew which one bore the element of danger the most. Imagine if you didn't. Even if you killed the person in front, you probably would still take a huge damage from behind, and who knew what he held as a weapon? A knife maybe? An axe? Do you need chakra to have that kind of ability? No. Do you need chakra to act swiftly in that kind of situation? No. All you need was just to train your physique and skill, that's all. Zhang Wei held her head close to his chest, hearing his strong heartbeat and smelling his unique man flavor as she took upon his lecture. In reality, she already knew that her reason for wanting to utilize chakra was not seeking for a strength she had never been thirst. Zhang Wei was a smart woman and she realized what Naruto tried to say in his lecture. Zhang Wei tightening her arms around Naruto, enjoying his warm and sturdy torso that can stimulate a sense of security and serenity within her. The everlasting feeling that she always perceived whenever he was around. Because I want to be the same as you. Zhang Wei closed her eyes and a slight upward curve appeared on the corner of her lips. Although you and I had been in this kind of relationship, I sensed this presence of gap that exists between us. I felt that, no matter how many or how hard I tried to overcome it, it persists to be there. Zhang Wei turned her head and made it face to face with him. Her dark onyx eyes harbored a strong firmness. Only if I'm the same as you, only being like you, that maybe I could do it, that I could truly be at your side. Naruto received her passionate gaze and confession with absent-minded expression. In his mind, Zhang Wei's words overlap with another person. A figure with raven hair and pale purple eyes slowly appeared. Only becoming like you, that I would be worthy of you. Short a while, the figure outline slowly went blurred, and Zhang Wei, who's still in the same posture from before, entered his vision. Fool, Naruto chuckled. Zhang Wei didn't respond toward his remark, she only gazed at him with impenetrable willpower, and Naruto couldn't help but felt move. Both of them, Naruto thought with a sigh. Alright. Hearing his soft confirmation made her body slightly trembled. Then Naruto rose from her bed and walked several steps away from it. Her eyes watched and her mind recorded every step he had taken. his lean and wide back embedded deeply into her consciousness. I teach you. In her perception, there was something different about Naruto at this moment. He not just a carefree and unrestrained young man, he's not just a sweet and loving sweetheart, he was something more. How to become? Naruto stopped right in the middle of the room and turned around, his heated gaze and confidence smirked, causing Zhang Wei's heart to beat severely. She didn't know whether it was coming from an excitement or an adoration toward him. Because Naruto right now, he was bearing something she never seen before, he had the bearing of a master. A shinobi. The night was getting late as the sky turned darker. Zonghai was a metropolis kind of city, albeit it's not as large as Central, but based on its economic business and advancement in many aspects, it's past the discernment to be considered as a metropolis. It also could be seen from the culture that people live there adopted, from how they living, clothes they wearing, and the idea they bearing. At this kind of city, the appearance of warehouses is not uncommon. Although many of their industrial building placed far from the center and urban area, the warehouses itself still could be joined together among it. Somewhere around the west side of Zonghai City, a big warehouse stood in separation with other building. This large building came in rectangle form with a tall and rough fence made of wire completely surrounded it. The building brightness environment was dim, the source of light was no more than your thumbs and forefinger. Weeds and dust was the citizen of this place. Vroom. In the place where the roar of a barking dog was even barely to be heard, a sound of the engine of several SUVs suddenly entered the vicinity. They like a bunch of big metallic bulls who raced against each other, taunting whoever on their side toward the finish line. These baddies stopped before the wire fence with a large board hung, a red-colored and capitalized words "Private Property, Trespassers will be prosecuted" became the main vocal of this board. Several people came down from these SUV, they all wore black attire to the toe and the only way to distinguish one group from another was by the style of their clothes. I hate this place, the rusty smell was so overwhelming. One of them spoke with a dissatisfied tone. What do you expect? Jasmine flowers fragrance? Another one of them spoke with a clear mocking tone. Screw you, what's the point of this anyway? The grumpy man pushed his chest. My people can finish this task easily. Both of them walked toward the wire gate, followed by the rest of the people behind them. So, you think you can handle her by yourself? The gate that was supposed to be locked tight turnout can be easily opened. They pushed it and entered with a steady pace. The grumpy man snorted, Humphrey. What's so hard dealing with a young woman anyway? You mean a young woman who managed to bring down someone else's enterprise? The shrewd man put a cigarette on his mouth, then brought out a lighter from his breast pocket and lit the cigarette. The shrewd man's expression became unsightly. She got help. No, she's not getting any help, she used people. He breathed out smoke. Someone who capable of using other people would not be easily taken down. They arrived at a large double door. It gave out a loud sound when they pull it open. I heard we even use the services of a famous sniper, the shrewd man said while holding the door as people getting inside. What? Which one? The grumpy man wrinkled his brow as he held the other door. Poisonous spider? Terror crossed the shrewd man's eyes. Tiger King's lackey? What the hell is he even doing in China? The same expression appeared on the grumpy man. It seems like whoever this poisonous spider and Tiger King was, they were scary enough to bring a sense of dread to this two man. At any rate, we should hurry. The meeting was about to start. Both of them quickly entered and closed the double door behind them as soon as they did. Meanwhile, at the Rose, Zhang Wei sat crossed-legged on her bed, listened attentively to Naruto's word of instruction. Before we begin, you must promise me two things, he said with a strict expression. Zhang Wei nodded without hesitation. Her belief toward Naruto had already reached a level where there's no single speck of doubt toward him. Naruto pointed out his forefinger. First, be cautious. The moment you truly awaken your chakra, don't you ever dare to force using it when you felt your chakra's reservation was empty. Chakra in our body consisted of two things, chakra's core and chakra's reservation. Chakra's core is the source that will be generated energy or power for you to use, while chakra's reservation is where those energies will be stored. So, no matter how much you spend the chakra, as long you do not spend it directly from the core, is still fine. Zhang Wei raised her hand. Why I shouldn't use the energy directly from the chakra's core? Because you will die, Naruto said without any soft indication. Zhang Wei's heart turned cold and her mouth turned agape. More precisely, you will die if your chakra's core is broken. Zhang Wei narrowed her eyes. How exactly that can happen and how I should avoid that? That can happen if you force out your chakra's core to generate harder. One thing you need to note is that chakra's core has its own pace. Moreover, if the chakra's core detects the chakra's reservation devoid of any energy, the core will continue to generate until it was full. So, how can core fill the reservation if you continue using the energy it's let out? Once core work harder, it will get burden and damage over the time, It's the same like the heart. If it was forced to pump blood harder often, it can cause heart failure which can lead to death. Don't think if your chakra's core no longer works that mean you will back to normal human. No, you will die instead. Zhang Wei wore a thoughtful look. She put her finger on her mouth and glanced upward. So, in order not to use chakra from the core, I must not let my reservation empty? Naruto nodded. Smart. Though it's okay your reservation goes empty, just don't use any action that has anything to do with utilize of chakra at that time. It took time for Zhang Wei to process everything before she finally nodded. Got it? What's the second? Don't be arrogant. Another thing you need to note, there were a lot of people who also have power with a different kind in this world, and these people may stronger than you. Zhang Wei widened her eyes. You said there are other kinds of power? Yes. How many? As far as I know. Naruto stretched his fingers. 4 other power. Zhang Wei slightly relaxed. What, it just 4? Don't scare me like that. Don't underestimate this power. Naruto strongly reprimanded. Oh okay. Zhang Wei resumed her serious posture. So, what are these powers? Naruto continued his lesson. Generally, there was 4 major power in this world without including chakra. These power are, 1. Chi, the people who capable of using it called cultivator, the region of control was China 2. Mana, the people who capable of using it called mage, the region of control was Europe 3. Ryaku, the people who capable of using it called Fullbringer, the region of control was Japan 4. Force, the people who capable of using it called specialist, the region of control was America. Chi was a name for the heavenly power that cultivators use for their own benefit. They will absorb it and store it inside what they call dungeon. Cultivators cannot generate chi, they could only absorb it. Heavenly power originally consists of many elements, thus resulted in cultivators can summon elements such as fire, lightning, water, and others. They could even use it to strengthen their bodies, also fly in the air. Mana was a term designation for the supernatural power possessed by mages. Magicians were divided into 2, wizards and fighters. Wizard were mages who use wands or staves to incite spell, while fighters use many physical weapons such as a sword, lance, or axe. Ryaku is a name for the spiritual sensitivity and willpower used by the Fullbringer to unleash the potential within them, like chakra. Ryaku born within someone although it didn't have a core. Force is a term for specialists as a substitute for the word stamina, not very clear what the reason they replace it, but technically, the utility of force was just the same as stamina. Zhang Wei felt her brain turn mushy as soon as Naruto finished told her about these power. She probably would never know such thing exist if she never met him and having chakra. Wait. He mentioned that these power possessors have an area they controlled or something, but where is Shinobi's place among them? Hey, Naruto. Zhang Wei wrinkled her brow. Where is the Shinobi area of control? Naruto looked taken aback by this question. He scratched his cheek while averting his eyes from her gazes. Well, let's just say a Shinobi was a wanderer. Zhang Wei went face fault after heard his response. He basically confessed that Shinobi didn't have home. Naruto face blushed in shame. Well anyway, do you promise me these 2 things? Zhang Wei regained her bearing. With unwavering dedication, she said in a firm tone, I promise. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Good. Then let us begin your training. For the spiritual projection and the boogeyman, the first step to become a shinobi is that you must activate your dormant chakra's core. Like what Naruto had said before, people might be born with chakra but not everyone can use it because they don't have a way to achieve it. In a harsher word, they simply didn't have a talent. In order to activate one chakra's core, you must dive into your sea of spiritual consciousness and find where it laid. This by no means was not a simple feat. Have you ever dived into the sea to look for a pearl? Imagine if this is the same action but with double, if not triple in its difficulty. People's spiritual consciousness is not empty, just like the sea where it had many things such as fishes and plants. Spiritual consciousness built upon people's thought and feeling. The more complex or troubled people's heart, the harder they would find their chakra's core. This will frequently have happened to someone who had reached their adulthood because that means their life became more complex. Back at Naruto's homeland, if you're not capable to achieve this feat before you reach 10 years old, then you might as well just give up. Not only your chance was getting lesser, even if you do succeed, other people might be already far ahead of you. Anxiety swirled around Zhang Wei. She frowned with downcast expression. But I'm turned 22 this years, isn't that mean my chance was close to 0? Also what if? What if I don't have any talent? What if Naruto rose his hand, stopping her from talking any further? Don't worry, those age limits and talent things. It's all just bullshit. N? Zhang Wei looked flabbergasted. The things I said before was just common knowledge in my home. In fact, they had been using this as a propaganda to make sure Shinobi's population was still within their grasp. Disdain reflected in Naruto's eyes. Who are they? People who used to run my country, government, or whatever they were, he shrugged. Zhang Wei pursed her lips. It seems you didn't like them. No one did, Naruto laughed, which followed by hers. Their laughter was singing in the room that once visited by the silent. They eventually wound up and Zhang Wei tilted her head. So, it's that mean there is another way to awaken someone's chakra? Of course, Naruto nodded. Zhang Wei beamed up with her eyes filled with anticipation. How? Through spiritual projection. Naruto took a deep breath before he continued. Spiritual or astral projection was an ability possessed by someone to leave their physical body in a spirit form and go from one place into another even if the place was out of human reach. This kind of ability mostly possessed only by certain people and was very rare. Some said they can even go into a realm where no living human ever been there, like spirit world and such. Spiritual projection, Naruto means, wasn't the same like in the context above, but more about imagining or picturing your spiritual consciousness as a place that you most familiar with, a hill, a town park, forest's clearing, etc. Then, you projected yourself into that picture like you actually standing at that place in the real life. In order to be able successfully to do this, you must put yourself in a half-awake state through meditation and hypnotic suggestion, then be one with the nature around you. To enter spiritual consciousness, you just need meditation, but when it comes to spiritual projection, you will also need suggestions. Some people can do self-suggestion, some need helps from others. The important thing is, everyone can be suggested. Zhang Wei sat in cross-legged and shut her eyes tight. Meanwhile, Naruto stood not far from her, parching his mouth occasionally and let out a strange yet alluring voice in order to help her enter the half-awake state. His voice, of course not just a normal kind of voice, but had been mixed with a technique of Genjutsu, so it became more effective. Steady your breath. And relax your body. As relaxation took its course, you feel every fiber in your muscles start getting loose. And your bone became softer. Now, I'm going to count. As the number goes up, you will find yourself getting drifter and drifter. Then you finally arrived at the place you like the most. Nod your head if you understand. Zhang Wei did what she told. I'll start counting. 1, 2, 3. Naruto kept counting before he finally stops. Then he looked at Zhang Wei, who sat peacefully with a serene expression on her face. Her breath was soft, so soft almost like she's not breathing at all. By this time, Naruto knew his suggestion had cast on her. Rose, can you hear me? Yes. Tell me your name. Sichu Zhang Wei. Tell me your birthday. August 25, 1991. Tell me your hobby. Play violin. After asked several more, Naruto got to the main point. Rose, I want you to tell me where you are. Zonghai Rainbow Garden. Naruto knitted his forehead. What did you see there? Flowers. What colors they had? Red, blue, green, yellow, purple, and orange. Naruto chuckled. No wonder it called rainbow. Now Rose, I want you to forget all that color and replace it with only one kind. Any color is fine, just make sure it only one, okay? Can you do that for me? Inside Zhang Wei's mind, she stood on the bed of flowers in some sort of vast penthouse. Her eyes swept the sea of flowers arranged in many styles. The flowers were bundled and formed in a circular arrangement. Some are put in rows and lined up together. She put her hands behind her back and bounced on her feet. Sometimes she would crouch, placed her elbows on her lap, and used her hands to hold her chin. She gazed what laid in front of her for not know how long before she moved on elsewhere. Rose? At this time, Naruto's voice resonated again in the land and went to her ear. Zhang Wei looked around with a creased forehead and tears shone on her eyes. She eventually took a deep breath and closed her eyes. After a while, she opened them up and all the flowers had changed their color to red. She pursed her lips then sent a response to Naruto. Great, now I want you to find a blue-colored one among these reds, Naruto said without any changed indication in his tone. Zhang Wei's eyes widened and glanced around with a doubt. Looking for a blue-colored flower among red ones shouldn't be hard, right? After all, something would be recognized easily if it was the only one that is different. You did not hear it wrong, that's what I want you to do. What's with the playful tone? Zhang Wei frowned. Then she looked around again, she rose her chin high and a smirk appeared on her lips. She strode forward and rocketed from one place into another. Her eyes resembled a hawk's eyes, perching on a top of a tree while observing its surrounding. Sadly, what seems looked easy to her before somewhat became difficult. All she could see just red flowers, not a single blue one she could find. She started to doubt whether Naruto just playing with her. Nope, I'm not kidding, it's there, just keep looking again with that tone. Zhang Wei stomped her feet. She took another round, even climbed into a higher platform. But all she could see was just red and redder. She sat at end of the platform and dangled her legs. Perhaps there is a trick need to be done? She crossed her arms on her front while touching her lips with a finger. Time to time she would scratch her head and crinkled her nose. I give up. She fell back till hit the platform and stared at the penthouse's ceiling. She didn't expect this quest turn out to be this hard. She rolled left and right before sitting up. Fine. I just look around again. She jumped down and started running in a random direction. Back to reality, Zhang Wei whole body covered in sweats, her exposed skin flushed red and her bountiful chest heaved. On her side, Naruto gently wiped out some sweat from her with a towel. His eyes gazed at her with a warm and sincere look. In his mind, some recording was played like in the theater. Somewhere in a place with a wall made of stone and cold temperature, an old man with a lot of bandages was seen standing not far from a boy who sat cross-legged. The old man had a short and black hair while the boy also had short hair but gold-colored. The old man wore some sort of yukata with his torso was exposed and the golden-haired boy wore a blue jumper suit. Right now, the boy's body glistened with sweats and veins could be seen on his temple. Damn. After a while, the golden-haired boy seems broke out from his tranquil condition. He gritted his teeth. I almost had it but it's just keep swayed by the current. Then he looked at the bandages old man with an apologetic manner. Sorry, I know you had a great anticipation of me but... He sighed. It's not your fault, the bandages old man coldly said, it's the demon fox influence. The golden-haired boy widened his eyes. Why is this have anything to do with it? You are its host, you and it literally is one. It could easily disturb your concentration and affected your sea of spiritual consciousness. The golden-haired boy clenched his jaw and hands, so that thing just keep messing with my life. I can help you sever your connection with it. Before the golden-haired boy became happy, the bandages old man quickly cuts in, but only for 30 minutes. In that duration, you must be able to find your chakras core inside the sea, or you will forever can't be shinobi. The golden-haired boy's heart turned cold. What? This is my only chance? The bandages old man nodded. So? What will it be? The golden-haired boy frowned. He closed his eyes and crossed his arm. Then, with a confident gaze he said, let us begin good. The bandages old man walked toward the golden-haired boy and stopped several meters from him. He blew something into his cane and used the cane to draw something on the ground. Not more than 5 seconds, he moved on to another spot and started drawing again. He did this multiple times while moved in a circle with the boy as the center. Done. He goes back into his initial spot and his hands started forming several gestures, sealing technique, yin and yang imprisonment. Bang. 8 pillars of stone surged from the ground. They all bore a strange pattern and had an idol on the top of them with their eyes glittered. The space around the golden-haired boy became distorted while nature around him seems turned uneasy. The air pressure got heavy but somehow the spiritual climate changed rich. At this moment, he felt something was happening inside him. It's like his soul was trapped inside a confinement. Then being separated into 2 parts while the other was taken or kept away from him. What do you feel? I feel weightless. The bandages old man nodded. You have 30 minutes from now, go. The golden-haired boy fixed his posture and closed his eyes again. During the whole process, red like aura slowly crept out from him. They collected above him and started making out some blurry figure. It began with an outline of a sharp chin, then pair of long ears, grisly cheek, sharp teeth, and a pair of wide eyes. The bandages old man shuddered when he stared by those eyes full of hate and killing intent but didn't back down. He stared back as if he mocked whoever or whatever that blurred figure representing. 30 minutes had passed, the stone pillars draw back to the ground and gone without a trace. The golden-haired boy opened his eyes and rose. A confident smirk sat on his face. I take it that you have succeeded, the bandages old man said, show it to me. The golden-haired boy nodded and brought out 2 of his finger from each of his hand up to his face then clasped them together. The bandages old man could feel a flow of energy running its course inside this boy's body, it swam from one place into another through his veins without any obstacle. Incredible, the bandages old man's eyes lit up with admiration. Usually, someone who just woke up their core will have some trouble to flow their chakra like that. For the first time, a slanting curve appeared on the bandages old man's side of the lips. With some modification and external bits of help, he'll be a perfect weapon. Not to mention he had that demonic fox, he couldn't help but let his back hair stood, he'll be a monster that he always means to be. Alright, that's enough. The golden-haired boy put down his hand, and as soon as he did that, his chakra no longer actively flowed. He walked forward and stood upright with his hands on his back. He gazed straight at the bandages old man and his lips went wide with graciousness. Get some rest, it has been a long day for you. The bandages old man turned around and made his way toward the exit. The golden-haired boy's gaze never strayed from the old man's back but his lips had betrayed his previous expression. Chillness appeared on his eyes like he had become someone completely different. That geezer needs to die. From inside the boy, a deep voice resounded. Don't worry, he will. Naruto sneered. For now, he still has a use for me. Humphrey, what he possibly can teach you, you had me this great fox. Can you teach me few Uinjutsu? Or wind element ninjutsu? You can't, right? Goddammit, kid, I taught you about spiritual projection. Yeah, you did. But that was that and this is this. Grrr. Fine. Just don't forget our deal. Don't worry, I won't. Naruto awoke from his memory trip lane. He went silent for a while before turned his head in a certain direction then became silent again. His eyes seems pondered about something, he sighed but smiled nevertheless and leaned toward Zhang Wei's ear. He whispered something before stood up from the bed then left it for the table near the soft leather couch in the room. Naruto grabbed the 9mm on that table while brought out its magazine from his back. He had separated them back when he was coercing Zhang Wei to stop him from shooting himself. Naruto strolled toward the door as he put them back together and made a click sound. Naruto halted his step and glanced back at Zhang Wei who wore a smile now. He chuckled and proceeded to the outside of the room. Leaving behind two still unconscious men on the narrow path, Naruto turned left in the intersection before the bar's main hall. It leads to the room where they kept foods, wines, and many other. With a hum, Naruto pulled the door and closed it behind him. The place was quite large with many shelves and mostly made out of woods. Weirdly at this time, the room was close to pitch black, only one lamp in the center of the room was lit, even though there was supposed to be several lamps and windows. Perhaps because the sky outside's filled with clouds so the moon couldn't do its job, but the lamps in the room normally would have been lit. Also, somehow there was an unusual calmness. Because the room's connected to the bar's back alley, wild cats and stray dogs would usually clatter but now, it just silent. The air filled with a lingering smell of wine with various kind. Naruto leaned against the door with his back and kept humming. The man as if not bothered by the unusual situation around him. Alright, come out now. Naruto lightly said but there's still no change in the room. Even the air as if coagulate here. Do you guys really have to make me do this? He shook his head. Fine, it's your choice. Bam. Without hesitation, Naruto raised the 9mm and fired it off at southwest direction. Spurt. Thud. The atmosphere in the room was once again, still silent like before, but now it's no longer just mysterious silentness but also filled with grimness. If before, wine smell was the boss in the air, now, iron-like smell joined the fray. Well, I just fired at a random direction, Naruto made a small laugh, never thought it's actually hit someone. You not just hit, you killed him. A cold voice broke the glass of silentness in the room. Several figures moved out from the shadow, they wore black attire though it looks like not in the same styles. What? I killed him? Naruto's voice trembled. I didn't mean it, I just planning to scare you guys, but I'm a lousy shooter, so. Shut up. One of the men pointed his Glock completed with a silencer at Naruto. Naruto's body shook and he raised both his arm to the air as if he tried to surrender. Please, it's just a lucky shot, I didn't mean to. I said shut the fuck up. The man now walked closer toward Naruto. You killed my men, now you will pay the price. Stop. Before he managed to pull the trigger, another man spoke with a husky voice. Remember our mission. It's easy for you to say, it wasn't yours he killed. The man clenched his jaws as he staring dagger at the trembling Naruto. Then the husky voice man came closer, he grabbed the man's shoulder. The boss told us only to kill the target, putting more body in the bag just bring us unnecessary trouble. It just one man. Nothing will change, the man grumbled, his gun still aimed toward Naruto. The husky voice man sighed, then do as you wish. Phew. Bam. Bam. The man shot him but Naruto swiftly dodged it by sliding his body with his right shoulder hit the ground and fired back 2 consecutive shot, one at the man's knee and another one to his face as he fell. Without waiting for anyone to recover, Naruto rolled backward, crouched and shot the husky man on his temple. Then he retreated to the darkness behind him. By the times they realized that they had lost 2 leaders of their group, the man who responsible for this carnage had disappeared and they aggressively searched for him. He's still in the room, keep your eyes open and fire the moment you saw him. One of them spoke with a cold and strict tone. It seems there is still another leader in these band of misfits. Naruto observed while still hiding inside the darkness, the place was full of wine's rack and some other shelves so it's actually very easy to hide, not to mention the lights were very scarce. Naruto stuck his figure to the shelves on the second row. 2 men were about to cross him from front and back. Since he closer to the man at his front, then he would naturally attack him first. Before that man arrived, Naruto grabbed his shirt and clasped his head with one arm on his whole chin and another covered his neck. The man made a muffled sound and not letting a second to pass, Naruto twisted his head. He fell and Naruto quickly searched him, he found what he needs the moment another person passed the shelves. Phew. As bullet take a nest on that man's head. Naruto made a seal with his hands, shadow clone jutsu. Poof. Two similar men like Naruto appeared behind him. Naruto pointed his finger to the just fallen man. Take his gun and kill some of them. Repeat these process until no one left. He eyed the man that stood in the center as curve formed on his lips, but leave him alone, the best dish should dine the last. Sure boss. They went to their task like they were told to. One by one was taken down either by Naruto or his clones. These men were having a hard time to point out Naruto's exact position because when they thought they had caught him, he magically disappeared like he wasn't there before. The leader at the center of the room broke out a cold sweat. He never experienced this kind of strange person before. Sure, he was an assassin, but compared to other ranks, he just a middle-rank person. Mostly, he only assassinates several low-class businessmen or middle-influenced politicians. When took this job, he thought the boss was just exaggerating about its difficulty, but turned out he was right. No wonder those gambling-addicted group rejected this bounty. Perhaps they had predicted the probability of these events will be played out like this. The man kept barking out orders and he didn't have to worry because he thought he still has a lot of men, judged by the lot of them who busily going around him. But at this moment, poof. The leader's sight filled with smoke. He covered his nose and mouth, also waved his hand in the air to clear out some of these smoke. When the room was cleared, he widened his eyes while glanced in many directions. He noticed that he was suddenly alone in the room. What happened? Where all they had gone? The man said with ghastly expression. They have certainly taken a vacation. From the shadow Naruto's figure strolled out. Well, I have no idea where they go though, they never send me a postcard. The leader felt his heart was falling into an abyss. He realized by now that the ones who kept walking around him were not really his men, but this man illusion tricks. He had heard some people with extraordinary skill before. For example, the Tiger King who says had an enormous strength inside his punch. There were also Rat King, Wolf King, and others. Actually the leader's guess not far from correct. Naruto was indeed using tricks but not an illusion. He thought that just killing these men would have been boring, so he ordered his clone through telepathy to use transform techniques to change their appearance similar to these people. While they hide their dead bodies in the shadows, they tricked the leader and other people by giving them an impression that their ally was still alive. The leader knew the skill and prowess the man in front of him. He thought it was stupid to face him directly. He glanced at the doors that lead to the alley. He remembered that he still has one ally. He didn't know how reliable this guy is, but from the rumor he heard, this guy was an expert sniper who not only could kill through dead shot but also his bullet was coated with a potent poison that it only need to graze the target's skin to completely kill him. Ha ha ha. Well played. The leader clapped while slowly trod his legs toward the exit. You sir had certainly amazed me. Naruto only gave the leader a faint smile which hard to describe what its meaning. But you will not get to me. The leader turned around and jumped toward the exit. He hoped at least he could draw this man outside, so the sniper who called himself Poisonous Spider could kill him. Bam. Bam. Alas, his hope extinguished with too loud and clear gunshot came from his behind. It pierced his thighs and made him kiss the wooden ground. The leader only a few meters away from the door. Perhaps if he little faster, he could have been getting away. Naruto whistled as he approached the man. Every step he took, it's like a reaper who sharpening its sickle. Every song he hummed, it's like a requiem of death for this leader. I usually didn't like to show off any skill, Naruto said while making his way toward the leader. It could also bring me unnecessary trouble. But Naruto smirked as he arrived beside him. You guys were assassins like to play in the darkness, so I thought my secret was saved, maybe. Who are you? The leader asked with fear in his eyes. Me? Naruto gave out a ponder expression before he let out a smirk and leaned down. I'm the man who killed the boogeyman. The leader froze and his skin devoid of other colors besides white. Why? Why? You are? Bam. 41 Circulating your chakra on the high structure building around 700 meters from the Rose Bar, a man with a black camouflage suit was laying on edge of its rooftop. In his arm, he held a bolt-action sniper rifle called Arctic Warfare Magnum RM, a powerful weapon that once held by a British Army sniper to kill 2 Taliban fighters at a range of 2,475 meters, which was the longest sniper kill ever made at that time. The man put his left eye close to the weapon scope that had been eyeing the dim back alleyway of that bar. At this moment, the man lifted his skinny hand and glanced at his digital wristwatch. His eyebrows raised a little before his sight returned to the previous position. 30 minutes have passed since they entered the bar and it's still quiet. Did they successfully kill the target? The man moved his numb shoulder for staying in the same position for a while. Maybe the mission is not that hard as we anticipated. From what they had been planned, the best scenario would be the target was killed without had any chance to fight back, while the worst would be their action was discovered, a shootout happened and the target escaped. They predicted she may escape through the back alley, thus, placed a reliable sniper like him to prevent that from happening. But until now, no commotion rang from the bar. Perhaps the mission was easily executed. When the man wanted to relax, his eye caught a sudden movement from the back alley's door through his scope. He adjusted his posture and prepared to shoot if it was the target who appeared, but wrinkled his forehead as soon as his eyes got a clear vision. It was a man. The one who appeared in that alley was a man with blonde hair and a lean figure. He wore a gray t-shirt and black short pant but didn't wear any shoes or slippers. He leisurely wandered in that alley as if it was his own backyard. A drunken customer? But the sniper remembered the bar was closed for the rest of the day. One of the target's henchmen? But with such get-up, who will believe this man was underworld gangster? The target's man whore maybe? With that kind of look and figure, it seems that man can get inside any woman's pant. The blonde man's numerous possibility identities swarmed the sniper's mind as he observed his action. Suddenly, the blondie man stopped moving and just stood in that alley for quite some time. His body faced the direction of the building where he laid. The sniper started to feel something's wrong. He fiddled with the weapon's scope magnifier and got a closer look at the man's face. His back hair stood the moment he found the man's gaze straightly looked at him. They were 700 meters away, it was dark and there was a lot of building between them, yet the man as if can see his whereabouts. He shook his head. There is no way that man could see him. He never told his exact position to those amateurs inside, so it's impossible for that man to discover him. With a rapid heartbeat, the sniper fixed his eye back at the scope, but soon he found he just tried to comfort himself, because not only he felt the man's gaze fell upon him, he also see a smirk appeared on that man's lips. It was a taunting smile, a smile that told him it was useless to deny it. He had found him. No. No. He is not. There is no way. It just you and your paranoia. The sniper used his arm to wipe cold sweats from his forehead, his sweaty finger recklessly fiddled with the scope's magnifier, his widening eyes stuck at the scope, trying to prove that everything was just his imagination. It was his last straw. The blonde man's next action caused the sniper innermost feeling erupted, not only his previous goosebump but also his blood erupted like a volcanic eruption. The blonde man just insulted him, he just told him the undeniable proof he had found him through the most annoying way to tell him. He gave him a middle finger. Through his scope, the blonde man's cerulean eyes set its path straight at him, his thin lips widened from west to east, and his left hand stuck up on the air with all fingers bowed except for the middle one. Motherfucker. Whilst blood rose into the sniper's head, his sweaty hand gripped tightly the augment, his another hand ready on its trigger, then bang. As if answering the sniper's feeling, the shoot out with amazing firepower. Its poisonous-coated .300 Winchester Magnum flew across the air and reached the blondie man with supersonic speed. But nothing happened. The blondie man quickly moved his right palm and nothing happened to him. Instead, on the wall at his right, a concreted cement wall ruptured with a hole on its center. The sniper's eyes widened to its limit, his expression twisted in an ugly way. What the fuck? What the fuck just happened? Did he just slapped my bullet? This is impossible. This is certainly impossible. He stuck his eyes to the scope again and bang. Another magnum bolt flew across the air with a might as if could pierce any steel layers, and when it arrived at the blonde man's side, nothing still happened to him. The blonde man just did what he previously do, moving his palm, then the ground not far from him blasted out. Soul as if flew away from the sniper's body, his dark skinny body went pale at this moment, his clothes drenched with cold sweats, and his eyes full of red threads. Impossible, impossible. He couldn't believe what he just saw. The sniper did know there were people with incredible power out there. Hell, his boss Tiger King itself has amazing power, but he never saw or knew such a person who capable to slap away projectile like that. This is not a normal bullet from a normal gun but a bolt, a magnum bolt for God's sake. Even his boss didn't dare face to face with it. The sniper gritted his teeth. Despite what he saw, he still unwillingly believes such a man exist. Even the Wolf King, the strongest king among the mercenary, can only dodge this, not slap it away. Looked at the annoying smirk on that blondie face made the sniper clenched his jaw. Let's see if you can slap away my babies now. Then he shoot out other bolts in 3 successions. True enough, the blondie no longer used his previous action, but he pulled out something from his back. It was 9mm gun. The sniper watched him brought it out and wanted to laugh heartfully, but reality didn't allow him to. The blondie not just brought out that small and pitiful gun to humor him, but he used it to deflect the incoming bolts by fire it back. If someone told the sniper that he just saw a person deflected sniper rifle's bolt using handguns bullets, he will just laugh it out and tell him to pick a better joke or lie. But he had seen it with his own eyes. There is no reason or excuse he could possibly think of. That blondie man, he wasn't a human. Maybe he was Superman's brother? Or his cousin? Was Superman even real? The sniper gulped his own saliva and fell on his ass. His body trembling uncontrollably. I must run. Yes, I must run. Screw the target. Screw that blondie. Screw Wolf King. Must escape. Escape far. Before he arrived here. Then without picking up his stuff, the sniper rose, turned around and moved toward the roof store with hasty pace. He even stumbled once before reached out the exit. Meanwhile, back in the alley, Naruto stood there with the 9mm in his hand. After a full minute pass, he let out a relieved sigh. Thankfully he's not shooting the moment I came out from the door, or I would be forced to use substitution to escape that terrible weapon and ammo. Naruto body shuddered. Well, it's not like I never been using it before. He crouched at the blasted site and touched the messy ground. He picked the poisonous bolt with his hand covered in pale bluish energy. Poison, huh? That sniper was quite something. He turned the bolt upside down and found a spider mark on its bottom. Poison and spider? He stood up and gazed at that sniper previous sniping location. It will be troublesome if he comes after Zhang Wei again. Naruto frowned. Let us just hope he got intimidated by demonic illusion hell and turn into a broken-minded coward. Naruto raised his hands. Shadow clone jutsu. Poof. Another Naruto appeared beside him. Go to the sniping position, retrieve that sniper equipment, and stashed it somewhere. The clone nodded and took off. Naruto turned around and started walking toward the building while hummed in a cheerful tone. Maybe I could have fun with that rifle and wind enchantment bullet then blow up several SUV like back in the day. Closing the door behind him, Naruto approached the leader dead body and stared at it for a second. He crouched beside it and wandered his hands all over the body. Don't get him wrong, he's not gay, certainly not necrophilia. From the dead, he found a cell phone, wallet, handgun with silencer, and tactical pocket knife. While frowning, he thought this dude either poor or came unprepared, because assassin normally own gears for their own survival. Frag, stun, gas, or other toys like that. Naruto strolled to the nearest wine barrel and sat on it, then he brought out the wallet to inspect it while putting the rest away. Chen-kun. Good name, despite it was real or not. He peeked at the dead's ID card. May you rest in peace. He slipped it back and opened wide the wallet. At least he had some cash. 100. 2. 3. 5. 1,000 in total. Naruto's eyes turned green at this moment. Never wasted on something. He smoothly took out the cash from the wallet and put them in his. Not bad, Chen-kun. Wherever you're now, you're this man benefactor. He took other stuff that worth salvage and thought to share them with Zhang Wei. Things like bank's card, license, and an encrypted phone were useless to him now, but she might be able to process it. He smiled and fiddled with the tactical pocket knife. His eyes fixed at the knife's edge. This kind of life is either you kill or be killed. Naruto blew the knife and pale green energy covered its edge. He used shadow clones once more. Gather everything you can from the deads, and once you did, drag their bodies there. He pointed the area where the leader laid. While the clones busied themselves, Naruto carved several words on the wooden ground and carved them in a circular formation using the leader as the center point. His hands moved the knife very fast, from one spot to another without obstruction. Don't forget to throw their wallet along, he said as soon as he finished with the last word. Naruto stood and walked over to the wine barrel. He grabbed the leader's wallet. He went to throw it but stopped midway. He pursed his lips. On the second thought, keep the wallet, just throw their identity. He took out the leader's ID card and threw it to its owner. The clones follow his movement, and now at their front, dead bodies stacked inside confinement of strange words, cards scattered among them. Naruto took a deep breath as he stood ahead of the clones. He raised his hands and mumbled, attacking formation, exploding fire lotus. Shua. From every word he carved on the ground, fire trailed like a snake toward the deads. They collected in the middle and formed a huge bonfire that turned these bodies into ashes. Moon reached its peak and the bar street commotion as if competing against it. Naruto put down his hands and the fire extinguished, not diminish, just extinguished. Naruto stared at the ashes before he turned around and swept his eyes on his clones. Take the trash out. They nodded. Some of them went past him while others disappeared in smoke. Naruto glanced at them and headed out of the room. He stopped right at the doorway, tapped the wall beside it, and proceeded forward. At the hallway, Naruto visited the main hall and found people passed out on the floor, chairs, and tables. Few still up drinking, but Naruto guessed they won't last any longer. He shook his head at the euphoria state they in. None of them realized about the failed assassination attempt tonight. Well, it's not like he wants them to. They deserved a little celebration after all. He swept his eyes and found Zhao pass out on the bar table. He went over and... Bam. Poor Zhao, he awoke with a big lump on his head the next day. Don't worry, it's not like he suddenly grows a tumor. Naruto left the main hall and strolled back to Zhang Wei's room. He halted his step as soon as he saw another two people laid on the floor. This time is not the boo's fault, it was him. Naruto crouched his body, tapped his hand together and raised them before his face. I am sorry and wish for your good fortunes in the future. Thud. The instant Naruto entered the room, he got pushed by two big and soft while also two slender hands enclasped his waist. By instinct, he could retaliate easily but he won't because of reason. How is it? Naruto smiled, he patted the attacker's smooth back and raven hair. I succeed. I succeed. I had it. The attacker, clearly a grown woman but acted like a spoiled child right now. She clasped his body tightly and rubbed her face on his neck base. Real? My fragrant and beautiful rose, indeed clever. Naruto's smile stretched wider and his eyes brightened. Huh. I contemplate what you mean by it was there, it always been there, you saw it, but you don't want it. Then I figure it out, the reason why I couldn't find it because I tried to find this whole time. Not to have. I can't believe such a simple thing actually leading me to it. Zhang Wei said, her eyes brimming with excitement. They slumped to the floor while Naruto leaned his back against the door and Zhang Wei laid above him. Yes, because find not necessarily to have, find related to purpose and duty, have related to desire and possession. The core will answer to whoever has a desire for it, not just for the sake of purpose or duty. Naruto pinched her nose. Zhang Wei put her finger on her lips, but why this has anything to do with spiritual projection? I mean, can they did this in a normal way? Naruto shook his head. In the environment we don't like, our brain will always generate hostility and our heart will always let out fear. In order to get the core, the peacefulness of both mind and heart was needed. Let me put it this way, if you're someone who hates the sea, and I told you to dive to look for a pearl, would you do it? No, you won't. Not to mention diving, just touching the sea surface already scare you to death. But if what you like is the amusement park, and I told you to look for a wild deer, even if you know it was impossible but you still do it, why? Because you love being there, it makes you comfortable and happy. Zhang Wei nodded, so that's why. Then realization as if hit her, is that mean sea of spiritual consciousness is actually another version of spiritual projection? Yes and no. While both of them indeed represent our spiritual consciousness, but the sea's real and spiritual projection just imaginary, it's just a way to help you activate your core, that's it. Ooh. Is there any more question, my adorable student? No, I'm fine now, my handsome master. Naruto's lips twitched, he smiled wryly, I'm really a bad influence for you. Zhang Wei gave him charming lopsided grin, you're a poison, but I'll sip you every day. You. Naruto cannot help pinched her perky butt. They cuddled for a while, just enjoying each other's presence until Naruto patted her back. Let's see how's your chakra circulation first before you rest. Zhang Wei nodded like a pecking bird. She rose from the bed, called Naruto and retreated to her original bed. She sat cross-legged and waited for Naruto instruction. Now make your hand like this and closed your eyes. Naruto raised his hands and joined his hands together with his middle and forefingers stretched out, one slightly higher than other. Zhang Wei followed his lead. The first time will indeed take time and process, but as long as you practice frequently, is like eating food or drinking a water, you don't need to think how to do it later but automatically can do it. Okay, now, what do you feel? Zhang Wei wrinkled her forehead, I feel nothing. Naruto chuckled, it's alright, that's normal, just keep doing it. 10 minutes passed, Zhang Wei finally felt something flowed inside of her. It started from her abdomen area to her chest, then arms, legs, and head. She felt her veins and meridians carry out some mysterious power, but at some point, she also felt this power was not whole, only a small part of it. Okay, that's enough, I can feel your chakras flowing. Zhang Wei relaxed her body and opened her eyes, dejection was visible in that obsidian iris. What's with the expression? Naruto chuckled, I suck. Zhang Wei pouted. Yes, you are, Naruto grinned, hey, you supposed to cheer me up. She grabbed one of the pillows and threw it at him. Naruto leisurely caught it, you don't have to be upset, because everyone also sucks like you. And what do you mean by that? She narrowed her eyes, but another pillow ready on her arms. Back in my place, a person who could smoothly access their core less than 5 minutes was no more than 20 people. Zhang Wei's mouth gaped, seriously? Naruto nodded, yeah, people who could do it less than 2 minutes, even far fewer. How many? 10. Naruto shook his head, they not even can perfectly flow them. Zhang Wei tilted her head, was there people could do it perfectly? Yup. Naruto stretched his hands, 5 people. A soft gasp came out from Zhang Wei's mouth, she never expected this kind of fact before, she thought there will be a lot of people who could do better than her. Then another question hit her, she sneered at Naruto, you must be among that 5, right? Surprisingly, Naruto shook his head, no. I'm not even uttered the 20 people discernment. What? How long did you take back then? 9 minutes. You just slightly a minute ahead of me. Zhang Wei mumbled. Naruto smiled bitterly. Yeah, I'm pretty mediocre. Disappointed? Zhang Wei swiftly shook her head. No. No. In fact, I'm quite happy. Then she grinned. If Naruto told her he's one of those 20 or 5 people, she couldn't imagine the pressure she'll face. This doesn't determine shinobi's strength anyway, it just shows their talent in controlling chakra. Naruto shrugged. Is that mean I'm bad? Zhang Wei brows knitted. You either good or bad, but it doesn't matter, Naruto smiled, because it can be trained. Oh, Zhang Wei nodded. At this moment, Naruto suddenly chuckled. What happened? Zhang Wei knew he thought of something. I just remembered once tricked an old man by making an impression that I can circulate chakra smoothly in my first try in less than 5 minutes, Naruto laughed. You're so bad, why would you do that? Despite saying that, Zhang Wei covered her mouth and let out soft laughter. I need him to favor me, then taught me every technique he knew. Besides, the old dude was a jackass anyway, he deserved every single of it, Naruto lightly said. Alright, enough of that, you should be resting now. Huh, I guess you're right. Zhang Wei laid on her bed while rubbed her eyes. Naruto walked over and kissed her forehead. You won't stay? Zhang Wei grasped his hand and held them close to her face. I'm sorry, I can't. Guilt flashed over his eyes, but I wait until you fall asleep. Thank you. Zhang Wei mumbled. It didn't take long for Zhang Wei to enter her slumber chamber. Naruto rubbed her head and kissed her one last time before he stood and walked away from her bed. Stood outside the bar, Naruto's eyes swept his surrounding. He needs to make sure one last time if there will be more assassination attempt. He didn't realize his whole attire managed to attract a lot pair of eyes. Despite autumn temperature was decent, they still had to wear a coat or jacket outside. This blondie must be quite tough. 5 minutes passed, Naruto let down his guard. He thought this day was quite crazy, but the most thumbs out was what happens to Zhang Wei. Not only she bore power out of nowhere, it was chakra among all of the others. Naruto squinted his eyes and rubbed his head. He never had this kind of phenomenon before, so his head couldn't understand any of it. He sighed and glanced upward. The once cloudy sky before turned little clear right now. Kami-sama, what the hell is going on? 42 Ice Snow Corporation. 4 days later, public relation work floor. Since Naruto had finished his trial period and officially became Yulei's PR employee, his paperwork hellish experience finally over. A new line of work began. On the top of Naruto's desk, blue cardboards lined up on top of each other and formed 2 columns beside his computer, one column piled more than the other. These files held information about other companies such as their establishment state, market subjective, status quo, etc. Only a few companies have details like company background, worker size, current stockholder, and company strategy. Some companies already had a connection with Yulei, so Naruto didn't battling his eyes much when he found them. There are also companies that held a record of their transaction with Yulei. Naruto leaned his back against the chair while his eyes ran over a file. Not more than a minute, he closed the file and put it on the left column, then he grabbed another from the right. The same process repeated for 3 times before the 4th file he read, making his brow wrinkle. Sister Hongyan, Naruto said before he lifted his face. A moment, Zhao Hongyan fingers tapped on the keyboard, then she turned her body by rotating her chair and faced Naruto with a smile. What's up? Do you know anything about Ice Snow Corporation? Of course I do. They are one of the biggest company in selling jewelry and gemstone. She nodded like becking bird. Why, you asked? There is this partnership proposal submitted last year. Naruto opened wide the file and showed it to her, but it got suspended. Zhao Hongyan stared at the file. Oh yeah, it was supposed to be put into a hold for a while, but before it finally realized, the one who proposes it got married and resigned from the company. Why it was suspended in the first place? She shook her head. Of that, I don't know. You should ask Chief Mo about it. Naruto glanced at the file. He pondered for a moment. He faced her and nodded. Okay, thanks. He twisted his chair in 180 degrees, then rose from it and strode forward. He passed many desks while greeted some of his coworkers. Eventually, he arrived at Mokayani's office, and knocked on her door. Come in. Naruto opened it and his nose picked jasmine scent on the air. Chief Mo, sorry for the intrusion. Mokayani smiled. It's fine, what can I do for you? Naruto closed the door behind him and ambled his way toward her. Chief Mo, I want to talk about Ice Snow Corp's partnership proposal that you put into suspend last year. He stretched his arm and offered the file. Mokayani took the file and flipped it open. She read it for a brief and said without moving her eyes, oh yeah, it was left unnoticed after the person who proposes it resigned. She glanced at him, her eyebrows raised. What about it? Naruto scratched his back head. You said before that I have to look for companies that I may have to establish a connection. I was skimming through materials and I found myself curious upon stumbled into that file. Chief Mo, why you decided to suspend the proposal? Mokayani sighed and put the file on her desk. I have to do it. It was a good and brilliant idea to be in affiliation with company dabble in jewelry. After all, accessories and jewelry was part of fashion, and Ice Snow Corporation has produced a lot of high-quality stuff. No doubt they were one of top choice. She shook her head, but they have an internal conflict at that time. Their CEO dropped because of a sickness and not soon after that, he passed away. The high stockholders fight among each other, thus their company suffered a power struggle in the past. Naruto took a seat on the other side of her desk and gazed at her with a solemn look. What about now? I think it's fine now. In fact, they have become better than before. She put a finger on her cheek. I heard this has had anything to do with their new CEO. So it's okay for me to contact them now? Huh, be my guest, but are you sure? Normally people will be looking for a smaller company for a starter, you know? Well, I'm sure I can break the custom. Naruto took the file and gave her a playful smile, because I'm just that awesome. Mochiani glared at him but shook her head afterward. She smiled, good luck. Naruto nodded. He turns around and walk out from her office. Mochiani put her elbow on the chair's arm. Her hand turned into a knuckle as she leaned her cheeks on it. Let's see the performance of the man who gains Ryoku's attention. Back at Naruto's desk, he grabbed a telephone by its handle and his finger tapped the numerical pads in a certain order. So, how is it? Looking at Naruto came back and all serious, Zhao Hongyan couldn't help but get curious. The company has an internal issue in the past, thus Chief Mo didn't agree with the proposal. Naruto turned his head to her while the phone's handle on his ear beep. Ah. So that's why. It must be a tough decision, she frowned, then smirked at him. The way you look right now, it seems Chief Mo gave you a go? Naruto grinned but then raised his palm toward her. Excuse me, I'm Naruto Uzumaki from Mulei International Headquarters. May I speak with anyone in charge of cooperation or partnership? Okay, I will be waiting. It took a minute and a half before Naruto heard another voice on the other end of the line. Yes, how do you do, Ms. Wonky-u? Yes, I'm glad to talk about it soon. At 10 o'clock? Naruto glanced at Zhao Hongyan while his finger pointed at his wrist. She startled and peeped at her watch. She raised 4 fingers with her right hand and 1 finger with her left. Naruto mumbled thank you to her and responded back at the person on the phone. Yes, I'll be there on time. Yes, see you soon Miss Wonky-u. Naruto put down the phone's handle. Well, how's this Miss Wonky-u's voice? Is it flirtatious? Smoky maybe? Zhao Hongyan said with curled lips. Naruto threw helpless expression. It's just like other women's voice. Then he leered at her. At least I prefer your voice over her. Oh. Her eyes gazed deeply into his. And what about my voice that attracts you so much? Your voice was beautiful. It's like thousands of fairies singing on the serene lake when the moon rise high. My restless and weary heart always goes peacefully whenever you talked. Naruto's face filled with adoration and his eyes blurred with joy. Really? Zhao Hongyan's eyes lit and her heart skipped a beat. PFFT. Ha ha ha. Of course not, who would say something like that anymore? That is so lame. He smacked his desk while laughing. Naruto, I hate you. Ice Snow Corporation's structure consisted of more than 10-story building. A black iron fence built upon the ground on the surrounding area. It's not like the kind of prison's fence but more like elegant wrought one. The building mostly painted in white color with several metallic blacks on a certain side. The rest of the wall replaced by visible windows that shows what was happening inside the building. Naruto passed through the gate and stopped by someone on the security duty. His fat appearance reminded him of a man he met once at Yulei's recruitment. I'm sorry sir, may I know what matter your visit is? The fat man politely asked. The blonde in front of him disguised with a dazzling suit that he knew only wear by important people who came with luxurious cars or expensive cabs. It triggered his caution and curiosity upon seeing this man come without any of those. I'm here for business, of course. I believe I supposed to meet Miss Wonky Uzaya. Naruto said with a light tone. Wonky Uzaya? The beautiful sales department's director? Is this man one of the suitors in legend? The fat man narrowed his eyes. Based on what he heard from others, back in the past, there were people looked like the same as the blonde in front of him. They asked to meet Snow Ice's female employee with a business excuse. In the end, not only there was no business concluded, few of them even get sexually harassed. This causes major depression among worker and some decided to leave the company. Although this year there was no longer such problem, and he never met one himself, this fatty still suspected this blondie may be one of them. Pretty boy in luxury clothes. Show me some credible id. Naruto startled by this man's attitude but nevertheless fished out his wallet. He flipped it open, took out his domicile card, and handed it over to Fatty. You're a foreigner? Fatty's eyes widened and shock filled his tone. Yeah, you have a problem with that? Naruto wrinkled one brow. Fatty suddenly glowered. Of course I have. Do you know what people like you did to people like me in the past? Wow man, let's not go there okay? Naruto shook his head. His face turned solemn. How about you spare me the trouble and just let me pass? I'm here pure for business, not to fight you over something like that. Who didn't know about the colonial era? Every kid was taught about this in school, and every history book makes a clear point about it. Even so, what could Naruto do? Traveled back in time to save the day? Not to mention he couldn't time travel. There was no point in doing it since he didn't have any desire to do it. The fatty realized that he almost becomes a racist ass. His boiled anger cooled down as he hung his head in shame. I'm sorry, sir, I'm being rude to you. Here's your head, you may pass now. It's alright, but better be careful with your word next time. Naruto smiled as he grabbed his head and strolled forward. Soon, Naruto reached the building entrance's steps. He climbed it and walked past the automatic double-sliding door to enter the building ground floor's hallway. An appearance of spacious and elegant lobby greeted his eyes. People moved around the area with papers or a briefcase in their hand, while several of them sat on the leather couch at the corner side of the room, chatting with varied expression. The tile dyed in a brownish color that reflected white upon shined by the lights under the roof. Naruto stayed still for a while with a slightly curved on his lips. Watching the busy scene was not something he rejected, because he knew this was part of life. Naruto swept his eyes and found the front desk with a pretty lady behind it. Excuse me, miss, he said the moment he arrived. The lady nodded with a cheery smile. May I help you, sir? I'm Yulei's delegate and talking about our soon partnership, and I believe I have made an appointment with Miss Wonki Uzaya. Are you possibly Mr. Naruto Uzumaki? Yes. Please wait while I contact her to meet you here, sir. She picked up a phone and started calling. Naruto lifted his shoulder and put his arm on the desk while listening to her. Half a minute later, she put down the phone and said, I'm sorry for your inconvenience, sir. Chief Wonki-u was soon on her way. No, it's fine, I can wait. Naruto grinned, which somehow made her blush. Is there any new appointment for me today? While in the middle of his conversation with the lady, a cold feminine voice suddenly came from his behind. The lady abruptly fixed her posture and hurriedly smiled. President, good morning. There is nothing new or change in your schedule. President? The CEO Chief Mo mentioned about? With a great interest urged his desire to know how this person looks like, Naruto twisted his head and dropped his jaw on the spot. What a woman. The person appeared behind him has snow-white skin, a face with oval contour, plucked eyebrows, leather black-colored eyes, and a set of bright red lips. A black skirt she wore reached up to her ankles, but a clean cut on it revealing her long and slender legs till her knee. A buckle on her upper skirt tightly wrapped her thin waist, thus emphasized her perky butt. The white collar suit on her torso seemed fit but still clung desperately to contain her breast. If this is the ancient times, her appearance alone could make emperors brandish their sword among each other. Naruto sighed. He thought he has seen his fair share of beauty, but it seems he's still far from it. The woman nodded, but her eyes lingered on Naruto. Despite her high position, she still recognized most people in her company, but this man was unknown existence to her. She assumed this man perhaps one of the customer. Naruto felt the woman gaze and his eyes met hers. The staring contest brawled less than a quarter of candlestick before the woman nodded her head and walked away. Naruto watched her figure made way toward the elevator. It took an effort for him to move his gaze and glanced back at the front desk lady, yet he's still unable to forget that woman appearance. With another sigh, he thought, it's true what they say about beauty, it is indeed one of the most dangerous and powerful power. I'm sorry making you wait like that. In the sort of office room, a woman with apologetic expression poured a hot tea in the cup placed on the desk in front of Naruto. Miss Wonki-u, please, it's fine. Besides, I don't mind waiting for a beauty. Naruto laughed while waving his hand. Hee, Mr. Naruto sure know how to make a woman blush. Wonki Uzaya giggled as she poured the cup for herself. If you didn't, I considered myself as a failure man. Naruto took the cup, blew it and sipped the tea. You don't have to worry, I believe women will flock around you. Wow, I don't know I have that much charm. Naruto put his hand on the back of his head. Yeah, but if there is no more men aside of you. She covered her mouth and chortled. Naruto bitterly scratched his cheek and let out a half-hearted smile. The meeting was indeed a little over the promised time because Wonki Uzaya had to meet with other clients first. With an ashamed face and guilty tone, she picked Naruto from the ground level and headed directly toward her office. Speaking of Wonki Uzaya, she herself was quite a pretty woman. She's around 23 or 24 years old. She had a charming face, pretty nose, bright eyes, and with the professional outfit she currently wore, it gave her a graceful bearing and exquisite figure. She reminded him of Mokayane, though in term of cuteness, his tsundere supervisor won a lot of points. So what can you tell me about this partnership? Wonki Uzaya sipped her tea. From their interaction on the way here, she has a good impression on the young male sat on the soft couch across from her. Not only he's an easygoing person, there is no trace of arrogance inside his tone. Oh yeah, You may want to look at this. Naruto opened his own briefcase and brought a document, then give it to her. This is still a rough work simply based on all material I could gather. To sum it all, we want to invite your company in making several garbs like the one in our design. We also accepted any ideas you want to suggest if you have one. With only such a short time to their meeting, Naruto can only borrow the rejected proposal document and asked for some design from Lumino. Of course, it comes with a price. He must treat her lunch. Wonky Uchiha quickly turned over page after page while carried on the design part. Her eyes revealed a serious countenance as she flipped the garment's outline one after another, then back and forth. 10 minutes passed. Wonky Uchiha took back her eyes and lifted her smiling face. These designs are pretty marvelous and grand. I couldn't help but gaze in awe for the entire time. Thank you for the compliment, Naruto dryly laughed. Wonky Uchiha started giving him several questions, and Naruto answered it where he can because truth to be told, he didn't understand any of those. Without Lumino explaining these designs, he pretty much stuck. Mr. Naruto, I'm really liking the designs, but the problem is that most of the gems used in these are rare and hard to match the size since the cutting technology expenditure will cost us a lot, so it's quite a bargain unless you give us more cut. Naruto nodded. He knew that producing a smaller gem from their raw will require massive resources and good expertise, but he can't just give them an easy deal because the fabric in need also required to be high-class ones. How about we change to middle-grade stone instead? It will be cheaper, but then there will be a drop in the quality. How about reshaping and resizing the required gems? It could be done, but won't change much since we can only give a few inches larger. More than that, it will ruin the design instead. Naruto and Wonky Uchiha started dealing back and forth, but they were more like finding the balance in quality of design and cost instead. Who benefited the most? Her knowledge in gemstone aspect can be said quite deep, as she offered him a lot of options and not forget to explain them. While Naruto mostly can think in practical aspects such as which one more expensive, its rarity, their hardness, heavy weight, etc. It took a whole hour and a half before Naruto decided to postpone it till tomorrow. He needed to think this through. Perhaps some consultation with others including Roxy will help him. Wonky Uchiha didn't bother about it, even suggesting Naruto to look for other company which also sell gemstone, so he can have a reference. It's close to lunch hour, would you mind having it in our cafeteria? We have a lot of variety of foods. She stood and walked beside Naruto. I'm sorry, I took your offer. Next time, I already have a promise. I see, your girlfriend will be mad, she giggled. No, not a girlfriend, just a friend, and I owe her a treat. Naruto shook his head. They both stood in front of the elevator gate, waiting for the red indicator to turn into number 2. I don't believe someone like you didn't have a girlfriend. Wonky Uchiha curled her lips. I'm really don't. Naruto scratched his cheek, but I have a wife. Yee? You married? Wonky Uchiha's eyes widened and her mouth slightly gaped. Yeah. There was a trace of loss inside her eyes. She mumbled, I see. How about you, Miss Wonky U? Sure, you already have a suitor, right? Fiancé maybe? No, I'm not. Her smile went pale. I don't have any plan like that in short a while. Ah, such a shame, Naruto grinned. I will gladly pursue you if the situation was allowed. Wonky Uchiha's pretty face became red. She put one hand on her waist, and another toward Naruto while she pushed out a finger. Humphrey. Gave up any idea. I don't want to be your fling, only if you're willing to divorce your current wife, I might give you a chance. Naruto laughed and raised both his hand. Then I give up. She definitely dug out my bone and ate my heart if I dare to do that. What a cruel husband you are, describing your wife like that. Wonky Uchiha covered her mouth. Naruto just slanted his lips. Inside his heart, he prayed, I hope she sneezed. Back at Ulay International Headquarters. Chew. Roxy put both her hands on her mouth and nose while her cheeks burned red. President, are you alright? Asked one of the member in the meeting. Yeah, I'm fine, please continue, she said, while grabbed several tissues from its box and wiped her nose with it. Strange, did I catch a cold? She put her hand on her forehead, her eyebrow wrinkled, not hot. She shook her head, thinking maybe her nose just tickled. But why, I have an urge to slap someone. I see you the next day, Naruto said as the lift reached his floor. Wonky Uchiha nodded, have a safe journey. Naruto strolled forward as the gate slid open, but he immediately stopped in his track the moment he saw the person inside. It was a woman that her appearance was hard for him to erase, despite his best effort to try it. President, how are you today? Wonky Uchiha on the other hand smiled and slightly bent her body. This woman temperament like an icy statue, she said with an unchanging expression. I'm fine, Wonky U, thank you. By the way, I need to talk with you about something. Sure, President, please. Wonky Uchiha wiped her left hand, suggesting her to move first. The icy woman nodded and moved forward, her hips swayed left and right in rhythm with her footsteps. When she passed right beside Naruto, Her elegant and fragrant perfume invaded his nose, but is not the reason why he suddenly felt like a jolt struck his heart. The feeling he never felt from any women he met. It's unique, he neither like nor hate it. He just confused by it. Naruto shook his head, he must quickly buy lunch or he gonna be late. He strode forward and punched the ground floor button. Wonky Uzai already chased after that woman, so Naruto just left in a silent manner. Unknown to him, the icy woman stopped on her track and glanced at the lift direction, her eyes blurred in wavering gaze. President, what's wrong? Wonky Uzai walked slightly behind her so she'll notice her odd behavior. Nothing, let's carry on. The woman stayed for another second before she turned around and minced along with her. What is that jolt I just felt? Time flowed like a river. It's already evening and sun almost drowned by the moment Naruto exit Ulei. He reported what happens at Ice Snow to Mokayane, and she approved his decision to think about it further. She also gave few suggestions in a different perspective so Naruto can add another variable into his consideration. Other people also gave Naruto their idea so he's not alone in this matter. There is not only competition that exists between coworker, there were also friendship, teamwork, and family. Naruto truly felt grateful for what he has in Ulei because not all people could get that feeling from where they work. Naruto stood beside the bus stop sign while brought out his phone. There are few people besides him which including Ulei worker and he managed to get along with them. Hi brother, can you please show me where was this area? While they were chatting, someone with trench coat suddenly approached them and offered a piece of paper toward Naruto. That person has a height above average and he spoke fluent English. Naruto cannot see this person's face because he also wore a large hat, but he nevertheless took the paper. The paper was pretty much only has a single sentence which wrote sort of address. Dragon Garden Villa Unit 89? Huh? Isn't this is my BAM? The person in trenchcoat suddenly lashed out his hand and hit Naruto, which causing his body to fly across the street and sprung toward the boutique display. Prang! Naruto's body didn't stop as he broke the display glass, knocked down several mannequins and went deeper the boutique. Murder! Run! Run! Someone call the cops. Everyone besides the trenchcoat man dispersed with screaming and shouting. They feared this shady-looking person will also attack them. The trenchcoat man didn't even bother with them, he let out a laugh and crossed the street to chase after Naruto. 43 Lucky a hole. The trenchcoat man stepped on the boutique's floor. Clothes and hangers scattered everywhere, some mannequins tore apart and few shelves broke down. A crack appeared on the furthest wall, like a web pattern from Spider's nest. He squinted his eyes as his sight swept the entire room and found two other people inside, but neither of them was the blonde. One person laid unconscious near a shelf and another one slumped behind the counter. Her body shivered with cold sweat beaded her forehead. Where is he? She rose her left hand and pointed her finger at the path beside the cracked wall. The trenchcoat man turned around and sauntered there without a care. When he arrived at the entrance, he noticed spots of blood trailed its way down the path. He let out an eerie laugh and strolled forward following the trail. He turned around at the corner and found himself in the boutique's storage. He sneered and entered the room. I know you here. His eyes wandered among the wooden racks and plastic-covered clothes, the place built with concrete cement and paint in gray-white color. He trod on many stuff while walking around the room, even brushed several hanging shirts that block his view. Bang! Suddenly, the wooden rack beside him fell and it would hit him in a second. The gap between the rack was quite wide, so crouching was not an option to avoid this. Normal people might be already panic, but the trenchcoat man just sneered. He put some strength into his legs and jumped backward. His back hit the wall behind him as he managed to avoid the tribulation. Pah! But before he wiped that sneer out of his face, a blurred shadow struck his face followed by another one toward his gut. He coughed a mouthful of saliva, but before he recovered, the attacker grabbed his coat and threw him across the room. The hard and strong wood immediately broke when the trenchcoat man fell upon it. It's not that his body made of steel, but the force used to throw him was not a joke. Ahahaha. That's it. That's more like it. Despite pain all over his body, the trenchcoat man didn't let out any groan, instead his mouth wide open and he laughed like a madman. Naruto stood on the far side of the room, except dust and tear on his suit, and also a line of blood from the corner of his lips. He's still in fine condition. Who are you? Naruto said with a fixed face. Me? The man rose, he patted some specks of dust from his yellow trench coat. You can call me Fenris. His big rounded hat has gone from the top of his head, revealing a savage-looking man with silver hair and large X scar on his right cheek. His face has a square contour and with a pair of black eyes like raven's feather. Naruto felt unfamiliar with this man. He frowned. I don't know any Fenris. Oh, really? You break my heart. Fenris said with hurtful tone, then change into sinister. You have to replace it with yours. You can try. Naruto swiped the dust on his shoulder. I like to see your chance. Fenris roared and shoot out from his place. his right arm bent and ready to pummel his target. Bang! His fist lashed out, but Naruto leaned his head to his right, thus Fenris's hand passed by him on a hair's breadth. The wall behind him cracked upon being hit. This showed how strong Fenris' fist was. Fenris grunted and shoot out his left hand, performing low uppercut toward Naruto's abdomen. His attempt blocked by Naruto's arms as he crossed them in front of his stomach. Fenris punched several times in hope to hurt his enemy arms and broke through his defense. Then he pulled his right hand and gave Naruto a hook punch on his right rib. Naruto let out a groan from this, and Fenris' left hand changes his target toward Naruto's face. Naruto dodged it by bending his body down. His once crossed arms pushed out and launched his both fists toward Fenris' abdomen. Pa! Fenris got pushed few steps back and his face twisted in pain. As Naruto approaching him, he lashed out his right arm, but Naruto dodged it and gave the man another strike on his left knee with a hook punch, which causing Fenris to crouch. Naruto quickly followed his attack with left arm uppercut on Fenris' right armpit, thus dislocating his right shoulder. Naruto twisted around with one leg on the ground and swept Fenris' head his left leg's backside. His head fell to the ground with a blunt sound could be heard throughout the room. Naruto kicked the man's chest and followed with a stomp. His eyes coldly stare at him. "Who sent you?" Fenris moaned. His head felt dizzy, shoulder and knee ache in pain, and now he can hardly breathe with a foot on his chest, but he didn't show any fear. He sneered and said, "No one." Naruto squinted his eyes and slowly increased the pressure within his feet. "Ho!" Crack crack. Fenris' face twisted, but his mouth still gaped with a long tone of laughter. "Ahaha, keep going, I can withstand the pain." Naruto stopped his pressure but stayed his feet on his chest. "Then you never taste a true pain." "Oh, I don't need to." His eyes reflected odd light, then in a swift movement, his right hand reached up for a secret pocket on his pant and pull out a small knife, then move it in attempt to stab Naruto's free leg. Naruto noticed only a few moments before the small knife nailed him. He grumbled and put a strength into his both legs and jumped backward a few meters from Fenris. Even though he missed his target, Fenris still laughed as he rose from the ground. He played with the small knife in his hand as if it was a toy. "You have a quick reflex, I give you that," he sneered, "and strong too, hee. No wonder they easily be killed." "They?" Naruto raised his eyebrows. "Whoops, almost spilled out a secret, hee. It wouldn't be fun if it was too easy." "I have enough with your game, time to play a bad cop." Naruto readied his stance. "Ahaha, so you saying you're going easy with me before?" Fenris threw his head back while laughed. Good, then I suppose I have to get serious too." Fenris took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Suddenly the air around him changed and a growl coming from his throat. His silver hair reached up to his neck and hairs on his arms grew visible into naked eyes. His ears became sharp but his nose retracted from its initial position. The space between his eyes became crooked as his once square face now has strong chins. Nails grew longer and teeth became sharper as his jaw became bigger. "This is..." Naruto's eyes widened as the transformation happened before him. He felt some familiar power surge inside the beastly-looking man but couldn't remember exactly when and where. Fenris opened his eyes and his previous dark eyes turned golden at this moment. His grinning mouth showed a complete set of ferocious teeth that can rip any meats and bones. "What? No shocked face or terrified eyes?" "Man, you're no fun," he said with a deep tone. "I have seen far more than puppy-looking monster like you." Naruto shook his head, his expression remains fixed. "A puppy?" Fenris growled, "I show you how dangerous this puppy's claw." Fenris strode forward and stretched wide his arm. His movement became faster as Naruto's eyes missed to catch him before he already in close proximity. Fenris opened his arm and brandished his claw. Naruto leaned backward and the claw swung in front of him. It scratches the wooden rack beside him and cut them completely. For a few seconds, Fenris kept brandishing his claws while Naruto did his best to avoid them. Furniture around already torn apart and the ground beneath him left with a lot of claws dent. Naruto tried to punch him but not only Fenris' skin became tougher, his reflex also a lot quicker. Naruto couldn't help but annoyed with the difficulty he faced. Naruto slumped down and rolled to his side as Fenris managed to corner him to the wall. His scratch left a long claw mark on the concrete cement. "Ahaha, where's your previous bravado? Dodge and evade wouldn't kill me." Fenris roared. In truth, he's very frustrated he couldn't land any hit on him. The thought of seeing his enemy body ripped apart getting longer made him depressed and became impatient. "Oh, what's wrong, puppy? Bored playing with your master?" Naruto sneered. Dog. Fenris' golden eyes glared at him with a murderous look. He lunged forward and gaped wide his mouth. The grinding tooth was ready to tear its target. This time Naruto didn't move backward. He slid underneath Fenris and kicked his lower abdomen. The force didn't throw Fenris back but flipped him instead. Naruto moved his hands to do a handstand and his legs pinched Fenris' head then slammed him to the ground. Bam! Naruto rode his neck and gave Fenris punches on his head. With frustration and severe pain, Fenris roared and moved his claws to stab the cowboy on his neck, but found he only stabbed air. Naruto already rolled forward and stood in his direction. Fenris tried to stand but concussion on his head causing him to wobble on his feet, and his sight blurred. Naruto smirked at his opponent's condition and strolled carefully toward him. Fenris knew he would be doomed if he couldn't see right any sooner, despite he still has a nose to detect his target, but a severe headache making him unable to focus, thus he can only swing his arms uncontrollably in hope to prevent his enemy. Naruto waited for a right time to evade Fenris' berserk scratches. Now! Naruto bent as a claw passed above him and decked Fenris's jaw, his head got thrown back and his body stumbled. Naruto didn't let the opportunity go waste. He launched several combinations of attack and cornered Fenris to the wall. Fenris completely in stun state after Naruto finished his assault. His head dizzy and pain reigned all over his body. He neither know north or south, he only knew his life was in peril danger. Wait, you can't kill me. In desperation, he can only plead. Oh come on, puppy. Don't tell you're going to beg now. Naruto sneered. If you killed me, you wouldn't know who the one sending us. Us? Naruto frowned. Why yes, me and my teammate. Naruto startled and his eyes became colder. Where are they? Promise me you let me live and I tell you. Naruto stood silent for a while, despite he already knew who hired these people based on familiar power this man had, but it wouldn't hurt to confirm it. Fine, I let you live. Tell me who's the one hiring you and where is your base? It's someone called Lincoln and our base is in the eastern Zonghai Harbor's warehouse, number 83 inches. Lincoln, huh? I never would have thought that. Naruto bitterly shook his head. If you have teammate then why are you alone now? What's your plan? Fenris sat on the floor with his pointy ears dropped. No longer the savage-looking beast exists in his appearance, he resembling a pug that was castrated for bad behavior. I went rogue and hunt you myself. I thought I could take you on, Fenris said with a regret tone. Naruto put his palm over his face. He couldn't believe what he just heard. Hello? They sent you with a teammate for a reason. Resisting the urge to beat this dog, Naruto said, what about your team? Tell me all you know about them. In short, there were 5 people arrived in Zonghai, and they were all genetic mutation people. The leader was called Hawk and he has a DNA of a hawk. He was chosen as a leader not because he's the strongest but his observation power and wise thought capability. The strongest in the team was Sabas. He had a gorilla's DNA and capable of destroying steels with his punch. Among all of them, Fenris had the hottest temper and always unable to stay still, thus he decided to sneak outside and hunt the target by himself. Naruto sat on among the boxes. He held a solemn expression. If what you said about this hawk was true then why he or someone didn't chase after you? If he is wise, he should at least be wary of me. After all, Lincoln should have told him about me. Fenris nodded. He did tell us about you and Hawk indeed told us not to act rash. You also know about me yet still decided to hunt me alone? Boy, I'm worried about this association future. Naruto rubbed his temple. Tell me about your organization. This time, Fenris surprisingly shook his head. We have made a pledge not to tell about our organization's secret, and it's a death pledge. Are you bound by a curse? Naruto's eyes lit in amazement. Yeah, you know about curses? Fenris raised his eyebrows. Naruto's blood brimmed with excitement. He always fawned toward this kind of thing and has a knack to solve formations. When he was pondering whether he have to check Fenris's curse or not, a sound of police alarm entered his hearing range. Fenris also heard this and looked at Naruto with terrified eyes. You release me, right? You promise? Naruto sighed. In truth, he didn't want to let this man alive but he already gave his word and Naruto never broke his promises. Fine. Go away. Naruto turned his head to the side and waved his hand. Fenris threw a surprised look and stood from the ground, his body still aching with pain and he walked somehow with a dragged feet. He stopped before the storage's entrance and glanced at Naruto with a complicated look. Hey, if you decided to visit my team, can you spare Rilla for me? I have this kind of crush on her. Rilla was a hybrid of human and rabbit. She had a cute appearance and seemingly acted as the team medic. Are you courting death? Naruto snapped his head and glared with his cold eyes. No. 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 I'm just kidding, goodbye. Fenris abruptly left the entrance. He feared Naruto will change his mind if he stays any longer. He sighed. Well, there goes my love life. I'm home. Naruto closed the door behind him and strolled forward. He took off his shoes, bent down and properly arranged them beside Ruoxi's. With a pair of shocks, Naruto stepped into the hallway and off to the living room. The sun already set at this point and moon elegantly made its way toward the sky. The living room was illuminated with translucent lights from a various resource. From the chandelier at the center of the room to the unique one at the telephone table. Right now, there were 2 people sitting on the soft sofa at the middle of the room. One was a middle-aged woman wearing a blue dress and another was a young woman who wore a business suit. Their face was full of worried and skin was a little pale. "Andy Huang, Ruoxi, what happened?" Naruto couldn't help but raised his brow at this situation. "Naruto? Young master?" They both startled and rushed toward him. Ruoxi reached very near and her face fuming red. "Where the hell you just been, you jerk? We cannot contact you at all. Do you know how worried we were?" "Worried?" Naruto's brow wrinkled. "Why would you worry about me?" Ruoxi frowned. With a bitter tone she said, "Kayane just called me. She said there has been a murder incident not far from Muley and apparently the victim was our person. You haven't been home and I tried calling you several times but failed. I'm worried that victim was you." Naruto scratched his cheek. "Well, I'm sorry. But it was indeed me." "Huh?" Both Ruoxi and Wang Ma shocked with horror in their eyes. They were preoccupied with Naruto's arrival so they didn't notice several torn on his suit and brush at the corner of his lips. "Sorry, I'm ruining your clothes," Naruto wryly smiled, "and losing your phone too." "Screw that. Are you alright? Do you have any injury? Should we go to the hospital? Or we call the doctor to come here?" Her voice shivered and her eyes checked Naruto's body all over. "I'm fine, Ruoxi, we don't have to do anything." "Don't lie to me, are you really fine?" Naruto sighed and patted her head. "Since when I'm lying to you? See? I'm walking and talking just fine." After checking Naruto for the last time, Ruoxi let out a relieved breath but her face turned red as feeling Naruto's hand on her head. They both walked toward the sofa while Wang Ma ran toward the kitchen to prepare something for them to drink. "Naruto, who's the people that trying to kill you?" Ruoxi asked as soon as they sat. "Lin Kun's henchmen." Naruto leaned his back against the comfortable seat. "Fathers?" Ruoxi's eyes widened then a bitter smile came out from her lips. "So it was me who put you in harm." "Hey." Naruto straightened his back. "It's no one's fault, besides, I'm not in any harm." Ruoxi frowned. "It can't be this way again. If I didn't stop him, more and more person will come to hurt you or worst, kill you." Naruto sighed. "You do realize stopping your father meant nothing to someone, right?" Ruoxi's forced a smile. "Ah yes, Zhu Ziyang just going to put another pawn under his feet or he simply interferes himself." "He already did." Naruto shook his head. "The people who tried to kill me was impossible funded with Lin Kun's wealth alone." Ruoxi clenched her fist. Her hatred toward Zhu Ziyang has reached another level today. When someone close to you was hurt or in danger, you will release endless hostility toward the perpetrator. This practice applied to both human and animal. Whether Ruoxi realized it or not, she already thought Naruto as someone dear to her. He has to be stopped, he has to be. Naruto looked at Ruoxi's eyes full of hate. He started pondering about something. Wang Ma came back from the kitchen and holding a tray with 2 cups and a teapot on it. Naruto and Ruoxi were talking with a serious face when she put the tray on the center desk and placed the cups for each young people. Then she took the teapot and poured a fragrant and steamed tea inside the cups respectively. "Thanks, Andy Huang." "Thank you, Wang Ma." Wang Ma nodded with a smiling face and stood beside them, waiting to pour another tea if any of them ran out. Naruto and Ruoxi didn't hide the content of the topic they talk about in front of Wang Ma, and Wang Ma didn't bother interrupting their discussion. 2 hours later. "Alright, I should get going," Naruto said with his attire already changed to his white jacket trademark and an orange long pants. "You, be careful. If you didn't come home sooner, I'll burn your secret ramen stash." Despite the threat she voiced, her eyes filled with concern. Naruto laughed and pinched her cheek. "You have to found it first." She brushed his hand with slight reddish on her face. "Humphrey, how hard can it be? You probably hiding it inside your closet." "By Ruoxi." Naruto abruptly turned around and strode forward without looking back. "Yee? Did he really put them in his closet?" Ruoxi wrinkled her brow. The sound of sea wave entered his ears as a cold flavor in the air crawled down his skin. The unique salt basin smell encroached upon his nose while ships and boats lined up to the horizon. Naruto closed his eyes at this moment. He stood on a white advertisement board right at the corner before the harbor. Zephyr gently flapping his clothes while caressing his cheeks like a young girl's hand. He opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction at the harbor. Tapping his feet on the surface where he stood, he leaped forward and disappeared into the dark. 5 minutes later, Naruto arrived at his destination. The warehouse's skin already peeled off and brownish tint decorated several iron parts. Messy boxes and carts scattered on the outside, while discarded rocky materials and lime powder lay everywhere. Among these junks, one car in still good condition parked outside. It's a Maserati Quattraport, an expensive accommodation for any poor people but everyday carriage for riches one. Naruto ignored all the unrelatable things to him, and pushed the big door. It gave a big screeching sound that made people ears cringe and their backs hair stood. He entered the building with light steps. His eyes could barely recognize his surrounding. But his nose caught a stench and burned smell. The skin on his hands could feel the unpleasant element on the air, it filled with heavy disruptive property. Naruto joined his hands and controlled his chakra flow into his eyes. Soon Naruto's cerulean eyes glowed and everything around him became clearer. Burn mark could be found everywhere, the ground, the wall, even the ceiling. Equipment broke beyond salvage and used bullets crowded the ground with several magazine cartridges. Naruto strolled with tightening up expression, his nose twitched upon arrived at the center of the building, a charred corpse laid there with its body make a certain gesture. It raised both of its hands like it tries to shield its body from something. It's hard to identify whether it was a man or a woman by the look of this corpse, but Naruto remembered Fenris said his team may consist of 4 men and 1 woman. This woman, Rilla, the one that Fenris has a crush for, has a small and delicate figure. The corpse at least over 170, this is clearly not considered as small or delicate. Naruto sighed and walked away from the corpse. He strolled several meters in east direction and found another charred corpse there. This time, he could identify it by several burned feathers not far from the corpse. This must be Hawk. Naruto approached the corpse and prayed before him. They were enemies, but it doesn't mean they must disrespect each other. Of course, it didn't mean that Naruto will respect any enemy he met either. Naruto left the corpse and went back to the center of the room, then made his way toward the west direction. There were boxes lining up each other like an avalanche from a huge mountain. Shadow clone technique in a puff of smokes, 20 Naruto appeared on the place and stood behind the original. Cleared this boxes, and be careful, we don't want the person buried underneath it suddenly died. His voice was strict and stern. The clone saluted and began picking up boxed, one after another. With this amount of working people, the once huge avalanche turned into a small slope. Finally, after one of the boxes removed, a head of a person showed up. His hair was messy and several parts of his face had a burn mark on them. Naruto gazed at him with complicated color. Lin-kun, you're one lucky asshole. 44 waltzed somewhere on the path among the buildings around the eastern part of Zonghai. In the shadow, a man leaned his hand against the wall from the towering structure while sweat trailed down his sharp chin, raining the concrete surface beneath his feet as his average build chest rose and fell. The man was around 25 to 26 years old, bleached spiky hairstyles and stubble filled his face below ears. He wore a gray patternless camouflage suit with short length sleeve. A pair of leather gloves and short boots stood at their rightful place. We shouldn't stop, he said with haggard tone. Behind him, a woman at her 22 to 23 years old rested both her hands on her knees. Her hair reached up to her ears and short bank covered her forehead. She wore the same suit as the man, only in far different size. But you have been run since we left, not to mention carrying me before. Her eyes trembled with concern. His free hand wiped the sweat from above his eyes. It doesn't matter, we have to get away as far as we can. The woman stayed for a while before she nodded, then her heart-shaped face turned over her delicate shoulder. I hope Fenris is fine. Bam. That damn prick. Hawk told him to stay put, yet he still decided to go. The man slammed his hand at the wall beside him. Perhaps he did the right thing. If he stays, he might share the other's fate. The woman shook her head. Her body shivered at the images of her teammate overwhelmed by the bright yellow lights. Whatever, he better have not appeared before us again or I swear I kill him myself. The man rose and clenched his fist till his leather glove let out tearing sound. Carver. The woman sighed, she straightened her back. Let's just leave. Carver nodded. He walked forward and peeked at the corner. Time was in the mid-evening, so pedestrians still come and go on the street. Cars raced on the road and several nighttime kiosks appeared at the sidewalk. He noticed a distro on the other side of the road. We should be able to ditch our clothes there. Then we mingled to lose him. With the woman approval, they walked out from their hiding, blending their figure among the people and quickly entered their objective. 30 minutes later they came out with completely different appearance. Carver wore a white t-shirt with Biggie on the middle, a brown leather jacket, and long jeans pants, while the woman has a blue shirt, silver denim jacket, and jeans short skirt. The woman circled Carver's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. They appeared like a couple having a date. They strolled along the road, visited several shops, even bought things like accessories. Carver sometimes whispered in her ears, which she responded with either red face or giggle. She, times to times, would sway his arm and acted like a spoiled brat when they passed certain stores. A moment later, they arrived at their destination, which is a run-down motel. The place has 2 floors and a location quite isolated from a busy part of this side of the city. Do you think we lose him? The woman said with a small voice. Yeah, I don't see anyone suspicious or have a feeling we're followed. They entered the lobby with only a counter desk at the front of the entrance and wooden bench with a red cushion at the right side. 1 twin bedroom, Carver said as soon as they reached the counter. The receptionist was a middle-aged lady with a chubby face and plump body. She smiled upon seeing their arrival and gave out a key to the room. Carver may fail to notice it, but the woman beside him sure didn't. She saw something wrong with this middle-aged lady, despite it was only a small difference, but her right cheek somehow fatter than her left one, her body covered in white-trimmed, green kimono, but it oversized her own body. It has shown from the wide gap around her neck, and lastly, the most noticeable, her hand was awfully slender and slim for a chubby woman like her. The woman frowned, but she said nothing. Carver took the key and put it inside his jacket. He pulled her hand and sauntered away. Carver. SSH, we ran through the back exit. You knew? Surprise flashed before her eyes. Carver nodded. When I asked for the room, there is no doubt or confusion in her eyes, even though we clearly entered the motel as a couple. Ah. The woman bitterly smiled. You think we have the chance to escape? Doubtful. He shook his head, but his eyes revealed a strong resolve. But I make sure you do, even if I have to sacrifice myself. Carver, you find Fenris if you can, or stay hidden until it's safe. Carver turned his head and grinned at her. You're our rabbit. Luck will never fail you. Tears welled up in her eyes. She brushed it with her hand. I will. They turned around the corner and saw a red door with a green sign on the top of it. The transparent glass on the door showed a view of a dark alley. They stopped right at the door and looked at each other. They closed their eyes and the air around them changed. Carver's stubble grew longer along with his hair. They connected and formed bushes that surrounded his face. His mouth propelled forward while his nose retracted. 3 white strips grew between his lips and nose, each on the respective side. His body got taller few inches and his chest became broader. The woman, on the other hand, didn't change that much. Her hair still the same and body size didn't change. She grew a pair of long ears on the top of her head, and 2 pieces of tooth that grew under her puffy upper mouth. They both stared to each other's eyes. Carver placed his hand on the door. The moment she motioned her head, he pushed it open and they leaped outside. Beery. Beery. BZZZ. Not a second they reached outside, not even. They managed to touch the cold surface. 2 lightnings bolt banged them from the sky. Urgh. They screamed their lungs out as the yellow force creep on their skin and wrecked their nerve. For a whole 5 seconds, these 2 poor souls suffered. The thought of dead might be better than living. Their body crashes to the ground, twitching all over. Sometimes several bolts appeared lingering, proving despite they no longer get a jolt, their body still paralyzed. Carver looked at the woman's eye slowly lacked the luster she once has. He gritted his sharp teeth and growled. Pa. 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 Not far from them, a man sat on the edge of the motel's roof, clapping sluggishly, yet every time his palm met, it thundered in the desolate area. The man jumped down and landed with a heavy stomp. He never once stopped clapping as he makes his way toward them. Congratulations. For figuring out a trap that was set for you. You guys are good. That man said with a loud voice. His face looked no younger than the woman or older than Carver. His skin was ruddy but slight pale in color. He has undercut hair on both sides and short shaggy style at the top. His yellowish head shone like a beacon in this gloomy and dirty alley. For the record, this whole trap thing was not my idea. The man shook his head. He rubbed his sharp chin with his thumb. I'm more like frontal type person, you know? Facing the enemy head on, no sissy hit or wussy attack. The man roamed the area, then he suddenly stopped and looked at the moveless bodies who laid on the ground. Oh, I'm sorry, where was my manner? His hands wandered on his black quilting vest. Where is my introduction card? His hand reached out for a pocket on his short pants with gray-colored army pattern. He fished out sort of small white rectangle sheet. His eyes squinted as he read it out loud. My name is Chu Feng, Martial Artist Alliance Killen Group. Carver and the woman trembled upon hearing Chu Feng's word. Martial Artist Alliance? They are this strong? I know what you guys are thinking. How they are so strong. Right? Chu Feng curled his lips. Don't overrate us. In fact, except me, the rest of our people is weakling and bunch of loser. Chu Feng, you might want to take that back. From the exit store, a middle-aged woman strolled with a faint smile. This is exactly the previous weird receptionist. Chu Feng rolled his eyes. Yes, except Sister Wu, no one else. The Wu lady giggled and leaped forward. By the time she landed beside him, her previous chubby face has gone, replaced with a smooth and clean face. She wore a tight-fitting leather shirt and pants that emphasize her curvaceous figure. Her captivating and full breast, toned abdomen and slim waist, heart shape and plump butt. Coupled with her raven bob haircut, she was a deadly distraction. That's a good little brother, hee. The Wu lady placed her hands behind her hip. Chu Feng snorted. You're quite happy for someone who failed with their trap. Failed? She put up a confused expression. They still get hit in the end, doesn't it? It was my doing, not you. Oh. She sighed and shook her head bitterly. Little bro, it seems you still have a lot to learn. Don't call me little bro. I have a proper name. He glared at her. Okay, Little bro. She nodded while smiling. Arg, I don't care anymore. Chufeng swung his hands before crossed them in front of his chest and threw his face away from her. She put her hand on her red attractive lips and tittered. She glanced at the petrified people on the ground, strolled closer and crouched beside Carver. You guys are lucky since the higher-ups tell us to bring you in for questioning. If not, my little bro here already smite you into a dust. I don't have smiting power. Chufeng frowned. It's a figure of speech, little brother. She shook her head. When I said you need a lot to learn, I mean it. Whatever, let's just choke them. Chufeng walked forward and prepared to grab Carver. Bang. 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 Three-cylinder thing dropped between Carver and the woman. They exploded and let out a blinding light. The four people in the vicinity suffered an inability to open their eyes. As soon as they managed to do it, the woman already gone, replaced by three despicable used flashbang. Carver startled but immediately replaced with a joy. He does not have a slightest negative mood to get left behind. Chufeng turned around and wanted to chase them, but the Wu lady stopped him. She shook her head. There is no need to go after them. We accomplished our task just by taking in one. Besides, as long they still in China, sooner or later they'll be found. Chufeng stayed still for a while then nodded afterward. He grabbed Carver easily with one hand and they immediately left the area. A mile away from their place, a man with silver hair and golden eyes moved his legs as if there is no tomorrow. In his bosom, a woman with a pair of long ears held her eyes tightly. The after effect of the glaring light from before still make her unable to move them away. The man moved toward the dark and disappeared in the night. 3 hours later on Zonghai's East Greeny roadside, which stretched hand in hand with the Yangtze River, street lights spread thinly with many little fellows dancing around the lights. This was a quiet scene that rare to come by for the acclaimed metropolis city. Close by was the meandering river that seemed to have no end, like a belt of jade that fell from the firmament, mutually echoing with the Milky Way in the skies, and mirroring a long string of white buildings by the river. This was the most expensive hospital in Zonghai. The quiet and secluded environment let their patients recuperate better. But similarly, the bills that came with it were so high that ordinary folks would jump back in fright. On a spacious and serene corridor, Naruto sat on a bench in front of the intensive care unit, a special room for any patient that required any immediate and expert attention. He sat with closed eyes, arms crossed and one leg on the top of another. He seems asleep, but if one looked closer, one of his fingers kept tapping on his arm. Are you one of his relative? A person in green opened the room's door. The unique smell of medicine and aromatherapy slipped away. I am his son-in-law. Naruto stood and approached the person. The person nodded and signaled him to come. Inside the room, Lin-kun laid on a white bed with machines strapping to his body, several monitors placed beside him and liquids hooked at the hanger on his left. Mr. Lin has received severe damage on his many nerves, a lot of system on his body has been unable to function properly and his heart has shown a sign of failure. Burned on his skin cause problem in cells regeneration and his head experienced major trauma which makes him very possibly enter a vegetative state. Naruto eyes looked at Lin-kun in complicated light. Is there any chance for his recovery? The person sighed. If I have to be honest, it's very small. Even if he does, there is a chance of memory loss, and with his damaged nerve, he unable to move even a muscle. Naruto frowned. What's need to be done? We can do several operations to replace any of his malfunction organs and heal part of his injuries, but it will not increase the chance of his recovery from what I said before. Naruto nodded. Thank you, doctor. I talk with his daughter about this. The doctor patted Naruto's shoulder. If there is any meaning, he's already very lucky to be alive, because of survival from this kind of accident almost close to impossible. Then he left the room. Naruto stood still for a moment then walked closer to the bed and stared at the Lin-kun. His mind recollected back at Harbor's warehouse. The clones clear up the rest of the boxes and pull out Lin-kun from his buried state. They laid him in front of Naruto as he crouched and grasped Lin-kun's wrist. Naruto closed his eyes for seconds before he slowly opened them again. His vital sign is very low. At this rate he won't make it to the hospital. Naruto pondered with his fingers on his chin. Small healing won't do the work, and a healing formation also can't do. He only knew basic healing technique which used to heal very small injuries or prevent some continuous bleeding. He knew a formation that could help people recuperate or recover from injury, but the premise is that he need help from various medicines and herbs to make it operatable. Maybe I can freeze him? Naruto then punched his own head. That won't work, you idiot. He's not a super soldier who can stand super low temperature for years. Damn it, what should I do? He scratched his head in frustration. He suddenly stopped moving. He brought down his hands and mumbled, "Death control possessed blood." Curse technique that allows the user to share the pain inflicted on him to any person that had been marked by the curse. It's a pretty effective curse but also suicidal since it only effective to kill if the user killed himself. I don't know whether this will work, but if it did, I can support Lincoln's life temporarily with mine and set the clones to take him to the hospital. Naruto's gaze seemed wavering, then he slapped his cheeks with his both hands, enough hesitating. With certitude in his eyes, Naruto bit his own lips like he did back in the boutique. As blood spilled from it, he wiped the blood with his finger and started drawing on the ground beneath him. He had to draw a circle first, then a triangle later in the inside, since the formation have to be as large as him. He bit his lips multiple times and repeated the process. It took him 3 minutes to finally complete it. Luckily the drawing wasn't complex. Then he grabbed Lincoln's hand and gave a small cut with his nail. He took his bead of blood and quickly returned to the formation. Then he placed the blood on his tongue and pushed out 2 fingers from his right hand. He took a glance at Lincoln before bitterly said, "Mr. Lin, if you still bully Ruoxi after this, I'll personally kick your ass to purgatory." Release. Zoom. Black-colored dye emerged from Naruto's feet and made its way toward Naruto's head. A white line started making a pattern on his body and eventually make their debut on his face. The duo color completely groomed him similar to a skeleton on Halloween's night. But his appearance was the last thing he worried about. As soon as the transforming was complete, his face twisted in an ugly way and veins started popping on his body. He felt like his heart was shredding and the rest of his organ was churning, hot rod as if placed on his skin and great hammer pounding his head. But Naruto stood on his ground, with clenching hands and gnashing teeth. He roared, "Go!" The clones picked up Lincoln and rushed outside, leaving behind the desolate place and their lonesome creator. 5 minutes pass. They still unable to find any hospital. Well, they did spot some clinic, but they were impossible to treat a patient with a condition like Lincoln. Naruto knew what happened because they can communicate telepathically. With a brain that started crumbling down, Naruto not even once stopped giving out direction. Lucky for him, his regeneration power triggered and his body began repairing itself, but the pain from his organ being healed only to be ripped again was enough to put any normal people in despair. Blood filled his mouth as he coughed them out of the formation. A bitter smile showed on his face. It has been so long since he tasted any pain like this, and Lincoln, of all the people, was the one who hit the jackpot. Naruto glanced at his surrounding. Whoever a person or people who did this must be extremely strong. He also noticed the cause of charred corpses, and the burned feeling in his skin was not resource from a fire but more like coming from lightning or thunder. A simple zap from this element is enough to kill a normal person, at least enough to cripple them. Their basic property is disruptive, meaning to interrupt any kind of movement or paralyzes their target, making them vulnerable from the following attack. Then comes their second property, which is piercing, and the third property is instant movement. Naruto closed his eyes, tried to suppress the endless pain in his guts. His knee was getting weaker, his once stand-tall body little by little lost their altitude. It seemed so easy to just lay down and wait for this until it's over. When the thought of stop resisting clouded his mind, Naruto suddenly snapped his eyes open, his posture returned stand tall and the negative thought from before has vanished. His eyes once again observed his surrounding, he even shutting them down for a while, then he opened them with an unsure expression. "Who's there?" he said with a loud voice but hesitated tone. There's no response. In a place where a sound of needle dropped comparable with the sound of honking horn, it's impossible to move without making noise, at least for Naruto's ears. Is it just my imagination? Naruto frowned. With his high sensitive senses, acute sixth sense and senjutsu, it's impossible to sneak up on him without any method. Even if they did use some method, he'll still capable to detect them by the energy they consume to use that method. Even the ethereal being will not escape his detection. Maybe it was. Naruto patted his cheek and telepathically communicated with his clones. There's no way someone could sneak up on him and caress his cheek without him noticing. Naruto. A voice belonging to a woman pulled him back to the present time. Naruto turned around and saw Ruoxi stood at the door's way with Wang Ma on her tail. Naruto. My father. He. Ruoxi halted her speech. Her eyes looked at the man that always treated her like a rotten apple, laid unconscious with a machine as his lifeline. Her heart trembled, her face scowled, and her eyes lose their brightness. Wang Ma behind her already sobbed at Lincoln's predicament. Naruto nipped toward Ruoxi. He grabbed her shoulder and pulled her toward his chest. Ruoxi, I'm so sorry. Naruto hugged her with one hand on her back and the other on her head. Ruoxi startled as she felt his warm body and smelled his masculine scent. It didn't give her peace, instead it released the flood inside her Watergate. She placed both her hand on her face and buried them together into his chest. Naruto spoke no word, he just slowly rubbed her back and let her tears flow to their satisfaction. No matter how bad daughter and father relationship, they still family, a bond gift by the god. She didn't choose to be his daughter and he didn't choose to be her father. Both are human, surrounded by their imperfectness and complexity of emotions. For Naruto, who don't know about his parent, and don't even care if they exist, The closest thing to family he ever had was only an enormous fox, a perverted old man, and a naive maiden. He didn't understand how this family mechanism worked, he only knew, those three was meant a whole world to him. So there was only a small chance for him to recover? Ruoxi frowned as she listened about Lincoln condition from Naruto. Yeah, the doctor also said they can do surgery to replace his dysfunctional organ and healed part of his injuries, but awoke him from a vegetative state? They pretty much helpless. She rubbed her temple while her eyes gazed at her father. Does the doctor still available? I want to talk to him. I don't know. But we can try. Naruto nodded and strolled to the door. Wang Ma, is it alright if you wait here alone? We'll be back soon. Wang Ma let out her everyday smile. I'll be alright, young miss, you do what you have to do. Ruoxi nodded and followed Naruto leaving the room. In the long hallway, a man and young woman walked shoulder by shoulder. Naruto put his hands in his pants and his eyes looked at many posters about health advice such as smoking problem, drug addiction, healthy foods, and others. They line up on the wall next to him. Ruoxi, on the other hand, didn't have much interest in them. She moved her foot in a steady pace and saw only the path lie ahead. You look pretty in that, Naruto suddenly spoke without looking at her. Ruoxi glanced at him with doubt on her face. I never see you in a muffler and white coat before. You never see doesn't mean I don't have them, she chuckled. Yeah. Naruto scratched his head, now that I think about it,